Chapter 1. Tianlong Mountain, Sacred Dragon Shrine. In the endless chaos, in a remote corner of the primordial world, lies Tianlong Mountain and the Sacred Dragon Shrine. Prince of the Azure Dragon, the Dragon Clan has suffered a devastating defeat. The Sacred Dragon has fallen, and the might of the Dragon Clan has waned. It is not that we, the remnants of the Four Seas, lack compassion, but rather it is you who must take care. Prince of the Azure Dragon, I, the old turtle, am advanced in years, deaf and blind. I fear I am unfit for the position of Prime Minister. Prince of the Azure Dragon, allow this old minister to advise you. With the Dragon Clan's defeat across the seas and the Dragon Kings of the Four Seas following the Ancestor Dragon to the afterlife, remaining here at the Sacred Dragon Shrine is utterly meaningless. Prince of the Azure Dragon, until we meet again, I bid you farewell. Before the Sacred Dragon Shrine, a young man clad in a long robe of the Azure Dragon observed the departing elders and remnants of the Dragon Clan with a serene expression. In the blink of an eye, the Sacred Dragon Shrine stood desolate and empty. The autumn breeze rustled, and the withered leaves danced mournfully in front of the shrine, evoking a profound sense of desolation. With the conclusion of the Dragonhan calamity, the first batch of primordial overlords Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Shilin Clan gradually faded from the historical stage of the primordial world. The surviving beings of each clan were few and far between. The Sacred Dragon Shrine, located at the heart of the Four Seas, was the ancestral shrine of the Dragon Clan. In the past, before the last remnants of the Ancestor Dragon's soul dissipated, he infused a trace of his blood essence into Tianlong Mountain, safeguarding the remnants of the Dragon Clan for countless millennia. And Zhou Yuan, along with the remnants of the Dragon Clan, had taken refuge here for 100,000 years. Yet, the Ancestor Dragon had ultimately perished, and his blood essence would weaken with each passing year. It could protect the Sacred Dragon Shrine temporarily, but not indefinitely. 100,000 years had passed like a fleeting moment, and the last vestige of protection for the Sacred Dragon Shrine was on the verge of collapse. These remnants of the Dragon Clan resolved to depart from the Sacred Dragon Shrine in search of their own survival. Those old fellows have finally left, Zhou Yuan remarked as he approached a spirit root tree, skillfully plucking a spirit fruit and biting into it with a crisp sound, revealing a cheerful smile. If they hadn't left, all the spirit roots and celestial fruits of Tianlong Mountain would have been picked clean by you. This young man, known as Zhou Yuan and referred to as the Prince of the Azure Dragon, was not originally from this world. 100,000 years ago, Zhou Yuan had traversed from a world of modern civilization into this fantastical primordial realm, becoming the son of the East Sea Dragon King, Guangqinglong. At that time, the Dragonhan calamity was unfolding. Upon discovering that his identity was that of a Xinjing Xianxian realm Azure Dragon, he was overwhelmed with despair. In the early days of the primordial world, where golden immortals were plentiful and great Luo beings roamed freely, a mere Xinjing Azure Dragon was akin to an inconspicuous worm in a brick crevice, easily trampled underfoot. It is noteworthy that in this primordial world the cultivation levels are as follows: Earth Immortal, True Immortal, Heavenly Immortal, Shen Shen, Taiqing Xianxian, Golden Immortal, Tai Golden Immortal, Great Luo Golden Immortal, Quasi-Saint, Saint, Heavenly Tao, and Great Tao. Each level is further divided into 4 tiers: Beginner, Intermediate, Peak, and Perfection. Despite being the Prince of the East Sea Dragon, with pure blood lineage, Zhou Yuan found himself in a tumultuous era, fraught with danger. Fortunately, upon his arrival 100,000 years ago, he awakened a system. System, after 100,000 years, you should finally make your appearance. Zhou Yuan glanced around the empty shrine, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The system he awakened was called the Divine Level Selection System. Logically, after 100,000 years, the system should have been thoroughly utilized. However, upon its emergence, it left a message. The system would only truly activate and function once the Dragonhan calamity had completely ended. Thus, Zhou Yuan had survived in the Sacred Dragon Shrine for 100,000 years. Ding! System detecting current environment. The Dragonhan calamity has ended. Please make a selection. Indeed, the system had appeared. Is it time to make a choice? Zhou Yuan suppressed his inner excitement and listened intently. Option 1. Step out of the primordial world. Comprehend the changes of heaven and earth, and acquire the myriad fortunes of the primordial realm. Option 2. Remain in the current dojo, harvest celestial herbs and spirit fruits, cultivate for 100,000 years, and obtain one post-heaven spirit treasure. Truly worthy of the divine level selection system. Upon its arrival, it presented such an explosive option. The myriad fortunes of the primordial realm? A post-heaven spirit treasure? Was there any need for contemplation? The fortunes of the primordial realm had made countless great beings envious. In the primordial world, there is a saying, "He who possesses fortune possesses the world." Before the Dragon Han calamity, the fortunes of the primordial realm were predominantly held by the Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, and Shilin Clan. The stronger a race, the more prosperous its fortune. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yuan made his decision without hesitation. His figure flickered and vanished from the sacred dragon shrine. However, just as he stepped out of Tianlong Mountain, the sight before him instantly left Zhou Yuan dumbfounded. Before him lay a blood-soaked expanse across the primordial continent. The endless sky was ablaze with fire, and the world resembled a purgatory. This was the aftermath of the Dragon Han calamity. In the direction of the western Shumi Mountain, a black figure hovered, surrounded by four swords radiating ominous energy. Based on Zhou Yuan's understanding of the primordial realm, this shadow was likely the demon ancestor Luo Ho, and the four swords floating beside him were presumably the legendary four swords of extermination. This is bad. Luo Ho is using the malevolent energy of heaven and earth to summon the extermination sword formation. Zhou Yuan's brows furrowed deeply. Suddenly, the four swords launched simultaneously, causing the heavens and earth to shudder. Boom! A terrifying wave of malevolent energy surged forth like a tidal wave, sweeping across the entire primordial realm. Damn! Zhou Yuan's scalp tingled, and his heart raced. The overwhelming bloodthirsty energy seemed poised to engulf him entirely. Zhou Yuan's eyes reddened, his face pale, cold sweat pouring down as he trembled uncontrollably. With his willpower not yet fully extinguished, Zhou Yuan swiftly turned and fled toward Tianlong Mountain. As he dashed into the dojo of Tianlong Mountain, the overwhelming malevolent energy dissipated significantly behind him. Breathless and shaken, Zhou Yuan gasped, "Damn it! That wretched system! It nearly got me killed." He could only blame himself for being careless, allowing the allure of the system's fortune reward to cloud his judgment. How terrifying! The outside world was a realm far beyond the reach of a mere Fishan. In the ensuing days, the Demon Clan, led by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, wreaked havoc across the land with the extermination sword formation, instilling terror in millions of primordial beings. Meanwhile, the Tao representative Hongjun was also scheming in the shadows. The entire primordial realm officially entered an era of conflict between the Tao and the demons. As for Zhou Yuan, after experiencing a harrowing escape, he no longer dared to venture outside Tianlong Mountain. He remained hidden within the confines of the sacred dragon shrine, quietly observing the movements of the outside world. 10,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. Ding! System detecting the host's current dojo, the ancestor dragon's blood essence is nearly depleted, and the protection of Tianlong Mountain is about to vanish. Please make a selection. Option 1. Proceed to the Zixiao Palace 36 heavens away. Disclose Luo Hao's schemes to Hongjun to gain his favor and seek protection. Option 2. Continue harvesting and cultivating for another 100,000 years to obtain the sacred dragon guardian formation. Not bad. If I can secure favor with Hongjun of the Zixiao Palace, the 6 saints of the primordial realm will have to treat me with respect in the future. System, I choose to continue harvesting. 100,000 years, fleeting in an instant. In the primordial world, time is the most inconsequential of currencies. On this day, the boundless and profound aura of the sacred dragon permeated all of Tianlong Mountain. Chapter 2. Divine Level System, Discovering Spirit Roots. Between the Tianlong Mountain ranges, in the void, the dense, innate aura of the sacred dragon rolled forth, expanding widely. Puffs of mist dispersed systematically. Unbeknownst to them, a formidable protective formation had enveloped the entire Tianlong Mountain. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed 100,000 years of harvesting. The sacred Dragon Guardian formation is now fully activated. This formation, in addition to being invulnerable to defense, can also purify the air within the formation space and increase the likelihood of spirit roots and sacred fruits growing within. Indeed, the sacred Dragon Guardian formation possessed immense power. Zhou Yuan could even feel every pore in his body relaxing with abandon. A sense of security surged to its peak. The key was that this guardian formation could also nurture spirit roots and sacred fruits. Excellent. I need not worry about sustenance for the next few millennia. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight. At that moment, a crisp sound echoed in his ears. Please make a selection, host. Option 1. Continue harvesting spirit roots for another 100,000 years reward. Tenfold speed cultivation method. Option 2. The time Taoist will pass nearby. Persuade him to distance himself from Hongjun to avoid future extermination by the extermination sword formation, with a chance to obtain the time law. Zhou Yuan spat disdainfully. What a ridiculous system. Could a mere Shan like himself hope to persuade a being of such innate divine and demonic caliber as the time Taoist? With just a casual sneeze, he could obliterate him. Why would he forsake such a natural paradise? Running out to take risks with his head on the line was sheer folly. What good would the time law do him? As a mere Shan, even if he acquired it, he would be unable to comprehend its essence. In the future, with sufficient strength, what would the time law or space law matter? You say we meet too late. I say I lack the courage for love. Zhou Yuan hummed a little tune, leisurely walking down a verdant path as he commenced his harvesting task. While harvesting, with each spirit fruit he plucked, the shackles of cultivation in his mind broke free. The spiritual energy within him surged continuously, and his various capabilities and combat power increased at a tenfold pace. In a mere moment, tens of thousands of years slipped by unnoticed. During this time, Zhou Yuan diligently harvested each day, finding joy in his newfound freedom. After the sacred Dragon Guardian array was activated, the heavenly Dragon Mountain would occasionally sprout some extraordinary flowers and unusual herbs. There were even peculiar fruits that, despite their odd appearances, were quite delectable. Thus, countless innate spiritual herbs were treated by Zhou Yuan as mere vegetables, while innumerable innate spiritual fruits were regarded as ordinary fruits. The entire heavenly Dragon Mountain had seemingly transformed into Zhou Yuan's personal backyard garden. He would casually pluck vegetables and fruits, all the while his Tao cultivation would automatically increase, and his strength would grow stronger with each passing day. Ding! The host has harvested for 100,000 years. Please choose. Option 1. The Dragon Palace of the East Sea is under siege. Go protect it and seize the East Sea's treasure trove. Option 2. Continue harvesting for another 100,000 years to obtain the supreme weapon Sacred Dragon Sword. Zhou Yuan reclined on the sturdy branch of a celestial banana tree. A large banana leaf draped over his face, stretching lazily. He murmured, "The deception continues." Time flowed on, and the harvesting life persisted. One day, just after Zhou Yuan swallowed a flame spirit fruit, an intense surge of true energy erupted from within him, causing the surrounding aura to twist and contort. At that moment, with a sudden escalation of true energy, Zhou Yuan finally broke through to the Tai-Ching Xianxian realm. Finally leveled up, Zhou Yuan's face lit up with satisfaction. Although the Tai-Ching Xuanxian's significance in the primordial world was rather negligible, with enough perseverance, even iron pestle could eventually be ground down to a needle. With a buoyant spirit, Zhou Yuan strolled along the mountain path of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Occasionally, a few earth immortals and celestial immortals would pass by. Zhou Yuan hummed a cheerful tune, casually plucking a spiritual herb to nibble on as he meandered leisurely. Suddenly, he felt something solid beneath his feet. Bending down to investigate, he was astonished to discover a colossal peach. Zhou Yuan was momentarily dumbfounded, and seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he quickly stuffed the peach into his robe, feigning nonchalance as he continued forward. Just a few steps later, he stumbled, bending down to see a fruit with a cherubic face lying in the dirt, smiling up at him. What on earth? Is this not the legendary ginseng fruit? At that moment, Zhou Yuan's heart began to race uncontrollably. His expression flustered. He glanced around anxiously and hurriedly tucked the smiling fruit into his waist pocket. Have I stepped in something lucky today? What fortune is this? Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly stumbled again, barely catching himself with his elbows. As he braced himself on the ground, he felt something slippery beneath his hands. Turning to look, he was taken aback to find a massive leaf of bitter bamboo lying beneath him. Looking around, he noticed the ground was strewn with fallen bitter bamboo leaves. This. Zhou Yuan was left speechless in astonishment. Looking up, he beheld a robust spiritual root of bitter bamboo, towering into the sky, exuding boundless spiritual energy. Good heavens! Right next to it stood a peach tree laden with peaches and a ginseng fruit tree adorned with smiling fruits. Further back, he spotted the golden-hued fusong tree. Zhou Yuan, with wide and dazed eyes, continued to scan his surroundings. Blue lotus, yellow zhongli, celestial apricot, green willow, gourd vine. Zhou Yuan was utterly astounded. Before him lay the renowned 10 great, innate spiritual roots of the primordial world. Each spiritual root, brimming with ethereal energy, had massive leaves that expanded outward, casting a shadow over the surrounding area for miles. Looking up from below, the heights varied, with some over 100 zhang tall, while others soared into the clouds, reaching thousands of meters. No wonder the spiritual energy in this mountainous terrain was particularly rich and abundant. Zhou Yuan gazed at the lush spiritual root trees, and as his sight fell upon each one, corresponding descriptions of the roots floated into his mind. Rubbing his eyes and clutching his wildly beating heart, he stepped closer to those magnificent spiritual roots. Kuzhu, also known as the 6 roots of pure bamboo, possesses the ability to dispel inner demons and eliminate distractions, making it a sacred artifact for practitioners. Lu Tung is the primordial innate spiritual treasure of the ancient times. Capable of bearing gourd fruits and giving rise to the gourd babies, each proficient in formidable techniques. Hongjun has astonishing effects, allowing those who consume it to directly attain the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Ren Shengua, as its name suggests, is a mystical fruit that grants eternal life upon consumption. Pan Tao, when ingested by mortals, can bestow immortality, allowing them to share longevity with the heavens. The introduction of these extraordinary attributes made Zhou Yuan acutely aware that what he had previously consumed was mere refuse. Each of these spiritual roots, even one, is enough to incite fierce competition among the great beings of the primordial world. Any single fruit has the potential to drastically alter one's fate. Astonishingly, these spiritual roots are found right on Tianlong Mountain. Clearly, staying put was the right choice. This auspicious land of Tianlong Mountain has everything one could desire. Zhou Yuan rose to his feet, beginning to gather the fallen Pan Tao and Ren Xinhua. Several Xianxian cultivators, drawn by the rich spiritual energy, paused in their tracks upon seeing the items in Zhou Yuan's hands, which exuded spiritual essence. They hurriedly approached to collect them. Upon inspection, they found them to be spoiled fruits. One young Xianxian cast Zhou Yuan a peculiar glance and muttered, "Sun Jingbing," before shaking off his robes and departing without a backward glance. Zhou Yuan. Chapter 3. Who is your father? Initially, Zhou Yuan was concerned about the safety of the spiritual roots, guarding the area daily. However, he soon discovered that every visitor, without exception, picked up either rotten fruits or foul refuse. Thus, he ceased his daily watch. However, the spiritual roots should not be consumed indiscriminately. On one occasion, Zhou Yuan swallowed a Hongjun fruit and nearly succumbed to the overwhelming power that threatened to tear him apart. He realized that while the spiritual roots indeed possess incredible effects, one must also have the strength to withstand them. Consequently, Zhou Yuan reined his restless thoughts and continued to harvest diligently, deciding to take one step at a time. After all, one cannot become plump in a single bite. Ding! Here it comes again. Zhou Yuan rolled his eyes in response. The system options had yet to be presented. So he grabbed his vegetable basket and headed towards the vegetable garden. Please choose. Option 1. Detecting that the nine-headed worm is wreaking havoc in the East Sea, proceed to suppress it, reclaim the East Sea, and lead the dragon clan back to its pinnacle. Option 2. Continue harvesting and cultivating for 100,000 years, earning the innate sacred dragon-level technique, Nine Heavens Dragon Roar. Nonsense. Asking a Xianxian to go out and lead the dragon clan to rise. Do they think I'm foolish? I already possess innate spiritual roots. I will not step outside. Even if offered a supercar in exchange, it would be futile, unless it's a trade for 108 beautiful women. The sun winked at me, and birds sang sweet melodies. Zhou Yuan continued to hum a tune, his figure flickering amidst the spiritual roots. Like the tea the same time, he felt an endless stream of spiritual energy continuously flooding around him. His strength was growing stronger by the second. With every gesture, spiritual energy surged forth. A palpable pressure began to form, until a tremendous force surged through him, causing his cultivation to break through once more. Taiqing Xianxian, perfected, congratulations! 100,000 years of harvesting and cultivation have concluded. You have completely mastered the usage of the sacred dragon sword, achieved full compatibility. Your Nine Heavens Dragon Roar technique has been thoroughly integrated, and your combat power has soared to its peak. Your dojo has evolved once again. With the enhancement of the Sacred Dragon level protective formation, all external entities will be downgraded by the system. Zhou Yuan grinned widely. The Sacred Dragon Sword, the Nine Heavens Dragon Roar technique, both are legacies of the innate Sacred Dragon. Though his cultivation might be lacking, he was well-versed in techniques and weaponry. In his exhilaration, Zhou Yuan raised his head and let out a thunderous dragon roar that shattered the heavens and earth. Boom! The entire realm trembled, rolling thunderclouds. The biting wind whipped up a flurry of dried leaves. An endless aura of slaughter spread from Tianlong Mountain, engulfing the world. Collect, a flicker of thought that in a breath, the overwhelming aura vanished without a trace. Wow! Incredible! A look of disbelief flashed across Zhou Yuan's face. He never expected that a single roar could create such a commotion. Sacred Dragon Sword. Zhou Yuan called out softly. In the next moment, a sword adorned with white jade and golden dragon patterns materialized in the void. The instant he grasped the sword, Zhou Yuan felt an intimate connection. As if their bloodlines were intertwined, he glanced at the towering spiritual roots and sacred fruits without hesitation. With a swing of his arm, he struck, swish, onto the razor-sharp blade. A wave of transparent energy surged forth, instantly causing countless celestial herbs and sacred fruits to fall. Strong, this sacred dragon sword could fully comprehend his intentions, displaying an exceptionally high degree of compatibility. Zhou Yuan excitedly caressed the intricately engraved dragon-patterned hilt. Suddenly, a childlike voice broke his reverie, startling him. "Daddy, Daddy! Wow! Daddy is so powerful!" Hearing this, Zhou Yuan spun around in astonishment. To his surprise, 7 little children stood before him, bouncing with glee and applauding him. Zhou Yuan's mind buzzed. Where did these 7 little rascals come from? The key point is, these little brats are calling him daddy. He still doesn't have a wife. With them addressing him like this, how will he find a girlfriend? Just as Zhou Yuan was preparing to adopt a fierce demeanor, he suddenly noticed that each child wore a gourd of different colors atop their heads. Wait, gourd babies! Could it be that the Lu tongue has borne fruit? In a daze, the 7 little ones dashed toward the pile of spiritual roots and sacred fruits, devouring them hungrily, with drool dripping from the corners of their mouths. They cast grateful glances at Zhou Yuan. "Thank you, Daddy." "Shut up," Zhou Yuan silently protested. "This one do. You must find a way. Perhaps he could have them acknowledge him as their master. After all, he is yet to take on any disciples. Each gourd baby possesses remarkable abilities, with unique techniques. Accepting them as disciples wouldn't be a bad choice. How clever am I?" In the midst of his self-satisfaction, ding dong, a crisp sound rang out. "Congratulations, host, on becoming a father. Get lost." Zhou Yuan nearly jumped up in anger, ready to thrash the system. "Congratulations, host. You have obtained the heavenly spiritual treasure, gourd baby. Now that's more like it. Damn it, the system is playing tricks on me." It detected that the host has formed a father-son bond with the gourd baby, that if forcibly changed, it would impact the gourd baby's loyalty to the host. Simultaneously, the level of trust would be significantly reduced. Would you like to proceed with the forced change? Zhou Yuan sighed deeply, resigned. No change. Damn it. Once loyalty and trust are diminished, this gourd baby becomes useless, and no matter how strong it is, if it cannot be utilized. What good is it? At this moment, he looked up again, and the 7 little ones had their cheeks puffed out from eating. They appeared rather adorable. Daddy, I want to eat that yellow fruit. I want more. Zhou Yuan's face darkened. Meanwhile, another little one nimbly climbed to the top of a spiritual root tree, unceremoniously plucking a large spiritual fruit, taking a bite out of it, and casually tossing it aside. No, training. Must train them. If I don't, my vegetable garden might be utterly ruined. With this thought, Zhou Yuan waved his hand toward the little ones, wearing a warm smile. Children, our family isn't wealthy. We only have this small vegetable garden that can't withstand rough handling. From today onward, you must listen to Daddy, all right? Zhou Yuan coaxed and persuaded. Okay. The little ones responded eagerly. Go. Take these back to the sacred dragon shrine. Remember to sort them properly, and aside from the spiritual roots on the mountainside, you can eat anything else you find, understand? When he said this, Zhou Yuan deliberately cooled his expression. The little ones immediately echoed, yes, Daddy. However, one chubby child turned around and shouted, Daddy said we can only eat the fruits from the mountainside. Zhou Yuan, is that what I meant? Chapter 4, Luo Ho. Do you dare to desecrate this demon ancestor? Time flows. Hundreds of years flash by in an instant on a mountainside of Tianlong Mountain. Daddy, we have completed the harvesting task you assigned us. A young child, with a sweet voice, proudly tilted his little head up, seeking approval. Well done. Daddy, can we go play now? Zhou Yuan nodded slightly in the blink of an eye. Several small children vanished in a flash. Zhou Yuan gazed ahead at a vast expanse of towering spiritual roots. The trees stood bare, having long since been stripped of their spiritual fruits. Zhou Yuan faintly smiled, contentedly stroking his chin. Splendid. Being the carefree master feels delightful. The melodious prompt from the system echoed in his ears. Congratulations, host. You have completed the 100,000-year harvesting task, and your dojo has been upgraded once more. Congratulations. Your dojo has successfully merged with you, creating a world where you reign supreme. Upon hearing the system's announcement, Zhou Yuan was momentarily overcome with a sense of grandiosity. Yet upon reflection, this little world, devoid of anyone but himself, was indeed a realm where he reigned as king. Wasn't that a redundant statement? At that moment, the sky above the Tianlong Mountain dojo suddenly darkened. An ominous boom reverberated unexpectedly, startling Zhou Yuan. He hurriedly clutched his racing heart, feeling as if it had leapt to his lungs. Who on earth was that? Scaring me half to death. Taking a deep breath, he looked up to see 2 enormous figures, one black and one white, engaged in a frenzied chase. The dark figure relentlessly pursued the white light. Goodness, what deep-seated animosity must exist between them, Zhou Yuan exclaimed. Just as he finished speaking, the 2 pursuing figures unexpectedly crashed into his Tianlong Mountain dojo. Zhou Yuan's expression darkened, and he furiously shouted, If you wish to fight, take it elsewhere. My dojo is not a battleground for you ruffians. However, as the 2 figures fell from the sky, the barrier above the dojo showed no sign of resistance. Could it be that the system was deceiving him again? Wasn't it stated that this dojo could defend against all forms of danger? Damn it! Zhou Yuan reacted swiftly, instantly hiding behind a spiritual root. Just as Zhou Yuan was still recovering from the shock, the treacherous system finally spoke up. Opportunity detected. Please choose Option 1. Repel Luo Ho and rescue Hongjun, gaining his favor. Option 2. Assist Luo Ho in capturing Hongjun, with a chance to join the demon clan. Wait a minute. Hongjun? Luo Ho? Are you implying that the ones crashing into my dojo are the merciless demon ancestor Luo Ho and the future sage Hongjun who slays 3 corpses to achieve enlightenment? Zhou Yuan nearly rolled his eyes in disbelief. The system was becoming increasingly ruthless. Capturing Hongjun, repelling Luo Ho. What a joke! As a mere Taiching Xianxian, I can only frighten the 7 little children here. How could I possibly rescue Hongjun? I'd likely be obliterated by the malevolent aura of those two titans before I even got close. System. Is there a third option? I choose the third option. Please make a selection. The system insisted. Damn it. Zhou Yuan felt utterly despondent. Assisting Luo Ho was out of the question. It was common knowledge that Luo Ho ultimately perished at Hongjun's hands, who then completed the renowned path to sainthood within the Zhanshin sword array. If I help Luo Ho today and join the demon clan, I could very well find myself being executed by Hongjun tomorrow. With this thought, Zhou Yuan resolved to investigate the two ominous figures. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly felt something clutching his leg. Looking down, he saw two small figures, one black and one white, playfully wrestling around his feet. Were these two little ones not precisely Luo Ho and Hongjun? The earlier fierce aura had dissipated into a gentle breeze, occasionally brushing against the hem of Zhou Yuan's robe. What does this mean? Oh, it's the Sacred Dragon Guardian Array. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled as he understood. The Sacred Dragon Guardian Array had fused him with the dojo, meaning that within this dojo, he was the strongest king. Even the powerful figures from outside would have to submit to him upon entering his domain. Wow, how exhilarating. Setting aside those thoughts for the moment, he decided to deal with the two little ones first. In the next instant, Zhou Yuan bent down and gently pinched Luo Ho, lifting him effortlessly. How dare you? Who are you to dare disrespect this demon ancestor? Luo Ho roared in fury, yet his ferocious roar sounded to Zhou Yuan like the buzzing of a mosquito. Zhou Yuan brought Luo Ho close to his My name is Zhou Yuan. If you're not satisfied, come and fight. After declaring this, Zhou Yuan casually tossed Luo Ho away, sending him flying out of the dojo. Behind him, he could still hear Luo Ho's unwilling voice saying, I will return. As Luo Ho was expelled, the system chimed in once more. Congratulations, host. You have successfully repelled Luo Ho, and your cultivation has increased. You mean to say that such a nonchalant toss has elevated me to the gold immortal realm? How splendid. If I had known it would be this simple, I wouldn't have been so troubled back then. However, to offend Luo Ho for Hongjun may not bode well. But as long as I remain within my little world, let Luo Ho be whatever he pleases. I shall not leave, and he can do nothing to me. Once the danger had passed, Hongjun's form returned to normal. He turned and looked at Zhou Yuan with gratitude, saying, Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist. Zhou Yuan glanced at Hongjun, observing the tattered, dirt-streaked white robe he wore, which made it difficult to associate the figure before him with the esteemed sage Hongjun. It was but a small effort. There is no need for excessive gratitude. As he spoke, a brand new robe appeared in Zhou Yuan's hand, one he often wore, but if you do not mind, fellow Taoist, you may change into this. Hongjun, not wishing to be overly formal, expressed his thanks once more and changed into the robe. At this moment, Hongjun's expression grew complex as he regarded Zhou Yuan. Here stood a being who was evidently a mere gold immortal, yet he exuded an extraordinary aura. To have cast out the quasi-saint Luo Ho was indeed a perplexing feat. Could it be that this fellow Taoist was an incarnation of the primordial chaos, or perhaps possessed a profound innate foundation? Hongjun found himself unable to decipher the truth. After pondering for a moment, he could not help but ask, fellow Taoist, though you are merely at the gold immortal realm, why do you possess such immense energy within you? Zhou Yuan smiled faintly and replied, I am not quite sure myself. I arrived here countless epochs ago, spending my days tending to the land and living a leisurely farmer's life, yet my power has been continuously increasing. Puffed. Zhou Yuan's response nearly prompted Hongjun to take action against him. The implication of his words was clear. I do not know why, nor have I made any effort, yet my cultivation has flourished. However, Hongjun was no ordinary being. After a moment of contemplation, he quickly regained his composure. The notion of having descended here countless epochs prior suggested an origin that was anything but mundane. After steadying himself, Hongjun queried, fellow Taoist, you were clearly capable of slaying Luo Ho earlier. Why not simply eliminate him? Zhou Yuan's heart jolted at the thought of eradicating the demon ancestor Luo Ho. If he were to crush Luo Ho beneath his foot, it would not be long before the demon clan came rushing in, obliterating Tianlong Mountain in the process. The system was unreliable, and who knew when it might fail? It was far wiser to leave himself a path of retreat. Zhou Yuan's mind raced, and clearing his throat, he stated, "The cause and effect regarding Luo Ho do not lie with me, but rather with you, fellow Taoist, Dado." As his words fell, Hongjun appeared momentarily stunned. This young Taoist's insight was indeed profound. It was hard to imagine that someone who typically spent his days cultivating the land could possess such understanding of the primordial world and even grasp the intricacies of cause and effect. This young Taoist exhibited remarkable comprehension. A pity that he was merely a gold immortal. Pausing briefly, a hint of helplessness appeared in Luo Ho's eyes as he said, "Luo Ho's strength is too great. I fear I lack the ability to resolve this cause and effect. Please do not mock me, fellow Taoist. You witnessed the earlier scene as well. Had it not been for your timely intervention, I would not be here to discuss this with you." Hongjun thought to himself, since this person could perceive the cause and effect between himself and Luo Ho, he might indeed possess unique insights. With this in mind, Hongjun turned to Zhou Yuan, his gaze intense, and inquired whether the young Taoist had any means to illuminate the situation. "Fellow Taoist, you flatter me," Zhou Yuan replied with a slight bow. "The Zhanxian sword array wielded by Luo Ho is immensely powerful. To overcome it alone would be exceedingly difficult, though. Are you suggesting—" Hongjun seemed to grasp certain truths. Zhou Yuan ceased to speak further, adopting an enigmatic demeanor, gazing into the distant void with a smile. Some matters are best left unspoken. To articulate them might diminish their effect. Such a formidable figure as Hongjun merely needed a hint. And it sufficed. Alone, I cannot unravel this, Hongjun mused, furrowing his brow. Indeed, within a mere few breaths, his perplexed expression began to ease. "I understand now. I truly comprehend. My esteemed friend is indeed an unparalleled master. In the future, I must express my profound gratitude for your life-saving guidance today." As soon as he finished speaking, Hongjun soared into the void. Phew, he has finally departed. Zhou Yuan exhaled deeply, feeling a wave of tension release from his shoulders. Engaging in conversation with such a prominent figure had left him rather anxious. Fortunately, it was within his own domain. Were it elsewhere, Zhou Yuan doubted he could have maintained his composure. Even feigning calm would have been a Herculean task. After all, a mere misstep in conversation could spell doom for him. A minor golden immortal, he was little more than an ant before a quasi-saint. Zhou Yuan, who had been so resolute just moments ago, now found his shoulders drooping like a deflated balloon, heading towards the exotic flora to continue his gathering and cultivation. "Congratulations, host. You have guided Hongjun, and your cultivation has once again ascended, now reaching the pinnacle of golden immortal. Splendid. Although today was fraught with trepidation, the rewards are plentiful. A series of advancements. It seems that maintaining connections with great individuals brings significant benefits. In the ensuing days, Zhou Yuan resumed his relentless gathering and cultivation, aided by the assistance of the Calabash Boys, whose presence accelerated his progress exponentially, along with the corresponding enhancement of his cultivation. Upon receiving Zhou Yuan's guidance, Hongjun returned to summon his allies, Yin Yang Ancestor, Time Taoist, and Qian Kuan Ancestor, all congregating in the Zixiao Palace to devise strategies against Luo Ho. Meanwhile, Luo Ho, having been cast out of the dojo by Zhou Yuan, though physically unscathed, bore a wound to his pride that was deeply humiliating. Feeling stripped of his dignity, he tossed and turned for several days, until finally he could bear it no longer and, wielding the Excalibur, marched directly toward Tianlong Mountain. However, upon entering the dojo, his massive form was instantly reduced to a mere speck. Unfortunately for him, he was apprehended by a group of frolicking Calabash Boys, who treated him like a plaything, tossing him back and forth in gleeful amusement. Eventually, Zhou Yuan, noticing the commotion, approached and scolded, "Where did you pick up this garbage? Throw it out at once." Upon returning home, Zhou Yuan broke into a cold sweat. Thank goodness for the strength of this dojo. Had anything gone awry, his life would have been forfeit. He hoped Hongjun would swiftly eliminate the 3 corpses, which would signify the end of Luo Ho. Indeed, he wished never to encounter Luo Ho again in this lifetime. Luo Ho, seeking vengeance at Tianlong Mountain, faced yet another humiliation his dignity shattered once more. Previously, he had been tossed aside by a mere golden immortal. No, at that time, by someone who was even a golden immortal, as easily as one might handle a chick. This time, he was bullied by a gaggle of children. As the esteemed demon ancestor, how could he endure such disgrace? The mere thought of it being circulated would invite ridicule. From that moment on, Luo Ho never set foot outside the demon realm again. Succumbing to despair within, devoting himself solely to the cultivation of the Excalibur formation, Zhou Yuan's Tianlong Mountain finally enjoyed a period of tranquility one day, while reclining against a robust branch of a spiritual root. A faint ethereal fragrance wafted toward him as he opened his eyes. A large, plump yellow fruit came into view, inscribed with the characters Hongjun. Instantly, Zhou Yuan's drowsiness vanished. How could this fruit be growing so insidiously close to him? Looking back, he noticed the branch of the fruit had extended several dozen meters, curling and twisting until it came to rest directly before him. Are you attempting to tempt me into consuming you? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow, recalling his previous harrowing experience with a Hongjun Li, where he narrowly escaped being torn apart by overwhelming power. He felt a shiver of unease. Resolutely, he pushed the fruit away, intent on leaving. However, the fruit fell from the branch and landed directly in his palm. Goodness, is it really clinging to me? Zhou Yuan stared at the vibrant fruit, tempted. The Hongjun Li was renowned for taking 10,000 years to blossom, another 10,000 to bear fruit, and a staggering 30,000 years to yield just 9 fruits. It was exceedingly precious. What should he do? To eat or not to eat? After a moment of contemplation, Zhou Yuan bit the bullet and swallowed it whole. Fortune favors the bold. The timid perished. He leaped down from the high branch, bracing himself for the impending agony of being torn apart. Indeed, his body soon began to transform. With his blood flowing rapidly, waves of immense true qi surged through him, and he could hear the creaking of his joints as several acupoints and meridians, previously stagnant at the golden immortal level, were instantly unblocked. In his mind, his understanding of cultivation crystallized with unparalleled clarity. It seems I have broken through again. At least I am now at the peak of the golden immortal stage. Zhou Yuan murmured to himself. Suddenly, a deafening thunderclap resounded, shattering the primordial silence. Upon striking the protective barrier of the Tianlong Mountain's sacred dragon array, it was entirely consumed by the formation. Subsequent thunderbolts followed suit, each one absorbed by the array's defenses. The terrifying thunder tribulations sent Zhou Yuan into a cold sweat. This display was enough to frighten anyone into submission. Grateful for the system, the sacred dragon array, heaven, earth, and fate, Zhou Yuan clasped his hands in reverence, his expression one of utmost sincerity. After a while, he realized, wait, can a mere peak golden immortal attract such a thunder tribulation? Just then, a cold, mechanical voice from the system broke through his thoughts. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has been elevated to the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Wow, the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal. Surely this must be a mistake. Zhou Yuan felt momentarily disoriented. It wasn't exaggeration. Aside from the first batch of innate powerhouses who descended with formidable roots, possessing high cultivation upon birth, other beings labored for countless years to achieve even a single breakthrough to Golden Immortal. Even with the system's assistance, Zhou Yuan had spent millions of years in Tianlong Mountain, gradually ascending from the Xian Immortal stage. His leap to Golden Immortal was purely by chance, encountering the fateful confrontation with Luo Ho and Hongjun, which provided him the opportunity to break through to the pinnacle of Golden Immortal. This Hongjun Li was indeed a treasure of innate spiritual roots. However, wasn't it said that consuming it could lead directly to the Daluo Golden Immortal? Contemplating this, Zhou Yuan felt he may have been overly optimistic. After all, the Daluo Golden Immortal was not within his current capacity to withstand. The memory of his first experience consuming a Hongjun Li, where he nearly succumbed to the overwhelming energy, still haunted him. That sensation was beyond what an ordinary person could endure. Progress must be made gradually. The method of forceful enhancement is ultimately fallacious. The Tai Golden Immortal stage is already quite commendable. And being at its pinnacle, he had transcended a total of 4 realms from the Golden Immortal peak, To ascend through those four realms one by one would require millions of years of dedication, an unthinkable endeavor. This exhilarating sensation was simply delightful. Zhou Yuan glanced at the remaining 8 Hongjun leaves on the tree, pondering. Should he consume a few more? Might he ascend directly to the Daluo Golden Immortal? Perhaps even a quasi-saint was within reach. Suddenly, he snapped back to reality. What am I thinking? Do I wish to be torn apart once more? The spiritual root seemed to possess an invisible allure, constantly tempting him to consume it. The golden-hued spiritual fruit was too enticing to behold. Zhou Yuan hurriedly averted his gaze and strode away briskly. Suddenly, a powerful aura brushed past him. Zhou Yuan abruptly halted, turning to see an elderly man clad in white, standing atop a cloud of immortality, before a cluster of sacred fruits that a look of mild surprise graced his features. Ding! Detection indicates that the time Taoist is nearby. Please make a selection. 1. Approach and strike up a conversation. There's a chance to acquire time-based spells. 2. Depart immediately. The system will interpret this as an active forfeiture of this opportunity. It was indeed the time Taoist, a quasi-saint level powerhouse, one of the key figures destined to assist Hongjun in dismantling the Excalibur formation. How could such a prominent figure appear in his dojo? Setting aside that thought, such an opportunity was rare indeed. Given that he typically rarely ventured beyond his doors, encountering a deity was akin to a miraculous event. Now, with an opportunity presenting itself on a silver platter, he would be foolish to let it pass. Moreover, this was within his own domain. What was there to fear? With this in mind, Zhou Yuan shook his long robe, attempting to project an air of authority as he feigned nonchalance. "Young friend, please hold," called the time Taoist. Zhou Yuan's heart leaped with joy. The opportunity had arrived. "Might I inquire, dear friend, whether you are acquainted with a remarkable individual named Zhou Yuan?" Zhou Yuan was so astounded that he nearly sputtered in disbelief. When did he ascend to such heights as a sage? He pondered the reason behind the saint's summons. Zhou Yuan dared not respond hastily. Being approached by a quasi-saint was a matter of considerable significance, and he found himself at a loss to speak candidly. He had merely heard from a companion that there resided an unparalleled sage within the Tianlong mountain, and he had come to pay his respects and seek wisdom. A companion, the only one who had interacted with both the time Taoist and himself, was Hongjun, and it must be that his past act of saving Hongjun had come to light. With that thought, Zhou Yuan shook off his shoulders, stood tall, and proclaimed clearly, "I am indeed Zhou Yuan." As the words left his lips, the time Taoist's expression shifted dramatically, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Marvelous! I merely sought a stroke of luck. Yet here I stand before a true sage. Congratulations on your breakthrough." The respect in the time Taoist tone was palpable. The last time Hongjun encountered Zhou Yuan, he was merely at the pinnacle of the golden immortal level. Little did he expect that upon breaking through to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal, he would meet the time Taoist. Zhou Yuan politely clasped his hands and responded, "You flatter me. Esteemed one, and I am but a humble practitioner. Let us address each other as friends." Being hailed as a sage by a quasi-saint felt rather peculiar to Zhou Yuan. "Might I ask what troubles you, esteemed one?" Zhou Yuan inquired. The time Taoist's demeanor grew grave. "The dismantling of the Juxian sorcery is imminent, and my heart remains unsettled." Indeed, unease was warranted. The moment the Juxian sorcery was dismantled would herald the demise of the time Taoist and his companions. Without their demise, how could Hongjun attain the state of sainthood? Zhou Yuan, with his hands clasped behind his back, gazed into the distance, sensing the profound resentment and ominous aura pervading the world. To restore the vitality of the primordial chaos, certain sacrifices were unavoidable. The time Taoist was taken aback by these words, for he had long sensed an impending dread. It was this very feeling that had prompted his visit. Seeking confirmation, it seemed that all was predestined. Accepting this reality with equanimity, the time Taoist released the weight that had burdened him. "Thank you, friend, for your enlightening words." The time Taoist marveled inwardly. This young practitioner truly lived up to Hongjun's praise, possessing knowledge of the past and foresight of the future. Curiously, he turned to Zhou Yuan. "If you can perceive the cosmos and comprehend the primordial chaos, why do you choose to remain in this confined realm?" With your insight, stepping beyond these boundaries would surely lead to great accomplishments. The Time Taoist's expression reflected genuine regret for Zhou Yuan's choice. Step outside? You might find it amusing, but I have ventured out before and nearly did not return. Zhou Yuan continued, feigning profundity. What a fleeting illusion. What a carefree existence. What constitutes a true sovereign? The Time Taoist realized he had encountered a genuine master. The two continued their light-hearted conversation, and as their rapport deepened, the Time Taoist generously pointed his finger at Zhou Yuan's brow. Instantly, an ethereal essence of profound mystery entered Zhou Yuan's being. Countless time runes floated around him. As Zhou Yuan's consciousness stirred, he found himself witnessing the Time Taoist approaching, inquiring about the whereabouts of the esteemed Zhou Yuan. The flow of thought shifted, and he saw the diminutive Luo, who pointing a finger at him, defiantly questioning, "Who are you to dare disrespect this demon ancestor?" He also recalled his first venture beyond Tianlong Mountain, nearly falling victim to Luo, whose Zhu Xian sword array. Zhou Yuan dared not dwell further on such memories. With a start, he returned to the present and found himself standing alongside the Time Taoist. He discreetly concealed the tumult within. It has been a delightful conversation today, and I bestow upon you this time manipulation technique, hoping it may aid you, the Time Taoist declared. With those words, he stepped into the ethereal mist, departing with a lingering gaze that suggested a sense of longing for their next meeting. This left Zhou Yuan feeling a tinge of melancholy. However, he had little time for such sentiments. The time manipulation technique was of far greater concern. As he gazed at the fading silhouette, he muttered, "Another one who has fallen under my influence at that moment." A crisp chime echoed forth. Chapter 7. The war between Tao and Demon begins. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the Time Taoist technique time manipulation. Time manipulation, one of the laws of time, a technique that allows the practitioner to control time at will, freely switching between time frames, extending or shortening durations. Note: this technique is upgradable and will automatically evolve with the practitioner's strength. Goodness, this attribute is simply extraordinary. Zhou Yuan's heart surged with joy. Despite having anticipated that the Time Taoist techniques would be formidable, he was still taken aback. The ability to manipulate time at will, to extend and shorten it, was indeed impressive. If he could isolate a fragment of the unified time of the primordial chaos and extend it several-fold upon himself. Imagine the rapid growth in his cultivation, while others merely took a moment to dine. What a divine experience that would be, surpassing even the most efficient gains in the ensuing time. Zhou Yuan continued his cultivation, solidifying various techniques and strengthening his foundation in the blink of an eye. 10 millennia passed. Zhou Yuan stretched luxuriously, akin to awakening from a rejuvenating slumber, feeling an abundance of energy coursing through him. Upon waking, he was unaware of how much his cultivation had silently advanced. He had long since grown indifferent to such changes. Had it been in the early days, he would have been overwhelmed with excitement. Exhaling contentedly, Zhou Yuan slowly opened his attribute panel to inspect. Cultivation, pinnacle of Tai, golden immortal. Techniques, tenfold speed cultivation law. Time manipulation, cultivation method. Innate sacred dragon technique. 9 heavens dragon roar, spirit root. 10 innate spirit roots. Weapon, sacred dragon sword. Formation, sacred dragon guardian formation. Tao accomplishment. Zhou Yuan's gaze swept over the details. Not too shabby. The pinnacle of the Tai, golden immortal rank would at least allow him to face the world with dignity in the past. At the Xianxian realm, Zhou Yuan had felt akin to an inexperienced girl, too bashful to venture out. His attention fell upon the final line. What was this Tao accomplishment? Why was it a jumble of characters? Ding! Due to the host's continuous growth in Tao accomplishment, the system is unable to accurately assess the duration of Tao time. Impressive! Zhou Yuan couldn't help but tease the system. System, this won't do. Where has your vast computation gone? Why can't you keep pace with my cultivation speed? I am simply too powerful, Zhou Yuan boasted unabashedly. Feeling his continually strengthening body, he was in a remarkably good mood, adjusting his attire and basking in a gentle breeze. He stepped out of the sacred dragon shrine. The weather was splendid. Perhaps he would take a stroll down the mountain. Children, Zhou Yuan waved at the distant, frolicking brothers, the Halua. Suddenly, a fierce wind gusted, darkening the entire sky in an instant. High above, in the direction of Mount Shumi, a surge of malevolent energy coalesced ominously. Simultaneously, the entire primordial chaos was inundated with a continuous influx of evil energy converging towards Mount Shumi. What nonsense! The Tao diminishes while the demon rises. I, Luo Hu, shall use this Juxian sword array to vindicate the demon realm. Luo, whose chilling voice reverberated throughout the primordial chaos. In an instant, the boundless chaos echoed with thunderous roars. Luo Hu, do not be arrogant. Today I, Hongjun, shall act on behalf of the heavenly Tao and the beings of the primordial chaos to eradicate you, the demon king. The declaration of war between the two quasi-saint figures, Hongjun and Luo Hu, resonated throughout the primordial chaos, filling the air with a palpable tension. Even beneath the protective enchantment of the sacred dragon formation, Zhou Yuan could feel his heart racing in response to the overwhelming proclamation that had shaken the primordial realm. Zhou Yuan's temples throbbed. Thankfully, he had not ventured outside. It is essential to understand that, at this juncture, the primal chaos had yet to give birth to the saints. The fierce contest between the two quasi-saints, Hongjun and Luo Hu, was sufficient to instill fear and disrupt the very fabric of the primordial realm. Following the calamity of Long Han, the primordial world lay in ruins, and the repercussions of this conflict of malevolence would undoubtedly be profound. Zhou Yuan lifted his gaze. Beneath the onslaught of Luo Hu's sword array of extermination, the ethereal figures of three dragons, a phoenix, and a Qilin were ensnared within a vast surge of sinister energy. These spectral apparitions embodied the resentment, malice, and hostility of the three clans. Zhou Yuan mused. Luo Hu, in his quest for this vile energy, has plotted the demise of the three great clans, and yet he dares to proclaim the injustice of the heavenly Tao. How utterly shameless. Given that he had transmigrated as a descendant of the Dragon Clan in this lifetime, it was imperative to restore the Dragon Clan to the grandeur of the primordial stage. Anything less would be a disservice to his identity as the Azure Dragon Prince. The ambition to elevate the Dragon Clan was no simple task. Relying solely on his peak cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal level was woefully insufficient. Only through relentless self-improvement could any possibility arise. Father, let us go play over there. A few mischievous children tugged at Zhou Yuan's garment, pointing excitedly into the distance. Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow and scolded. What is there to play at? Everyone should focus on their training. With a swift flick of his robes, he turned and entered the sacred dragon shrine. In the blink of an eye, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. During this interval, Zhou Yuan attempted to discern how many years he had existed as an ancient entity. Yet the essence of his cultivation remained shrouded in confusion. However, it mattered little. It was, after all, still increasing. Throughout the fierce battles between Luo Hu and Hongjun, the heavenly dragon mountain remained unscathed, protected by the sacred dragon guardian array. The entire mountain still thrived with vitality, infused with rich spiritual energy and ethereal mist. Yet, outside the heavenly dragon mountain, the landscape was less than favorable. The mountains were fractured, and the river valleys were disrupted. Nevertheless, this upheaval could be viewed as a significant reshuffling of the primordial world. With the changing environment, survival of the fittest prevailed, and the weak were cast aside. This ancient and unchanging law of existence applied to any realm. Perched upon a precipice of heavenly dragon mountain, Zhou Yuan surveyed the boundless primordial world before him. The presence of demonic soldiers had diminished, and the atmosphere of hostility had waned. Zhou Yuan murmured. It seems that Luo Hu's fortunes are waning, and Hongjun's ascension to sainthood is imminent. Ding! A notification chimed. Host is cultivated for 10,000 years. Please choose. 1. Continue harvesting for 10,000 years to receive a complete set of Dragon Clan sacred armor. 2. Venture into the primordial realm to assess the situation and directly acquire the sacred dragon division technique. Once again, it was merely a matter of harvesting. This system lacked innovation. This time, Zhou Yuan was inclined to select the second option. Having lingered on Heavenly Dragon Mountain for too long, he had memorized even the locations of several mouse holes, leading to a twinge of boredom. Given that Luoho's fortunes were dwindling, and all his energy was consumed in dealing with Hongjun and others, it was unlikely that he would pay heed to a minor cultivator who had once bullied him, that a little excursion would be pleasant. However, with the division technique in hand, Zhou Yuan, the long-surviving king of stealth, would naturally avoid risking his true self in wandering the primordial realm. With this thought, he settled into a comfortable position on the precipice and allowed a wisp of ethereal consciousness to rise from the crown of his head and drift into the primordial domain. As Zhou Yuan had anticipated, the primordial realm before him was indeed a scene of devastation. The mountain ranges lay shattered, the continents splintered into several pieces, and the void was shrouded in blood mist. With the corpses of demonic beings scattered across the land, alongside numerous fallen primordial creatures, it appears Hongjun is not far from attaining sainthood, Zhou Yuan muttered to himself. No sooner had the words left his lips than an immense, invisible pressure bore down upon him, a chaotic aura. There seemed to be a hint of willow fragrance as well. Before Zhou Yuan could react, a formidable figure materialized beside him. Chapter 8. An unexpected encounter with Yang Mei. Unveiling opportunities. The imposing figure stood resolute, causing Zhou Yuan to startle. Turning his head, he beheld an elder with white hair, wielding a willow branch, gazing at him with a complex expression. This aura was unmistakably that of a powerful being. This appearance, Yang Mei Daoren, as a seasoned enthusiast of primordial tales, Zhou Yuan was well acquainted with the characters of this realm, especially one as deeply rooted as Yang Mei Dao, one of the chaotic demonic gods. The incarnate of the hollow willow and a master of spatial laws, Yang Mei Daoren was among the few who survived Penga's legendary acts during the creation of the world, perhaps due to the desolation of chaos. Yang Mei Daoren had chosen to cultivate in the primordial realm. Yet, how could a mere golden immortal attract the attention of such a prominent figure? Could it be that his deeds in rescuing Hongjun and challenging Luo Ho had gained notoriety, to the extent that even the esteemed Yang Mei Daoren sought his counsel? A lowly golden immortal dares to speak so boldly. Yang Mei was incensed if Hongjun were to attain sainthood. Yang Mei would have long since become the master of saints. How ludicrous! His words dripped with sarcasm, disdain, and contempt. Despite Zhou Yuan's voice being but a whisper, it was fully captured by the other. Zhou Yuan, momentarily taken aback by Yang Mei's fury, could only stare. These primordial deities typically possessed immense cultivation, with the lowest being at the great Luo golden immortal level. If memory served, Yang Mei Daoren was rumored to possess quasi-saint level cultivation. Zhou Yuan's gaze gradually shifted from Yang Mei's furious visage to the willow branch in his hand. One strike from that vine would surely spell his doom. A cold sweat broke out over Zhou Yuan. As his thoughts swirled, he recalled that he was merely a wisp of ethereal consciousness, which offered him some solace. Clearing his throat, Zhou Yuan relaxed his tense vocal cords. Hongjun Dao friend is the first to sever the 3 corpses and attain sainthood. It is simply destiny. What? Severing 3 corpses to achieve the Dao? Yang Mei retorted, his anger intensifying, the willow branch in his hand twitching with menace. Cease your absurd babbling. Retract your previous statement, and I shall spare your life. Zhou Yuan remained unfazed, thinking, I am but a wisp of ethereal consciousness. Do you think I fear you? Even if you chase me to Heavenly Dragon Mountain, under the protection of the Guardian Array, I could easily dismiss Luo Ho, let alone you. He straightened his posture, exuding an air of defiance, as if to say, this is who I am. What can you do about it? This arrogant demeanor provoked Yang Mei Daoren further. Seeking death, in the next instant, the willow branch struck down. Smack! Zhou Yuan felt an immense force descend upon him. Instantly, where the branch landed, a massive rift in space materialized. Zhou Yuan's heart raced with trepidation. Upon opening his eyes again, he found himself back atop the cliff of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Phew! Thankfully, he had employed the division technique. His luck seemed remarkably good, encountering such a formidable figure at random. Yet, according to the primordial historical texts he had perused, Yang Mei should have been a proud individual who could not tolerate others, it appeared that the information about the primordial realm was not entirely accurate. Yang Mei observed Zhou Yuan's consciousness dissipating, a wisp of green smoke drifting toward the direction of Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Emir Tai, golden immortal, dares to show such disrespect to me. I shall see how I can teach you a lesson. Yang Mei's hand waved, and the rift in the fabric of space swiftly mended itself. Stepping upon the green willow, fuming with rage, he prepared to confront Zhou Yuan. At that moment, a voice of authority resonated throughout the primordial realm. I am Hongjun. I have attained sainthood and aligned with the heavenly Tao. A millennium hence, I shall teach the Tao at the Purple Cloud Palace beyond the 33 heavens. Furthermore, I possess the method of severing 3 corpses. All those with destiny in the primordial realm may come to learn the Tao. Yang Mei's expression shifted from fury to disbelief. Hongjun truly attained sainthood? Just moments ago, he had been seething with rage. Now his face shifted in hues of red and green. Overwhelmed by incredulity, he had not anticipated that the small fry would be right after all. However, how could Emir Tai, golden immortal, be privy to such knowledge? Even a quasi-saint like himself could not foresee these events. He not only predicted Hongjun's ascension, but even discerned the method to achieve it. Yang Mei's eyes flickered with intrigue. This moment, he could no longer concern himself with whether Hongjun had achieved sainthood or not. His mind was preoccupied with the earlier Tai immortal. Could this individual be a reincarnation of a deity even more formidable than himself? With this thought, Yang Mei could no longer contain his excitement and curiosity. His figure flickered as he made his way toward the Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Zhou Yuan remained perched upon the cliff, observing. Yang Mei, do you now believe? Zhou Yuan wore a look of regret. If only Hongjun had announced his achievement sooner, I could have witnessed Yang Mei's unparalleled face-slapping technique firsthand. No sooner had he thought this than a familiar figure, accompanied by that ever-familiar willow branch, appeared before him. Oh no! Yang Mei is back at it again. Unexpectedly, I have truly pursued my own dojo here. Fellow cultivator, the attainment of Hongjun's sanctification is an immutable fate. Should you continue to entangle yourself, it is only your own self that will suffer. Zhou Yuan feigned calmness. However, to his surprise, Yang Mei stepped forward and grasped Zhou Yuan's arm. Her face adorned with an expression of utmost reverence and flattery. Little fellow cultivator, I sincerely apologize for any offense I may have caused earlier. I hope you can forgive me. What does this mean? Zhou Yuan's vigilance heightened. Fellow cultivator, how did you deduce Hongjun's path to sanctification? You even managed to calculate the methods of his ascension. Yang Mei's face was filled with astonishment. Oh, so this is the reason for your visit. After wielding the whip against me, you come here to fish for information, treating me like a fool. Zhou Yuan held his nose high, hands clasped behind him, adopting an air of superiority, for the secrets of heaven must not be divulged. Yang Mei ceased her inquiries. Her eyes sparkled with intensity. Do you know where my opportunities lie? Still daring to pry. Do you think I am a free consultation service? Zhou Yuan maintained a frosty demeanor, extending his thumb and forefinger, subtly rubbing them together with profound meaning. Yang Mei, puzzled, mimicked Zhou Yuan's gesture. Zhou Yuan internally scoffed. What are you pretending for? You, an ancient fox of countless eons, lack even this bit of social acumen. In the next moment, Zhou Yuan's gaze fixated on the whip in Yang Mei's hand, signaling her, since we have met without conflict today, I shall gift this willow branch to you, and I hope you can enlighten me on my opportunity. Now that is more like it. Zhou Yuan accepted the willow branch, his fingers swirling in chaos. Your opportunity does not lie within the primordial chaos. Upon hearing this, Yang Mei's expression shifted dramatically. She thought to herself, no wonder I have made no progress after wandering through the primordial chaos for so many years. Now even Hongjun has achieved sanctification. It turns out I have been on the wrong path all along. With this realization, Yang Mei looked at Zhou Yuan with even greater admiration, no longer lamenting the loss of the willow branch. A single willow branch in exchange for an opportunity. Worth it. With no opportunities in the primordial chaos, Yang Mei felt no attachment, and, after bidding farewell to Zhou Yuan, vanished directly into the boundless chaos. Once Yang Mei departed, Zhou Yuan's facade of coldness finally crumbled. Gazing at the slender willow branch, the corners of his mouth nearly stretched to the back of his head, just as excitement began to bubble within him. A resonant and authoritative voice echoed from beyond the heavens. Chapter 9. The Invited Guest of Hongjun. The three Pure Ones are unconvinced. The familiar, imposing voice resonated through the primordial chaos a millennium later. At the Zixiao Palace, it was proclaimed, I, Hongjun, extend a special invitation to fellow cultivator Zhou Yuan of Dragon Mountain by the Four Seas. At the Zixiao Palace, Hongjun Daoist cast a burning gaze towards the direction of Dragon Mountain. Little brother, you will come, won't you? A glimmer of anticipation flickered in Hongjun's eyes, as the voice of the saint resounded. The primordial world erupted into a frenzy. Countless beings and cultivators of the primordial chaos began to discuss fervently. No way. Hongjun the saint has personally invited him? Who is Zhou Yuan that he warrants such an invitation? Isn't Dragon Mountain merely a dojo of the once mighty dragon clan by the Four Seas? That clan has long since fallen. What significant figures could possibly be there? Among the powerful beings of the primordial chaos, I have heard of many, yet I have no recollection of Zhou Yuan. Countless cultivators of the primordial chaos were filled with curiosity regarding Zhou Yuan's identity. Perhaps he is a recluse of unparalleled prowess. Who knows how many such hidden masters lie within the primordial chaos? Unknown to us? I wish to see Dragon Mountain and witness what this high being looks like. Humph. What are you dreaming of? A person personally invited by Hongjun the Saint is surely a formidable figure of the quasi-saint realm. How could a mere golden immortal like you hope to meet him? Such discussions echoed throughout every corner of the primordial chaos. Meanwhile, some cultivators near the Dragon Mountain dojo had already set out to inquire about the legend of Zhou Yuan. A few shrimps and crabs drifting in the Four Seas, along with several ancient turtles, wandered in the waters near Dragon Mountain, gazing up in awe. I, the old turtle, have lived in this area for millions of years and have never heard of a great figure named Zhou Yuan residing here. No wonder the Dragon Clan's fortunes have dwindled. Over the past few millennia, the spiritual energy of Dragon Mountain has suddenly surged. Turns out there is a high being cultivating here, that I truly hope to witness the grandeur of this high being. In no time, the entire primordial chaos was abuzz with various tales about Zhou Yuan of Kunlun Mountain, an elderly figure, exuding an aura of celestial grace, stroked his long, white beard with a look of puzzlement. I have never heard of this high being named Zhou Yuan. The speaker was none other than Laozi, the founder of the way of the celestial master in later generations in ancient times, Panga the Great transformed his essence into the three pure ones, Taiji Laozi, Yuqing Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Shangxing Tongtian. We three pure ones are transformed from the pure essence of Pangu. How many in the primordial chaos can rival our roots? Yet we were not specially invited. The middle-aged figure of Yuanshi, Tianzuan, wore an expression of displeasure. They, the illustrious three pure ones, had not received an invitation from the saint. What then was Zhou Yuan? Yuanshi, Tianzuan felt a sense of injustice within. How can we three pure ones, who are at least of the great Luo golden immortal level, not be favored by the saint? The youngest among them, Tong Tian, also bore an expression of discontent, being transformed from Pangu's pure essence. Their lineage was enough to instill envy in other cultivators of the primordial chaos. IT provided the three pure ones with a sense of pride and superiority. Since their arrival in the primordial chaos, they had been great Luo golden immortals. Who would dare to look down upon them? The fact that the person personally invited by the saint was not one of them was something the three pure ones could not accept. At Dragon Mountain, within the sacred dragon shrine, Zhou Yuan munched on a ginseng fruit while contemplating Hongjun's invitation. This old fellow, openly calling for me, it seems I can no longer maintain a low profile. The Zixiao Palace's preaching is said to attract 3,000 worldly guests from the primordial chaos and beyond, a grand affair of immense scale. All renowned and lesser-known figures of the primordial chaos would be in attendance. To his astonishment, Hongjun had personally invited him. Should I go or not? Zhou Yuan pondered. He glanced at his own body, at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage. This level of cultivation could be described as neither high nor low. If he recalled correctly, there were indeed numerous great Luo golden immortals present in the primordial chaos at this moment. However, the preaching at the Zhixiao Palace represented an opportunity. Was he truly going to let it slip through his fingers? Was he to continue languishing in Dragon Mountain indefinitely? If he were to wait until he became a quasi-saint, the likes of the three pure ones, and in what would have long attained their own saintly positions. Zhou Yuan's gaze flickered with determination, a resolute expression emerging. I shall step forth. Only by venturing out could there be hope. Zhou Yuan made up his mind. At this moment, he resolved to shed the title of the king of survival after millennia. Though lacking in high cultivation, he possessed formidable treasures. Zhou Yuan seized the willow branch. Instantly, a myriad of spatial law runes began to swirl in the void around him. Focusing his mind, Zhou Yuan wielded the willow branch. Boom! Under the overwhelming power of the laws, Zhou Yuan felt an inexplicable pressure. Cold sweat dripped from his forehead. The seemingly light willow branch felt as if it weighed 1,000 pounds. The branch trembled violently, and the half-visible spatial law runes around him began to collide uncontrollably. Soon, chaos ensued in the spatial fabric, causing Dragon Mountain to tremble slightly. The branch quaked, startling countless celestial cranes and birds into flight. Zhou Yuan hastily ceased his manipulation of the laws. Everything returned to normal. Damn, the spatial laws are beyond the control of a Tai golden immortal. Zhou Yuan's face flushed crimson as the blood within him surged rapidly under the influence of the spatial laws. With a long sigh, Zhou Yuan began to contemplate alternative methods. The power of the spatial laws was undeniably extraordinary. Mastering them could even lead to the creation of a new world, if wielded properly. The master could become akin to a deity of creation. Choose. 1. Continue cultivating for 100,000 years to obtain the innate spiritual treasure, the heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda. 2. Proceed immediately to the Zhixiao Palace to acquire the essence of spatial origin. The system is truly powerful. Zhou Yuan was filled with excitement. The essence of spatial origin is one of the sources of the Great Tao. The reason Zhou Yuan was unable to control the spatial laws was due to his insufficient cultivation and inadequate foundation. However, this essence of the Great Tao would precisely fill those gaps. The heavenly yellow Linglong Pagoda would require the sacrifice of 100,000 years of cultivation. 100,000 years would mean that by the time he emerged, the opportunity would have passed. System, I want the essence of spatial origin. No, wait, I choose the second option. In an instant, a surge of chaotic energy, the very essence of space, began to seep slowly into Zhou Yuan's body from above his head. At that moment, a profound understanding of the principles of spatial law illuminated Zhou Yuan's mind. Many of the complexities surrounding the laws of space no longer seemed as obscure or elusive as they had before. Ethereal runes danced and floated within his consciousness, and the shackles binding his comprehension of spatial pathways shattered in an instant. That a smile crept onto Zhou Yuan's lips. Goodness, this effect is even more immediate than that of a certain cold remedy advertisement. Without further hesitation, he grasped the willow branch once more, feeling an irresistible urge as he swung his arm down in a fluid motion. The void before him was torn asunder by Zhou Yuan's will. His movements as graceful and effortless as flowing water. The principles of space and Zhou Yuan himself became one. Then, with a flurry of motion, the willow branches descended repeatedly, in the expanse of the void. New worlds sprang forth, birthed by Zhou Yuan's creativity. As his thoughts flowed, he commanded the ruptured void to merge. Instantly, the torn fabric of space knitted itself back together, restoring its original form. Splendid, with this treasure by his side. The journey to Zhixiao Palace now held much greater assurance. Gazing at the spatial willow, Zhou Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. With less than a millennium until Hongjun imparts his teachings, it's time to set forth. Without a moment's delay, Zhou Yuan's figure flickered as he made his way into the chaos. Chapter 10. Let all of you join forces. Just as Zhou Yuan exited the Tianlong Mountain Dojo, a multitude of hurried figures rushed past him, one after another, in a frenzy. Undoubtedly, these were the mortals hastening towards Zhixiao Palace to seek enlightenment. Hurry! If we don't move faster, we'll miss the teachings of the holy venerable Hongjun. Yes, I'm already moving quickly. But look at those Tai golden immortals. They're simply so fast. As a golden immortal spoke, a celestial immortal appeared, laboriously carrying a small bundle, trudging forward without even lifting his head. Yet his pace was no match for the swift leaps of the golden immortals. This was the stark difference in cultivation levels. Many beings of the primordial chaos had set out long ago, eager to reach Zhixiao Palace before Hongjun's teachings commenced. The individuals surrounding Zhou Yuan might well have begun their journeys thousands of years prior. Zhou Yuan could not help but chuckle at the sight. Did they think Zhixiao Palace was a mere bathhouse? What sort of cultivator could simply walk in? Zhixiao Palace lay beyond the 33 heavens, situated in the realm of chaos. Chaos was a place where only those of golden immortal status or higher could even contemplate entering. By the time one approached the boundaries of chaos, they would likely be torn to shreds, their souls extinguished. Tai golden immortals faced danger as well, but depended on their strength. Those lacking solid cultivation could also fall victim to the chaos. As Zhou Yuan stepped out, he blended in with the throng of lesser beings. Among them were celestial immortals, true immortals, and golden immortals. He even spotted a few earth immortals. Such a display felt like a deliberate lowering of his status. Zhou Yuan's hand instinctively reached for his waist, where the willow branch lay quietly concealed beneath his long robe. Perhaps it was best to maintain a low profile, with a flicker of movement. Zhou Yuan swiftly distanced himself from the weaker beings. As he advanced, he began to sense the subtle essence of the chaos world. Countless beings around him had already succumbed to the oppressive weight of chaos. The lower their cultivation, the less they could withstand its pressure. Even the gentlest breeze felt like a blade against the celestial immortals. In the blink of an eye, the number of those journeying to Zhixiao Palace had diminished by more than half. The remaining individuals were those capable of enduring the chaos's relentless pull. Zhou Yuan continued to move discreetly when suddenly, several fleeting figures caught his attention overhead, engaged in a heated chase. Zhou Yuan's eyes narrowed. What is the point of their relentless pursuit? Once they reach Zhixiao Palace, treasures in the chaos can be found everywhere. Surely they are not worth more than what they carry. Zhou Yuan scoffed silently, ready to quicken his pace. Just then, a dark blue dragon silhouette surged into view. Upon closer inspection, he saw a colossal Kuan bird flapping its massive wings, menacingly bearing down on several azure dragons. Its enormous claws clutched two small, Tai golden immortal dragons, while the largest azure dragon fought valiantly against the imposing Kunping. Release those azure dragons. Ha ha, old thing, I want to let go. What will you do about it? The Kunping's arrogant laughter immediately attracted the attention of the surrounding travelers. Look there, a few azure dragons. Indeed, it's quite amusing. Are these azure dragons also headed to Zhixiao Palace? How absurd. The dragon clan has exhausted its fate. These azure dragons still dare to seek the teachings of the saints. How deluded. The onlookers, primordial beings, erupted into laughter. Hey, little azure bugs, why not return to your murky waters? You're only embarrassing yourselves here. The elder azure dragon seethed with rage, its long whiskers trembling violently. Humph! The teachings of the saints are open to all with strength, regardless of background or status. Why, what right do you mock the dragon clan? Oh, are you angry now? Ha ha! Little dragon, best return to your filthy ocean. My brothers, let's not be hasty. I have a splendid idea. There's a distance to Zhixiao Palace. If we feast on some dragon liver, gall, and heart, won't that enhance our speed? Yes. Why didn't I think of that? What are we waiting for? Let us charge together. I could use him out. I will capture one of those little azure dragons. With that, the crowd surged forward, surrounding the azure dragons and the elder dragon alike. The onlookers eyed the trapped azure dragons with greedy expressions. The Kunping roared. This elder dragon is mine. You can have a rest. With that, its sharp claws released, sending several azure dragons tumbling down. Zhou Yuan, traveling nearby, witnessed the entire scene unfold. How dare they bully the dragon clan like this? Zhou Yuan's heart ignited with fury, the fire raging in his throat. That moment, he paid no mind to whether he could contend with so many opponents. He felt the azure dragon blood within him ignite. Though the dragon clan had fallen, He was still the prince of the East Sea, and the dignity of his lineage was not something these insignificant creatures could trample upon. By the heavens! Zhou Yuan roared, launching a powerful kick. Boom! The throng assaulting the Azure Dragons was caught completely off guard, toppling to the ground. Who? The fallen cultivators scrambled to identify their assailant. Who dares to be so bold? Your grandfather! Zhou Yuan's cold gaze radiated an undeniable pressure. Everyone was instantly silenced by the icy aura he exuded. The Deluo golden immortal Kunpeng nearly faltered under Zhou Yuan's imposing presence. Upon closer inspection, it realized Zhou Yuan's cultivation was merely that of a Tai golden immortal. The Kunpeng, with a mighty flap of its wings, descended before Zhou Yuan, wearing an expression of mockery and disdain. A mere Tai golden immortal has frightened you all? The other cultivators snapped back to reality, rising to their feet, rolling up their sleeves, and preparing to attack Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan remained composed, his gaze sweeping over the gathered cultivators. Point 8 at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal. Point 6 at the initial stage of Deluo Golden Immortal. Point 3 at the pinnacle of Deluo Golden Immortal. All stronger than me. Brother, do not concern yourself with us. You should flee, a small azure dragon urged, seeing Zhou Yuan's cultivation was only at the peak of Tai Golden Immortal, advising him against overstepping. You think you can kick us and then run away? You really believe you can escape? One of the cultivators with the Luo Golden Immortal cultivation cracked his knuckles, a murderous glint in his eyes. Zhou Yuan simply smiled faintly. Come at me all together. Chapter 11. On the road to Zixiao Palace. The Kunpeng is swarmed. Arrogance. What does arrogance truly mean? At this moment, Zhou Yuan embodies the essence of arrogance to perfection. The esteemed figures around him are instantly engulfed in unbearable humiliation. Particularly the great Luo Golden Immortals, who feel as though their dignity has been shattered beneath someone's heel, igniting their fury to an extreme. The few small azure dragons, trampled upon, were expressions of despair, seemingly foreseeing a grim fate ahead that the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal cultivation. Even a complete Tai Golden Immortal cannot withstand this onslaught, let alone those great Luo Golden Immortals. More and more beings halt in their tracks. The commotion swelling in intensity as the crowd grows. This small azure dragon possesses a hint of pride. Yet what pride is it? I see merely a reckless youth rushing headlong into danger. The Kunpeng, a creature of some renown in the primordial chaos, is not to be trifled with. Those who offend him seldom find a favorable outcome. Just wait and see. These azure dragons won't even realize how they meet their demise. Perhaps later, they might even scavenge some dragon scales or bones. The gathering of onlookers behaves like mere spectators, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, so much so that they neglect their own paths, amidst the hushed murmurs of the crowd. Suddenly, clang a multitude of sharp swords and spears. Even exquisite treasures are grasped by the esteemed figures. The weapons reflect blinding light in the dim chaos of the void, their blades radiating a murderous aura. The surrounding spectators hastily retreat a few steps, fearful of attracting unwarranted trouble. Little azure worm, you think you could be so brazen? Today, I shall make an example of you. With that, several cultivators brandish their weapons, aiming viciously at Zhou Yuan's head, in the blink of an eye. However, Zhou Yuan draws forth a hollow willow from his waist and bellows toward the crowd. Instantly, the weapons in their hands are drawn into the hollow willow. The entire process is swift as lightning. Even the great Luo Golden Immortals fail to react in time, only to find their hands empty. This little insect dares to employ underhanded tactics. Everyone, unite and eliminate him. The Kunpeng roars, its colossal wings stirring a palpable aura of menace. The others, their faces flushed with anger, feel as though they have been toyed with by this azure dragon. With so many beings watching, how can they maintain their dignity? Yet before they can step forward, Zhou Yuan strikes with the willow, creating a massive rift in the void that violently tears apart. The overwhelming force reduces the esteemed figures to mere shards of flesh and blood, their very souls disintegrating into nothingness. The Kunpeng, witnessing this, is filled with trepidation, its gaze fixed on the willow in Zhou Yuan's grasp. What kind of treasure is this? Its eyes are filled with fear and dread. To annihilate so many great Luo golden immortals in an instant, this artifact is far from ordinary. Previously, the Kunpeng had dismissed it as a mere trinket capable of disarming opponents by surprise. Yet it had not anticipated that a mere swing of the willow would unleash such world-ending power. In that moment, all the onlookers are left dumbfounded, turning to witness the newly formed edge of the space. Splattered with blood and remnants of flesh, the remains of the recently disarmed esteemed figures this moment. No one dares to breathe, their faces stricken with terror as they gaze at Zhou Yuan, who wields the willow with an air of elegance and undeniable authority. How could this be? A Tai golden immortal has, with a single swing of a willow, slain so many great Luo golden immortals. Who is this azure dragon? Truly formidable. The Kunpeng, belatedly realizing the gravity of the situation, breaks into a cold sweat, its heart racing. Had it not been for its distance, it too might have perished alongside those foolish beings. Moreover, what is the nature of that newly formed rift in space? Before the Kunpeng could ponder further, Zhou Yuan waves his hand, causing the torn rift to close instantly, reverting the space to its prior state. Yet while the space may have restored, the Tai and great Luo golden immortals cannot return. The Kunpeng quietly turns to leave, its eyes darting furtively, intent on slipping away unnoticed. Suddenly, a cacophony erupts as a mountain of weapons materializes before Zhou Yuan, the very armaments belonging to those he had just dispatched. These are all superior spiritual treasures. If you all give the Kunpeng a thorough beating, these will be yours. With that declaration, the atmosphere ignites with excitement. Wow, I have my eye on that golden-edged sword. It belongs to a great Luo and wields immeasurable power. The great Luo figures truly possess wealth. Even a single item here surpasses my own weapon by countless folds. So, what do you say, brothers? Shall we engage? Yet it is the Kunpeng we are facing. And what of the Kunpeng? Merely a bird that is cultivated longer than us. With so many cultivators, can we not overcome one? Faced with the temptation of weapons and treasures, the crowd grows restless. The Kunpeng stands in a corner of the void, under the scrutiny of so many, feeling trapped, pondering. Is it really wise to speak so openly in my presence? Zhou Yuan, with a swift kick, sends the pile of weapons sprawling across the ground, amplifying the visual impact and allure. Observing the faces filled with insatiable greed, a wicked smile creeps across Zhou Yuan's lips. You may have garnered the support of many, but inciting their wrath is merely a matter of moments. In an instant, the crowd of onlookers sheds their last vestiges of restraint, raising their fists and charging at the Kunpeng. Even passers-by are swept up in the frenzy. Joining the chaotic assault, the anguished cries of the Kunpeng echo throughout the void. Zhou Yuan strides past the scattered spiritual treasures without a glance, resolutely moving forward. The time for Hongjun's sermon approaches, and the Zixiao Palace lies ahead. I must hasten my journey. Dao friend! Dao friend! Turning around, he finds the small azure dragons he had saved earlier. Thank you for your timely assistance. Several azure dragons bow in gratitude, their eyes glistening with a sense of kinship, as if fellow villagers reuniting after a long separation. Zhou Yuan does not pause his steps, nor does he look back, casually responding, as descendants of the dragon clan. It was only right. The azure dragons quicken their pace to keep up, eager to converse with Zhou Yuan. Your good intentions may have provoked the Kunpeng. It is likely that he will seek you out for revenge in the future. Indeed, it would be wise for you to remain cautious. The small azure dragons offer their warnings. One elder dragon, with a probing gaze, fixates on Zhou Yuan, and finally, unable to restrain himself, inquires, typically, the descendants of the azure dragon clan cultivate in the EC. I do not recall ever encountering you before. May I ask where you have been cultivating? Before Zhou Yuan can respond, a powerful aura of a saint suddenly emanates from within the Zixiao Palace. Zhou Yuan, my friend. Ha! Splendid. I, Hongjun, have eagerly awaited your arrival. Clad in the robes of a saint, Hongjun's excitement is palpable as he approaches Zhou Yuan. Outside the Zixiao Palace, Countless beings from the primordial chaos fall into a profound silence for several seconds. After a brief pause, it is as if a thunderous clap shatters the stillness, causing the numerous dignitaries awaiting entry into the Zhixiao Palace to nearly lose their composure. Chapter 12. A Saint's Warm Welcome. Is Zhou Yuan? To be candid, Zhou Yuan had not anticipated such a warm reception from a saint, Hongjun. Fortunately, Zhou Yuan is no stranger to grand affairs, having encountered top-tier figures such as the Tao of Time and the Grand Master Yangmei. He even once bested Luo Ho. Remaining calm, Zhou Yuan reassures his restless heart, responding with composure and grace. Tao friend Hongjun, you flatter me. It is only right that I heed your invitation. Upon concluding their discourse, the two individuals engaged in spirited laughter, walking in unison towards the esteemed Zhixiao Palace. Throughout their conversation, their camaraderie was evident, as they affectionately referred to each other as fellow Taoists, reminiscent of longtime friends. Thus, amidst the astonished and bewildered gazes of the onlookers, Zhou Yuan and the sage Hongjun entered the Zhixiao Palace together, leaving behind a crowd that had been rendered speechless with astonishment. Countless cultivators gazed in envy and resentment at the departing figure of Zhou Yuan. Escorted by the sage, my goodness, did you hear that? The sage addressed him as a fellow Taoist. Could it be that he is Zhou Yuan, the enigmatic figure from Tianlong Mountain, personally invited by the sage? How is that possible? He is merely a Tai, golden immortal. How could Hongjun be so familiar with someone of such humble status? This is utterly inconceivable. We had expected the one invited by the sage to be a formidable master of extraordinary cultivation, perhaps even a quasi-saint. Yet it turns out to be a mere Tai, golden immortal, and a lowly blue dragon at that. The multitude of cultivators gathered before the gates of Zhixiao Palace expressed their disappointment regarding Zhou Yuan's identity. Prior to their arrival, everyone had been filled with curiosity about the mysterious figure personally invited by the sage. However, upon seeing Zhou Yuan, an inconsequential Tai, golden, immortal blue dragon, their disillusionment was palpable. The three clear ones who had been waiting outside the palace were particularly incensed. The primordial lord, with defiant eyes, seethed, I refuse to accept this. Why should the sage hold such regard for this insignificant Tai, golden immortal? As a great Luo, golden immortal, and the incarnation of Pangu's three clear ones, he believed himself to be vastly superior to the unremarkable Zhou Yuan, in terms of cultivation, background, and lineage. He found no merit in Zhou Yuan. Was the sage blind? Of course. The primordial lord would never dare utter such words aloud. He wore a perplexed expression, but refrained from saying anything further. Tong Tian, trailing behind the primordial lord, shared his indignation. How could the sage be so short-sighted? This Taoist is intolerable, Tong Tian blurted out without thought. The primordial lord raised his hand, swinging his whisk towards Tong Tian's face. Admonishing, cease your reckless words. Even the usually irritable primordial lord was taken aback by Tong Tian's outburst. He turned, glaring fiercely at Tong Tian. What nonsense! This is Zhixiao Palace before the sage's residence. Who dares utter blasphemies? Furthermore, with so many listeners present, if any malicious individuals were to overhear and report to the sage, it would be disastrous. Only someone as thoughtless as Tong Tian would speak such incendiary words. Realizing his mistake, Tong Tian hung his head in embarrassment. His face flushed and dared not utter another word. Amidst the crowd, a feminine presence entered the throng, her resplendent figure drawing immediate attention. With a human head and serpent body, she exuded an enchanting grace. Indeed, this captivating beauty was the revered Mother Nuwa, the creator of humanity. As she twirled, enveloped in celestial mist, Nuwa transformed into an exquisite beauty of unparalleled elegance, with a slender waist, fair skin, and a visage of noble beauty surpassing even that of celestial maidens. She gracefully approached the grand entrance of Zhixiao Palace. From afar, she had witnessed Hongjun personally welcoming Zhou Yuan. That utterly ordinary figure had been indelibly etched in her mind. Nuwa was the first to enter Zhixiao Palace. The throng of scattered immortals behind her finally reacted, surging forward in a flurry. Outside the gates of Zhixiao Palace, beings from the primordial realm continued to stream in, underscoring the significance of the sage's teachings. The few blue dragons rescued by Zhou Yuan entered, looking quite disheveled. With their cultivation at the perfected Tai golden immortal level, they faced the chaotic winds of chaos and were bullied by various ruffians. The journey for the blue dragons had been fraught with peril. As they stepped into Zhixiao Palace, they curiously inquired of the elder blue dragon leading them. "Elder, where did our benefactor go?" "I do not know. Let us search if he was personally invited by the sage to listen to the teachings. Surely he would have special arrangements and would not be mingling with us," the elder replied, craning his neck in search. The elder was quite agitated. Since the decline of the dragon clan, their descendants have been persistently bullied. To think that just now, that blue dragon had gained the sage's favor, and he was merely an ordinary Tai golden immortal blue dragon. This was indeed a remarkable point. One must establish a connection with that blue dragon. At the very least, the blue dragon clan would no longer suffer oppression. Moments later, outside Zhixiao Palace, a severely battered great bird stumbled in. Its face bruised, blood trickling from its mouth, and its body adorned with tattered remnants. Its once majestic wings hung limply at its sides. The speedster Kuanping had become one of the last to arrive. As Kuanping entered, countless cultivators stifled their laughter. The bullied blue dragons looked upon the injured Kuanping, their anger dissipating significantly. Kuanping, limping and seething, searched for Zhou Yuan. "Damn it! You dared to scheme against me? Just wait. Your end is near." After scouring the vicinity, Kuanping could not find Zhou Yuan. The more agitated he became, the more his wounds throbbed. Just as he was about to curse Zhou Yuan, suddenly, 6 cushions appeared on the lofty Ziyun platform. Where did these 6 cushions come from? They were in excellent positions, should one attempt to claim one. The 3,000 worldly guests who traversed the chaotic winds into this realm were undeniably formidable beings. No one wished for anyone else to succeed. In an instant, the crowd began to jostle and push one another, eager to seize the enticing cushions. The 3 clear ones, standing at the forefront, exchanged knowing glances. In a mere moment, their brotherly synergy erupted. 3 streams of clear energy surged toward the first 3 cushions. In an instant, in the blink of an eye, only 3 cushions remained. This was intolerable. The crowd hesitated no longer, launching themselves toward the remaining 3 cushions. In that moment, a wave of enchanting demonic energy erupted. Following that, an alluring figure appeared before the cultivator, rushing towards the cushions. Flashing a captivating smile, a host of cultivators were instantly bewitched by her enchanting fragrance. Pausing their advance toward the cushions, in those fleeting seconds, Niwa had already flicked her exquisite serpent tail and claimed a cushion beside the 3 clear ones. "What the? Is this even possible?" The crowd gasped in astonishment. Chapter 13. The contest for the cushions, a complete farce. Just as Niwa settled onto her cushion, a streak of red celestial cloud darted past outside Zhixiao Palace. What was that? Before the crowd could react, the red cloud transformed, settling right next to Niwa. The figure cast a flirtatious glance at Niwa. "Fair maiden, what is your name? Is this the start of flirtation?" The many cultivators present wore expressions of utter bewilderment. Damn! In the blink of an eye, another cushion is gone. Only 1 cushion remained, and it was a must-have. The foremost group of cultivators had already assumed a running stance. In that instant, a formidable kunbird surged through the throng, charging towards the last cushion. Its gait appeared somewhat unsteady, yet it did not hinder its speed. With such force, it knocked several cultivators to the ground. Once the final cushion was claimed by the kunbird, the crowd finally regained their senses. Staring at the fallen feathers scattered about, they were left in disbelief. Goodness, even a cripple can run this fast? Incredible! Today has truly opened my eyes. This warrior certainly deserves that cushion. They were awestruck that Tio secured the cushion. Kuanping had fought his way from the back of the crowd, wounded yet brimming with determination. Ultimately, seizing the last cushion, it was only after settling down beside the cushion that he realized the severity of his injuries. Letting out a pained cry, the agony was excruciating that Kuanping seethed with indignation. Upon reflecting that as a grand Luo Jingxian, he had been reduced to such a state by a mere Tai Jingxian, his heart burned with frustration. In the blink of an eye, 6 meditation cushions each found their respective owners. and the cacophony of voices gradually faded into silence. Those cultivators who had failed to secure a cushion were left with no choice but to resign themselves to their fate, offering each other words of comfort. It matters not. It is merely a seat, as long as we attentively listen to the teachings. It matters little where we sit. Indeed, occupying a front row seat does not necessarily indicate a diligent student, nor does being seated in the back imply a lack of merit. A mere seat cannot determine one's worth. Alas, these cultivators remained oblivious to the grand opportunity that lay beneath those cushions. Otherwise, they would have long been driven to despair by their own shortcomings. One by one, they sought out empty spaces and settled down. Time was drawing near that a young attendant beside the Hongjun sage rose to close the door. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out, "Wait! Hold the door." Instantly, the hall of the Zixiao Palace was filled with a clamor. All eyes turned in unison towards the commotion. Two figures, garbed in tattered robes and with dirt-streaked faces, stumbled in, evidently weary from their long journey. These two were none other than the most skilled cultivators in the primordial world, Jin and Junyi. Unbeknownst to them, the years of travel had left their garments in tatters, battered by the chaotic winds of the void. As the wind blew, their rags fluttered wildly, and one could even see the dust falling from their forms. The onlookers were taken aback. Is this truly how one arrives to hear the teachings? Surely, even if they had been robbed along the way, they would not have been reduced to such a pitiful state. Whispers of disbelief circulated among the crowd, and some could not help but burst into laughter at the sight of these two. A kind-hearted cultivator nearest the entrance said, "Fellow Taoists, there are still empty spaces here. Please take a seat quickly." Junyi waved his hand dismissively, his gaze sweeping the area. Upon spotting the 6 unique positions near the Ziyun platform, his eyes gleamed, and with a dramatic flair, he began to lament. "We hail from the West, impoverished and ragged, our bodies exposed to the elements. Upon hearing that the sage would impart teachings today, we have risked everything to travel countless miles. Who knows the hardships we have endured? Yet now, we find no place to sit." Beside him, Jane tapped a broken bowl in rhythm, playing along with the performance. Clearly, the two were intentionally playing the part of the downtrodden. Not a single cultivator in attendance was moved. To hear the sage's teachings, it seemed as though everyone else had faced far less adversity on their journeys. Instead, they regarded the duo with bemusement, as one might observe jesters. Those seated upon the cushions remained unperturbed. Yuan Shirtinin did not so much as turn his back. Laozi remained equally indifferent. Tongtian, however, turned around, appearing amused as he swayed to the rhythm of their lamentations. Inhua wore a distinctly disdainful expression. A cultivator sitting beside Junyi and Jin cast a sympathetic glance their way and said, "Brothers, just take a seat here. There are so many of us, and no one has a place behind them." Another cultivator, overwhelmed by the stench of sweat emanating from the duo, urged, "Brother, perhaps you should make one last effort." Junyi was unwilling to yield. With a broad grin, he resumed his weeping. "Dear brothers and sisters." At this moment, a figure clad in a crimson robe, Hongjun, abruptly rose. Whether out of disdain for their theatrics or genuine sympathy, Hongjun gestured towards the two beggar-like Taoists, saying, "Brothers, I will relinquish my position to you. No need for further lamentations or songs." Having spoken, Hongjun strode away from the cushion and into the throng behind. Upon witnessing this, Junyi and Jane's expressions brightened, and without a moment's hesitation, Junyi swiftly occupied the vacated spot. Jane stood alongside, his gaze fixed intently on the last cushion occupied by the Kunpeng, brandishing his broken bowl and wooden stick as if to say, "Brother, shall I strike again?" The Kunpeng felt a shiver run down his spine under Jane's penetrating gaze. A sense of discomfort enveloping him. Turning around, he found countless pairs of eyes fixed upon him. "What the hell? Why are you all staring at me? This is moral coercion. Do you know that? Stop looking. Just stop looking. This is something I fought tooth and nail for. Injured and limping." Ultimately, the Kunpeng was the first to concede defeat. As he stepped down from the cushion, he cast a resentful glare at Hongjun. Finding an empty spot to sit, seething with indignation, the dust settled. Just moments prior, in the midst of the commotion over the cushions, in a hidden corner behind the Ziyun platform, Hongjun stood in astonishment. Having witnessed the entire spectacle, turning to Zhou Yuan, he exclaimed in disbelief, "Fellow Taoist, You are truly a figure of the great Tao. What just transpired was precisely as you described. Zhou Yuan smiled slightly, replying, "It is nothing much. The performance is over. It is time for the main character to take the stage." He gestured to Hongjun, indicating that it was his turn to ascend. "Oh, not forget your promise to me. Dear friend." Reflecting on the journey, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of resentment at the humiliation faced by the Dragon Clan. Ultimately, it was due to their diminished status that they were looked down upon. Zhou Yuan had resolved to take advantage of Hongjun's cushions. The 6 strands of primordial purple energy were predetermined by the heavenly Tao and could not be altered. The Dragon Clan could do without them. But as long as they possessed strength, achieving sanctity in the future would be a trivial matter. Yet, these cushions were merely a formality. Securing a place upon them would instantly elevate the Dragon Clan's status. "Rest assured, that is only natural," Hongjun replied readily. Zhou Yuan smiled outwardly, though inwardly he cursed, "Damn it. You expect me to guide you in imparting the teachings of the sage, as if I possess any profound understanding of the 3,000 principles? This feels like pushing a duck onto the perch." With a determined heart, Zhou Yuan stepped onto the Xian platform, his demeanor enigmatic, a smile lingering on his lips as he ascended, welcomed by Hongjun. Chapter 14. The front row cushions are reserved exclusively for the Dragon Clan. Immediately, a profound aura of sanctified Tao resonated throughout the myriad universes, echoing with the majestic might of the heavenly Tao. Emanating from none other than the sage Hongjun. "Zhou Yuan, please. Hongjun, please." Hongjun extended his hand, his expression one of utmost reverence as he invited Zhou Yuan onto the Xian platform. They exchanged courteous gestures as they ascended together, causing an uproar among the cultivators below. Gasps filled the air, eyes widened in disbelief. Here stood a heavenly Tao sage, and alongside him, a Tai Jingxian. The disparity was staggering. What was happening? How could he appear on the Xian platform alongside sage Hongjun? Goodness, this was undoubtedly the most impressive Tai Jingxian I have ever seen, personally invited by the sage and ascending the platform together. What does this mean? Is Hongjun going to provide him with a special seat on the Xian platform? This treatment is unprecedented. While we sit on the ground, he occupies the platform. Instantly, the entire Zixiao Palace erupted in a commotion that a blue dragon pointed at Zhou Yuan on the stage, exclaiming, "Elder, our benefactor is sitting with sage Hongjun." The elder blue dragon wore a similarly incredulous expression. Seeing the blue dragon pointing at Zhou Yuan, he slapped his hand down and admonished, "Do not point recklessly." The Dragon Clan was already marginalized. The elder blue dragon, cautious and low-key wherever he went, still could not escape the humiliation of being looked down upon. The young blue dragon reluctantly lowered his hand. Suddenly, he noticed that Zhou Yuan's gaze had shifted towards their direction. In that moment of eye contact, the young blue dragon saw Zhou Yuan smile and nod at him. Instantly, excitement surged through him. Elder, Zhou Yuan is greeting me. Wow, he even smiled at me." "Be quiet," the elder blue dragon replied, visibly exasperated. If even sage Hongjun treats him with such deference, how could he possibly acknowledge a mere young blue dragon? Nevertheless, the elder blue dragon's eyes remained fixed on Zhou Yuan, thinking that once the teachings concluded, he would shamelessly seek to establish a connection with him. Surely, as a member of the same clan, he would not refuse. Meanwhile, the prominent figures seated upon the cushions wore expressions of astonishment. The 3 pure ones and Enhua were somewhat prepared, having witnessed Hongjun welcoming Zhou Yuan before entering the Zixiao Palace. However, the true confusion lay with Jane and Jundi. Who is that person? Jundi, inquiring of himself, observed Jie gazing greedily at Zhou Yuan, seated beside the saint, and queried, "What a seat next to Hongjun Dao Zhu?" Jundi responded with a dismissive roll of his eyes. "Do not entertain such thoughts. It is a futile endeavor. Have you not noticed the profound respect Hongjun Dao Zhu shows toward that mere Tai golden immortal? A master indeed. The acting skills of this individual clearly surpass our own. The ability to coax the saint into such obedient cooperation is, in Juanti's view, nothing short of extraordinary." Meanwhile, the Kunpeng, upon catching sight of Zhou Yuan, found himself at a loss for the harsh words he had previously directed at him. With a face full of dread, he murmured, Who I have offended is none other than the one personally invited by Hongjun Zhu. All the cultivators were so startled by Zhou Yuan that they forgot to pay their respects to the saint, but Dao Tong, responsible for maintaining order, coughed lightly, prompting everyone to remember that they had yet to bow before the saint. In a flurry, the 3,000 worldly guests hastily reined in their thoughts, clasping their hands respectfully towards Hongjun's saint and kneeling in reverence. We have witnessed Hongjun Zhu. All beings are exempt from formalities. The authoritative and majestic voice of Hongjun Zhu commanded an instinctive desire for subservience. The crowd marveled in their hearts. This was indeed the celestial Tao saint, the sole witness of the primordial path to enlightenment. As the saint was about to commence his lecture, the audience straightened their posture in eager anticipation. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan, standing beside Hongjun, took a step forward, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze unwavering and imposing, and declared, "The front row cushions are reserved exclusively for the Dragon Clan." What? The crowd erupted into a cacophony of disbelief. The Dragon Clan? To sit on the cushions? Surely this is a mistake. The Dragon Clan is fit only to serve as our mounts or to grace our feasts. How could such a lowly being sit on the saint's cushion? The few azure dragons present were already an unprecedented sight in the Zixiao Palace, and now they dared to aspire to sit on the cushions. What a farce! The Dragon Clan is unworthy. On the Xian platform, Zhou Yuan cast a cold glance at the assembly of cultivators below, mentally cursing, "Damn, what the Dragon Clan? Have the Dragon Clan offended you? Immortal?" At this moment, the 6 individuals seated on the cushions wore expressions of utter dismay. Yuan Shirtun Zun seethed with fury, his teeth grinding audibly. Had it not been for the restraint of those beside him, he would have already charged at Zhou Yuan. Yuan Shirtun Zun held back with great effort, as did Tong Tian, forcing themselves to suppress their rage that we, the esteemed 3 pure ones, should yield our place to a lowly dragon. Do they still fancy themselves as the ancestor dragon of yore? The pinnacle of the Dragon Clan has long since become history and will never return. At a mere tie, a golden immortal dares to act so arrogantly. One can only wonder what underhanded tactics he employed to beguile the saint, assuming a posture of superiority just because the saint grants him a modicum of respect. Does he really believe himself to be significant? Yet in this sacred domain of the saint, any ambition to stand out would certainly not stem from them, the 3 pure ones. Zhou Yuan glanced at the other 3 seated figures, all of whom showed no inclination to yield their positions. Just as tensions mounted among the crowd, a resounding and authoritative voice broke the silence. "Zhou Yuan, my friend, is specially invited by me, Hongjun, to offer guidance in this saint's teachings. Who among you dares to show disrespect?" With that declaration, every cultivator present felt a jolt, collapsing into submission as they knelt, not daring to utter a word of defiance. The saint was indeed deserving of his title, as the gaze shifted back to the cushions. The 6 seats were instantly vacated. The 3 pure ones, Niwa, and the 2 Western sages stood pale behind the cushions, their minds racing. What a jest it would be. Even Hongjun Zhu sought to invite this individual for guidance in the teachings. Even if they borrowed the courage of 3 lifetimes, they would not dare to refuse. Thus, under the watchful eyes of all, the azure dragons, seemingly in a daze, took their places on the cushions, as if in a dream. The elder of the azure dragons sat upon the first cushion, his eyes glistening with moisture, his body trembling with excitement. We have turned the tide. The Dragon Clan, who has endured in silence for millions of years, has finally raised its head high. From this day forth, let us see who dares to bully the Dragon Clan again. Zhou Yuan, hands clasped behind him, maintained a resolute gaze, his heart equally stirred. Today's spectacle was nothing short of magnificent. And this was merely a small greeting gift from the Dragon Clan. There were even more wondrous performances yet to come. The Tao gives birth to 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets all things. The heavens and earth are profound and yellow. Chaos begins to unfold. Within the Zixiao Palace, the teachings of Hongjun saint resounded. The gathered cultivators quickly focused their attention, listening intently. Nothing could surpass the significance of the saint's teachings. As time ticked by, Hongjun Zhu spoke eloquently on stage while Zhou Yuan, seated beside him, felt a sense of confusion, teetering on the edge of slumber. The sensation was akin to returning to high school. Assigned a special seat and enjoying special treatment. Whenever drowsiness threatened to overtake him, Hongjun's gaze would drift in his direction, followed by a soft inquiry. "My friend, is this acceptable?" Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, conveying with determined eyes. "Proceed as you wish. It is perfectly fine." Thus, the discourse continued, filled with celestial eloquence and resonating Taoist rhythms. The audience below was entranced, captivated by the saint's first lecture on the path of the great Luo, Golden Immortal. The second lecture would delve into the path of the quasi-saint, while the third would explore the path of the Hongjun saint. Each attendee wore a serious expression, sitting upright, fearing that any lapse in attention might lead them to miss a single word. Finally, as the concluding remarks echoed, "This inaugural teaching has reached its end. You must take the time to contemplate the profound truths within and absorb the essence therein. A millennium hence, this saint will impart the teachings of the quasi-saint." The dignified and sacred voice of Hongjun Dao Zhu resonated in the minds of the cultivators. Thus, the assembly slowly returned to their senses, expressing their gratitude and paying their respects to the saint before departing. Hongjun rose, summoning the three pure ones, Niuhua and Jane Junti, to remain for a time. The others, perplexed, were eager to discern Hongjun's intentions for retaining these individuals, yet they were ultimately compelled to exit the Zixiao Palace at the behest of the saint's gaze. Zhou Yuan, observing these developments, was well versed in the impending scene, where Hongjun would distribute the primordial purple qi to the future 6 saints. He had little interest in lingering and intended to exchange pleasantries with Hongjun before taking his leave. However, to his surprise, Hongjun produced a radiant treasure, exuding a profound Taoist essence. "Thank you, Zhou Yuan, for assisting this saint in imparting teachings. This Qian Kuan Ding shall be bestowed upon you today, if fate allows. A millennium hence, we shall meet again in the Zixiao Palace." Zhou Yuan maintained a facade of composure, though internally he was a tempest of excitement. The Qian Kuan Ding, a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. It is known that within the primordial realm, even a single innate treasure holds immense power, let alone a top-tier one in the primordial chaos. It was birthed from the creation lotus that nurtured Pangu. Transforming from the lotus P.O.D.A.T. that time, when Pangu split the heavens, the creation lotus was shattered under the tremendous pressure. Ultimately, the lotus leaves, pods, and seeds all transmuted into various innate treasures. Hongjun Dao Zhu. You are too kind. Assisting the saint in imparting teachings is an honor for Zhou Yuan. If that is the case, I shall graciously accept. Upon receiving the Qian Kuan Ding, Zhou Yuan feigned tranquility, walking leisurely out of the Zixiao Palace. Only after departing from Hongjun's sight did he allow himself to revel in the excitement of the Qian Kuan Ding, examining it closely. Observe the intricate carvings and the exquisite quality. It truly deserves the title of top-tier innate treasure. Zhou Yuan marveled at Hongjun's generosity. When he finally acted, he did so with astonishing impact. The properties of innate treasures began to crystallize in his mind. Qian Kuan Ding, top-tier innate spiritual treasure, capable of refining spiritual treasures and enhancing their grade and level, transforming acquired treasures into innate quality. Zhou Yuan's heart soared with joy. This was akin to a treasure furnace. With this artifact in hand, would he ever worry about lacking spiritual treasures? A simple refinement would yield an innate treasure. Ding. Due to the host attending the saint's lecture on the path of the great Luo, Golden Immortal, your cultivation has broken through, reaching the early stage of the great Luo, Golden Immortal. The automatic upgrade system is currently in the process of upgrading for you. Please hold on. Zhou Yuan is still immersed in the surprise brought by the Qingkuan Cauldron. Little did he expect. The system has presented yet another grand surprise. It seems that this journey to the Zixiao Palace was indeed worthwhile. Not only has he acquired an exquisite innate spiritual treasure, but he has also attained the cultivation level of a Deluo Jin Xian. Amidst his astonishment, his body has begun to undergo transformations, with streams of Deluo Jin Xian's true energy naturally forming within him. Many higher and deeper principles have become increasingly clear and transparent. This breakthrough has not brought Zhou Yuan even a hint of discomfort, which is largely attributed to his experience of listening to the sage impart teachings. The blood within him is undergoing continuous purification. Zhou Yuan finds it peculiar that each time his cultivation improves, his blood automatically becomes refined from the first elevation of his cultivation until now. It seems that the blood within Zhou Yuan has undergone several renewals. Congratulations, your cultivation upgrade is complete. Your techniques, spells, and equipment have all automatically evolved and upgraded. The host may proceed to the Dragon Clan and the EC to re-establish roots and expand. Deluo Jin Xian, Qinquan Cauldron, Space Willow. Zhou Yuan silently muses. These accomplishments are still insufficient to support his standing in the world of Hongjun. To ascend to the pinnacle of Hongjun. Relying solely on oneself is far from adequate. Even Hongjun must lean upon the Tao of Heaven. The Dragon Clan, Phoenix Clan, Qilin Clan, Demon Clan, Monster Clan, Wu Clan, Human Clan, and other formidable factions that dominate Hongjun. None of them lack a substantial power structure backing them. Moreover, his identity as the East Sea Azure Dragon Prince is unchangeable. Although the Dragon Clan has declined, countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals abound, and the East Sea is replete with treasures beyond measure. With this in mind, Zhou Yuan has made a decision. Suddenly, an excited and fervent voice calls out, "Zhou Yuan, my friend, please wait." The voice is aged, carrying a hint of the authority of an elder. Zhou Yuan recognizes it immediately upon turning to see the Azure Dragon Elder approaching. Upon getting closer, the Azure Dragon Elder is astonished to discover that Zhou Yuan has already reached the early stage of Deluo Jin Xian. Suddenly, the Elder's eyes moisten, and he grasped Zhou Yuan's hand. Emotionally exclaiming, "Zhou Yuan, my friend, do you still remember Old Dragon?" Zhou Yuan gazes at the wrinkled face and frowns, withdrawing his hand in displeasure. Unsure of how to respond, he thinks to himself, another one trying to get close. Ever since he emerged from the Zixiao Palace, numerous cultivators have approached him, attempting to engage in conversation. Zhou Yuan reflects, truly, fame brings fear, and notoriety brings troubles. He is fully aware that his sudden rise to prominence is entirely due to Hongjun, and not significantly related to his own strength. Surrounding cultivators, upon spotting Zhou Yuan, immediately exclaim, "Look, ISNT that Zhou Yuan, personally welcomed into the Zixiao Palace by Hongjun. See, that person is the little immortal who received guidance from Hongjun." Nearly every conversation revolves around Hongjun without Hongjun. In this vast Hongjun, who would recognize him? "Look, ISNT that the Azure Dragon who incited the crowd to beat up Kunpun." Zhou Yuan can only smile wryly. Aside from Hongjun, there is also Kunpun. In any case, the discussions about him, while seemingly connected to him, truly bear little relevance. For now, he must return to the East Sea swiftly and declare his identity as the Azure Dragon Prince. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Elder perceives a trace of the pure bloodline of the Dragon Clan. The more he observes Zhou Yuan, the more an inexplicable sense of familiarity grows within him. He tentatively inquires, "Do you know Guang Qinglong?" Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan replies, "My father." Chapter 16. The Eastern Emperor Tai's Chaos Bell is stolen. The small Azure Dragons trailing behind the Azure Dragon Elder are momentarily stunned into silence. The Elder, with moisture in his eyes, gazes at Zhou Yuan with excitement, murmuring, "You've grown up? Quickly, pay your respects to the Azure Dragon Prince." With a clatter, all the Azure Dragons kneel before Zhou Yuan, respectfully bowing in reverence. "We pay our respects to the Azure Dragon Prince. We pay our respects to the Azure Dragon Prince." This scene instantly draws the attention of other passing cultivators, who stop to watch in astonishment. Most of the onlookers are followers who have trailed Zhou Yuan, the celebrity, to this location. The crowd is bewildered. What is happening? ISNT Zhou Yuan, a friend of Hongjun. How did he suddenly become the prince of the Dragon Clan? Surely, this is another attempt to deceive Zhou Yuan. If Zhou Yuan were to join our clan, we would certainly honor him as king. Zhou Yuan must have earned the favor of the sage. With his capabilities, his future is limitless. How could he associate with these Azure Dragons? Indeed, while Zhou Yuan hails from the Azure Dragon lineage, the Dragon Clan is in decline, arguably one of the weakest forces in Hongjun. Countless powerful clans are vying for someone of Zhou Yuan's caliber. Returning to the Dragon Clan, Without power or influence, he would merely be subjected to bullying. The surrounding cultivators chatter incessantly. Zhou Yuan chooses to ignore them, feeling a twinge of annoyance. A bunch of onlookers. Do they think they can read my mind? Rise. Zhou Yuan addresses the kneeling Azure Dragons. Are you among the elders of the Dragon Clan who bid farewell to me at the sacred Dragon Shrine? He glances at the Azure Dragon Elder, who is continually flattering him. Those elders sought their own survival as they witnessed the sacred Dragon Shrine's ancestral dragon's life force dwindling. The elder Zhou Yuan questioned suddenly flushes with embarrassment. Elder, what is the prince saying? We do not comprehend. Several younger Azure Dragons, born in later generations, look utterly perplexed. The elder, caught off guard by Zhou Yuan's inquiry, feels his face heat up, but his mind is quick. After a moment, he responds, I have remained in the East Sea, awaiting the prince's return. Well said, Zhou Yuan silently thinks. Old fox. However, Zhou Yuan believes such old foxes are still easy to handle. One must understand that every being has its desires. This is true for all creatures that lie in this world. There are no absolute loyal subjects, only perpetual interests. As long as the interests are substantial enough, the temptations alluring enough, and the benefits considerable enough, even the mightiest can be swayed to serve you. This is the lesson Zhou Yuan learned from his past life. Flattery well executed. Let us go. Follow me back to the East Sea. With that, the multitude of Azure Dragons follow Zhou Yuan towards the East Sea in a grand procession. After leaving the chaos, the wandering Azure Dragons join Zhou Yuan's ranks. Around them gathers a throng of followers. The Azure Dragons, with their heads held high, finally find their dignity after years of being oppressed. Some beings of Hongjun, unfamiliar with Zhou Yuan, point at the Azure Dragon entourage, laughing heartily ha. These little Azure Dragons, instead of retreating to their own domain, dare to parade through Hongjun with such audacity. Do they seek death? As soon as the words are uttered, warnings echo nearby. Shh! Watch your tongue. Don't you see? The one in front is Zhou Yuan. Who is Zhou Yuan? Brother, it seems you are the one seeking death. Do your homework before speaking about him. The Azure Dragons stride forward amidst the envious and admiring gazes of the surrounding cultivators. At this moment, a Kuan bird flaps its wings, suddenly blocking Zhou Yuan's path. Accompanied by two fully realized Luo Jinxian figures, exuding a menacing aura, Zhou Yuan focuses his gaze and realizes that they are the future leaders of the monster clan, Eastern Emperor Tai and Hongjun. I have long found you displeasing since the Zixiao Palace. Daring to bully my friend's clan, today you shall experience the might of the Chaos Bell. Eastern Emperor Tai, filled with rage, waves his hand, and the Chaos Bell is instantly summoned. The surrounding cultivators panic and retreat, fearing accidental harm. The Chaos Bell, Tai's accompanying treasure, is a congenital spiritual treasure capable of suppressing chaos and altering time and space. One of the top 10 ancient treasures, second only to the opening heaven axe. Even Zhou Yuan cannot help but feel a twitch of alarm. You are doomed today. Kunpeng wore a sullen expression. Hiding behind Dongwang Tai, the Azure Dragon behind Zhou Yuan was already so frightened that his face turned pale and cold sweat streamed down his body. The name of Dongwang Tai was known throughout the vast wilderness. Born with the cultivation of a great Luo golden immortal, he possessed the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell. Anyone who encountered him would surely take a detour. The group of Azure Dragons looked ashen, their hearts racing to their throats. The onlooking cultivators, gazing at the Chaos Bell in the void, were suddenly filled with excitement, thinking, now we are in for a good show. After all, in their established perception, Dongwang Tai's strength was undoubtedly superior to Zhou Yuan's. However, Zhou Yuan's backing was Hongjun. If Dongwang Tai were to kill Zhou Yuan, how would the Taoist Hongjun respond? Just as everyone eagerly awaited the unfolding drama. Suddenly, a dragon's roar, as terrifying as that of an innate holy dragon, reverberated across the vast wilderness. The nearby mountains trembled under the immense energy of this roar, causing rocks to tumble and dust to rise. All the cultivators were startled, their pupils contracting and hearts racing. Even Dongwang Tai, Emperor Jun, and Kunpeng were momentarily stunned, forgetting their actions. Yet, Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun were no ordinary figures. their minds quickly regained composure. They remained dazed for merely a second, but in that fleeting moment, a willow branch flashed through the void. In an instant, a spatial rift appeared beside the Chaos Bell. Then, what was that? Before Dongwang Tai could react, beams of light swiftly darted toward the spatial rift and disappeared in a flash. When they regained their senses, the group of azure dragons had vanished without a trace, along with the Chaos Bell beside the spatial rift. "What the hell? My Chaos Bell!" Dongwang Tai exclaimed in alarm. Emperor Jun and Kunpeng were equally taken aback. Kunpeng rushed forward, swinging his fist to the spot where the azure dragons had vanished, only to find that the space had long been erased, leaving no trace behind. The surrounding cultivators were already engulfed in profound shock. They had anticipated a thrilling spectacle, but unexpectedly, before the battle even commenced, it had concluded. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan and the azure dragons had returned to the East Sea domain. In Chapter 17, slaying the Black Dragon Prince in an instant, Zhou Yuan grasped the Chaos Bell, his expression soaring with elation. Another exceptional spiritual treasure. What an exhilarating feeling. The entire East Sea domain seemed to shimmer with the golden luster of the Chaos Bell, creating ripples upon the water's surface. Ultimately, it was a case of one item overpowering another. Had it not been for the spatial willow of the old Taoist Yangmei, with his recently attained great Luo golden immortal cultivation, he would have been no match for Dongwang Tai. Not to mention, their combat team also included the formidable Emperor Jun. Even with a treasure like the Qian Kuan Ding, it would be challenging to contend with the likes of Tai and Emperor Jun. As the old saying goes, if you can't win, run. This had always been Zhou Yuan's survival strategy. Zhou Yuan and the Azure Dragons slipped into the waters, making their way to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Suddenly, a haughty voice rang out. "Where do you think you're running, little Azure Dragon?" Hand over the Night Pearl. A massive black dragon, stretching 100 meters long, glared menacingly at an Azure Dragon Elder, relentlessly pursuing him. "Black Dragon Prince, this is our last Night Pearl in the East Sea. Do not be so ruthless." Behind the Black Dragon Prince followed a throng of South Sea Dragon soldiers, each wielding spears and holding freshly captured East Sea Shrimp soldiers. The South Sea Dragon soldiers were exceedingly arrogant, their nostrils turned up, occasionally kicking the captured shrimp soldiers in contempt. "If you don't hand it over, do you believe this prince will turn your East Sea upside down?" The Black Dragon Prince's voice echoed throughout the East Sea. As his soldiers laughed mockingly, in their eyes, the Azure Dragons appeared as feeble as tiny caterpillars, easily crushed underfoot. In reality, among the four seas. The Azure Dragons of the East Sea were not the weakest. The weakest were the Red Dragons of the West Sea, which, due to the barren nature of their territory, were bullied and exploited by the South Sea Black Dragons. If one were to rank the strength of the dragon clans from weakest to strongest, it would be West Sea Red Dragons, North Sea White Dragons, East Sea Azure Dragons, and the strongest, the South Sea Black Dragons. Long ago, the power dynamics among the sea domains were not as they are now. It is well known that the supreme ancestor of the dragon clan is the pure 12-clawed golden dragon. After the calamity, when the ancestor dragon merged with the earth's veins, nearly all the golden dragons perished in the calamity of the dragon haunt. This means that the most powerful among the dragon clan were the golden dragons. Wherever golden dragons existed, legends followed. However, with the extinction of the golden dragons, the splendor of the dragon clan faded into history. Otherwise, how could these black dragons dare to be so brazen? Who were these mad dogs to rampage through the East Sea? With a voice deep and powerful, tinged with anger, the Black Dragon Prince raised an eyebrow and turned to see another group of feeble azure dragons arriving, instantly inciting his fury. A black dragon attendant beside the Black Dragon Prince bellowed. "How dare you? Who gave you the audacity to speak so insolently to the Black Dragon Prince? Kneel and confess your sins." The Black Dragon Prince, looking down from his lofty position, scrutinized the group of azure dragons. Zhou Yuan stood resolutely, unyielding. The azure dragons behind him displayed expressions of disgust and fear upon witnessing the Black Dragon Prince's wrath. Why is he here again? Our treasures in the East Sea are nearly depleted by them from the South Sea. They lamented, "Oh no. Whenever this black demon appears, it spells trouble. If he desires the Night Pearl, let him have it. Otherwise, our East Sea will suffer like last time. Zhou Yuan heard every word of their discussions clearly, revealing their simultaneous dread and loathing for the Black Dragon Prince. I could see that moment. The Azure Dragon Elder, holding the Night Pearl, wore an expression of sorrow and reluctance, casting a lingering glance at the Night Pearl. He slowly spoke, "Black Dragon Prince, please do not trouble my Azure Dragon clan any further. Take this Night Pearl." The moment the last word left his mouth, the Elder abruptly extended his hand, clutching the Night Pearl, and closed his eyes in resignation that it is not worth offending the South Sea over a single Night Pearl. Upon witnessing this, the surrounding black dragons erupted into arrogant laughter. Humph! A mere little caterpillar is still a caterpillar. No matter how much resistance, they must submit to us from the South Sea. That's more like it. Do not forget who truly reigns as the overlord of these four seas. The Black Dragon Prince wore a smug expression as he reached for the Night Pearl. Suddenly, a flash of light darted past, and in an instant, the Night Pearl vanished before his eyes. Following the light, an Azure Dragon swaggered forward, proudly holding the massive Night Pearl, admiring it. Instantly, the Black Dragon Prince was filled with fury. "You dare toy with me, little Azure Dragon? I shall tear you to shreds and feed you to the fish." The surrounding Azure Dragons were left stunned. This time, we have completely offended the Black Demon. Before the Black Dragon Prince's corpulent form could lunge forward, a roar that shattered the heavens erupted, carrying with it the energy capable of annihilating worlds. Centered around Zhou Yuan, the force spread wildly through the surrounding waters. Instantly, the sea within 100 miles surged violently, colliding against the heavens. Accompanying this chaotic spread was the breath of the innate holy dragon. In an instant, all nearby dragons, shrimps, and crabs were shaken to their core by this overwhelming energy. Their faces turning pale, some lower-tier dragons, shrimps, and crabs collapsed in weakness, kneeling before Zhou Yuan in submission. Even the highly powerful Black Dragon Prince was filled with terror, his gaze fixed on Zhou Yuan. Impossible that he is merely an ordinary three-clawed golden dragon. How could he possess such explosive power and the breath of an innate holy dragon? In that moment, the Black Dragon Prince felt as though his entire being was bound by an immense holy dragon's pressure. Thoughts of fleeing began to stir within him, yet his body stubbornly refused to budge. "You, this dark creature, intend to turn the East Sea upside down. You claim that the South Sea is the overlord of these four seas. Did you not say to tear this prince into shreds to feed the fish?" Zhou Yuan held the luminous pearl before his eyes. The transparent orb distorted the terrified visage of the Black Dragon Prince. Tugging at it from side to side, the water rippled, and the seaweed danced violently. In this small aquatic domain of the East Sea, a palpable aura of murder began to coalesce. With a flick of his wrist, Zhou Yuan tossed the luminous pearl to a small azure dragon beside him. Unbeknownst to him, the holy dragon sword had already found its way into his grasp. Beads of sweat, the size of beans, trickled silently down the Black Dragon Prince's face. Merging seamlessly with the ocean, he sought to draw his sword, only to find his body utterly immobilized. The overwhelming pressure of the holy dragon weighed upon him like Mount Tai, rendering him breathless. Whoosh! Within the water, the holy dragon sword, imbued with the might of the innate holy dragon, cleaved mercilessly towards the Black Dragon Prince's head. Boom! With a single stroke, an immense surge of holy dragon energy cleaved the Black Dragon Prince asunder, disassembling him into indistinguishable fragments. Dead beyond resurrection. Chapter 18. The East Sea changes hands. As the Black Dragon Prince fell, his retinue of black dragon warriors attempted to draw their swords and charge forth. Yet, they found themselves paralyzed, unable to even unsheathe their weapons under the weight of the tremendous pressure. In the next instant, Zhou Yuan acted without hesitation, decisively. The holy dragon sword whirled before him. Countless black dragons were reduced to mere scraps, vanishing into the depths of the sea. This scene left the surrounding azure dragons and their elders utterly astonished. They could scarcely believe that such a multitude of formidable black dragons had been instantaneously vanquished by this seemingly insignificant azure dragon. It was well known that those who typically surrounded the Black Dragon Prince were the mightiest from the South Sea. The aura of the holy dragon still lingered, compelling them to consider submission to Zhou Yuan. In the face of their astonishment, Zhou Yuan remained unfazed, striding directly towards the Dragon Palace. Before long, the resplendent palaces came into view, shimmering with a jewel-like radiance in the gentle light of the water. Celestial shells and spirit pearls were scattered throughout the Dragon Palace. Even the grand entrance bore the luminous inscription, East Sea Dragon Palace, gleaming in gold. Zhou Yuan stood in awe, his mouth agape. This was indeed the legendary East Sea Dragon Palace. Resplendently magnificent. Despite frequently being pillaged by foreign factions, it was clear that, without such raids, it could rival the wealth of a nation. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, he turned his eyes, which had grown wide with astonishment. Just then, an aged azure dragon, clad in royal drapery and crowned, emerged with the assistance of the tortoise chancellor, his expression brimming with excitement. The retinue of azure dragon generals followed closely behind. Those azure dragons who had accompanied Zhou Yuan back from the Zhixiao Palace, along with the elder tasked with guarding the luminous pearl, also trailed behind. Zhou Yuan regarded the elderly Dragon King before him and mused. No wonder the East Sea has been subjugated. Could such an aged ruler still be of sound mind? The old Dragon King, filled with fervor, suddenly knelt before Zhou Yuan, exclaiming, "I humbly welcome the Azure Dragon Prince," with the old Dragon King's kneeling. A cascade of East Sea Dragon warriors followed suit, prostrating themselves before Zhou Yuan. The East Sea had long been governed by the old Dragon King, now that the Azure Dragon Prince had returned. The old monarch was eager to abdicate, envisioning a future where the East Sea would be led by the Azure Dragon Prince to dominate the four seas in the near future. The old Dragon King was overwhelmed with emotion, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, in truth, upon hearing the news of Hongjun's intention to impart teachings at the Zhixiao Palace. The old Dragon King had dispatched several groups of capable Azure Dragons to attend. Subsequently, he stationed members of the Azure Dragon clan along the route back to the East Sea, awaiting the arrival of Zhou Yuan. Thus, throughout the journey, the old Dragon King had already heard of Zhou Yuan's feats and was well aware that the Azure Dragon Prince was none other than the individual personally invited by the sage Hongjun. The old Dragon King stepped forward, removing his crown and placing it upon Zhou Yuan's head. He then shed his royal robes, draping them over Zhou Yuan's shoulders. Finally, he placed the Dragon Clan's jade seal into Zhou Yuan's hands. This sequence of actions left Zhou Yuan utterly bewildered, contemplating, "Is this how quickly I am being arranged into position? Shouldn't you at least inquire if I am willing? I formally present my respects to the East Sea Dragon King." Upon uttering these words, the surrounding Azure Dragons immediately knelt in unison, bowing reverently before Zhou Yuan. "We pay our respects to the Dragon King. We pay our respects to the Dragon King." At that moment, the eyes of all the Azure Dragons brimmed with reverence and submission. The courtiers were invigorated, a grand spectacle unfolding. Zhou Yuan weighed the exquisitely crafted jade seal in his hand, adjusted the crown that sat askew upon his head, and displayed a wry smile, reflecting, "Is this truly the East Sea's succession ceremony? How hastily conducted!" The entire rite was concluded right at the entrance of the Dragon Palace. Nevertheless, this marked the first step in reclaiming the East Sea, which was one of his objectives. Zhou Yuan gestured to the kneeling courtiers below. "Rise!" The Azure Dragons from all directions stood up in excitement, their gazes toward Zhou Yuan filled with hope for the future of the East Sea. For far too long, the Azure Dragon clan had been subjected to scorn wherever they went. They had endured humiliation for years. Now, to have the person personally invited by the heavenly Dao Hongjun as their Azure Dragon Prince. How could they not be elated? Moreover, news of the Azure Dragons seating upon the lotus seat in the Zhixiao Palace had spread throughout the Primordial realm, with the Azure Dragon Prince ascending to the throne. It was believed that an era of resurgence for the Azure Dragon clan was upon them. Who would dare to look down upon the East Sea Azure Dragon now, under the respectful welcome of numerous dragon elders and courtiers? Zhou Yuan strode with great authority into the East Sea Dragon Palace. Upon returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace, Zhou Yuan took a seat upon the modest dragon throne, accepting a humble cup presented by the old tortoise. After sipping the meager dragon tea, he surveyed the stark decor of the palace, letting out a deep sigh. It was no wonder the old Dragon King was so eager to abdicate. The surroundings were utterly dismal. From the outside, it appeared quite grand, yet within, it was a stark contrast, an eyesore. The retired old Dragon King was the most senior elder among the Azure Dragons, hence he had been managing affairs on their behalf. Coming to terms with this reality and accepting his new role, Zhou Yuan began to review the ledgers, tally the numbers of dragon generals, and survey the territories of the Dragon Clan. He officially commenced his reign over the East Sea. Is the East Sea truly this impoverished? After his investigations, Zhou Yuan held up several weathered ledgers, his expression one of complexity. While others who traversed realms often found themselves in positions of wealth or with formidable backgrounds. Why had he inherited such a dismal situation? To make a living, he would have to rely on his wits to persuade others, persuade the sages to take notice, persuade the space and will of Yangmei. Damn it, it would be far more comfortable to return to my own holy dragon temple. Returning to the Dragon King, the East Sea is vast and rich in resources, teeming with shrimp and crabs, and countless treasures, but alas, the old dragon's weary voice trailed off. Alas what? Zhou Yuan inquired. Alas, all has been seized by the various clans, especially the Black Dragon Clan of the South Sea. Nearly all treasures of the East Sea have been monopolized by that Black Dragon King. Smack! Zhou Yuan slammed his palm down. Excellent. Just as I've taken my position, I am in dire need of a target for my vengeance. Let's first take aim at the South Sea. The thought of so many treasures being divided among others filled Zhou Yuan with discontent. His eyes glimmered with intent as he began to deliberate. Although he had ascended to the position of East Sea Dragon King, it was evident that this role was merely nominal. Currently, Hongjun's teachings had yet to conclude, and there remained some time before the emergence of the 6 great sages in the future. He must seize this interval to elevate the East Sea. First, he would set a modest goal, to rule the 4 seas. With this in mind, suddenly, the system's melodious voice resounded. Ding dong. Detected a change in host identity to East Sea Dragon King. Please choose. Chapter 19. High-level cultivation breathing techniques. 1. Remain in the East Sea. Develop modestly. Reward. 1 postnatal spirit pill. 2. Embark on the path of vengeance. Journey to the South Sea. Seek revenge against the Black Dragon. Immediately obtain advanced cultivation breathing techniques. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination. Remaining in the East Sea, had it been in the past, he might have chosen to bide his time and develop quietly. Yet, the current circumstances were different. With Hongjun beginning to impart teachings, it would not be long before various forces in the primordial realm would rise to prominence. By then, it was likely that before he could develop quietly, the East Sea would be obliterated. System. I choose option 2. Zhou Yuan, without a moment's hesitation, let his thoughts respond instinctively. He resolved to head to the South Sea to seek vengeance against the Black Dragons. Without the need for a system prompt, he was determined to settle accounts with that group of Black Dragons himself. And as he contemplated this, the high-level cultivation breathing technique rewarded by the system had already firmly settled on Zhou Yuan's system panel. In his mind, the attributes of the high-level cultivation breathing technique had clearly emerged. That high-level cultivation breathing technique, a set of breathing methods capable of rapidly enhancing cultivation within a short period. It purifies the surrounding air, allowing for a 100-fold increase in cultivation efficiency with every breath. Remarkable. This high-level breathing technique could truly be deemed an invincible method in the cultivation realm. Not only does it optimize the local environment, but it astonishingly achieves a 100-fold speed in cultivation progress. This far surpasses the 10-fold speed cultivation method he previously obtained from harvesting spiritual roots at the Sacred Dragon Shrine, which was already formidable in its own right. Just imagine, one offers 10-fold, while the other offers 100-fold. How can they be compared? The previous 10-fold speed of cultivation had left Zhou Yuan feeling as if he were walking on clouds. So this 100-fold speed must surely be even more exhilarating. Zhou Yuan glanced at the lethargic dragon ministers and dragon generals before him and promptly activated the high-level cultivation breathing technique. The secret manual for the breathing method began to automatically unfold in Zhou Yuan's mind. Indeed, the once murky and dim Eastern Sea Dragon Palace began to experience gentle ripples in the water. The purification had commenced. Your water domain is being purified. Congratulations. The impurities in your water quality have been completely eliminated. Congratulations. The nutritional content of your water quality has been fully replenished. Congratulations. The spiritual energy saturation of your water quality has reached 100. Congratulations, host. Your water domain has been purified. With the clarity of the water quality, a monumental transformation swept across the entire Eastern Sea. The elders of the Azure Dragon and the civil and military officials within the Dragon Palace instantly sensed something extraordinary. Why did the water quality suddenly seem so much clearer? Come, all ministers, heed my command and breathe rhythmically with me. Though the dragon ministers were perplexed, they had no choice but to follow Zhou Yuan's lead. Engaging in regulated inhalations and exhalations that in just a few breaths, the cultivation levels of the officials within the Dragon Palace surged dramatically. Many civil and military officials experienced breakthroughs in their cultivation, while several elders of the Azure Dragon were astonished by their own transformations. In a brief period, the shackles of cultivation that had bound them for years seemed to miraculously shatter. Numerous beings who had remained at the Golden Immortal or Tai Golden Immortal levels broke through to new realms of cultivation. All the dragon elders looked on in disbelief. The conceptual barriers regarding cultivation that had tormented them for thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years suddenly unraveled within just a few breaths. This was utterly unfathomable. Zhou Yuan, the Dragon Emperor, was indeed beyond measure. In no wonder, even Hongjun Daozuan held him in such high regard and respect. Thank you, Dragon Emperor, for imparting to us the principles of cultivation. Long live the Dragon Emperor! Long live the Eastern Sea! In an instant, the ministers were elated, and all the dragon officials within the Dragon Palace knelt, bowing deeply to Zhou Yuan, their eyes brimming with reverence and submission. In such a brief moment, the overall combat strength of the Eastern Sea had experienced a significant enhancement. For a region historically known for its weakness, this was undoubtedly the greatest qualitative leap in millennia. Zhou Yuan closed his eyes, feeling the vibrant waters gently flowing around him. The profound sensation was incredibly comforting. Unbeknownst to him, his cultivation had directly increased by 500 years, although 500 years may not seem like much. One must remember that this was merely the span of a few breaths. Minister Turtle, Zhou Yuan called out with authority. The elder turtle, who had been standing nearby, savoring the exhilarating surge in his own cultivation, hurriedly approached, responding, "At your service. Dispatch orders for all soldiers of the Eastern Sea to begin breathing and cultivating." Understood. The elder turtle did not dare to delay, cheerfully setting off to make arrangements. Soon, the high-level cultivation breathing technique spread throughout the Eastern Sea. All soldiers of the Eastern Sea immersed themselves in the profound intricacies of the method, sensing their spiritual energy continuously escalating, with their cultivation levels perpetually breaking through. Several shrimp soldiers tasked with patrolling the Eastern Sea, while wielding their steel forks, suddenly found themselves undergoing an involuntary transformation that my cultivation has broken through. I haven't done anything, yet my cultivation has soared from celestial immortal to golden immortal. The little shrimp soldier gazed at his newly attained golden immortal form, overwhelmed with excitement. With a swing of his steel fork, he carved a massive hole into the ground, his eyes misty with emotion. "Oh, this is the power of a golden immortal. I can finally feel it." In quick succession, numerous shrimp soldiers and crab generals around him joyfully discovered that their cultivation levels had ascended to new heights. This the high-level cultivation breathing technique promoted by Dragon Emperor Zhou Yuan? I'm utterly thrilled. When I return home, I can finally tell my wife that I have had a breakthrough in my cultivation. She will no longer dare to call me a good-for-nothing. I will go and thrash those eel spirits to reclaim my exquisite pearl. Dragon Emperor Zhou Yuan is truly remarkable. He has elevated the strength of our Eastern Sea upon assuming his position. Such voices echoed throughout every corner of the Eastern Sea. All beings in the Eastern Sea, while experiencing an explosive surge in their strength, expressed their gratitude to heaven and earth for bestowing upon them such a powerful dragon emperor. The waters continued to optimize, and even the shrimp soldiers and crab generals underwent substantial changes in their cultivation. One could say that the overall combat strength of the dragon clan began to surge. From afar, the entire Eastern Sea appeared as though it were enveloped by a massive, transparent shield, perfectly isolating it from the surrounding seas. The waters of the Eastern Sea sparkled with clarity, while the surrounding waters were murky and tainted. Within the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, reports came in. The Eastern Sea has added 500,000 golden immortals. The Eastern Sea has added 300,000 Tai golden immortals. The Eastern Sea has added 10,000 Great Luo golden immortals. Several Azure Dragon aides responsible for reporting and statistics excitedly relayed the ever-increasing numbers of dragons. This is splendid. It appears that my newly appointed status as Dragon Emperor indeed carries a regal aura. An additional 10,000 Great Luo golden immortals is a tremendous boon for the Eastern Sea, capable of turning the tides in a battle. Zhou Yuan clenched his fist, preparing to instruct the military officials to gather the troops for an expedition against the South Sea. Suddenly, a surge of blood raced through his veins, boiling with fervor. Chapter 20. The Breath of the Golden Dragon. The entire clan stunned. Is the blood evolving? Zhou Yuan's heart raced in shock. The walls of his blood vessels visibly pulsed with the flow of blood. Yet Zhou Yuan felt no discomfort. Even he could not comprehend what was happening. Soon, a divine energy began to circulate within Zhou Yuan's body, filling every meridian, acupoint, and joint. This energy was unfamiliar to him. Yet one thing was certain. It was not the energy characteristic of the Azure Dragon. Boom! The divine energy finally burst forth, transforming into boundless energy that rapidly expanded outward from Zhou Yuan's body. The surrounding waters were stirred into tumultuous waves as torrents of energy surged forth into the surrounding seas. What was most astonishing was that within this energy, the long-lost essence of the Golden Dragon began to manifest. What is happening? Just as Zhou Yuan stood in bewilderment, a notification echoed in his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully activated the Golden Dragon bloodline. Bloodline purity is at 3. What the hell? The Golden Dragon bloodline. Was there a mistake? Zhou Yuan's heart was suddenly jolted. The Golden Dragon lineage had long been annihilated during the cataclysm of Ur. For several epochs, the Golden Dragon had not graced the vast wilderness with its presence. Now, the very essence of the Golden Dragon coursed through his veins. Although it was merely a trifling amount of Golden Dragon blood, it was sufficient for him to vie for dominance within the oceanic realms. One must understand that the combat prowess of the Golden Dragon clan was nothing short of legendary and monstrous. This was evidenced by the supreme, ancestral dragon of the Dragon clan, who was also a Golden Dragon. In those bygone days, the mere emergence of a Golden Dragon would send tremors throughout the entire wilderness. The more Zhou Yuan contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. It appeared that his decision to return to the Eastern Sea was indeed astute. Zhou Yuan was not foolish. He was acutely aware that this immense fortune was intricately linked to his ascension as the Dragon Emperor of the Eastern Sea. As the Dragon Emperor, purifying the waters of the Eastern Sea and enhancing its overall might were profoundly connected to his own fate. The identity of the Eastern Sea Dragon Emperor was intrinsically tied to the Eastern Sea itself. An elevation in the strength of the Eastern Sea would consequently result in a corresponding enhancement of Zhou Yuan's own power. Splendid, Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with brilliance that if he were bound to the Eastern Sea, it would undoubtedly aid his growth. Though the Eastern Sea appeared impoverished at present, its foundation was still formidable. The Eastern Sea's supremacy among the 4 seas was largely due to its geographical advantage. Occupying the most advantageous position in the wilderness, the Eastern Sea boasted the most potent spiritual energy of all the seas. Thus, the likelihood of spiritual treasures being birthed there was unparalleled. This was also a significant reason for the opulence of the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. As for the treasures that had been lost or plundered, reclaiming them was merely a matter of time. Such concerns were trivial. With the surging aura of the Golden Dragon, all beings within the Eastern Sea were irresistibly drawn to this overwhelming vitality. Those of lower cultivation, though unaware that it was the aura of the Golden Dragon, still dared not underestimate it. After all, such an overwhelming presence was something they had never before experienced. The most astonished were the elders of the Eastern Sea Dragon clan. "Elder Qingyuan, do you sense it?" exclaimed an elder with long white whiskers, his mouth agape, eyes brimming with astonishment. The elder beside him, Qing, nodded gravely. Indeed, this is undoubtedly the aura of the golden dragon. How is this possible? Soon, the previously focused elders of the Azure Dragon ceased their cultivation and quickly gathered together, fervently discussing the matter. The golden dragon lineage had long vanished from the wilderness. How could it possibly re-emerge? Was it emanating from the Dragon Emperor's palace? Could it be Zhou Yuan, the Dragon Emperor? Without delay, the assembly of elders hurried to the Dragon Emperor's palace. However, before they could step inside, they were left dumbfounded by the lingering aura of the golden dragon that enveloped the palace. The enigmatic presence of the golden dragon seemed to carry the might of ancient sacred dragons, rendering all unable to resist bowing before this overwhelming divine pressure, just as the elders and dragon ministers were in shock. Suddenly, a beam of golden light shot forth from within the Dragon Emperor's palace. Upon closer inspection, they beheld a massive azure dragon, over 100 meters long, soaring through the waters, its majestic form circling above the imposing Dragon Emperor's palace with undeniable grandeur. Most astonishingly, a faint golden radiance enveloped the azure dragon's body. At first glance, it appeared as though a golden dragon was gliding through the waters. Clearly, it was this azure dragon that was releasing the waves of golden dragon essence. And it was Zhou Yuan, the new master of the Eastern Sea. It truly is the aura of the golden dragon. It is Zhou Yuan, the Dragon Emperor, who has stirred it. Look, its claws. 6 claws. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Indeed, it is a 6-clawed azure dragon. Impossible. This cannot be. In the azure dragon lineage, 6-clawed dragons have never been seen. The highest is merely 4-clawed. Only the golden dragon possesses 6 claws. As for the red and white dragons, they cannot even reach 3 claws. Only the Southern Sea's black dragon has 5 claws, and that is already the pinnacle of their clan. Is our azure dragon lineage about to experience a turnaround? First, the aura of the golden dragon, and now the emergence of a 6-clawed dragon. Truly, the heavens have favored our azure dragon clan. The elders of the azure dragon, overwhelmed with emotion, felt tears welling in their eyes. Some of the elders who had survived the cataclysm of the Dragon Han were even more elated. Soon, news spread throughout the Eastern Sea that Zhou Yuan was a 6-clawed azure dragon. All beings of the Eastern Sea rejoiced, their spirits soaring with excitement that a young azure dragon, who had been munching on bitter leaves, stood frozen in place upon hearing the news, dropping the bitter lotus leaf from its grasp, exclaiming, "Wonderful! Our azure dragon clan possesses a 6-clawed powerhouse. The Eastern Sea is destined to rise. Humph! I shall no longer eat these wretched bitter leaves." The young azure dragon immediately sprang to its feet, trampling the bitter lotus leaf into shreds. The Eastern Sea was about to transition from hardship to prosperity. This was the unanimous sentiment among all beings of the Eastern Sea. Initially, while Zhou Yuan held the title of Dragon Emperor, some beings of the Eastern Sea were not entirely convinced. After all, the long-lost azure dragon prince's strength was shrouded in mystery. Yet now, his power was laid bare before them. It was difficult for anyone to resist in this moment. Zhou Yuan's prestige among the dragon clan soared to new heights. He soared gracefully through the Eastern Sea, basking in the adoration and respect emanating from all its inhabitants. Gradually descending before the ranks of the Eastern Sea dragon generals, he raised his arm and declared, "Gather all the Deluo golden immortals. We shall set forth to the Southern Sea at once." Chapter 21. The Southern Sea Dragon Palace is destroyed with Zhou Yuan's command. Within moments, all the Deluo golden immortals of the Eastern Sea assembled in a grand and powerful azure dragon formation. Annihilate the Southern Sea. Destroy the black dragons. The entire battalion shouted their rallying cry, their faces brimming with fervent excitement. For many years, the azure dragons of the Eastern Sea had endured the exploitation of the black dragons of the Southern Sea. Losing countless treasures, they had suffered oppression, mockery, and humiliation, and now they were determined to reclaim their lost dignity and everything that belonged to the azure dragons. With their long spears sharp and their confidence unwavering, they set forth. The mighty azure dragon battalion marched toward the Southern Sea. Meanwhile, as the azure dragons of the Eastern Sea prepared for their expedition, within the Southern Sea Dragon Palace, black dragons congregated. The Southern Sea Dragon King sat upon his throne, his face contorted with rage, With a resounding crash, a delicate glass cup was hurled to the ground, shattering into 1,000 pieces. Did the azure dragons truly slay my son? The face of the Black Dragon King twisted and furied. A small black dragon trembled on the ground, its head buried deep within its shoulders. Fear etched across its visage. Its voice quivered as it stammered. It was the azure dragons. Though I was far away, I saw clearly that the azure dragon struck down the Black Dragon Prince with a single blow as the small black dragon continued. It faltered, unable to complete its sentence, drenched in cold sweat. The horrifying scene would likely haunt it for a lifetime. T.O. dare slay my Black Dragon Prince. The Azure Dragon clan is finished. But Luo, golden immortal of the Black Dragons, stepped forward. Seething with rage, Black Dragon King, I demand you issue an immediate order for us to wreak havoc upon the Eastern Sea. Our Southern Sea Black Dragons boast the largest number of Luo golden immortals in the entire oceanic realm. 100 in total. No other clan has even half of our strength. How could it be difficult to crush the Azure Dragons? But mere insects. The Azure Dragon clan openly provoked our dragon's might. We shall eradicate them and make it clear to all the clans of the oceanic realm who truly reign supreme. Wherever the Black Dragons roamed, they were treated with the utmost reverence. Even the kings of other seas bowed before the Black Dragon King, submitting to their will. Now, that inconsequential Azure Dragon clan dared to kill the Black Dragon Prince. How could the Black Dragons possibly swallow this humiliation? A mere azure dragon dares to seek death. This time, the Black Dragon King vowed to personally venture to the Eastern Sea and sever the head of its Dragon King, offer a tribute to the spirit of my son. The Black Dragon King abruptly rose, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent emanating from him, penetrating to the very marrow of his being. That a dense, dark energy enveloped him, saturating the entire South Sea Dragon Palace with an atmosphere of wrath. At that moment, before the Black Dragon King could issue a command or determine a course of action, a thunderous force surged forth, shaking the very foundations of the South Sea Dragon Palace. Even the entire South Sea began to tremble. Who dares to sever the head of this sovereign? A voice, imbued with unmatched authority, resonated throughout the South Sea Dragon Palace. The Black Dragon King and his retinue of dark dragon ministers were momentarily taken aback. The intensity of this presence was staggering. Even the Black Dragon King felt a twinge of astonishment. Who in the ocean could possess such power to rattle the entire South Sea Dragon Palace? Report, the Azure Dragon and its army are advancing. A panicked captain of the Black Dragons rushed into the South Sea Dragon Palace, clad in armor. Why the panic? I have yet to settle the score with them. And here comes the Azure Dragon, willingly presenting itself. All Black Dragon soldiers, heed my command. Slay them. Humph, do they dare to seek death? Bring as many as they wish to meet their end. The Black Dragon King's temples throbbed. His eyes ablaze with fury as he violently shook his black dragon robes and prepared to charge out. The remaining Black Dragon soldiers were equally incensed, swiftly following suit. That moment, a bolt of azure light, akin to a flash of lightning, darted into the palace and instantly settled upon the throne of the South Sea Black Dragon King. As the light dissipated, Zhou Yuan's imposing figure took his seat, calmly crossing his legs and surveying the astonished black dragons below with an air of superiority. Outside the palace, a throng of azure dragons, all of the highest order, surged in, encircling the South Sea Dragon Palace completely. In that instant, every black dragon was taken aback by this display. Gazing at the layers of azure dragons, shock was palpable on their faces. When did the Azure Dragon lineage produce such a multitude of great Luo golden immortals? Even the Black Dragon King wore an expression of disbelief. From a distance, it appeared there were over 10,000 great Luo golden immortal azure dragons. The combat prowess of these azure dragons clearly surpassed their expectations. The Black Dragon lineage boasted no more than 100 great Luo golden immortals, and now the Azure Dragon's strength exceeded theirs 100-fold. Zhou Yuan, perched upon the Black Dragon King's throne, wore a disdainful expression. The Black Dragon King, he was the one who had slain the Black Dragon Prince. A nearby Black Dragon soldier pointed in terror at the seated Zhou Yuan. Upon hearing this, the Black Dragon King erupted in rage. Ignoring the overwhelming disparity in strength, he seized the Black Dragon sword and charged at Zhou Yuan. All Black Dragon soldiers swiftly drew their weapons, preparing to engage with the encircling Azure Dragons at a moment's notice. Zhou Yuan observed everything with a cold gaze. Boom! The Azure Dragon upon the throne suddenly transformed, its dark azure form adorned with flickering golden halos, reminiscent of a reborn golden dragon. Before the Black Dragon soldiers could react, the energy released from the Azure Dragon suppressed the Black Dragon King, rendering his raised sword motionless in midair. The true chi within the dark Azure Dragon surged forth, with a deafening roar. The entire South Sea Dragon Palace crumbled, reduced to rubble in an instant. That a palace once resplendent with opulence was transformed into mere ruins in the blink of an eye. The moment Zhou Yuan transformed and the golden halo appeared, all the Black Dragons were petrified. That it was not until the South Sea Dragon Palace was demolished that they began to regain their senses. How could this be possible? The construction of the South Sea Palace was fortified with numerous top-tier materials, reinforced with the azure holy stone from the East Sea, making it indestructible. What manner of being is this Azure Dragon? How could it possess the aura of a primal holy dragon, manifesting a golden dragon apparition? And furthermore, be a six-clawed dragon? Could it be? Is he the incarnation of the golden dragon? At that moment, the Black Dragon soldiers felt a chilling dread. The Black Dragon King, startled, attempted to retreat, only to find himself utterly immobilized. Beneath the claws of the dark Azure Dragon, a surge of golden energy descended upon the Black Dragon King with ferocity. The shiver ran down his spine. Bang! The Black Dragon King was obliterated into dust. Chapter 22. The Annihilation of the Black Dragon Clan. How to align one's self. In the ruins, the Black Dragon soldiers distinctly felt the terror emanating from the dark Azure Dragon. Merely the released aura had disintegrated their Black Dragon King, a formidable great Luo golden immortal, into nothingness. Witnessing the instantaneous destruction of their king, not a single Black Dragon soldier dared to step forward as a foolhardy challenger. What madness! If the Black Dragon King could not withstand it, they would surely meet their demise. Observing the panicked Black Dragons, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. Hovering above the heads of the Black Dragon soldiers, the mere presence of the Azure Dragon was sufficient to drain the color from their faces. Soon after, thud. One by one, the Black Dragon soldiers, including the surrounding Black Dragon elders, knelt in supplication, pleading for their lives. Reluctantly, they were forced to accept this harsh reality. Indeed, the glory of the Black Dragon clan had become a thing of the past. The future belonged to the Azure Dragons. Throughout the South Sea, all Black Dragons submitted to the Azure Dragon of the East Sea. This scene filled the hearts of all present Azure Dragons with a sense of vindication. The Black Dragons, who had bullied and oppressed the Azure Dragon clan for years, were finally beneath their feet. Each Azure Dragon soldier glared with righteous anger at the Black Dragons, wielding their tridents to hold the heads of the subdued Black Dragons. In an instant, the heads of all Black Dragons were thrust into the ground, apprehended. All Azure Dragon soldiers stood tall, chests puffed out, basking in this unparalleled sacred moment. They had awaited this day for far too long. The Tortoise Prime Minister and the Azure Dragon elders wore expressions of elation and excitement. Seeing this, Zhou Yuan descended from his transformation, a smile gracing his lips as he exchanged a knowing glance with the Tortoise Prime Minister. The old tortoise immediately understood. Stepping forward with pride, he proclaimed, "Hear this, you Black Dragons. This is the consequence of your years of tormenting the Azure Dragon clan. Surrender all treasures seized from the East Sea over the years, and we, the East Sea, may accept you as our slaves, sparing your lives." Upon hearing this, the captured Black Dragons felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. Resistance was futile. Being enslaved was preferable to death, as long as they could live. That was enough. I will speak. The treasures are hidden in the caves beneath Black Dragon Rock. I can lead you there. I also know that the treasures of the South Sea are located in the hidden passages behind the Black Dragon Rock Palace. We have treasures in our dojo as well, and we are willing to present them to honor the Azure Dragon Emperor, hoping only for a chance to live. The Black Dragon soldiers, while speaking, retrieved glimmering treasures from their waistbands. The Black Dragons exchanged furtive glances, their eyes gleaming with avarice. As long as they could preserve their lives, there would be opportunities to rise again. The tortoise prime minister turned to Zhou Yuan. The dragon emperor, Zhou Yuan, nodded slightly. The old tortoise bowed respectfully. Turning, he cast a cold glance at the Azure Dragon commander orchestrating the entire affair and made a slicing motion across his neck. Kill! Crack! Crack! In mere seconds, all the black dragons were transformed into lifeless corpses, the South Sea reeking of blood. Just minutes ago, it had been a vibrant realm. Now, it had become a haunting hellscape. Zhou Yuan would show no mercy in dealing with these black dragons. Their inherent arrogance and rebellious nature guaranteed they would never willingly submit to another. Such a scourge could not be left unvanquished. Thus, it was imperative to eradicate them completely. Go. Clear the South Sea for me. As his words fell, the Azure Dragons could hardly contain their eagerness to spring into action. The ministers were invigorated. Wielding a steel fork, they charged towards the various palaces of the South Sea. And in no time, the entire South Sea was left barren. Countless treasures from the East Sea emerged once more into the light. This moment. Not only the treasures of the East Sea, but even those of the South Sea were completely scavenged by the Azure Dragon. Even tables and chairs were uprooted. 10,000 Deluo golden immortals of the Azure Dragon, bearing innumerable treasure chests, returned in a grand procession to the East Sea. Along the way, all the creatures of the sea turned their gazes in astonishment. Previously, when the Azure Dragon clan dispatched troops to the South Sea, many beings had harbored a pessimistic attitude. After all, the Black Dragon clan of the South Sea was universally recognized as the overlord of these waters. Moreover, the Azure Dragon, once feeble, had been subjected to bullying by these sea creatures to varying degrees. Just moments ago, upon hearing of the annihilation of the Black Dragon clan, many beings who had not witnessed it with their own eyes remained skeptical. Now, witnessing the grand procession of the Azure Dragon and the countless glittering treasure chests, they finally believed that the Black Dragon clan had indeed been utterly eradicated. Look, the Azure Dragon clan possesses such a multitude of Deluo golden immortals. It is said they have a new dragon sovereign, a figure shrouded in mystery, rumored to be the true Azure Dragon prince, and he is said to have an excellent relationship with the sage Hongjun. Upon taking office, he has directly elevated the combat strength of the entire Azure Dragon clan. It seems the Azure Dragon clan is poised for a complete resurgence. From now on, do not provoke the Azure Dragon clan. A small white dragon declared before vanishing along the route back to the North Sea. Among the onlookers, a small red dragon also hastily concealed itself, preparing to report back to the Red Dragon King regarding what it had witnessed. In an instant, countless beings hurriedly fled towards their respective tribes. The North Sea Dragon Palace. The White Dragon King exclaimed, "What? The Black Dragon clan has truly been exterminated?" He sprang up from his throne, his face a mask of disbelief. However, soon after, a flicker of joy began to emerge on his shocked visage. Wonderful. The White Dragon King slammed his table in triumph. The Black Dragon clan has been excessively tyrannical, not only bullying the Azure Dragon clan, but for many years my White Dragon clan has also endured their oppression. The retribution has finally arrived. The Black Dragon clan had dominated the seas for years, and countless races had not escaped the ravages and oppression of the Black Dragon's claws. This moment, the Red Dragon clan of the West Sea, the weakest among the four seas, had also suffered under the tyranny of the Black Dragon clan, no less than the Azure Dragon. Inside the West Sea Dragon Palace, the West Sea Dragon King, overwhelmed with excitement, felt his red scales tremble uncontrollably, and even his eyes shimmered with tears, after processing the news of the Black Dragon clan's annihilation. The West Sea Dragon King immediately made his way to the North Sea Dragon Palace. By the time the West Sea Dragon King arrived at the North Sea Dragon Palace, a throng of beings had already gathered, all prominent figures from various sea tribes. West Sea Dragon King, please take a seat. The leaders from various tribes offered their seats to the West Sea Dragon King. Please, everyone, make yourselves comfortable, but let us discuss the matters regarding the Azure Dragon of the East Sea. The White Dragon King of the North Sea, as the host, had lost interest in formalities. The most pressing concern was how to survive in the seas moving forward. Although the Black Dragon had been vanquished, it was certain that a new overlord would soon arise. How to curry favor and align oneself became a pressing issue for them at this moment. Chapter 23. Tributes from various tribes. The East Sea's frantic development. With the Black Dragon clan's downfall, the sea realms were bound to realign. Who would emerge as the next black dragon-like overlord of the seas, while the smaller tribes may not have given it much thought. The White Dragon King could not afford to be indifferent. The presumption was that the Azure Dragon would remain as weak as before. Yet now, the situation had entirely transformed. The Black Dragon Clan's destruction, unexpectedly at the hands of the Azure Dragon Clan, had turned the tables. 10,000 the Luo golden immortals of the Azure Dragon had swiftly overwhelmed the Black Dragon Clan, not to mention the North Sea's White Dragon Clan. The Jiao Dragon Clan cast its vote. We choose to ally with the Azure Dragon of the East Sea, declared the Jiao Dragon King, clad in a dark yellow dragon robe, his expression grave as he broke the stalemate. We, the Snake Dragon Clan, also pledge allegiance to the Azure Dragon. Us too. Azure Dragon. With the Jiao Dragon King's lead, the other tribes quickly chose to align with the East Sea's Azure Dragon Clan. Hearing of the Azure Dragon Clan's emergence of a golden dragon incarnation, it was likely a sign from the heavenly Tao. The golden dragon incarnation, though I have not seen it with my own eyes. I have indeed witnessed the six-clawed incarnation of that mysterious Zhou Yuan dragon sovereign. The Jiao Dragon King bore a solemn and dignified expression. Snake Dragon King, did you truly see that the Azure Dragon Sovereign is of the six-clawed incarnation? The West Sea Dragon King inquired with a serious gaze. Indeed. Farewell, everyone. I must return to prepare. The West Sea Dragon King hurried back to the West Sea, ready to bring treasures to the East Sea as tributes. Let us depart. Why are you all still dawdling? Those who go first might leave a good impression on the new Dragon King of the East Sea, and perhaps they will look after us in the future. I too am curious. What sort of formidable character is this East Sea Dragon King? I shall pay a visit. Leaders from various water tribes hurried back to their respective clans, gathering treasures to present to the East Sea. Oh dear, it seems our North Sea has no chance now. The North Sea Dragon King sighed deeply. Come here, quickly prepare something. I must be the first to arrive at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Zhou Yuan sat comfortably in a soft, plush dragon chair, surveying the newly revitalized palace with satisfaction. Damn it! While I enjoy the wealth of the East Sea, we have been left with nothing but shabby tables and chairs. Truly shameless. Zhou Yuan silently cursed the Black Dragon King. All the bounty of the East Sea had been siphoned off to the South Sea. Report to the Yuan Dragon Sovereign. We have recovered 90 of our treasures from the East Sea. Now they are all being returned to the East Sea Treasury. In total, we have seized 1,903 treasures from the South Sea. We have also retrieved over 370 volumes of our East Sea scriptures. An elder of the East Sea excitedly reported to Zhou Yuan regarding the spoils from their expedition to the South Sea. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled as he examined the thick ledgers and the categorized accounts of the treasures. He felt little emotional fluctuation. Most of these items rightfully belonged to the East Sea. Recovering what was theirs was only natural. However, the Azure Dragon elders flanking him could hardly contain their excitement. Who would have imagined that one day these treasures would return to our East Sea? This is wonderful. Our Azure Dragonkin will no longer have to consume those nutritionally deficient items. Our good days are finally upon us. The key is, no one will dare to bully our Azure Dragon clan again. A group of Azure Dragon elders shed tears of joy. Today could be deemed a glorious historical moment for the Azure Dragon clan. All thanks to their newly appointed Dragon Sovereign, Zhou Yuan. Of course, Zhou Yuan regarded all this as mere triviality. The East Sea remained weak. The soldiers were disorganized, weapons outdated, and equipment lagged far behind, lacking a proper hierarchy. These were urgent matters that required rectification in just a few hundred years. The sage Hongjun would preach for the second time. Why then? The East Sea must unify the four seas. However, following the recent events concerning the Black Dragon clan, it was believed that soon, many dragon clans would come seeking refuge with the East Sea. Report. Many dragon subclan kings have arrived outside, claiming to congratulate the new dragon sovereign of the East Sea. They have also brought many treasure chests. A blue dragon guard knelt respectfully on the ground to report, "Oh, they have arrived so soon." Very well. Let them wait. These dragon kings were here to curry favor with the East Sea. So the East Sea must assert itself, raising its stature, which would facilitate better management in the future. After all, they were all influential figures, kings of their respective tribes. It was necessary to temper their dispositions. Prime Minister Turtle, retrieve some superior weapons from the EC treasury to distribute among the Deluo Golden Immortal Warriors. Yes, Prime Minister Turtle. Also prepare a portion of secondary grade weapons for all Golden Immortal Warriors and above in the EC. Yes, Prime Minister Turtle. All our EC cultivators must upgrade their equipment. Yes, Prime Minister Gay. Any formidable entity within a maritime realm may join the EC and partake of its finest benefits. Indeed, Zhou Yuan issued several decrees in rapid succession, leaving Prime Minister Gay somewhat overwhelmed. However, these decrees were potent tools for fortifying the EC, and Prime Minister Gay could hardly contain his joy. After many years of idleness, he finally had work to do. The old turtle, bearing his thick shell, moved with surprising agility. With resolute determination, he promptly accomplished the tasks assigned by Zhou Yuan with remarkable efficiency. The once scattered EC began to coalesce. After completing all his duties, Zhou Yuan leaned back in the dragon throne and closed his eyes for a moment, only to remember the various dragon kings waiting outside the dragon palace. Laden with generous gifts, announce a multitude of kings from various races across the seas, bowing and scraping with expressions of utmost reverence, approached the center and knelt, performing the ritual of homage. We pay our respects to the Dragon Emperor of the EC. I have met the Dragon Emperor of the EC, the White Dragon King of the North Sea. I have met the Dragon Emperor of the EC, the Red Dragon King of the West Sea. Zhou Yuan cast an expressionless glance over the assembly of kings from diverse realms, who were currently deferentially addressing him. He pondered deeply. This is a world where strength reigns supreme. He mused that this chaotic world was both easy and difficult to navigate. It was easy in the sense that one must assess the situation astutely, being firm when necessary and yielding when the time called for it, thus ensuring one's survival. Conversely, it was perilous, as one could easily meet their demise. Standing alongside a vastly superior powerhouse, a mere sneeze could send one to the afterlife. Presently, the primordial world was in an era of rising factions. The dragon clan was inherently looked down upon. And these dragons of various hues were audaciously declaring themselves kings within this modest ocean. Engaging in mutual oppression, it was a display of myopia, lamentable and contemptible. From this day forth, all races of the maritime domain shall abolish their autonomy and unify under the governance of the ECS Azure Dragon. Chapter 24. Uniting the Four Seas. Without allowing the esteemed lords to present their tributes, Zhou Yuan directly issued yet another decree for the EC. What is this? Abolishing their clans? Subordinating to the East Sea? On what grounds? Although the lords of various races did not outwardly express dissent, they were inwardly discontented. After all, they had been kings for many years, and such a sudden annulment was unjustifiable. What was so special about the East Sea? Thinking to usurp them all just because of one black dragon? Zhou Yuan had anticipated this reaction. These old-timers were sharper than monkeys. Straightening himself, Zhou Yuan adopted an air of assuredness and gestured for a nearby elder of the Azure Dragon to step forward. Clearing his throat, the elder announced, "This is the East Sea's benevolent dragon initiative established by the Dragon Emperor. You shall review it before making a decision. The East Sea shall not impose any obligations." With a wave of his hand, he sent pages of the initiative cascading into the hands of the various lords. As the documents circulated, the expressions of the lords shifted from initial resistance to growing excitement. The document bore a few bold phrases that ignited their interest. Benefits. All who submit to the East Sea shall have the opportunity to practice the Golden Dragon techniques. Requirements. Descendants of the Dragon Clan must join unconditionally. Non-dragon descendants must have a population of 100 million within their race, with at least 1 million golden immortals. The mere mention of the Golden Dragon techniques was an irresistible temptation. If one could master the Golden Dragon techniques, they might attain the form of a golden dragon. Perhaps the next ancestral dragon would be oneself. In that case, not only the small races currently at hand, but the entire primordial realm would eventually bow before them. At this moment, every lord holding the initiative was consumed by such thoughts. Zhou Yuan had also added requirements, which raised the bar for entry. With a higher threshold, the desire to join would only increase. A barely perceptible smile crossed Zhou Yuan's face as he thought to himself, "My strategic maneuvers are indeed on point." Lastly, Zhou Yuan rose, embodying a sense of righteous authority. The Dragon Clan is one family. Only through unity can we safeguard ourselves from external threats. I believe that as long as we unite as one, we shall surely reclaim our place upon the grand stage of the primordial world. I must say, this final emotional appeal was executed with great finesse. The lords, upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, were stirred to excitement and promptly stamped their impressions upon the initiative. The Red Dragon Clan, the White Dragon Clan, the Flood Dragon Clan, the Serpent Dragon Clan, and others all placed their seals. This signified a further strengthening of the Azure Dragon's influence in the EC. Thus, the Dragon Clan began to unify their forces. The four seas united, and the supreme ruler was none other than Zhou Yuan. As Zhou Yuan watched the plan unfold according to his design, his heart swelled with exhilaration. Just then, the system's melodious notification rang out at an opportune moment. "Congratulations! You have subdued the various races of the maritime realm, expanding your influence. System rewards: Dragon Blood Transmutation Technique and Overlord Dragon Slaying Technique. Due to your expanded influence, the overall prestige of the Dragon Clan has decreased. Please promptly enhance the prestige of the Four Seas Dragon Clan." Oh. Enhancing prestige was something Zhou Yuan had already anticipated. These old-timers were all shrewd, although they now pretended to be deferential, laden with gifts and offerings. Each was secretly calculating their own interests. These fellows were not entirely submissive to him. The Azure Dragon Clan had been powerless for so long. The ingrained disdain from others could not be reversed overnight. However, since Zhou Yuan had become the Dragon Emperor of the EC, the Azure Dragon Clan would inevitably rise again. Prestige was merely a secondary concern. The two techniques, however, brought Zhou Yuan unexpected delight. They were overwhelmingly powerful. The Dragon Blood Transmutation Technique was evidently a method to purify the bloodline of the Dragon Clan. Dragon Blood Transmutation Technique. Practicing this technique can purify the bloodline purity of dragon descendants, evolving hybrids into pure blood dragons. Creatures like crayfish, dragon clams, and all beings related to dragons have the potential to be refined into true dragon blood descendants. This technique is formidable. Previously, Zhou Yuan resided in Heavenly Dragon Mountain, and he was not well versed in the various dragon branches within the maritime realm. Now, upon returning to the world of the seas, he realized that the current dragon descendants were largely a collection of ineffective hybrids. Except for Zhou Yuan, there was hardly a trace of true golden dragons, let alone their ancient combat prowess. These dragon descendants could likely only reign supreme within the seas, once removed from the ocean. They would be no match against the various powerful races of the primordial continent. Hongjun Sage had completed the first transmission of teachings. Soon, the second transmission would follow, and then the third, at that time. The demon race, under the dominion of Dongwang Tai and Dijun, would expand massively, sweeping through the primordial realm and emerging as the greatest overlord. Meanwhile, the 12 ancestor witches, led by Dijiang, would also rise powerfully, becoming formidable adversaries to the demon race. Additionally, the three pure ones, Nuwa, and the western figures of Jin and Juni, the 6 great sages, would successively make their appearances. With the current strength of the Dragon Clan, they would be utterly trampled. This cannot stand before the rise of the major forces. The Dragon Clan must ascend first. The Dragon Clan's weakness primarily stems from their impure bloodlines. The Dragon Blood Transmutation Technique is precisely what the dragon descendants need to purify their bloodlines. The Overlord Dragon Slaying Technique, a technique of the Dragon Clan, divided into levels 1 to 10, applicable to dragons of varying cultivation levels and strengths. Its scope is extensive. All dragon clans may practice it. This technique not only boasts unparalleled defensive capabilities, but also offers defensive prowess up to level 10. Aiding in the elevation of cultivation. Yet another technique that benefits the Dragon Clan as for the Golden Dragon techniques. They were, of course, non-existent, merely a fabrication by Zhou Yuan, meant to entice the dragon descendants into training. Excellent. All dragon descendants unified under the Azure Dragon of the EC may cultivate these 2 techniques. We thank the Dragon Emperor for his grace. The might of the Yuan Dragon Emperor is unparalleled. A multitude of dragon lineage descendants knelt down, their faces brimming with excitement as they paid their respects. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, several centuries had passed. In the Eastern Sea, armored in golden armor, the mysterious dragons exuded an aura of grandeur and unmatched might, wielding divine dragon spears as they patrolled the waters. Each fulfilled their duties with remarkable orderliness. Majestic new palaces of the Eastern Sea rose from the ground, featuring dedicated halls for weaponry, equipment, and the study of martial arts, alongside the cultivation of numerous dragon talents across various fields. The waters of the Eastern Sea became increasingly clear and vibrant, birthing countless jewels and spiritual treasures daily. The entire Eastern Sea underwent a remarkable transformation. Zhou Yuan stood atop the peak of Tianlong Mountain, the ancestral seat of the four seas. His gaze was piercing, as if peering into the distance. Suddenly, amidst the chaotic firmament, a radiant stream of light burst forth. Following this, an imposing voice from beyond echoed throughout the universe. A century hence, the Zhixiao Palace shall transmit teachings once more to that time. I, Hongjun, shall impart the path to quasi-sainthood. All who are destined may come to listen. Chapter 25. 1,000 Dragon Lineage Descendants Venture into Chaos. At Zhixiao Palace, after transmitting his message across the primordial realm, Saint Hongjun's eyes glimmered with deep emotion. His gaze fell upon the direction of Hongjun, Tianlong Mountain. The second transmission of teachings was imminent, and he hoped that his friend Zhou Yuan would arrive as promised. Recalling the last time the teachings were imparted, Zhou Yuan had been seated beside him, reinforcing his conviction and sharing wisdom with all beings. He felt confident in the teachings he would deliver, reassured even by a mere glance from Zhou Yuan. Hongjun's heart began to brim with anticipation. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Zhou Yuan reclined upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, adorned with motifs of golden dragons and jade phoenixes. Within the Grand Hall, elders and leaders from various dragon branches stood respectfully on either side. Since the last gathering, countless dragon descendants had pledged their allegiance to the Eastern Sea. Zhou Yuan abolished their royal titles, elevating them all to the rank of supreme leaders, mandating their timely attendance at the Eastern Sea Court to report the latest developments of their clans. Thus, Zhou Yuan rightfully ascended as the supreme sovereign of the entire dragon lineage. Although it paled in comparison to the glorious era of the ancestral dragon, Zhou Yuan's ambition was to surpass even the ancestral dragon in greatness. After all, despite the ancestral dragon's past supremacy, he ultimately fell victim to the machinations of Luo Ho. Now, having reclaimed his position and lived anew, Zhou Yuan vowed never to tread the same path as the ancestral dragon. Observing the eager gazes of his ministers, Zhou Yuan brushed back the strands of hair that fell across his forehead. After listening to the reports from each leader, he nodded in satisfaction. Excellent, if we continue to develop at this pace. The future of the dragon lineage belongs to all of us descendants. The Yuan Dragon Emperor is wise and formidable. The ministers knelt, overwhelmed with emotion as they worshipped Zhou Yuan, while all the dragon elders felt invigorated and uplifted. During this time, under Zhou Yuan's guidance and strategic planning, the various tribes had reached unprecedented heights in both financial power and combat prowess, an achievement unseen in millennia. Undoubtedly, Zhou Yuan's prestige among the Dragonkin had also reached record-breaking levels, rivaling even the grandeur of the ancestral dragon in his prime. The ancestral dragon was the founder of the dragon lineage and the paramount leader of its glorious era, while Zhou Yuan was poised to lead the Dragonkin back to prosperity. As Saint Hongjun prepared for his second transmission of teachings, Zhou Yuan declared, "I shall select 1,000 outstanding individuals to accompany me to Zhixiao Palace to listen to the teachings. Go and prepare well. Let your strength speak for itself." The moment Zhou Yuan's exhilarating words fell, the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Palace erupted into a flurry of excitement. All the civil and military officials gaped in disbelief, their expressions a mix of shock and elation. The prospect of 1,000 dragon members attending Zhixiao Palace was unprecedented, as it would account for 1/3 of the total attendees, a scenario without parallel in history. During the first transmission, a few members of the Qinglong tribe had managed to enter Zhixiao Palace thanks to Zhou Yuan, and now, With a full 1,000 dragon members, the implications were monumental. I, the White Dragon leader, will fight for this opportunity. I too shall contend for it. This is a once-in-a-millennium chance. To step into Zixiao Palace, even to catch a whiff of the saint's aura, would impart boundless wisdom. Only the Yuan Dragon Emperor possesses such audacity to lead 1,000 his kin to the chaos, to listen to the teachings. The Yuan Dragon Emperor is undoubtedly the supreme sovereign of our dragon lineage. With a leader like him, how can we fear the restoration of our might? Henceforth, we shall swear to follow the Yuan Dragon Emperor and protect our lineage at all costs. The hall of the Dragon Palace echoed with praises and accolades for Zhou Yuan. Congratulations! Your prestige among the dragon kin has soared once more, and your cohesion with the lineage has reached its zenith. How delightful! I had not anticipated this unexpected surge in prestige, Zhou Yuan remarked, his face aglow with excitement. In truth, the initial aim of selecting 1,000 powerful individuals was merely to assemble a group of bodyguards. Why bodyguards, you may ask? Let us not forget that during the return journey from the last teachings, Zhou Yuan had offended the Eastern Emperor Tai and seized his companion treasure, the Chaos Bell. Given Eastern Emperor Tai's temperament, he would certainly not let the matter rest. Were it not for the teachings imparted by the saint, Zhou Yuan would never have dared to venture such risks without having broken through in cultivation. Thus, to ensure his safety, Zhou Yuan had to select a group of capable individuals to protect him. Despite possessing numerous supreme treasures, his cultivation at the initial stage of the Great Luo Golden Immortal still warranted thorough precautions. Moreover, taking 1,000 dragon cultivators to listen to the teachings would represent a qualitative leap in the overall combat strength of the dragonkin. The benefits were manifold, and why not embrace it? Before long, the ministers withdrew. Zhou Yuan slowly retrieved the Chaos Bell from his waist, his expression a mixture of complexity. This Chaos Bell was the companion treasure of Eastern Emperor Tai, unless the connection between this treasure and Eastern Emperor Tai were severed. All his efforts would merely serve as temporary custodianship. Curse it! This artifact has remained infused with demonic energy even after being separated from Eastern Emperor Tai for so long. Zhou Yuan smirked, as if struck by an idea, his eyes suddenly sparkling with realization. The Qiankuan Cauldron. In the void, another supreme treasure shimmered into existence. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan tossed the Chaos Bell into the Qiankuan Cauldron for refinement, simultaneously adding a drop of his own blood. Indeed, moments later, when he retrieved the Chaos Bell, all demonic energy had vanished, replaced by a rich aura of the Azure Dragon swirling around the Qiankuan Cauldron. This completely severed any ties with the demon clan, rendering it entirely his own treasure. From this day forward, the Chaos Bell would henceforth belong to Zhou Yuan. Moreover, due to the infusion of Zhou Yuan's blood, the process of cultivation and integration would be entirely bypassed, allowing him to grasp all the secrets of the Chaos Bell effortlessly. He would be able to manipulate all of its powers with complete precision. This was a remarkable feat. Perhaps even Eastern Emperor Tai, the original possessor of the Chaos Bell, could not achieve such mastery. Zhou Yuan took several deep breaths, savoring the sensation of merging with the innate supreme treasure. The Chaos Bell, feeling a profound sense of contentment and exhilaration. Having secured these treasures, Zhou Yuan settled back upon his majestic throne, relishing fresh fruits. Report, Yuan Dragon Emperor. The list of 1,000 powerful candidates has been prepared for your review. The Prime Minister, Turtle, entered, his face beaming with excitement. Excellent. Dispatch them immediately to accompany me into the chaos. Chapter 26. Zixiao Palace. Calculating the primordial purple chi in the chaotic purple clouds palace outside the grand entrance. A throng of cultivators gathered, their heads bobbing in a sea of humanity. The attendees for the second preaching session were predominantly Great Luo Golden Immortals, a stark contrast to the first gathering, which had been a cacophony of various beings. However, at this moment, a unique spectacle captivated the attention of all cultivators. 1,000 Dragon Clan practitioners in one corner of the palace. Precisely 1,000 dragons lay in perfect formation across a vast expanse. Every cultivator was rendered speechless by this astonishing sight, a profound silence enveloping the area for several minutes before hushed whispers began to emerge. Lowly dragons. And yet 1,000 have come? At first, I thought I was seeing things. How is this possible? What are dragons compared to this sacred realm? They are unworthy to step foot into the presence of the saints, a group of creatures that should only serve as our meals or mounts. How do they traverse the chaotic aura to reach this chaotic purple cloud's palace? Hush, keep your voice down. This is the domain of the saints. Do not utter words like lowly lest you provoke their wrath and find yourself cast into chaos. Nevertheless, have you not noticed? All these dragon practitioners are actually great Luo golden immortals. 1,000 dragons? 1,000 great Luo golden immortals? This is simply unfathomable. The entire lineage of dragons could scarcely muster 100 great Luo golden immortals. Our Xian leper tribe has only about 80 who have reached that level, and among us, only 3 have successfully withstood the chaos to arrive at the purple cloud's palace in that instant. Disbelief painted the faces of all cultivators as they stared intently at the 1,000 dragons, as if attempting to pierce through their very essence. Among this assembly, the demon clan's Dongwang, Tai, cast a fierce glare at the dragon practitioners. Earlier on the journey, Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun had already spotted this group of dragons in truth, Dongwang Tai had intended to ambush Zhou Yuan on the way to reclaim the Chaos Bell. But he had not anticipated that the opposition would bring along 1,000 great Luo golden immortals. Even Dongwang Tai dared not act recklessly. In the end, he could only follow behind, feeling frustrated. As they arrived at the Purple Cloud's palace, creak, the grand doors of the Purple Cloud's palace swung open. Please enter in an orderly manner. The one who opened the door was none other than Hongjun, the formal disciple of the Honorable Elder Hongjun, who would later become the supreme leader of the Heavenly Court. Upon seeing the imposing assembly of dragons, Hongjun was momentarily at a loss for words, nearly dropping his eyeballs in astonishment. Good heavens! Master, why are there so many dragons here? Mind your manners. Those are your master Zhou Yuan's kin. Ensure they are treated with the utmost respect and do not neglect them. Came the stern voice of Hongjun. Immediately, 2 imposing figures stepped forward, walking side by side onto the preaching platform of the Purple Clouds. Although Hongjun was startled, he had no choice but to go and make arrangements. Before long, the entire venue was organized. The first 3 rows, the most favorable positions, were entirely occupied by dragons. Even the cushions at the front were taken by the esteemed elders of the dragon clan. This time, the 3 pure ones and Yua were unable to squeeze into the front rows and were instead relegated to sit behind the dragon practitioners. Hongjun had granted Zhou Yuan considerable favor. From the west, Jin and Junti, wiping away tears and snot from their earlier lamentations, begrudgingly followed Yua and the others to sit behind the dragons. How can it be that we did not even secure a spot in the front rows this time? Junti exclaimed in frustration, just as he reached for a broken bowl to bang. Stop! The 3 pure ones are also seated behind the dragons, so it is not just us. Jin interjected, though he too felt disgruntled. Yet, what could they do? The most irascible among the 3 pure ones, Yuan Shi Tianzun, had not made a fuss, making it all the more inappropriate for their impoverished duo from the west to raise a ruckus. Looking back, Jane observed the expressions of those seated behind, which were decidedly grim. Dongwang Tai, Emperor Jun, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, Kuanpeng, Hongyun, Xinyuanzi, and other cultivators found themselves relegated to the rear. The faces of this group were similarly etched with indignation and frustration. It was widely known that those capable of attending this preaching session were the Siarmi de la Siarmi from various clans. Now, to be seated behind the lowly dragons was an affront to their dignity. Should word get out, they would be the subject of ridicule throughout the entirety of the primordial world on the preaching platform. Zhou Yuan remained seated beside the Honorable Elder Hongjun. As time slipped away, Zhou Yuan sat closely to Hongjun, absorbing the teachings with remarkable clarity, akin to a one-on-one tutorial. The results were exponentially beneficial. This time, Zhou Yuan could be said to be the first within the Purple Cloud's palace to achieve the path of a quasi-saint. Even Hongjun could not help but steal glances at Zhou Yuan, silently marveling at his exceptional talent. Not just Zhou Yuan, The dragon practitioners seated in the front rows were all prodigies handpicked from the dragon clan. Their advantageous positioning facilitated a rapid and profound comprehension of the principles of quasi-saintship, resulting in explosive growth in their abilities. Observing from behind, the other cultivators felt their teeth grind in frustration. Finally, as the preaching session concluded, apart from the dragon practitioners who were left wanting for more, the rest of the cultivators, due to their inferior positions and the influence of the dragons, found it impossible to focus on the teachings. The consequences were all too predictable. Each left the Purple Cloud's palace with a storm of pent-up anger, their robes flaring as they departed. Watching the departing figures of the cultivators, Zhou Yuan beamed at Hongjun, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. "Honorable Elder Hongjun, I have a small request, though it may be trivial ditto. Please, Zhou Yuan, speak your mind. Would it be possible for you to bestow upon me a strand of the primordial purple energy you possess?" Hongjun was taken aback, thinking, how does he know about the primordial purple energy? That energy symbolizes the path to sainthood, and the heavenly Tao has already designated its recipients. How could it be given away? After a moment's hesitation, Hongjun's expression revealed his dilemma. Alas, Zhou Yuan, you have made your request a tad late. The primordial purple energy was already distributed to the 3 pure ones and others. There are no excess strands left. Zhou Yuan smirked inwardly. Including the strand belonging to Hongjun, there were a total of 7 strands of primordial purple energy. Last time in the Purple Cloud's palace, Hongjun had distributed only 6. There was still 1 remaining. Honorable Elder, you are being somewhat unreasonable. There's clearly 1 more strand that remains unaccounted for. Zhou Yuan's tone was light, yet his smile hinted at a deeper understanding. Have you forgotten who saved you from Lihu all those years ago? Hongjun's demeanor shifted dramatically, realizing that Zhou Yuan was indeed formidable, capable of seeing through everything, even the count of primordial purple energy strands in his possession. Moreover, he had brought up a past event. After mulling it over, Hongjun ultimately relinquished his resistance. Very well. Since you have made such a rare request, I shall grant you a strand of primordial purple energy. With that, the magnificent and resplendent violet energy descended from the void, landing directly in Zhou Yuan's palm. Chapter 27. Boldly flirting with Nuwa, invoking collective fury. With the primordial purple energy in hand, Zhou Yuan casually tossed it, and then, within the void, the vibrant violet energy, imbued with the essence of sainthood, twirled in the air before seamlessly merging into Zhou Yuan's being. Zhou Yuan was no fool. The primordial purple energy was crucial to achieving sainthood. Despite Hongjun's apparent generosity, he could not be certain that the next moment would not bring about a scheme. Only by integrating it into his body could he ensure his safety. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan directly absorb the primordial purple energy, Hongjun's eyes widened in shock. Zhou Yuan, you have already merged it? Zhou Yuan exhaled contentedly, a smile gracing his features as he nodded. With matters having reached this point, the Honorable Elder Hongjun had no choice but to abandon any ulterior motives. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Zhou Yuan, he extended an invitation for Zhou Yuan to return for the next preaching session, expressing his hope that they could share the teachings together once more. Zhou Yuan, now that you have attained quasi-saint cultivation, you must attend the next session of saintly teachings. I look forward to your continued guidance. Hongjun's demeanor was calm, yet his expression was solemn. I could see appear that he was quite pleased with Zhou Yuan's performance during the previous 2 sermons. In response to Hongjun's invitation, Zhou Yuan maintained an inscrutable expression, neither confirming nor denying his attendance, leaving Hongjun in a state of anxious anticipation. After bidding farewell to Hongjun, the Taoist took it upon himself to personally escort Zhou Yuan out of the gates of the Zixiao Palace. Upon exiting, a throng of Dragon Clan cultivators swiftly surrounded Zhou Yuan, standing respectfully behind him as they set off for the primordial chaos. The spectacle was so grand that even Hongjun furrowed his brow. His expression shifting dramatically, he hurriedly returned to the Zixiao Palace, eager to perform divination. The primordial purple energy appeared on an individual who should not have manifested such power, indicating that a candidate for the future primordial saint had already deviated from the predestined path of the heavenly Tao. Moreover, the recent surge in fortune among the Dragon Clan seemed excessively rapid, as the representative of the heavenly Tao. These changes exceeded its expectations. Should they continue to spiral out of control, even he, a sage backed by the heavenly Tao, might find himself in jeopardy. Doubts and concerns began to creep into Hongjun's heart. After concluding his divination, he found nothing of significance in particular. When he focused the celestial resonance of the Tiangang stars upon Zhou Yuan, it remained shrouded in ambiguity, revealing nothing. Withdrawing his finger and opening his eyes, Hongjun frowned and remarked, "Zhou Yuan, my dear friend, I hold you in high regard. I sincerely hope that you will wield the primordial purple energy and return to the chaos, ensuring that you do not disrupt the natural order of the primordial chaos." It must be said that Hongjun's words were indeed prescient. Unfortunately, he was unaware that Zhou Yuan would not be returning to the chaos. Not only would he not return, but he would also stir the primordial chaos into turmoil, with the Dragon Clan, originally meant to retreat from the stage of the primordial chaos, shining brightly as a noble lineage in the future. If Hongjun were to learn of all this, it would be worth pondering whether he would still regard Zhou Yuan as he did now. Upon leaving the Zixiao Palace, Zhou Yuan led 1,000 Dragon Clan to Luo Golden Immortals, many of whom were on the verge of breaking through the quasi-saint bottleneck. And no one dared to openly provoke such a formidable contingent. Many cultivators were preoccupied with their own journeys, eager to return to their respective sanctuaries in the primordial chaos, hoping to seize the moment while the echoes of the quasi-saint path resonated clearly in their minds. Upon encountering the Dragon Clan, they hurriedly avoided them. Zhou Yuan walked at the forefront alongside several Dragon Clan elders. Before long, they caught up with the Sanqing, Nuwa, the 2 Western Buddhas, as well as the Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, Kunpeng, and others who had long since departed from the Zixiao Palace. Among the Sanqing, Yuan Shitianzun occasionally cast furtive glances at the graceful and enchanting Nuwa. The Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, both of whom shared a lineage with Nuwa, engaged in lively discussions, exploring the principles of the quasi-saint path and their own insights. Their camaraderie elicited envy and jealousy from Yuan Shitianzun, the 2 Western Buddhas, and other passing cultivators, soon as the large number of Dragon Clan cultivators approached. The gaze of all the other cultivators shifted discreetly towards them. The reaction among the cultivators was remarkably uniform. They all made way. Some did so out of fear of provoking trouble, while others looked down upon the Dragon Clan, especially the Sanqing, who upon spotting Zhou Yuan and the Dragon Clan cultivators, immediately raised their heads high, their nostrils flaring in disdain, striding confidently along their own path. They even deliberately moved aside, fearful of tainting their noble status as the true disciples of Pangu by associating with what they deemed lowly beings. The 2 Western Buddhas were exceedingly astute, stepping aside to grant a passageway to the over 1,000 Dragon Clan cultivators, though their expressions remained as if performing in a play, feigning amiability. The Eastern Emperor Tai stood in the center of the path, his face a picture of fury. Emperor Jun tugged at Tai's Dao robe, lowering his voice and solemnly advising, "There are many eyes here. The other party is numerous and powerful. Keep your composure. There will be ample opportunities to settle the score later." Tai, filled with indignation, stormed away. Amidst the crowd, a striking figure, filled with intrigue, observed Zhou Yuan, the leader of the dragons, as he approached. Nuwa, clad in a flowing white celestial robe, with eyes as clear as water, appeared captivating. Zhou Yuan instantly recognized this future matriarch of humanity. How beautiful, he thought, truly enchanting. His heart marveled at the fact that such a stunning woman could only exist in this fantastical realm, the primordial chaos, where extraordinary beauty was unparalleled. A mere glance was enough to render one devoid of reason. In no wonder so many cultivators chose to follow the Eastern Emperor Tai, Emperor Jun, and Nuwa, avoiding other paths. At that moment, all the cultivators came to a halt, waiting for the Dragon Clan to pass. Suddenly, Zhou Yuan unexpectedly sidestepped and moved directly beside Nuwa. This action instantly ignited waves of jealousy. "Sister Nuwa, I have some matters I wish to discuss privately with you. Might you spare a moment?" Zhou Yuan leaned in, his handsome face close, his eyes betraying his fondness. This forthright demeanor piqued Nuwa's interest. as it set him apart from other cultivators who often feigned aloofness. Consequently, her feelings toward Zhou Yuan warmed. Just as the Eastern Emperor Tai and Yuan Shi Tianzun were about to rush over to chastise Zhou Yuan for approaching the goddess Nuwa. They were taken aback when Nuwa responded to Zhou Yuan with a gentle smile, saying softly, "Of course, you may." Thus, in a space thick with envy and piercing gazes, Zhou Yuan walked side by side with Nuwa. Unabashedly in the spotlight, to my surprise, you have also broken through to the quasi-saint realm. Zhou Yuan, I must congratulate you, Nuwa said, her tone laced with genuine admiration. Zhou Yuan was slightly taken aback, thinking, I didn't expect Sister Nuwa to be so friendly. I like this. Oh, but Sister Nuwa, are you not also in the quasi-saint realm? This time in attendance, the Sanqing, Nuwa, and the two Western Buddhas had all received the primordial purple energy, allowing them to break through to the quasi-saint cultivation level earlier than other cultivators. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with friendliness as he said, I feel that you and I, Sister Nuwa, share a profound connection. There are certain fortuitous encounters I wish to share with you, ditto. What kind of fortuitous encounter? Nuwa inquired. The Shirong. Zhou Yuan feigned mystery. Chapter 28. The Nine Heavens Sacred Mountain. The Shirong's fortuitous encounter. Nuwa's expression shifted to one of astonishment upon hearing this. The Nine Heaven Shirong was pivotal to her path towards becoming a saint. How did this outsider come to know of it? Could it be that this person truly possessed extraordinary abilities? No wonder even Master Hongjun holds him in such high esteem. Waves of excitement surged within Nuwa, leaving her unable to calm her thoughts. Zhou Yuan, observing Nuwa's astonished expression, merely smiled gently. He then slowly spoke, Sister Nuwa, while you may understand the extraordinary nature of the Shirong, do you know its purpose? Nuwa was at a loss. Her beautiful, delicate face showed a hint of confusion. Zhou Yuan, perceiving this, understood immediately. The perceptive Zhou Yuan realized that Nuwa was unaware of the opportunity to create humanity from clay. Otherwise, she would not have displayed such a dazed expression or perhaps she had already taken action and simply chose to withhold the Shirong until now. With this thought, Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed, and a subtle smile graced his face. There were countless paths to becoming a saint. Accumulating merit to prove one's worth was merely one of them. The future of the primordial chaos would undoubtedly favor the path of humanity, with the heavenly Tao ensuring the roles of the Holy Mother and Holy Father. Zhou Yuan began to weave his narrative, while Nuwa listened intently, nodding in contemplation as she murmured, merit proves the path of the Holy Mother and Holy Father. Eventually, the look of confusion on Nuwa's face began to dissipate, revealing clarity in her eyes. She gazed at Zhou Yuan with excitement, her enchanting eyes seemingly seeking his affirmation. Zhou Yuan nodded emphatically, and at that moment, Nuwa completely aligned herself with Zhou Yuan's perspectives, fostering a closer bond between them. After all, they were now discussing the Holy Mother and Holy Father. There was no need for subtlety that I in full view of all. The two shared light-hearted banter and laughter, causing many cultivators who coveted Nuwa's beauty to clench their fists in frustration, especially the Eastern Emperor Tai and Yuan Shi Tianzun. How dare he steal my chaos clock and now openly pursue our woman? If I don't flay this bastard alive, I am not the Eastern Emperor Tai. With that, the Eastern Emperor Tai raised his fist and charged forward, fueled by his rage. His speed was so swift that even Emperor Jun did not react in time before Tai positioned himself between Zhou Yuan and Nuwa. Oh, is this not the Eastern Emperor Tai of the... What brings you here, my friend? Had you become irritable? Zhou Yuan inwardly chuckled, while his face donned an innocent expression. This deliberately feigned demeanor only served to infuriate Dong Huang Tai further, who, without uttering a word, raised his fist and hurled it towards Zhou Yuan's face. Cease this at once. A melodious voice, tinged with hints of anger and dissatisfaction, interjected. In that moment, Enwa's fair and delicate hand had already grasped Dong Huang Tai's flying fist, skillfully blocking it for Zhou Yuan. Subsequently, she flung him backward, causing Dong Huang Tai to sway dangerously, nearly losing his balance. His heart shattered at that moment. Enwa, how could you side with another? Enwa, what are you doing? Do not forget, we are of the same lineage in the demon tribe. Dong Huang Tai gazed at Enwa in disbelief. Tai, what are you doing? Zhou Yuan is a friend of Master Hongjun. How dare you show such disrespect? Enhua defended Zhou Yuan, her small face scolding Tai Yi with fury. Dong Huang Tai Yi's face turned shade of green with anger. In such a brief period, Enhua had taken such a stance for this person. Not only Dong Huang Tai Yi but also Yuan Shi Tian Zun wore expressions of indignation, witnessing the woman he secretly adored protecting another, particularly someone he held in disdain, the lowly dragon. The flames of jealousy and frustration ignited within him. Zhou Yuan glanced around, noticing that everyone else wore expressions of sorrowful envy. He thought to himself, "Am I adorning everyone with a green hat?" Gently patting the Enhua who stood before him, he said, "Sister Enhua, it seems Tai Yi may have some misunderstandings about me. It is of no consequence. Let us hasten onward, lest we delay important matters." Enhua, coming to her senses, nodded obediently. "You need not follow this emperor. Remember, upon returning, you must seize the time to cultivate. Do not be lax." Zhou Yuan turned to the Dragon Clan cultivators behind him, issuing commands. With Enhua by his side, he felt no fear of others plotting against him. "Yes, Your Majesty Yuan Long, rest assured." The Dragon Clan cultivators knelt in reverence, responding in unison. This display left the nearby cultivators of various tribes in a state of discomfort, particularly Dong Huang Tai Yi, Dijun, and the 12 ancestors of Wu. Although the demon and witch tribes were also making significant strides, their current power seemed dwarfed by the vast influence of Zhou Yuan's Dragon Clan. After all, before them stood 1,000 Luo Jin Xian. Moreover, many among them were poised to break through to the quasi-saint level. This palpable pressure made all cultivators acutely aware of the invisible threat that loomed. Previously, all had looked down upon the Dragon Clan, dismissing it as inconsequential. Now, they belatedly recognized the Dragon Clan's formidable strength. Zhou Yuan observed their expressions with indifference, turning to a few Dragon Clan elders to whisper a few words. Each elder wore a serious expression, nodding in agreement after hearing Zhou Yuan's instructions. Finally, Zhou Yuan took Enhua's delicate hand, striding confidently towards Tai Su Tian. Enhua seemed to have tacitly accepted Zhou Yuan's words, acknowledging their divine parenthood, allowing him to hold her hand, albeit with a hint of shyness. Shameful, utterly shameful. Yuan Shi Tianzun muttered angrily. He feared Yuan Shi would rush out to confront Zhou Yuan, clinging tightly to his arm. Although Zhou Yuan was not particularly likable, he was a friend of Hongjun, a figure of immense importance. Offending him over a woman would not be wise. Tong Tian stared blankly at the retreating figures of Enhua and Zhou Yuan, muttering foolishly, "They do seem quite fitting slap." Yuan Shi Tianzun leapt up and struck Tong Tian sharply. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan and Enhua had returned to the Nine Heavens Divine Mountain within Tai Su Tian. This mountain, steeped in the rhythm of the Tao and adorned with countless glimmers, stood as a marvel of nature's artistry. The two alighted before a mysterious cave, the very essence of Shirong. Out of nowhere, Enhua suddenly produced a clump of yellowish clay and, unguarded, handed it to Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan glanced at it, showing no intention of accepting it. Instead, he wrapped his arm around Enhua's slender waist and smiled warmly. "As divine parents, we are one. Let us together create the crystallization of our love." "The crystallization of love? What is that?" Enhua inquired, her expression one of innocence. Zhou Yuan chuckled silently, drawing forth a vine radiating with spiritual energy from his waist. The gourd vine's spiritual root. Enhua's keen eyes instantly recognized the spiritual root in Zhou Yuan's hand. The gourd vine's spiritual root was a supreme treasure among innate spiritual roots, something most would never even encounter in that moment. Enhua's gaze towards Zhou Yuan transformed, becoming something extraordinary. As she observed Zhou Yuan handling these items, he also summoned the Nine Heavens Divine Water. The divine water poured onto the Shirong, mixed clumsily with his fingers, resulting in the creation of an unsightly clay doll. Chapter 29. Enhua achieves sanctification, Empress of the Dragon Clan. So this is how the Nine Heavens Divine Water and Shirong are utilized. Enhua watched Zhou Yuan's actions intently, finally grasping the opportunity for her own sanctification. "What are you waiting for? Let us create together." Zhou Yuan gazed at Enhua, with fervor, his hands smeared with the clay of happiness. Enhwa smiled, sitting gracefully upon a stone stool. She grasped a handful of shurong, her delicate fingers dancing nimbly over the clay. In no time, a multitude of handsome clay dolls, both male and female, young and old, filled the ground, appearing lively yet devoid of soul. Enhwa frowned. Zhou Yuan, however, stared at the pile of clay dolls and the enchanting Enhwa, his heart racing with excitement. He had not anticipated that the birth of humanity would occur under his guidance. Created alongside Enhwa, retrieving the gourd vine from behind him, Zhou Yuan naturally took hold of Enhwa's exquisite hand. Together, they gripped the vine, striking the crafted clay dolls. Instantly, the soulless clay figures sprang to life, their forms gradually enlarging. The children became child-sized, and the adults reached their full stature. Upon awakening, they all joyously exclaimed, "Father, Mother!" Tears of joy streamed down Enhwa's face as she experienced the emotions of a new mother. Zhou Yuan, witnessing Enhwa's heartfelt reaction, felt a stirring within him. It seemed that in this primordial world, having such a beautiful companion and raising a few children would indeed be a delightful existence. Slap! Zhou Yuan suddenly snapped back to reality. Chiding himself for his lack of ambition, he reminded himself, this is not the modern world. It is the primordial era, rife with dangers where one misstep could lead to utter ruin. To survive unscathed, one must stand upon the shoulders of giants. Though he was currently at the quasi-saint level, he sensed the looming presence of Dong Huang, Tai Yi, and Di Jun, who would soon match his cultivation level. Alongside the witch tribe, Zhou Yuan could foresee that the future for the Dragon Clan would be fraught with challenges. As more and more humans were birthed, the entire Nine Heavens Divine Mountain became enveloped in a rich aura of virtue. Above in the void, radiant seven-colored auspicious clouds descended, illuminating the entirety of the primordial realm. Tai Su Tian basked in a sacred glow. Simultaneously, the brilliance and Tao rhythm belonging to the saints permeated Tai Su Tian. Zhou Yuan gazed at Enhwa, who seemed transformed into a different person, more enchanting, imbued with the essence of the Tao, exuding grace and serenity. Yet to Zhou Yuan, she was a vision of indescribable beauty. The purple-gilded celestial robe danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, and the aura of virtue swelled with each breath. Indeed, she was a saint. Her presence had undergone a remarkable transformation. Was this what it meant to attain this saintly position? Zhou Yuan watched in awe, yet his heart felt a pang of bitterness. Enhwa's sanctification had no connection to him, for it was the preordained design of the heavenly Tao. Congratulations, host. You have assisted Enhwa in achieving sanctification, earning 3 auspicious clouds of virtue. Oh, as expected, despite Zhou Yuan's awareness that the path to sanctification had little to do with him, his desire for the merit and fortune associated with it was unwavering. It is essential to recognize that this merit and fortune are part of the singular essence of the path to sainthood, and they are immensely valuable. Those who possess this fortune benefit greatly, both in terms of blessings and cultivation. Moreover, given that his clan, the Dragon Tribe, is currently at a pivotal juncture of growth and development, the augmentation of such fortunes would indeed be advantageous. Thus, Zhou Yuan spared no effort in assisting Enhwa in her quest for enlightenment and sanctification. Of course, there existed another, profoundly significant reason: the binding relationship with Enhwa as the Holy Mother and Father. Enhwa was the first among the 6 sages of the primordial chaos to attain sainthood. Even without his involvement, it would not be long before she reached this realization. However, with his intervention, he had effectively linked this great sage, Enhwa, with himself, a mere azure dragon, thus securing a formidable ally for the Dragon Tribe. Though Hongjun currently appeared exceedingly cordial towards him, Zhou Yuan was not naive. He understood that should his actions in the future jeopardize Hongjun's interests or the Celestial Order, he would be the first to be torn apart by Hongjun. Consequently, the planning of his future, the strategies he would employ, and the avoidance of unseen threats became all the more crucial and urgent. Assisting Enhwa in attaining sanctification was merely the first step on this path. At this moment, 3 ethereal clouds of sanctified light circled above Zhou Yuan's head, casting countless halos of sacred merit that closely followed him wherever he went. This bond was irrevocable unless thwarted by a superior's treachery. Rising to his feet, Zhou Yuan found Niuhua brimming with excitement. She threw herself into his embrace, tears glistening in her eyes. "Husband, Niuhua owes her current state to your guidance. From this day forth, Niuhua, and you shall be of one heart." Niuhua was overwhelmed with emotion, entirely unaware that a portion of the merit and fortune had been shared with Zhou Yuan, believing instead that he had offered her his unreserved support. Gratitude radiated from her beautiful eyes, sparkling with tears as she nestled blissfully in his arms. Zhou Yuan was taken aback by this sudden display of affection from the typically reserved Niuhua. His heart fluttered, and he gently patted her slender back, his mind inadvertently conjuring the phrase, Empress of the Dragon Tribe. As the ruler of the Dragon Tribe, he lacked a proper consort, and Niuhua could seamlessly fulfill that role. How delightful indeed! Zhou Yuan straightened her posture, meeting her gaze intensely as he declared, "My dear, I am the sovereign of the Dragon Tribe, tasked with the mission of its revival. Would you, my beloved, pledge to follow me eternally as the Empress of the Dragon Tribe?" As he posed this question, a twinge of anxiety coursed through him. After all, Niuhua's status was far from ordinary. Favored by the celestial order, she had received the primordial purple energy and now stood as the holy mother of humanity, the creator deity of the human race, destined to enjoy the enduring legacy of mankind. Lower herself to be with him, a dragon of uncertain fortune, filled Zhou Yuan with doubt, especially since the Dragon Tribe had yet to reclaim its former glory. "But husband, what do you speak of?" Niuhua replied with unwavering determination. "As we are both holy mother and father, we are naturally intertwined in fate, sharing both honor and disgrace, since you are the sovereign of the Dragon Tribe. It is only fitting that I become its empress." Zhou Yuan was momentarily stunned. Had Niuhua's character shifted so dramatically with her newfound status? At that moment, the system chimed in, congratulating the host. "You have assisted Niuhua in attaining sainthood and have garnered her complete favor. Please choose 1. Sever the intimate relationship with Niuhua and receive 3 innate treasures. 2. Marry Niuhua, becoming adversaries of the demon tribe, potentially inciting the wrath of the 3 pure ones and creating countless enemies." Faced with such options, Zhou Yuan scoffed at the idea of severing ties with Niuhua. "What good are innate treasures if I cannot spend a blissful night with a beauty? I'd rather perish." Marrying Niuhua and incurring numerous enemies? Even without marrying her, how many currently favored the Dragon Tribe? As for the Demon Tribe, Zhou Yuan had already severed ties with Dong Huangtai. Acquiring the Chaos Bell from Dong Huangtai, he would not alter his relationship with the Demon Tribe, with or without Niuhua. Furthermore, the 3 pure ones and other primordial forces would naturally become adversaries if he posed a threat to their survival and development. This was self-evident. Without hesitation, he chose the second option. The thought of marrying Niuhua filled him with joy. Looking at the woman before him, her eyes filled with longing for him, Zhou Yuan's resolve strengthened. "Excellent," he exclaimed, striving to control the surge of excitement bubbling within him, nodding ever so slightly to appear less lecherous. "Niuhua, having just attained sainthood, you should return to the Huahuang Palace to consolidate your cultivation. I must first return to the EC to assess the situation of the Dragon Tribe." "Understood, husband. Please take care," Niuhua expressed her concern, offering heartfelt advice. Thus, they parted ways, each heading to their respective sanctuaries. Zhou Yuan refrained from having Niuhua accompany him, recognizing that a saint should not involve themselves in the conflicts of the primordial realm, lest they attract heavenly retribution, which could lead to the loss of their sanctified fruit. He could manage the current situation in the EC without unnecessary risks, as for the matter of marriage. There was no rush. The system had already bound their relationship irrevocably, and he was not concerned about any potential changes. Even in Niuhua's absence, her feelings for him would remain unaffected. Upon his return to the EC, Zhou Yuan gazed around, taken aback by the sight before him. The entire EC was enveloped in a radiant glow of sanctified light, an awe-inspiring spectacle that left him momentarily speechless. Such a vast expanse of pure light, a manifestation of merit and fortune, would undoubtedly provoke envy from others. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yuan glanced at the three clouds of sanctified light hovering above him and seamlessly absorbed them into his being before plunging into the sea. Within the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, a cadre of dragon ministers awaited his return. Zhou Yuan had previously sent a message to Minister Gay, instructing him to gather the dragon officials for a meeting prior to his arrival. In a flash, Zhou Yuan landed gracefully upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, exuding an aura of undeniable authority that commanded respect. All hail the Dragon Emperor. We pay our respects to the Dragon Emperor. Upon seeing Zhou Yuan, the assembled ministers knelt in reverence. Rise, he commanded, and they promptly stood. Minister Gui's eyes sparkled with excitement as he stepped forward, brandishing a prepared report. The latest count of the East Sea Azure Dragons who have attained the perfection of the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm is 580. The total number of our tribe that has reached the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm is 23,890. We have welcomed 78 new races into the central group of the East Sea Dragon Tribe. A total of 85 clawed noble dragons have recently been birthed. The overall combat strength of the Dragon Tribe has increased by 80 compared to the last assessment. Minister Gay's enthusiasm grew as he read on, his hands trembling with excitement. The ministers of the Dragon Palace were equally exhilarated. In such a short time, not only has the power of the East Sea increased, but the overall combat strength of the Dragon Tribe has also reached an unprecedented level of 80. How marvelous! Our Azure Dragons have birthed so many five-clawed noble dragons. This is truly unprecedented. Who could have imagined that by sending 1,000 great Luo Golden Immortal Azure Dragons to Zixiao Palace, their strength would surge so rapidly. Now, the entire East Sea is shrouded in this divine merit and fortune. It is simply unbelievable. The abundance of fortune that enveloped the East Sea signified a remarkable era, one that seemed to belong to a distant past. To witness such a moment in his lifetime left the old dragon feeling fulfilled with the merit and fortune surrounding the East Sea. The cultivation speed of the dragon soldiers would undoubtedly accelerate exponentially compared to before. Recently, an array of 3-clawed, 4-clawed, and 5-clawed dragons have surged forth, one after another, and the elders seem to foresee that in the near future, our dragon clan shall once again stand atop the grand stage of the primordial world. Ha ha! Splendid. Within the Dragon Palace, each minister, both civil and military, is overwhelmed with emotion, wiping away tears. The current state of the Dragon Clan is something they could scarcely have imagined. Now, it has transformed into reality. With the emergence of a human race, the fortunes of the Dragon Clan have also benefited from humanity. It is imperative that we cultivate a harmonious relationship with them. Do you all understand? Understood. The tale of Yuan and Nuwa collaborating to create the human race has spread far and wide across the primordial realm. Initially, the elders and ministers of the Dragon Clan were perplexed as to why their Dragon Emperor would join forces with Nuwa to forge such a frail race. After all, humans are exceedingly weak, lacking even the strength to bind a chicken, and they do not possess the physique required for cultivating the Tao body. It would be more prudent to invest that effort into enhancing the formidable strength of the Dragon Clan. It was only when a ceaseless tide of fortune began to manifest in the Eastern Sea that the Dragon Elders suddenly awakened, collectively marveling at their Dragon Emperor's far-sightedness and exceptional vision. Subsequently, the Dragon Warriors shall intensify their cultivation efforts. Meanwhile, the goddess of the Nuwa Palace has not been idle. Amidst her cultivation, she discreetly observes the movements of various factions, ready to relay intelligence to Zhou Yuan at any moment. On Kunlun Mountain, the three purities stand atop the mist-shrouded peak, their expressions grave as they gaze toward the distant Tai, Su Heaven, and the Eastern Sea. Who would have thought that Nuwa would be the first to attain the status of a saint? Where does that leave our dignity? The primordial beginning soon frowned deeply. Indeed, we were 6 in number, receiving the esteemed teachings of Hongjun, yet it is only Nuwa among us who has become the first to achieve the saintly path. And we have yet to hear the third transmission from our master. Laozi's face was equally solemn. Moreover, what is even more astonishing is that it was Zhou Yuan who guided Nuwa. Humph! Just look at the unending tide of fortune in the Eastern Sea. That fellow Zhou Yuan must have seized Nuwa's fortune. How could Nuwa, so foolishly, draw so close to him? truly blinding. The primordial beginning soon could not contain his fury whenever Zhou Yuan was mentioned. However, at this moment, the three purities had yet to achieve the status of a saint, and even if the primordial beginning soon wished to seek out Niuhua to discuss matters, he lacked the qualifications to do so. With this thought, he could not help but feel despondent. He could only hope that Hongjun would swiftly commence the third transmission of teachings. Meanwhile, many cultivators from the primordial realm were also drawn to the fortunes of the Eastern Sea. In the void, amidst myriad rosy clouds, a crimson auspicious cloud stood, frozen in contemplation as it observed the continuous stream of merit and fortune emanating from the Eastern Sea, a flicker of indignation manifesting as a bone-chilling wind. Who would have thought that my primordial purple chi would be schemed away by a wretched dragon? I shall remember this grudge. Chapter 31. Zhou Yuan marries Niuhua. Upon learning that the primordial purple chi, which rightfully belonged to him, had been taken by Zhou Yuan, Red Cloud found himself floating in the void above the Eastern Sea, preparing to seize the opportunity to strike. The matter concerning the purple cloud platform was one Red Cloud could overlook, as at that time, other prominent figures had also been displaced by the Dragon Clan's cultivators. However, the primordial purple chi was crucial for future sanctification. If he could not even swallow this grievance, he would no longer be Red Cloud. The world may label him as a good-natured person, yet they do not realize that every good person in this world is forced by circumstances to play the role of the virtuous. Red Cloud sighed, continuing to observe the movements of the Eastern Sea. That moment, a gust of demonic wind swept past. Red Cloud, the Purple Cloud Palace is about to commence the third transmission of teachings. What are you doing here? Dijun, draped in a dark demonic robe, gazed at Red Cloud. Before Red Cloud could respond, Dong Huang Tai Yi, stepping upon a black lotus, approached. Red Cloud, what brings you here? Dong Huang Tai Yi raised an eyebrow, his gaze fixed upon the tumultuous Eastern Sea, a surge of anger igniting within him. Are you, the foremost auspicious cloud in the world, truly coveting the fortunes of the Eastern Sea? His tone was icy and unfriendly. Would I, Red Cloud, be so covetous of your Eastern Sea's fortunes? Ha! Ridiculous. I merely wish to reclaim what rightfully belongs to me. Red Cloud replied with a bitter smile. What? Your treasure has also been taken by that Zhou Yuan. Dong Huang Tai Yi exclaimed in surprise. Red Cloud nodded, frustration boiling within him. Not if that is the case. Why don't we join forces and storm the Eastern Sea to reclaim our treasures? Dong Huang Tai Yi was devoid of rational thought. Consumed by rage. No. Dijun interjected. With Hongjun's teachings imminent, we cannot afford to create disturbances. It is better to first attend the Purple Cloud Palace and consider our plans after the teachings. As he finished speaking, Dong Huang Tai Yi gradually calmed down, turning to Red Cloud. Red Cloud, my brother is right. We must not delay the matter of our master's teachings. This little Eastern Sea can wait until we conclude our lessons, and then we shall turn it upside down. During this period, the demon clan founded by Dijun and Dong Huang Tai Yi was rapidly developing. They had ample strength to deal with the Eastern Sea. By that time, they would reclaim the primordial purple chi. Excellent. Upon seeing he had an ally, Red Cloud's eyes brightened, nodding enthusiastically. In the Purple Cloud Palace. Hongjun sat upon the Purple Cloud platform, his expression complex as he gazed at the crowd of cultivators gathered to hear the teachings below. Notably absent was the graceful figure of Niuhua. Indeed, the saintly Niuhua was missing. Having attained sainthood, she no longer needed to attend the teachings. However, as Hongjun glanced at the vacant seat beside him, devoid of Zhou Yuan's presence, a flicker of disappointment crossed his heart. Hongjun was well aware that his disciple, Niuhua, had ascended to sainthood swiftly due to Zhou Yuan's guidance. This clearly indicated that Zhou Yuan was extraordinary. Master, the time has come. Shall we close the doors of the Purple Cloud Palace? The young attendant Haiyan respectfully inquired. Hongjun's gaze fell upon the direction of the palace doors, and with a faint sigh, he replied, Close them. Zhou Yuan has not arrived. He must have pressing matters to attend to. Haiyan's expression turned slightly astonished. He realized that Master had been reluctant to close the palace doors, waiting for the esteemed Qinglong Taoist. How strange, he thought. What could this Zhou Yuan possess that warranted such importance in the eyes of Master? Hao Qian murmured softly, casting a discreet glance at the three purities and others below, compared to his senior brothers. Zhou Yuan was hardly worth mentioning. Like many other cultivators, Hao Qian held a deep-seated disdain for the dragon clan. As the palace doors closed, the three purities, Kunpeng, Jin, Dijun, and other disciples felt a wave of relief wash over them. For Zhou Yuan's absence had lightened their spirits. Most of them had never regarded the dragon clan with respect. Their earlier cooperation had been born of necessity. However, since Zhou Yuan had already attained the quasi-saint realm, there was no reason for him not to attend this gathering of teachings. Ahem. Hongjun, noticing the crowd's distraction, lightly cleared his throat and began to expound upon the teachings. The gathered disciples promptly perked up their ears, listening attentively, particularly the three purities and the two sages from the West, who absorbed the teachings with utmost seriousness. During the time of the teachings at the Purple Cloud Palace, Zhou Yuan remained in the Eastern Sea. Dragon Emperor, everything has been prepared according to your instructions. The Turtle Prime Minister beamed with excitement. When shall we commence the celebration? Zhou Yuan gently ran his fingers over the draping crimson veil, its texture soft, adorned with festive symbols of joy. There is no rush. The guests have yet to finish their teachings, Zhou Yuan replied, his eyes narrowing slightly. He planned to wait until the three purities and Dong Huangtai concluded their lessons before bestowing upon them a grand surprise. A mischievous smile curled upon his lips. The entire Eastern Sea Dragon Clan was immersed in a joyful atmosphere. All the palaces in the Eastern Sea were festooned with celebratory banners. The scale was magnificent, splendid. This is our Dragon Clan's first grand banquet. And soon we shall have a Dragon Empress, and she is none other than the current Saint Mother of the human race. Presently, among the saints in this primordial world, aside from Hongjun of the Purple Cloud Palace, there was our Dragon Empress, Nuwa, with a saintly figure to preside over us. The Dragon Clan's future can only grow increasingly formidable. Such declarations resonated throughout every corner of the EC. All practitioners of the Dragon Clan exhibited unrestrained excitement. The prospect of a union with a divine being like Nuwa was beyond their wildest imaginings. Meanwhile, in the palace of Taizutian Nuwa, she gazed with sparkling eyes towards the direction of the primal EC. Her delicate brows arched and ruby lips slightly parted in anticipation. This period could be described as one of continuous blessings. She had achieved sanctification and was now on the verge of a joyous marriage. Crucially, Nuwa held a genuine fondness for Zhou Yuan. Even if she were to wed into the Dragon Clan, she harbored no disdain, for her heart belonged to Zhou Yuan alone. She pondered these thoughts. A familiar voice echoed nearby. Sister Nuwa, this emperor has arrived. Zhou Yuan approached, admiring the unparalleled beauty of Nuwa. It was undeniable that she appeared even more composed and dignified in her splendid attire. With Nuwa assisting in the management of the Dragon Clan, Zhou Yuan felt a profound sense of reassurance. He took Nuwa's delicate hand in his own. Slightly bashful, Nuwa lowered her gaze and followed Zhou Yuan towards the Dragon Palace in the EC. The flowing red veil, reminiscent of a bridal dowry, danced gracefully in the gentle breeze, enchanting all who beheld it. Upon her arrival in the EC, the myriad of beings descending from chaos began to return towards the primal realm. All drawn in the same direction, these practitioners, who had come to absorb wisdom, turned back. A powerful voice resonated from beyond the heavens, echoing across the vast expanses of the primal world. I am Zhou Yuan, the current Dragon Emperor. Today marks the day of my union with the Divine Mother Nuwa, and I cordially invite all friends of the Tao to join us in celebrating at the ancestral hall of the Dragon Clan. With these words, the entire primal world erupted into a frenzy. Countless practitioners expressed their disappointment in hushed tones. It is said that Nuwa is a paragon of beauty. How could she choose to wed one of such lowly status as the Dragon Clan? That Taizu Nuwa has long been the object of my dreams. How can she marry into the Dragon Clan? What a pity! Zhou Yuan is merely a quasi-saint. How could he possibly be worthy of Lady Nuwa? Those who had once witnessed Nuwa's beauty at the Zixiao Palace were left in disbelief, lamenting Zhou Yuan's unworthiness, a saint marrying into the Dragon Clan. One must tread carefully in discussions henceforth. How can one continue to deride the Dragon Clan? Their power is currently at its zenith, and they possessed the largest number of great Luo golden immortals among all the clans in the primal realm. Do you still dare to look down upon the Dragon Clan? Based on the current rise of the primal world, I believe the Demon Clan holds the strongest position. No, I place my faith in the Witch Clan. The 12 ancestral witches now all possess quasi-saint cultivation. Such a formidable combination is unmatched in the primal realm. At present, all clans were in a critical phase of resurgence, with many factions rising to prominence. Particularly the Demon, Witch, and Dragon clans, whose power expansion was most pronounced. Many practitioners harbored their own preferences for which clan would emerge victorious. After sending his proclamation throughout the primal realm, Zhou Yuan dispatched invitations to the Demon Clan, Witch Clan, and the 3 Pure Ones of Kunlun Mountain. Even the western figures of Jin and Junti received Zhou Yuan's transmission, inviting them to the Dragon Clan in the East Sea, just after returning from the Zixiao Palace to the Demon Court. The Eastern Emperor Tai was infuriated upon receiving the invitation. With a thunderous command, he summoned 100,000 demon soldiers to lay waste to the East Sea. In no time, a formidable assembly of 100,000 demon soldiers gathered in the clouds of the Demon Court, their ominous aura suffusing the atmosphere with palpable malice. Simultaneously, in the ancestral hall of the 12 ancestral witches atop Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestral witches, led by Emperor Jiang, convened to discuss the grand event of the Dragon Clan's feast. Elder brother, it is said that Zhou Yuan previously seized a treasure from the Demon Clan, and now he brazenly announces his marriage to Nuwa, who shares the bloodline of the Demon Clan. This is clearly a declaration of enmity against the Eastern Emperor Tai. We need not involve ourselves, calmly assess the great Witch Xianming. Having the Dragon Clan contend with the Demon Clan is a fortunate circumstance, replied Hutu gently. Elder brother, shouted Zhu Rong, brimming with fiery passion as he stepped forward, we witches are the true sovereigns of the primal realm. The other ancestral witches regarded the situation with indifference, adopting an attitude of we shall follow our elder brother's lead. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Jiang nodded slightly and said in a low voice, let us observe the developments. Clearly, he did not regard the Dragon Clan with any seriousness. The only aspect that caused the ancestral witches to regard Zhou Yuan with caution was his relationship with Hongjun. Discarding the transmission from the Dragon Clan, Emperor Jiang was not foolish, given the Eastern Emperor Tai's volatile temperament. The Demon Clan would undoubtedly take action regarding Nuwa's marriage to Zhou Yuan, and he was prepared to watch and wait on the other side. The 2 figures from the west deliberated, we must go. Setting aside the unfavorable factors surrounding the Dragon Clan, their economic development is quite impressive. Given our poverty in the West, establishing a connection with them could be beneficial. Zhundi, dragging a pair of tattered shoes, scraped the mud from their soles against a spiky wooden table, speaking with conviction. Jane sprang to his feet, exclaiming, you are right. The Dragon Clan's invitation to us may also extend to many powerful beings within the primal realm. Seizing this opportunity to forge connections with other factions would be advantageous. The 2 were known for their shrewdness, and after exchanging glances, they promptly set off towards the East Sea. A crimson cloud appeared on the horizon, transforming into the image of a middle-aged man clad in a red Taoist robe. How dare they send an invitation to me? Hongjun, after our grievances, truly, they are shameless. Enraged, Hongjun shot forth a stream of red light towards the Demon Court, soon merging with the demon aura. The Kunpeng soared through the void, its demeanor one of haughty disdain. Having formed enmity with the Dragon Clan, it had joined the Demon Clan at the Eastern Emperor Tai's behest. Eagerly awaiting the day, it could lead the demon soldiers to eliminate the Dragon Clan and personally slay Zhou Yuan. The Kunpeng surveyed the vast ocean below, a cruel glint flashing in its eyes. Soon, as Zhou Yuan's transmission spread, various influential figures from the primal realm, each with their own motives, made their way to the ancestral hall of the Dragon Clan at Tianlong Mountain. After an extended absence, Zhou Yuan returned to find the mountain still adorned with vibrant flora and flourishing spiritual roots. The protective formation of the Sacred Dragon Guard had autonomously upgraded several levels since his departure, rendering Tianlong Mountain even more fortified. Standing atop Tianlong Mountain, Zhou Yuan gazed into the distance, where ominous dark clouds gathered without warning that a cold smile graced his lips. The time has come to vindicate the Dragon Clan. This marriage to Nuwa was but a fade. Zhou Yuan's true intent was to showcase the strength of the Dragon Clan through the Demon Clan, placing it before all influential figures in the primal realm, ensuring that the myriad beings of the primal world would recognize who truly deserved the title of a great clan. Thunder roared, reverberating through the heavens. The sky above the Tianlong Mountain Dojo was shrouded in a thick veil of demonic energy. Amidst the swirling black clouds, 100,000 demon soldiers stood armed with sharp weapons, their eyes gleaming with ferocity as they fixed their gaze upon the solitary Zhou Yuan atop the mountain. The Kuanpeng, clad in the garb of a demon master and wielding the Kuanpeng sword, pointed directly at Zhou Yuan on the mountain peak and thundered, "Zhou Yuan, today, in consideration of my master Hongjun, if you relinquish the Chaos Bell, the companion treasure of my demon Emperor Tai, and annul your marriage to Nuwa, I shall spare your life." The voice of the demon master Kuanpeng echoed around the Tianlong Mountain Dojo, while the 100,000 demon soldiers readied themselves for action. Across a radius of 100,000 miles, countless beings of the primal realm emerged to witness the unfolding spectacle that it's over. Look at Tianlong Mountain. It's completely surrounded by demon soldiers. The ancestral hall of the Dragon Clan is doomed. I must say, Zhou Yuan is truly arrogant. Having just achieved a measure of success, he dares to provoke the Demon Clan. The Demon Clan is not to be trifled with. Tianlong Mountain has existed since the age of the ancestral dragon, and now it faces annihilation at the hands of that azure dragon. Saints do not engage in primal disputes. How can Zhou Yuan, a mere quasi-saint, stand against the likes of the Eastern Emperor Tai and Emperor Jun, both formidable quasi-saints? Everyone prepare yourselves. Take cover if necessary. The battle between quasi-saints could unleash unimaginable destruction and consequences. In an instant, all beings of the primordial world, especially the cultivators residing near the heavenly Dragon Mountain Dojo, hurriedly fled with their families in tow. Today marked a momentous occasion for my Dragon Clan, as we had specially invited the sovereigns of the demonic race to celebrate with us. However, should the demonic race persist in their tumultuous ways, the Dragon Clan shall show no mercy. After proclaiming this, Zhou Yuan concealed himself within the heavenly Dragon Mountain. Indeed, Kuanpeng glanced back at Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun, and upon receiving their nod, bellowed, "Kill!" Instantly, 100,000 demonic soldiers surged forth, charging directly towards the heavenly Dragon Mountain Dojo below. At that moment, all beings of the primordial world bore witness. Zhou Yuan, observing this scene, couldn't help but smirk. With a wave of his hand, the sacred Dragon Guardian array quietly activated, allowing the 100,000 demonic soldiers to rush inside. Chapter 33. A million demonic soldiers. Instant annihilation. A vast throng of demonic soldiers was swiftly engulfed by the heavenly Dragon Mountain. The once clear and radiant heavenly Dragon Mountain, after a brief bout of darkness, immediately regained its brilliance. "Huh!" Dongwang Tai exclaimed in confusion. "What is happening?" Emperor Jun was equally bewildered. The two exchanged glances and promptly dashed into the heavenly Dragon Mountain. Yet, the moment they stepped into the dojo, their expressions turned to horror. Looking down, they discovered themselves reduced to the size of mere blades of grass. Suddenly, 7 towering giants joyfully charged towards them. The winds they stirred could only be described as a hurricane. Crack! Crack! Countless demonic soldiers were instantaneously crushed into a pulp by the seemingly innocent giants. Several great Luo golden immortals clung desperately to the giants' pant legs and boots. Kuanping struggled like a tiny insect amidst the grass, emitting anguished roars that sounded more like the buzzing of a fly, devoid of any intimidation or former grandeur. What is going on? Even Dongwang Tai felt a shiver of fear. Emperor Jun stared in disbelief at the giants, exclaiming, "How could Zhou Yuan have such formidable allies? They are quasi-saints. Could it be that these 7 giants are also quasi-saints? Why have we not seen them before in the Purple Cloud Palace? No, these giants appear to be just a bunch of children." Countless questions raced through Emperor Jun's mind. Suddenly, the 7 giants, with their innocent expressions, approached them with enormous strides. Emperor Jun swiftly grabbed Dongwang Tai, and they frantically searched for cover among the towering trees. What manner of beings are these? It seemed as if this world harbored deeper mysteries. Sweating profusely, Emperor Jun sensed a dire situation unfolding. The heavenly dragon mountain concealed such a vast realm. Zhou Yuan sat upon a thick branch, observing with cold amusement as the two sovereigns of the demonic race fled in terror from his 7 gourd babies. Experiencing immense satisfaction, Zhou Yuan slowly extended his hand. Just as Emperor Jun and Tai found refuge behind a giant tree trunk, breathless and shaken, a colossal hand emerged, effortlessly lifting Emperor Jun, while another hand seized Dongwang Tai, presenting them before Zhou Yuan's face. Zhou Yuan's mocking laughter was unrestrained. Upon recognizing Zhou Yuan, Dongwang Tai erupted in fury, launching a barrage of punches and kicks while cursing, "You scoundrel with your chaos bell." Yet, the winds generated by his futile attacks could barely ruffle a single hair on Zhou Yuan. How could the sacred dragon guardian array have become so formidable? Zhou Yuan's heart swelled with delight as he observed the two quasi-saints rendered powerless before him. With a darkened expression, he lightly pointed at Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai, who immediately let out cries of despair, boasting, "I shall seize your chaos bell. What can you do about it? Not only that, but I also intend to marry your demonic race's Nuwa. What will you do then?" Donghuang Tai was so enraged he felt as though he might explode, his breath quickening and chest heaving. Drenched in sweat, yearning to strike Zhou Yuan, but found himself unable to even touch a single hair of his opponent. This humiliation was nothing short of unbearable. Nuwa, seated within the sacred dragon shrine, quietly observed, unable to suppress her laughter at the ashen faces of Emperor Jun and Tai. She mused, "I never imagined my husband to be so amusing." Had Dongwang Tai been aware of this thought, he might have been driven to madness. Zhou Yuan had no intention of killing Emperor Jun and Tai. After all, these two were pivotal figures in the calamity between the witches and demons. If his actions were to alter the decrees of heaven once more, he feared that Hongjun would not take it lightly. Offending Hongjun might also provoke Nuwa's ire, which was hardly worth the trouble. Moreover, he had future plans to utilize these two for the true rise of the Dragon Clan. As Zhou Yuan pondered, he flicked his fingers, listening to the anguished cries of Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai. At that moment, outside the heavenly Dragon Mountain Dojo, powerful auras began to converge. Zhou Yuan looked up to see the 3 pure ones standing in the void, the disheveled Western Two, the complex-faced Hongjun Taoist, the 12 ancestors of sorcery, and a host of other formidable figures from the primordial realm, all arriving with various gifts in hand. Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed with brilliance as he waved his hand, instantly reopening the sacred dragon guardian array. Dongwang Tai and Emperor Jun were unceremoniously ejected, returning to their normal forms and quasi-saint powers in an instant. Following this, the remaining demonic soldiers who had not been crushed were also hurled out, landing outside the heavenly Dragon Mountain Dojo. Next, Zhou Yuan scooped up a handful of dirt, smeared it across his face and body, and casually tore a few strips from his robe to feign injury. He then staggered out, deliberately appearing unstable, his face contorted with rage as he pointed at Emperor Jun and Tai, shouting, "Come and see. On this joyous day, I kindly invited the 2 demonic sovereigns, only to have them lead 100,000 demonic soldiers to disrupt my dojo and attempt to kill me. Truly, their intentions are nefarious." Emperor Jun and Dongwang Tai were utterly bewildered. Laozi of the 3 pure ones, stroking his white beard, stepped forward and said, "I am unaware of why you have descended into such chaos. Surely there must be a misunderstanding. However, we 3 pure ones are here purely to congratulate Lord Zhou Yuan, the Dragon Emperor, and Sister Nuwa." Congratulations. Laozi was indeed astute, clearly stating his stance without offending anyone. As he spoke, he placed down his gift and retreated with a grin. Yuan Shi Tianzun remained silent, his expression icy, for he had repeatedly warned Laozi not to cause trouble or draw attention before their arrival. Tong Tian wore a look of amusement, as if he were merely watching a play unfold. Junti and Jean, feeling somewhat embarrassed for not bringing a proper gift, seized the opportunity to step forward with cordial expressions, saying, "Lord Zhou Yuan, the Dragon Emperor, we extend our heartfelt congratulations. Today is a momentous occasion. Why engage in further conflict that might harm our mutual goodwill? Any grievances can surely wait until after today." As their words fell, Dongwang Tai erupted in fury. What do you know, you wretched fool? It was this scoundrel who seized my chaos bell. Today I demand justice. With that, Tai produced the summoning talisman and, with a flash of black light, summoned an army of over 1 million demonic soldiers that blanketed the sky above Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Laozi swiftly grabbed Yuan, Shi Tianzun, and Tong Tian, retreating to a safe distance to watch the spectacle unfold. In any case, remaining uninvolved was the principal of the three pure ones. As the million demonic soldiers surged forth, the onlookers, including Hongjun, revealed triumphant smiles. Let this demon emperor take charge. 1 million demonic soldiers, armed with sharp spears, charged toward Zhou Yuan. Everyone held their breath, tense with anticipation, thinking, it's one thing for Dongwang Tai to act foolishly, but why is Emperor Jun joining in when Zhou Yuan is defeated? How will they explain themselves to Hongjun? Yet, in the next moment, a scene unfolded in the void. Zhou Yuan, wielding the Chaos Bell, clad in a flowing dragon robe, exuded an aura of undeniable prowess. His eyes shone with determination, radiating a murderous intent. Behold, this is what it means to annihilate in an instant. With that proclamation, the Chaos Bell expanded and soared forth with a thunderous roar, and a resounding explosion echoed through the air. A full 1 million demon soldiers were utterly pulverized into mere flesh and blood, dead beyond resurrection. Chapter 34. Is the demon clan truly formidable? Previously, within the dojo, due to the absence of an audience, Zhou Yuan refrained from showcasing his full power. After all, who would witness such a display? But now, with so many eyes upon him, it served to demonstrate that it was the demon clan that instigated the conflict. Mark my words, the demon clan has persistently harassed this sovereign, and it is only out of necessity that I have intervened. Zhou Yuan smirked inwardly. 1 million demon soldiers. Indeed, even the three pure ones wore expressions of sheer astonishment. Jane and Jidi were equally befuddled, retreating cautiously, their actions clearly conveying a sentiment of this has nothing to do with us. Thunder rumbled ominously in the heavens, while the ground lay drenched in blood. In that fleeting moment, everyone regarded Zhou Yuan with incredulous eyes. His decisive strikes were swift and ruthless, calculated to perfection. An array of words flashed through the minds of the formidable figures present, encapsulating their current perception and attitude towards Zhou Yuan, tinged with a flicker of trepidation. This individual was not to be trifled with. Zhou Yuan observed the crowd's reaction with a cold gaze, thinking to himself that his objective had been achieved. Donghuang, Tai, Yi, and Di Jun were left utterly stunned, particularly Donghuang Tai Yi, who stared in disbelief at the Chaos Bell in Zhou Yuan's grasp. That treasured artifact, which was unmistakably his own companion treasure, was being manipulated with such agility by Zhou Yuan, as if he were the true master of it. Impossible. This cannot be. Donghuang Tai Yi's eyes glazed over as he murmured to himself. Meanwhile, across 100 miles and extending to countless more, innumerable beings of the primordial realm gaped in horror towards the direction of Tianlong Mountain. The recent spectacle had left them all dumbfounded. That Dragon Clan sovereign had effortlessly obliterated 100,000 demon soldiers. Such a feat was beyond the capabilities of ordinary individuals. Did you see that? The Dragon Clan did not even deploy a single soldier. The Dragon Sovereign single-handedly annihilated a 1 million-strong demon army. The potential of the Dragon Clan knows no bounds. They had indeed underestimated the Dragon Clan. This Yuan Dragon Sovereign is no trifling character. It was evident that after Di Jun and Tai Yi charged into Tianlong Mountain, they emerged looking quite disheveled. It appeared that even the combined might of 2 quasi-saints could not subdue Zhou Yuan. A single quasi-saint, highlighting just how formidable Zhou Yuan's combat prowess truly was. The Dragon Clan has completely reshaped my understanding. Humph, the Demon Clan has been insufferably arrogant during this period. Previously, several from their ranks bullied our kin. But now the tides have turned. This is what it means for the wheel of fortune to turn. Hush, do not speak so recklessly. The Demon Clan's strength is undoubtedly superior to that of the Dragon Clan. The reason the 2 demon sovereigns could not overpower each other is that Zhou Yuan seized Tai Yi's Chaos Bell. Had he possessed a treasure, Zhou Yuan would have been torn to shreds long ago. It would not have come to this display of bravado. Indeed, the primordial demon court wields power that is undeniable. In the primordial realm, countless cultivators engaged in fervent discussions, each holding differing opinions regarding the demon and dragon clans. The esteemed onlookers remained silent, merely observing the unfolding drama of the tea that moment. Hongjun, lurking in the shadows, flickered with cunning in his eyes before suddenly darting forward. It was time for him to make his move. Hongjun positioned himself beside the two demon sovereigns, his face aflame with fury as he pointed an accusing finger at Zhou Yuan, exclaiming, "I cannot believe the dragon sovereign would stoop to such treachery, stealing the demon clan's treasured artifact and seizing my Hongyun's opportunity of the primordial purple energy. And yet, you have the audacity to flaunt your power here. Let us see who shall judge." At last, Hongjun aired his grievances, emphasizing the significance of the primordial purple energy. Indeed, as his words fell, the surrounding cultivators began to murmur and point fingers at Zhou Yuan. "Oh, do you think such antics can sway me, your sovereign?" Zhou Yuan scoffed, his expression brimming with disdain. That chaos bell. Do you truly believe I desired it? It is that artifact which insisted on following me, recognizing me as its master. What can I do about it?" Zhou Yuan feigned disgust. Meanwhile, the chaos bell, imbued with vitality, affectionately brushed against him. Even Dong Huangtai, he began to suspect the very nature of existence itself. Little did they know, the chaos bell had long since severed any ties with Dong Huangtai and the demon clan, binding itself entirely to Zhou Yuan. Such behavior was not surprising. Yet the crowd remained oblivious to the truth that, for the primordial purple energy you mentioned, I am even less acquainted with it. That was a gift from my friend Hongjun, bestowed upon me in gratitude for my diligent guidance during the teachings at Zixiao Palace. If you dispute this, feel free to confront Hongjun directly. Hongyun's face turned pale with shock. What a jest! Confront Hongjun. Even if he had 1,000 lives, he would not dare to do so. Yet, Zhou Yuan's maneuver was masterful, neatly extricating himself from the situation while dragging the sage Hongjun into the fray, leaving Hongyun in a most precarious position, even most socially adept among them. The Ta-Ching Laozu silently admired the ruthlessness of Zhou Yuan's words. This was a stroke of genius. Zhou Yuan's remarks rendered Hongyun speechless, and an eerie silence enveloped the air. Dong Huangtai, witnessing Zhou Yuan's smug demeanor, could contain himself no longer. He swung his fist and charged toward Zhou Yuan, declaring, "How dare a mere lowly dragon presume to invoke the name of Master Hongjun? The dragon clan is a base race, unworthy even to serve the demon clan." Dong Huangtai was utterly frustrated, racking his brain for words to provoke and humiliate Zhou Yuan, hoping to alleviate his pent-up resentment. Yet, unexpectedly, Zhou Yuan remained unfazed, instead regarding Dong Huangtai with a mocking smile. Is the demon clan truly so impressive? Those words ignited Dong Huangtai's fury, prompting him to soar into the air. Drawing forth his demon sword to cleave down upon Zhou Yuan, Jun could no longer hold back, following suit in a furious charge. Witnessing this, Hongyun cast aside pretense and joined the fray. In the void, 3 quasi-saints clashed against Zhou Yuan, who stood as a solitary quasi-saint. Each bore superior-grade swords, capable of instantly vanquishing even the most formidable of beings. The true battle had officially commenced. Meanwhile, the likes of Di Jiang and the others from the Witch Clan observed with keen interest, regardless of whether the demons or dragons emerged victorious. The Witch Clan stood to gain the most, reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. Given that the Witch Clan's strength in the primordial continent fell short of the Demon Clan, if the Dragon Clan could severely weaken the demons. No, they had already dealt a crushing blow, as evidenced by the recent annihilation of 1 million elite demon soldiers. Let them fight. The more ferociously, the better. Di Jiang secretly gritted his teeth, a cold smile creeping upon his face. In the void, a flurry of blades and swords danced in a chaotic symphony. Dong Huangtai, Di Jun, and Hongyun launched their strikes towards Zhou Yuan. In that moment, Zhou Yuan truly felt the weight of the combined might from the 3 quasi-saints. This was no mere jest. Cold sweat broke out upon him. However, he quickly regained his composure. Amidst the overwhelming pressure, he retrieved a finely crafted cauldron from his waist. The Qian Kuan Ding. Receive. In the next instant, the treasures and weapons of the three quasi-saints were drawn into the Qian Kuan Ding. Zhou Yuan then flickered away, deftly evading the pressure they had exerted upon him. Splendid. Hidden in a corner of the void, Hongjun silently praised the unfolding events. Chapter 35. Granting Hongjun a favor. I shall spare you this time. As Hongjun observed quietly, Zhou Yuan moved with incredible swiftness, almost imperceptible to the naked eye, drawing forth the space willow from his waist. His expression turned icy, and his eyes gleamed with a chilling light. Whoosh! In the void, a green shadow surged fiercely towards the Eastern Emperor Tai. Dijun and Hongyun widened their eyes in terror, gazing at the willow branches hurtling towards them. The willows of space swept through, conjuring countless avatars, leaving Dijun and Tai with no means to evade AT that moment. The Eastern Emperor Tai truly comprehended the terrifying nature of Zhou Yuan. A flicker of regret stirring within him for having acted impulsively, conjuring such a significant predicament, and dragging Dijun into suffering alongside him. Amidst the divine thoughts, the willows of space descended rapidly. Imbued with an inexorable aura of slaughter, they crashed down, stirring myriad spatial laws. As countless runes of spatial laws permeated the void, the principles of spatial law resonating with all present. Under the intimidation of the spatial laws, Dijun and others turned pale, despairing as they closed their eyes. Zhou Yuan, with a grim expression, suddenly slowed the motion of his hand controlling the laws. In the void, a figure of a sage appeared. With a blue energy beam emanating from Hongjun's palm, he directly countered the spatial laws. Hongjun's visage remained inscrutable, devoid of any visible discomfort. However, the single drop of sweat that silently fell from his brow, along with a fleeting moment of surprise, did not escape Zhou Yuan's keen observation, though he chose not to expose it. With a casual wave of his hand, Zhou Yuan made the spatial laws retreat. Only then did Hongjun withdraw his hand. Zhou Yuan approached with a nonchalant demeanor, clasping his hands together with a friendly smile. Hongjun, my esteemed friend, it is an honor to have you here. Zhou Yuan intentionally refrained from inviting Hongjun, as his aim was to showcase the prowess of the Dragon Clan, an act inherently contrary to the will of the Heavenly Tao. Nevertheless, Zhou Yuan anticipated that Hongjun would intervene discreetly. Yet he did not foresee Hongjun openly thwarting his dealings with other forces, a development that completely caught Zhou Yuan off guard. Hongjun maintained his customary expression, betraying neither joy nor anger. Embodying the poise of a sage, before Hongjun could speak, a melodious voice drifted through the air. I did not expect my esteemed master to take time from his busy schedule to attend the wedding banquet of my disciple Nuwa and Zhou Yuan. I am truly deeply moved. As the words fell, the enchanting Nuwa had already descended beside Zhou Yuan, subtly positioning herself a step behind him, brilliantly highlighting Zhou Yuan's status as the head of the family and granting him ample face. Nuwa's thoughtfulness brought Zhou Yuan great satisfaction. Hearing this, Hongjun nodded slightly, then turned to Zhou Yuan, his expression devoid of emotion. Zhou Yuan, my friend, since this is a joyous wedding feast, why resort to such grand displays and risk discord? A hint of displeasure flickered across Hongjun's countenance. The Eastern Emperor Tai and Dijun were pivotal figures in the Heavenly Tao's future calculations regarding the impending calamity of the Wu and the Lich. If they were to perish so easily, would not the Heavenly Tao's plans be utterly thwarted? Hongjun would naturally not permit such an occurrence, though others might be oblivious to Hongjun's private motivations. Zhou Yuan was acutely aware. However, he still felt the need to regard Hongjun's dignity. Zhou Yuan, with an awkward smile, stepped forward. Everyone present can see that it was the demon clan that instigated this conflict. I merely acted in self-defense. Zhou Yuan sought to absolve himself of responsibility, for in the wilderness, causality was often invoked. He would not assume blame for such consequences, claiming only the good and discarding the bad. As Zhou Yuan's words settled, he turned to Hongjun, whose face had already darkened considerably. Zhou Yuan, with a sheepish grin, continued, however, let us not dwell on this, since you, Hongjun, have intervened. I shall certainly honor this favor. With that, Hongjun could no longer maintain his stony demeanor. He offered a slight smile and clasped his hands. Congratulations to you both, but a glint of sharpness flickered in Hongjun's eyes. As Niuhua is my disciple, now that you two are wed, Zhou Yuan, you must respectfully address me as master. Ha ha ha. Zhou Yuan understood the implications of this remark. This was the nature of a sage, who would never allow others to overshadow him, especially someone like Hongjun, who was aligned with the heavenly Tao and sought to maintain an upper hand. Zhou Yuan's actions had evidently begun to eclipse the status of this heavenly Tao sage. Yet, Hongjun found himself unable to contend with Zhou Yuan, recalling how Zhou Yuan had rescued him from Luo Ho beneath the Tianlong Mountain Long. It was not merely a matter of repaying a debt, but rather Hongjun's apprehension regarding Zhou Yuan's strength. Zhou Yuan's divine-level deductions had always been an enigma to Hongjun, making him the only entity Hongjun could not decipher. Indeed, what you say is true. Oh no, it is now Master Hongjun. Haha, is it not simply a matter of addressing you as master? What difficulty lies therein? Zhou Yuan was not one to bow under pressure. Hongjun wore a smug expression, but unexpectedly, Zhou Yuan's subsequent words nearly choked him. Master Hongjun, since I, Zhou Yuan, today address you as master, do not forget to reserve a portion of the treasure from the Funbao rock for me. A mischievous grin crept across Zhou Yuan's face as he fixed a predatory gaze upon Hongjun. The esteemed figures surrounding them, including the Sanqing, the ancestral witches, and other major players, were all disciples of Hongjun. Whether from the outer or inner sections, each one widened their eyes in astonishment, exchanging glances, the words Funbao rock flashing through their minds. What is this Funbao rock that Zhou Yuan speaks of? The Primordial Supreme Being looked at Taiji Laozi with a puzzled expression. Taiji Laozi, equally ignorant, shook his head, narrowing his eyes to scrutinize Hongjun's reaction. Indeed, Hongjun was startled by Zhou Yuan's words. Though he did not display it overtly, a momentary daze flickered in his eyes. Nevertheless, being a sage, he quickly masked his confusion with a calm smile. Of course, I have other matters to attend to and shall not partake in your wedding banquet. Consider the treasures from Funbao Rock as a gift for your union. With that, Hongjun's robe billowed in the winds of the void, his figure gradually receding. After Hongjun departed, Zhou Yuan waved to the gathered dignitaries. Unexpected events have caused laughter. You may proceed to the sacred dragon shrine for the feast. The cuisine of my dragon clan is unparalleled. The stunned dignitaries gradually regained their composure, offering smiles as they headed towards the sacred dragon shrine with their congratulatory gifts. The Eastern Emperor Tai, Dijun, and Hongjun glared fiercely at Zhou Yuan before making their way to the demon court. Zhou Yuan cast a cold glance before returning to the sacred dragon shrine with Niuhua. Husband, what is the Funbao rock? Niuhua inquired, puzzled. Zhou Yuan smiled nonchalantly. It is a place abundant with treasures. Chapter 36. What constitutes a successful individual? This journey to Tianlong Mountain was nothing short of a grand spectacle for the esteemed figures. The demon clan deployed 1,000,000 demon soldiers. Yet in the end, not a single hair from Zhou Yuan was harmed. Damn. The demon clan is utterly weak. Were those 1,000,000 demon soldiers merely there to entertain Zhou Yuan? The great Zhu Rong couldn't help but curse, raising his cup and downing it in one go. Initially, he had intended to exploit the conflict between the demon and dragon clans to significantly weaken both sides. Yet the demon clan nearly faced annihilation at the hands of the dragon clan. Indeed, had it not been for the intervention of the Taoist Hongjun, those two cowards from the demon clan would have likely perished by now. Di Jiang remarked, his gaze penetrating as he quietly observed Zhou Yuan. This individual appeared utterly unremarkable, yet somehow possessed the capability to manipulate the laws of space. However, any impediment to the witch clan's ascension as the preeminent force in the wilderness would not be tolerated lightly. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Di Jiang's eyes. The Sanqing occupied the foremost positions. The Primordial Supreme Being secretly observed Niuhua beside Zhou Yuan while drinking in solitude, seething with frustration. The woman I secretly admire has been so brazenly sullied by that wretched dragon. The most infuriating part is that I am utterly powerless to change it. Jie Yin and Zhuan Ti raised their cups, toasting to everyone at the table. When they reached the Primordial Supreme Being, Jane leaned in with a smile. Today is indeed a splendid day, my senior brother. Let me toast to you. As he spoke, he eagerly filled the Primordial Supreme Being's cup, already slightly inebriated. The Primordial Supreme Being shoved him away, angrily shouting, "Get lost!" As the atmosphere grew tense, the situation escalated, leaving the speaker with a flushed face, reluctantly retreating in silence. Internally, he cursed, "Serves you right," lacking such perceptiveness. How could Master Hongjun have taken these two fools as his prized disciples? The earlier altercation with the demon clan had left a lingering heaviness over the meal, with each individual lost in their own thoughts. Among them, only Tongtian Taoist relished the sumptuous feast, unabashedly admiring the enchanting beauty of Nuwa. It must be said, foolish individuals often enjoy unexpected fortune. Despite numerous hints from the speaker to Tongtian, his efforts proved futile. Observing from the sidelines, Zhou Yuan found amusement in the spectacle, reflecting, in the future calamity of the Fengshun, with Tongtian's foolish traits, who else could possibly be targeted? As the wine flowed, Taiji Laozu grew apprehensive about the increasingly inebriated Yuan, Shitianzun, and the potential chaos that could ensue. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Yuan, he left behind the gifts he had brought and urged Tongtian, "Are you still eating? Quickly assist your second brother, and return to Kunlun Mountain." Tongtian, pouting as he gazed longingly at the lavish seafood spread, lamented, "Big brother, I haven't had my fill yet. You go ahead with second brother." A swift reprimand from Taiji Laozu sent Tongtian into a startled frenzy, hastily wiping his dirty hands before hoisting Yuan, Tianzun, and making his way back. Once the three pure ones departed, the other prominent figures from various clans also began to leave. Zhou Yuan, embracing the captivating Nuwa, reclined on a soft bed, his spirits lifted by the treasure strewn about. "Is this what it means to be a successful person?" he mused. "What are you thinking about, my husband?" Nuwa inquired. With a mischievous grin, Zhou Yuan playfully toppled her. "Just thinking of you, in a Zixiao palace." After some time, Hongjun Taoist abruptly opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath. He had narrowly avoided injury from the spatial laws due to his quick reflexes, recalling the earlier encounter where he had confronted those laws head-on to save the two from the demon clan. A wave of panic washed over him. Zhou Yuan's strength only heightened Hongjun's concerns. Who exactly was Zhou Yuan? Since their first meeting, he had never truly deduced his origins. The sense of foreboding within Hongjun intensified. "No, I must deduce this again." With that, Hongjun opened his heavenly eye, clasped his hands in concentration, and gathered his spiritual energy, yet his consciousness remained shrouded in chaos. Azure Dragon, still Azure Dragon. He thought, but Zhou Yuan could not simply be an Azure Dragon. A mere Azure Dragon, especially one of only quasi-saint level, could not wield powers beyond its reach, especially not the spatial laws. And that chaos clock, capable of severing the connection between a treasure and its original master, was not something an ordinary being could achieve. If Hongjun had once held hopes for Zhou Yuan, now he felt an overwhelming sense of threat. Crucially, Zhou Yuan's foresight was remarkably terrifying, even calculating the location of his own treasure mountain. The more Hongjun pondered, the more restless he became. With a flick of his fingers, a beam of divine light shot forth, landing upon the Chaos Treasure Mountain. Instantly, the mountain's seal was lifted, releasing countless treasures. Upon sensing this opportunity, disciples under Hongjun rushed towards the Chaos Treasure Mountain's location, the sacred dragon shrine atop Tianlong Mountain. Zhou Yuan and Nuwa strolled through a grove of spiritual roots, trailed by 7 excited little ones who called out, "Mother, you are so beautiful." During Zhou Yuan's absence from the sacred dragon shrine, the 7 little ones had meticulously managed the mountain, filling him with pride. With Nuwa's presence, the atmosphere in the shrine became even more harmonious and joyful. The sacred dragon shrine, situated above the eastern sea and at the heart of the dragon clan, was a focal point for the clan's fortune. With Nuwa's arrival, the aura of the saints resonated even more profoundly within Tianlong Mountain, creating a continuous flow of merit and luck. As the host successfully wed the saintly Nuwa, his merits surged. He faced a choice: one to erase the million demon soldiers, drawing the attention of the heavenly path, and submitting to Hongjun to avoid its schemes. Point 2. Head to the Chaos Treasure Mountain and amicably divide Hongjun's treasures. Garnering favor from the other ancient saints. Point 3. Claim all treasures from the Chaos Treasure Mountain for himself, inciting the wrath of Hongjun's disciples and potentially angering the heavenly path. The divine selection system reappeared. Zhou Yuan mulled over the 3 options in his mind. What is this first option? Submit to Hongjun. System, do you look down upon me? It was I who guided Hongjun in the past, imparting teachings to countless beings in the primordial chaos. Now, to submit to him? Ridiculous. As for amicably sharing the treasures, that's not an issue, but gaining favor from other leaders? That's absurd. Among the 3 pure ones, Yuan sure Tianzun would never coexist peacefully with the Dragon Clan. Given Yuan's relationship, it would be a miracle if he didn't seize the opportunity to eliminate me. Favorability? No way. Besides, if the Dragon Clan aims to rise powerfully, it will inevitably infringe upon the interests of other clans. There's no need to consider that. With that in mind, Zhou Yuan decided, system, I choose the 3rd option. The treasure mountain was a gathering place for Hongjun's treasures, and claiming it all for oneself was a tantalizing prospect. As he resolved this, Zhou Yuan summoned his time control technique. Instantly, countless runes of time surged through the void. In a flash, a torrent of time appeared, leading towards the Chaos Treasure Mountain. Nuwa, you must pay closer attention to the Dragon Clan during this time. Zhou Yuan remarked, his gaze deep and meaningful. Nuwa nodded earnestly in response. With that, Zhou Yuan vanished into the torrent of time. His true concern was not the demon clan seeking vengeance against the Dragon Clan, but rather the heavenly path and the figure within Zhixiao Palace. After all, the Dragon Clan had only just begun to rise, and with his current strength, he was far from capable of opposing the heavenly path. Until he was certain of his power, caution was paramount. Previously, he had been merely a fallen prince of the Azure Dragon, but times had changed, now, as he emerged to lead the Dragon Clan into the public eye. He would inevitably attract attention and envy from various factions. Therefore, he needed to rapidly enhance both his own power and that of the Dragon Clan, ensuring that those who feared him would fear him even more. That was of utmost importance. With that thought in mind, Zhou Yuan declared, time control. Instantly, the runes of time began to flow swiftly, enveloping him as he advanced through the river of time. Before long, a towering stone stele appeared before him, prominently inscribed with the words Treasure Mountain. Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination. Without hesitation, he unleashed the Qian Kuan Ding, which began to expand infinitely, ultimately resembling a massive hill before coming to a halt. With his eyes slightly closed and hands moving in a deliberate manner, Zhou Yuan commanded the Qian Kuan Ding to encompass the land of the Treasure Mountain entirely, as the void trembled violently. The Qian Kuan Ding began to quake, possibly due to the overwhelming volume of treasures being absorbed. The commotion was so great that the surrounding mountains trembled in response. Zhou Yuan's heart raced as he marveled. Goodness, just how many treasures does this Hongjun possess? Even the Qian Kuan Ding is reaching its limits. Putting his concerns aside, Zhou Yuan shouted, withdraw. The Qian Kuan Ding began to contract forcibly, reshaping itself, and Zhou Yuan, without a second thought, unleashed quasi-saint energy to fling the Qian Kuan Ding into the torrent of time, retreating swiftly as he navigated through the myriad runes of time. He suddenly remembered. He must erase his traces. However, Zhou Yuan revealed a hint of perplexity. Although he could erase traces, his quasi-saint level cultivation could only conceal the fact that he had taken the Finbao Cliff from the disciples of Hongjun. It would be quite difficult to keep this from that old Taoist Hongjun. Originally, Hongjun had already begun to harbor resentment towards him that if Hongjun were to discover that he had brazenly seized all of his treasures, it would surely lead to his own demise. Yet to relinquish these treasures would be an utter waste. Zhou Yuan felt overwhelmed with thoughts at the tea that moment. Several voices approached from afar. Elder brother, did we not just pass by Finbao Cliff? It must be around here, yet there is no trace of it. The voice of the primordial heavenly venerable was deep and resonant, distinctly recognizable to Zhou Yuan. Primordial heavenly venerable, the 3 pure ones have arrived. It was time to act decisively, without hesitation. Zhou Yuan activated the laws of time, swiftly slipping away through the currents of time. Thus, Zhou Yuan, bearing the Qian Kuan Ding, which contained the Finbao Cliff, rich with endless treasures, returned triumphantly to the sacred dragon shrine on Tianlong Mountain. Dad, our Tianlong Mountain is itself a spiritual mountain. Why are you moving this rock? The calabash water boy tilted his head in confusion, his blue gourd bobbing about. You little fool, what do you know? Go call your brothers here. I have important matters to discuss, Zhou Yuan said, shaking the now shrunken Finbao Cliff, causing a dazzling array of treasures to spill forth. The water boy's eyes widened in awe. Yes, I shall go summon them at once. In no time. The entire Tianlong Mountain was aglow with spiritual light. Countless unparalleled swords and precious materials from the Primordial era, such as Sanguang water and first-grade wrought iron, adorned the sacred dragon shrine. There were also martial arts manuals and array diagrams, particularly the array diagram for the extermination of a mortal sword array. Zhou Yuan was left speechless as he continued to browse. He soon realized he had underestimated the treasures before him. The Linglong Pagoda, Taiji diagram, Fantian seal, Qingping sword, and purple lightning hammer, all renowned artifacts chronicled in ancient texts, were present here in abundance. Dad, I have organized all these items. Where shall we hide them next? Hide. Zhou Yuan chuckled bitterly. Is it even possible to conceal them? The Calabash boys had already sorted all the treasures. Zhou Yuan's gaze meticulously scrutinized each artifact. These are the treasures of the future saints of the primordial realm. Zhou Yuan understood that these opportunities did not belong solely to him. The current primordial realm had already been predetermined by the heavenly Tao. If he were to forcibly alter this, it could backfire. After all, a single chaos bell had already incited the wrath of the entire demon clan if he were to offend all the future saints of the primordial realm over these treasures. It was likely that the dragon clan would be crushed before they even had a chance to rise. Zhou Yuan had already devised a plan. Let's not forget that the Qian Kuan Ding could not only absorb endless treasures, but also upgrade and forge them. If he were to utilize the Qian Kuan Ding to evolve and upgrade all these treasures, it would surely not pose a challenge. Step back, Zhou Yuan instructed the Calabash boys, and in the next moment, he sat cross-legged in the void. That quasi-saint true energy surged forth as he frantically copied and inscribed the outlines and attributes of each artifact in his mind. Before long, he had recorded no less than 100,000 supreme treasures. Since he could not obtain the originals, he would instead document their attributes, allowing him to forge his own treasures in the future, by creating some innate supreme treasures with similar attributes. He was confident in his ability to succeed. Other artifacts were relatively simple to replicate, but the design of certain formations required time for memorization and comprehension. The extermination of a mortal sword array was originally intended by Hongjun to be passed down to Tongtian. This formation was no trifling matter. Zhou Yuan disregarded all other artifacts and focused all his energy on mastering the extermination of a mortal's sword array. This demonstrated just how formidable and terrifying the array's power was. He needed to complete his training and replication before the other major figures arrived. And no sooner had he thought this than a flurry of angry figures charged toward Tianlong Mountain. Primordial Heavenly Venerable was the first to burst in. Cursing, wipe your mouth clean before you come back. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhou Yuan seized Primordial Taoist as easily as he once had with Luo Hu, with a casual flick of his arm. He hurled Primordial Heavenly Venerable out of Tianlong Mountain. The old man and Tongtian rushed forward to catch him, preventing a fall. Zhou Yuan, the Finbao Cliff was divided among us by Master Hongjun, and you dare to unilaterally claim it for yourself? I shall report this to Master Hongjun, and we shall flatten your dilapidated dojo. Primordial Heavenly Venerable's long-suppressed anger finally erupted. Zhou Yuan's audacity left him feeling uneasy. It was unthinkable that Zhou Yuan could be so domineering. The treasures on Finbao Cliff were gift from Hongjun meant for a select few inner disciples, with Zhou Yuan being included only slightly. Even with Zhou Yuan's inclusion, it would have meant less for the other disciples. Yet to their astonishment, Zhou Yuan had taken the entire mountain away. Such brazen behavior would no longer be tolerated. The atmosphere grew tense as the disciples of Hongjun gathered outside the Tianlong Mountain dojo. having planned to claim their treasures from Funbao Cliff. Upon seeing the furious three Pure Ones approaching, they decided to follow suit. Jean and Junie stood outside the dojo, equally bewildered. They had just finished celebrating a joyous occasion when this uproar occurred. However, Jean and Junie had no intention of being the scapegoats or letting the matter rest. They exchanged knowing glances, strategically approaching the three Pure Ones. Brother Taiji, this is an unparalleled treasure bestowed upon us by Master Hongjun. It may very well be our chance for the future. Junie began to persuade the three Pure Ones, hoping to incite them to take the lead. Zhou Yuan's voice resonated throughout Tianlong Mountain. Zhou Yuan, we shall head to the Zixiao Palace to seek an explanation from Master Hongjun. The voice was deep and powerful, echoing across the mountain. Inside Tianlong Mountain, Zhou Yuan sat within the sacred dragon shrine, surrounded by the reflections of countless artifacts and their attributes, all revolving around the radiant Qian Kuanding as the final artifact's shadow and attributes materialized in the void. Zhou Yuan exhaled a long breath, gradually lowering his energy-filled hand. His eyes slightly opened, only to hear the call of Taiji Laozu. Startled, Zhou Yuan rose to his feet. Everyone, there's been a misunderstanding. Please, enter the sacred dragon shrine. I shall provide an explanation. His voice resonated gently. In no time, the three Pure Ones, Jin and Junti, stood inside the sacred dragon shrine, their faces etched with anger. Before them stood a Funbao cliff that had been compressed into a small mountain, shimmering with spiritual light and exuding the essence of countless treasures. Primordial Heavenly Venerable glared furiously at Zhou Yuan, pointing an accusatory finger. You are utterly shameless. You are the one who speaks nonsense. Clean your mouth before addressing me, or I won't hesitate to toss you out again, Zhou Yuan retorted without a hint of hesitation. Taiji Laozu quickly intervened, pulling the enraged Primordial Heavenly Venerable back, and smiled at Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan, this Funbao cliff pertains to our great fortune. Primordial has reacted a bit too strongly, which is understandable. Perhaps you could clarify how you intend to explain this? Laozi suppressed his anger, awaiting an explanation from Zhou Yuan. The other prominent figures also wore displeased expressions, their eyes fixed intently on Funbao Rock, contemplating the acquisition of treasures, observing the reactions of the crowd. Zhou Yuan silently chuckled, having anticipated this scenario. After all, he had successfully replicated all the treasures. Were it not for the protective formations safeguarding his own Tianlong Mountain dojo, these individuals would likely have charged at him in a fit of rage long ago. Upon his arrival at Funbao Rock, the overwhelming chaotic energy had been palpable. Concerned for the safety of those present, he had transported Funbao Rock back to the primordial realm to facilitate a secure retrieval of the treasures. To his surprise, this had led to such a significant misunderstanding. Zhou Yuan's words were, of course, a pretext, yet everyone was well aware of the underlying truth, since Zhou Yuan had made such a declaration. It implied he was willing to present the treasures of Funbao Rock. As long as they could obtain a magical artifact, there was no need for further disputes. With a swift motion, Zhou Yuan removed the veil obscuring the treasures, revealing them to the eager gazes of the assembly. The Panga banner, the Sea Calming Pearl, the Taiji diagram, the Linglong Pagoda, the Qingping sword, and the Hongyuan Golden Dipper. Zhu Ti reacted first, taking a bold step forward. Directly approaching the Hongyuan Golden Dipper, without hesitation, he reached out to grasp it. Though Tong Tian may have been simple-minded, he could not tolerate such underhanded behavior and was about to reprimand Zhu Ti. Suddenly, just as Zhu Ti's fingers were about to make contact with the Hongyuan Golden Dipper, it seemed to reject him vehemently, emitting a beam of light akin to a subtle serpent's lightning, which propelled Zhu Ti backward. The crowd was left dumbfounded. Even Zhou Yuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon realized the depth of Hongjun's cunning. Truly, he was a wily old fox, clearing his throat. Zhou Yuan addressed the assembly in a clear and authoritative tone. There is no need for contention. These treasures have already been allocated by the venerable Hongjun, and what belongs to each individual shall rightfully remain theirs. As his words resonated, each person instinctively claimed their respective magical artifacts. Zhou Yuan's gaze lingered on the treasures in their hands, his eyes penetrating, as if seeking to unravel their very essence. He murmured to himself, That old man Hongjun is quite extraordinary. These artifacts are nearly all interdependent. With this distribution, each individual possesses a means to counteract one another, thereby establishing a delicate balance. The Linglong Pagoda in his grasp was impenetrable, while the Panga banner held by the Yuanshi Kinzuan was equally formidable in defense. Conversely, the four swords of Zhu Ming wielded by Tong Tian, although less defensively robust, boasted formidable offensive capabilities that it is said that Hongjun excels in strategy. And this assertion holds true that it seems imperative to devise a means to bolster the strength of the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, one day, they shall inevitably fall into Hongjun's machinations. After securing their respective artifacts, the leaders of various clans returned to their own dojos to diligently cultivate and comprehend the essence of their newfound treasures. Zhou Yuan also made his way back to the East Sea Dragon Palace. Enhua had meticulously organized the Dragon Clan's affairs, with the assistance of the Tortoise Prime Minister. In accordance with his directives, in the Zhixiao Palace, Hongjun sat upon a vast mat, his gaze resembling a bottomless cold pool. Although Zhou Yuan had returned the treasures from Funbao Rock to their rightful disciples, his actions left Hongjun feeling unsettled. During this period, Hongjun had been unable to find peace, with thoughts of Zhou Yuan occupying his mind both day and night. The resurgence of the Dragon Clan would undoubtedly impact his future plans within the Primordial realm. However, if he could take Zhou Yuan as his disciple, severing his ties with the Dragon Clan, then the Dragon Clan would become inconsequential, while he would gain a formidable disciple. With this thought, Hongjun dispatched a highly confidential message, precisely directed toward the East Sea. Chapter 39. Hongjun's confidential message and the considerate Enhua. Fellow Taoist Zhou Yuan, it has been many days since we last met, and I find myself missing you greatly. If you have the time, please visit the Zhixiao Palace, as I have some matters to discuss with you. This was a precise, one-way transmission, audible only to Zhou Yuan throughout the entire primordial realm. That moment, Zhou Yuan was inspecting the East Sea, where numerous formations stood at the ready, awaiting the scrutiny of Dragon Emperor Zhou Yuan. Upon receiving Hongjun's message, he gestured to the Tortoise Prime Minister, who promptly approached with an obsequious smile. "Your Majesty, how may I assist you?" Zhou Yuan replied slowly. "The venerable Hongjun has just contacted me, expressing a desire to converse. Please instruct the formations to remain on standby for a moment. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing that Hongjun had personally invited the Dragon Emperor, the Tortoise Prime Minister's demeanor became even more respectful. Yes, Zhou Yuan's form flickered and vanished into the vastness of the East Sea. The Tortoise Prime Minister immediately commanded the formations to hold their positions. With a flurry of movements, the various colored and shaped dragon descendants laid down their weapons and relaxed. During this period, these diverse branches of the Dragon Clan had fully submitted to the East Sea. After years of dispersion, the Dragon Clan was finally reuniting in the forthcoming drills. They were to perform admirably. The latest policy established by the Dragon Emperor explicitly stated that any dragon descendant ranking within the top 10 would be eligible for significant positions within the clan, regardless of bloodline purity, as long as they possess strength. The Tortoise Prime Minister reiterated the rules for the drills and selections, igniting excitement among the dragon branches below, particularly for the lesser beings like shrimps and crabs, who previously had no such opportunities. This was a transformative moment. Zhou Yuan had completely overturned the feudal management system, implementing an open management style that infused the entire Dragon Clan with vitality and enthusiasm. After all, every cultivator harbored aspirations for advancement. None wished to remain a mediocre practitioner. Everyone sought to realize their ambitions. And now, Zhou Yuan had given them hope, making them recognize that the Dragon Clan was a great family upon which they could rely. Excellent! The majestic Dragon Emperor. The dragon descendants cheered in unison. The East Sea provided ample space. Otherwise, there would be no room for such a multitude of dragon branches. The Tortoise Prime Minister gazed at the bustling and orderly ranks of the Dragon Clan, feeling immense admiration for Zhou Yuan. The majestic Dragon Emperor was undoubtedly the rightful ruler of the Dragon Clan. Such a grand spectacle was something he had not witnessed in many gatherings. Moreover, while the Tortoise Prime Minister allowed everyone to take a break, nearly all the branches stood up, commencing their training and practice. In the past, the despondent dragon clan would have required coercion to move. But now, everyone was voluntarily and conscientiously cultivating. One could not help but admire Zhou Yuan's remarkable methods that, of course, the achievements of the Dragon Clan were also significantly aided by Inhua. After organizing matter for the Dragon Clan, Inhua returned to the Huahuang Palace to focus on her cultivation. After all, her dojo was in the Huahuang Palace, making it a more suitable environment for her practice, though this did not hinder her interactions with the Dragon Clan. For Inhua, the East Sea Dragon Clan represented her marital home, while the Huahuang Palace was her family home before her marriage. Within the Huahuang Palace, Inhua was deep in meditation when she suddenly sensed an anomaly. Her sage's heavenly eye opened, and indeed, on the path to the chaotic Zixiao Palace, she spotted her husband Zhou Yuan's figure. Why had her husband suddenly decided to visit the Zixiao Palace? In the depths of Nua's heart, a sense of unease lingered. She was acutely aware that her husband, Zhou Yuan, was wholeheartedly intent on expanding the Dragon Clan and resurrecting its former glory. However, this endeavor was evidently in violation of the heavenly principles. Moreover, in light of the recent incident at Funbao Rock, Nua had long suspected that her master, Hongjun, had formed opinions regarding Zhou Yuan. Consequently, whenever matters concerning the relationship between Hongjun and Zhou Yuan arose, Nua would be enveloped in anxiety and trepidation. Nua, being astute, quickly deduced that Zhou Yuan's visit to the Zixiao Palace signified that her master Hongjun was poised to take action against him. It was highly probable that Hongjun would attempt to draw her husband closer. If that failed, the consequences were too dreadful for Nua to contemplate. Despite Hongjun's typically unassuming demeanor, his methods were undoubtedly intricate. Should Zhou Yuan defy him, Hongjun might very well take drastic measures. Indeed, even the prospect of leaving the Zixiao Palace unscathed was uncertain. The more Nua pondered, the more her unease grew. With a swift motion, she transformed her figure into a streak of vibrant light, hurtling towards the chaotic Zixiao Palace. Zhou Yuan had visited the Zixiao Palace several times. Deftly navigating through the thick, chaotic aura, he soon arrived at the resplendent palace, where the opulent hall, steeped in the essence of the saints, was partially veiled by the chaotic mist. The rich spiritual energy and the sacred brilliance pierced through the clouds, casting a radiant glow upon the unparalleled Zixiao Palace. Zhou Yuan paced before the palace gates, his mind swirling with thoughts. What did Hongjun's summons signify? Zhou Yuan had already begun to form a hypothesis, yet he remained uncertain about the temperamental nature of the sage. Would Hongjun, in a fit of disagreement, crush him without hesitation? Zhou Yuan furrowed his brow. Despite their amicable exchanges, should a rift emerge, even a sage could exhibit wrath. With this thought, a flicker of unease ignited within Zhou Yuan. Just as he was about to enter the Zixiao Palace, a gentle, familiar voice resonated. Zhou Yuan turned to see a pure, radiant figure emerge from the void before him. Nua, what brings you here? Zhou Yuan's brow arched in surprise. My lord, how could you visit your master without summoning me? It has been quite some time since I last saw him, so I thought I would accompany you. Nua replied, her enchanting eyes sparkling as she winked at Zhou Yuan. Understanding her concern for him, Zhou Yuan smiled and admitted, It seems I have been remiss. Come, since you are here, let's enter together, he thought to himself. Nua truly is considerate, always thinking of him. Having a thoughtful woman by his side was indeed a comforting feeling. With Nua present, Zhou Yuan felt a renewed sense of assurance. However, he recognized that Hongjun, being a sage, would not act openly. If he intended to take action against Zhou Yuan, he would do so indirectly and would never choose to do so within the Zixiao Palace. And as the two approached the violet-hued palace doors, they suddenly swung open that a young acolyte emerged, initially startled upon seeing Zhou Yuan and Nua, but quickly regained his composure and gestured for them to enter. His expression was inscrutable, and he spoke in a neutral tone. Sister Nua, Lord Zhou Yuan, please enter. The young acolyte was at a loss for how to address Zhou Yuan. Given the familial ties between his master and Zhou Yuan, as well as Zhou Yuan's marriage to his sister. What brings you here, Hongjun Taoist, with such an air of mystery? Zhou Yuan asked with a playful smile. Upon stepping into the palace, Zhou Yuan caught sight of Hongjun approaching from behind the purple cloud platform. Why, dear friend Zhou Yuan, I merely wish to catch up, as it has been a while. Hongjun replied, his words laced with subtle cunning. Greetings, master. Niwa stepped forward, bowing respectfully. Niwa has arrived as well. Excellent, excellent, Hongjun responded, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before he swiftly masked it. Soon, they all took their seats and engaged in light conversation. The young acolytes served tea and snacks. After a few exchanges, Hongjun appeared hesitant, his thoughts seemingly trapped in his mind. Zhou Yuan observed this keenly, knowing that Hongjun was playing a game. Eventually, Hongjun broke the silence. Zhou Yuan, the Dragon Clan does not align with the heavenly plans and lacks a promising future. Frankly speaking, the path of the future lies with the human race. Feigning surprise, Zhou Yuan replied, Oh, the human race? Surely you jest, Hongjun Daoist. How can such a frail race bear the weight of the future? While the various beings of the wilderness, including the demon and witch clans, were currently thriving, Zhou Yuan knew that post the calamity of the witch and demon races, it would be the human race that would rise to prominence. Yet Zhou Yuan feigned ignorance, playing along with Hongjun's act to ease his suspicions. However, these matters were secrets of the heavenly order. By revealing them, Hongjun was exposing the heavenly secrets. Zhou Yuan Daoist, you traverse the heavens and earth, knowing all things, so there's no need to feign ignorance before me. However, I have a small request that I hope you will consider. Feeling slightly awkward as Hongjun spoke, Zhou Yuan scratched his head and replied with a smile, Please, Hongjun Daoist, feel free to share. Zhou Yuan braced himself for what was to come. From the very first moment I laid eyes upon you, I have harbored a desire to collaborate with you in governing the wilderness, providing a harmonious and orderly existence for the myriad beings of the realm, Hongjun expressed, his eyes gleaming with fervor. I wish to appoint you as the first steward beneath the gates of Zixiao Palace. Steward. Zhou Yuan maintained his composure, a slight smile gracing his lips. Niwa, however, was taken aback, her expression shifting to one of delight. The position of steward was tantamount to being second only to Hongjun himself, meaning that should Zhou Yuan accept, he would become the second most powerful figure in the wilderness, just behind the heavenly order and Hongjun. Niwa's heart raced, her delicate hand tightening around Zhou Yuan's in secret, her gaze filled with unspoken encouragement. Yet, Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. What a farcical notion of stewardship. It was merely a guise for being a puppet under Hongjun's control. Hongjun was himself a pawn of the heavenly order, bound to its will that, if Zhou Yuan acquiesced, he would be yielding his autonomy to this cunning elder. How clever of Hongjun to manipulate the situation. Should Zhou Yuan agree, it would eliminate a potential adversary to the heavenly order while simultaneously gaining an ally. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but mentally applaud Hongjun for his astuteness. However, he had no intention of accepting such an offer. Why would he abandon the glorious position of the Dragon Emperor to serve as a subordinate to Hongjun? In the realm of the dragons, he was akin to a deity, revered and respected. Surely that was far more appealing. Moreover, Zhou Yuan held disdain for Hongjun's duplicitous nature. Previously, he had merely sought to leverage Hongjun's influence for the sake of the Dragon Clan, but now that the clan was steadily regaining its footing and his own reputation as Dragon Emperor was solidifying, Hongjun's role had diminished in significance. It was likely that Hongjun would no longer wish to serve as a bridge for the Dragon Clan. He might even dismantle it. But so what? Zhou Yuan was prepared to confront the Heavenly Order. If the Heavenly Order truly refused to relent, Zhou Yuan would not hesitate to fight to the bitter end. Having been reborn, he would not allow himself to simply exist. He was determined to achieve greatness. To honor his journey through the wilderness, Zhou Yuan acknowledged Hongjun's goodwill, but firmly stated, As the prince of the Dragon Clan, my mission is to spearhead its revival, and I hope you can understand this. Hongjun Daoist. Zhou Yuan resolutely rebuffed Hongjun's goodwill. Not only did he reject it, but he also brazenly placed the Dragon Clan on display. Zhou Yuan's words were a clear declaration of his intent to oppose Hongjun. If the Heavenly Dao refused to spare the Dragon Clan, it would inevitably lead to a confrontation between Zhou Yuan and Hongjun in the future. Niwa immediately grew anxious, casting a wary glance at Hongjun. As expected, Hongjun's expression darkened, and he coldly declared, Yuan Longhuang, I have long asserted that the Dragon Clan is a relic of the past, Reviving its former glory is utterly impossible. The future belongs to the human race. Hongjun's tone was laced with displeasure. Zhou Yuan, no longer concealing his true feelings, regarded Hongjun with a cold gaze. Hongjun Dao Run, I shall state this clearly today, regardless of how the future of the Honghuang is defined. The Dragon Clan shall remain indispensable. You. Hongjun erupted in anger, pointing an accusing finger at Zhou Yuan. You are truly obstinate. Zhou Yuan, however, retorted with a sneer. Hongjun Dao Run, rather than attempting to persuade me, you would be better off persuading the Heavenly Dao to abandon its futile efforts against the Dragon Clan. Preposterous. Hongjun rose to his feet, his body radiating fury, his robe billowing in his wrath. The atmosphere within the Zixiao Palace instantly turned tense. Seeing this, Nuwa's instinctive reaction was to position herself protectively in front of Zhou Yuan. Nuwa, if you still regard me as your master, sever ties with this wayward apprentice, and I shall overlook past grievances. Hongjun gazed coldly at Nuwa. Master, does the Heavenly Dao not uphold fairness and justice? Why then does it treat the Dragon Clan with such bias? Nuwa's heart was firmly aligned with Zhou Yuan. Now, for the sake of her husband, she was willing to risk a rift with her master. Zhou Yuan felt a wave of gratitude wash over him at this moment. Good, good, good. Hongjun, seething with rage, pointed at Nuwa and Zhou Yuan, dramatically sweeping his robe before striding away, leaving behind a resolute declaration. To oppose the Heavenly Dao is to court disaster. Chapter 41. The Dragon Clan's Drills. The Great Demon Provocation. After departing from the Zixiao Palace, Zhou Yuan and Nuwa returned directly to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace. Throughout their journey back, Zhou Yuan remained silent, and Nuwa dared not inquire. Upon their arrival, as soon as Zhou Yuan took his seat, Nuwa leaned in closely, her eyes filled with concern and determination. Why did you refuse, master? Zhou Yuan turned his head, sipping a fragrant tea, and smiled faintly. Why should I acquiesce? Nuwa's expression grew anxious. Are you truly willing to stand against the Heavenly Dao? Zhou Yuan chuckled softly. All I desire is freedom. I will not become anyone's subordinate. After a moment of silence, Nuwa resolutely declared, no matter who the enemy may be, I stand by your side, my husband. Nuwa had come to a clear understanding. She was prepared to defy her master, Hongjun, and even confront the Heavenly Dao to protect Zhou Yuan. However, she also knew that this would be a challenging journey. Zhou Yuan's stance was unequivocal. He felt confident in his ability to contend with Hongjun. After all, Hongjun was backed by the Heavenly Dao, and even if he sought to undermine the Dragon Clan, he would need a compelling reason that could garner support. Once Zhou Yuan had rested, the old turtle entered respectfully. Yuan Longhuang, everything is prepared and awaits your command. Excellent. Inform them to commence. Zhou Yuan's figure flickered as he made his way to the Eastern Sea training grounds. Resuming the drills that had been interrupted by Hongjun in the waters, rows of armored Dragon Clan warriors stood tall and united, brandishing their long spears and executing kill motions. Overall, their progress was substantial. The waters trembled as countless beings from other races arrived to observe. Upon witnessing the formidable Dragon Clan warriors emerging from various directions, the onlookers were left astounded. Who would have imagined that within just a few thousand years, the Dragon Clan would evolve to such a robust state? This was beyond their wildest expectations. That it was no wonder that Hongjun sought to suppress the Dragon Clan. At this rate of development, the Dragon Clan might indeed regain the glory of the ancestral Dragon era. Unexpectedly, Zhou Yuan proved to be quite capable. Humph, don't celebrate too early. The one who sticks out is the one who gets shot. The Dragon Clan daring to take center stage means the Heavenly Dao will eventually deal with them, regardless of Nuwa's presence. This fellow speaks the truth. After all, Nuwa is merely Hongjun's disciple, and an apprentice can hardly rival their master. Countless cultivators began fervently discussing the Dragon Clan's remarkable transformation. The extent of the Dragon Clan's development had long been a mystery, and it had remained a focal point of their concern. Today's revelation left them all thoroughly astonished. However, many beings held a mindset of watching a spectacle. They firmly believed that the Heavenly Dao would not spare the Dragon Clan. Among the onlookers were numerous members from the major clans of Honghuang. sent to investigate the latest developments of the Dragon Clan. One of them, a great shaman from the Witch Clan, observed everything with keen eyes, committing it to memory before quietly retreating. The investigation was not solely conducted by the Witch Clan. There were also elders from the Demon Clan present. In addition to the Demon and Witch clans, many other prominent clans of various races were also represented. These clans were predominantly among the top 100 in Hongjun, possessing an undeniable sense of optimism regarding their own strength. Today marks a grand-scale siege drill for our Dragon Clan. Your performance has been commendable, truly befitting the future strong generals of our Dragon Clan. I, the Dragon Emperor, declare here and now that the Dragon Clan shall surpass the pinnacle achieved during the reign of the ancestral Dragon Emperor. Zhou Yuan proclaimed from the center of the formation. Seated alongside the Holy Mother Nuwa, with the old turtle and various Dragon Clan ministers standing behind him, his voice resonated across the seas. Bah! The forest is vast, and all kinds of birds exist. How dare you claim to surpass the ancestral Dragon Emperor's peak? Back in the day, the Dragon Clan was predominantly supported by the Golden Dragon Clan. Now, the Golden Dragon Clan has long since fallen. What is Zhou Yuan? Just a mere azure dragon, daring to utter such brazen words. Zhou Yuan, why do you refuse to accept the reality of the Dragon Clan's decline, whether you accept it or not? The Dragon Clan has become a relic of the past. The future of Hongjun belongs to our Demon Clan. A great demon from the demon court shouted vehemently, glaring fiercely at Zhou Yuan. The surrounding cultivators were drawn to the outburst, their necks craned as they sought to catch a glimpse of the great demon. Whispers rippled through the crowd. Indeed, Zhou Yuan is being excessively arrogant. The current state of the Dragon Clan is already miraculous, yet he dares to claim it will surpass the ancestral dragon era. How audacious! Seeing that the crowd was reacting, the great demon continued. The Dragon Clan defies the heavenly Tao, forcibly monopolizing the resources of Hongjun, harming the interests of our races. Previously, during the distribution of treasures, Zhou Yuan seized them for himself. Although they were later returned, it is evident that his intentions were nefarious. That makes sense. The fortunes of Hongjun are limited, yet they're seized by a race that does not belong to this era. It is unjust to us. The great demon fanned the flames of discontent, successfully rallying a wave of opposition against the Dragon Clan, secretly reveling in his success. At this moment, Nuwa, who had been quietly seated beside Zhou Yuan, suddenly seemed to project a manifestation of her primordial spirit. Her form blurred as she rushed to confront the great demon, delivering a swift slap. In an instant, she returned to her seat, appearing as if nothing had happened, serving Zhou Yuan tea and snacks with a blissful expression. The slapped great demon's head flew from his body, his eyes wide in shock at the moment of his demise. Witnessing the inexplicable death, the previously murmuring crowd fell silent, no longer daring to utter a word. Zhou Yuan narrowed his eyes and gestured to the old turtle. The old turtle immediately understood, signaling several capable white dragon warriors. In the blink of an eye, a flurry of white dragons spiraled through the waters, emanating a palpable aura of menace. They circled among the beings, swiftly binding those who had spoken ill of the Dragon Clan and imprisoning them in the dragon prison. The old turtle's voice was cold and unyielding. Zhou Yuan, release us at once. We are all key members of our clan. If you harm us, our clan's king will not spare the Dragon Clan. Indeed, as the Serpent King clan, we shall undoubtedly obliterate your Dragon Clan. Zhou Yuan, I'm the Grand Shaman of the Witch Clan. Take a good look and hastily release me, or else my Witch Clan shall not spare your Dragon Clan in the future. Oh, how intriguing. There exists a Grand Shaman of the Witch Clan here. It seems the allure of my Dragon Clan is quite formidable. Zhou Yuan chuckled inwardly, arching his brow. What manner of being is this Grand Shaman? Imprisoned in the Dragon's Abyss, those who openly slander my Dragon Clan shall be executed on the spot. Chapter 42. Live to fight, die in battle. Zhou Yuan's voice instilled fear in all who heard it. Several bound cultivators from various clans, who were prominent figures within their respective lineages, found themselves utterly stunned at being so easily captured by the Dragon Clan, and even more so at the prospect of annihilation. They stood frozen in disbelief. They dare to kill us. The remaining onlookers wore expressions of shock as well. Goodness, the Dragon Clan has captured at least 20 cultivators. Should they all perish, it would be tantamount to declaring war against 20 major clans. Look, among them are members of the Demon Clan, and even those from the Witch Clan and the Shin Tiger sect up my. This situation is rather perilous. The Dragon Clan is recklessly courting disaster. The gathered onlookers began to whisper amongst themselves once more. However, before their astonishment could fully settle, a flurry of sharp sword lights, shrouded in a palpable aura of slaughter, surged forth, striking directly at the bound cultivators who continued to shout defiantly. Swish, 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 with the swiftness of lightning. The cultivators were instantly reduced to countless blood cells, vanishing into the depths of the sea, leaving not even a trace of their souls behind. Proceed, Zhou Yuan commanded, his countenance unchanged. The entire Dragon Clan formation resumed their drills, executing various formations in an orderly fashion, as if nothing had transpired moments before. The previously disdainful cultivators seemed to have never existed at all. The other beings present gazed with wide, terror-filled eyes, their faces pale and expressions dazed as they stared at the distant Dragon Clan warriors practicing. After several long seconds of silence, a murmur of fear began to emerge. The Dragon Clan is finished. They have just slaughtered 20 cultivators from the ancient clans, right in front of us. Zhou Yuan surely intends to eliminate us all, to silence us, does he not? One onlooker trembled uncontrollably, his voice incoherent. As he anxiously watched Zhou Yuan in the distance, they were truly experiencing Zhou Yuan's ruthless nature for the first time. Before the Dragon Clan's drills could conclude, all onlookers had already fled. Not a single soul remained to witness the spectacle. Even the nearby beings had departed early, fearing they might attract trouble. Initially, they had been curious about the Azure Dragon's recent triumph over the Southern Seas Black Dragon Clan and the subsequent unification of the Four Seas Dragon clans, wondering what level of power they now possessed. But now they had witnessed and experienced it firsthand. Under the leadership of Zhou Yuan, the Azure Dragon Clan indeed bore the grandeur of the once mighty Golden Dragon Clan. It seemed they possessed the potential to return to the glory of the ancestral dragon era. From that moment on, those who had previously looked down upon the Dragon Clan, especially the Azure Dragon, no longer dared to speak disrespectfully in the East Sea Dragon Palace. Zhou Yuan was exceedingly satisfied with the recent drills. He commanded Old Turtle, Minister Turtle, for the Dragon Clan soldiers who have performed exceptionally. I wish for you to reward them handsomely. Yes, Old Turtle replied, his face alight with excitement. Zhou Yuan understood that to strengthen the clan further, such tangible incentives were the most effective in the short term. After settling the matters of the Dragon Clan drills, Zhou Yuan noticed that several of the most senior elders within the palace bore unusual expressions. What is it that you wish to convey? If there is nothing, I intend to take my rest, as expected. No sooner had Zhou Yuan's words fallen than a blue dragon elder stepped forward, his expression grave. Your Majesty, it was truly inappropriate to have slain those cultivators from various clans. You may not be aware, but those cultivators are not ordinary. They are influential figures among the most powerful clans of the current age. Before the blue dragon elder could finish speaking, another white dragon elder from the side stepped forward. Equally tense. Indeed, by doing so, we have effectively offended all the major clans that dominate the wilderness. If they retaliate, the Dragon Clan may find itself in peril. Then, a trembling red dragon elder emerged. Your Majesty, the analysis of the previous two elders is correct. Among those slain were indeed members of the Witch Clan and the Demon Clan, as well as others, before the red dragon elder could continue. Zhou Yuan interrupted with palpable irritation. On my Dragon Clan's territory, to openly slander, defame, and belittle my Dragon Clan while questioning my power. If I were to tolerate such behavior, then I would be unworthy to sit upon this throne. As for those so-called powerful clans, in my eyes, they are but insignificant insects, not worth my concern. Zhou Yuan stood tall and resolute, exuding an air of authority. His gaze was deep as the vast ocean, and he addressed the assembly of Dragon Clan ministers with a commanding tone. What does it matter to offend a bunch of insects? Just earlier, I offended the Celestial Tao at the Zhixiao Palace. What do I have to fear from the wilderness? Humph. After delivering this declaration, Zhou Yuan felt a surge of pride swell within him. The dragon ministers in the Great Hall, however, were plunged into profound shock. What? Offending the celestial Tao? Does that not amount to a death sentence for our dragon clan? Your Majesty, this cannot be. Such folly, exclaimed one of the eldest dragon elders, his voice trembling with fear. If we now go to Hongjun Daozu to apologize and seek reconciliation with the celestial Tao, perhaps there remains a chance. Your Majesty, ate tea that moment. Every minister and elder in the Dragon Palace felt a bone-deep terror. The sound of kneeling echoed through the hall. Your Majesty, you must not act impulsively in your youth. The Dragon Clan has only just begun to rise. We have not yet dominated the wilderness, and to offend the highest existence of the celestial Tao is akin to digging our own graves. The dragon ministers had never anticipated such events would unfold. Zhou Yuan, seated high upon the Dragon Emperor's throne, looked down upon the frightened ministers, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. Offending Hongjun and angering the celestial Tao was never his original intention. After all, it was that system that had presented him with such an option to choose to contend against the greatest existence and gain immense benefits, while ensuring the Dragon Clan's future would grow stronger and more prosperous. Conversely, if he were to submit to the greatest existence, he would only become a puppet, a mere pawn in another's game. This was the choice presented by the divine selection system, leaving him with no alternative. Otherwise, he would have continued to ingratiate himself with Hongjun, at least without the worry of life and death. But now, there was no turning back. The system had relentlessly pushed him to offend the celestial Tao. And what could he do? He could only brace himself and continue. He certainly could not disclose the matter of the system to these dragon ministers. Zhou Yuan's eyes glimmered with icy resolve as he coldly declared, "Live to fight. If we die, so be it." Ministers. Chapter 43. Dragon Clan Reproductive Benefits. All dragons produce offspring. Zhou Yuan gazed at the astonished expressions of the Dragon Clan ministers, feeling quite displeased. This group of ministers was utterly useless. Panicking at the slightest provocation, they even suggested that I, the Dragon Emperor, should apologize to Hongjun, a pitiful display of incompetence. If the major clans come seeking retribution, how shall our Dragon Clan respond? Do any of you have a plan? Zhou Yuan posed the question directly. Immediately, the ministers exchanged glances, each turning mute. The clans they had offended were powerful forces within the wilderness, some of which were interconnected and thriving, that if they truly came to retaliate. These dragon ministers honestly did not know if they could withstand the onslaught. Zhou Yuan, feeling exasperated, remarked, "Such a trivial matter, and yet you are all struck dumb. Useless. What purpose do you serve if you cannot speak up in a critical moment?" The ministers, reprimanded by Zhou Yuan, fell to their knees, not daring to breathe. "Remember this, from now on, whoever dares to oppose my dragon clan shall be met with swift retaliation. It is that simple. Have you all understood?" Yes, the ministers acknowledged with conviction. Indeed, what a group of inept individuals. When faced with an attack, the most straightforward course of action is to retaliate with equal force. Is there truly any need for contemplation? Zhao Yang inquired, "Guanxiang, have we managed to secure the South Sea?" "Yes, Your Majesty." The venerable Guanxiang replied respectfully, "It is ready for your command at any moment. From this day forth, all Qinglong shall relocate to the South Sea. The East Sea shall be reserved exclusively for the Jinlong, and only those possessing the blood of the Jinlong shall gain entry to the East Sea, enjoying the privileges befitting the supreme Jinlong." "Jinlong? Your Majesty, are you jesting? The Jinlong clan perished many years ago. The current dragon lineage scarcely bears any trace of their existence." The elder of the Qinglong spoke, and the assembly of dragon ministers nodded in agreement, their whispers echoing through the dragon palace. The glory of the Jinlong belongs to a bygone era. The emergence of a new Jinlong seems utterly impossible. Is the Yuanlong Emperor truly driven mad in his quest for power? While the prowess of the Jinlong is beyond reproach, practicality must prevail. It has been eons since I last heard tales of the Jinlong. The ministers lamented, recognizing that the dragons of today are mere mixed breeds. Devoid of pure bloodlines, their strength laughably inadequate, barely reaching 10% of the former Jinlong's might. The emergence of a new Jinlong is simply unattainable. With a slight smirk, Zhou Yuan slowly produced a tome of Jinlong cultivation techniques from his waist. This is the latest research on Jinlong cultivation techniques, which not only promises to elevate one's power swiftly, but also has the potential to awaken the innate Jinlong traits within one's being. Without further ado, distribute this cultivation manual promptly to all mixed dragon clans. Let all who can activate their Jinlong bloodline know that the revered East Sea awaits them at any time. With a gesture, the Jinlong techniques transformed into multiple copies, landing in the hands of each dragon minister and elder. The ministers hastily opened the books, revealing comprehensive records of the Jinlong cultivation methods, leaving them utterly astonished. Understood, they replied, and without hesitation, they sprang into action, aware that the birth of a new Jinlong would be a momentous and historic event for their kind. Zhou Yuan understood that the emergence of Jinlong would mark a pivotal turning point for the dragon race. This Jinlong cultivation technique was an unexpected treasure he had acquired from Hongjun's treasure mountain, likely unbeknownst to even Hongjun himself. However, that was of little consequence now. It was his to wield, as he observed the departing dragon ministers. Zhou Yuan's expression turned grave. Though the dragon race was making strides, through advanced breathing techniques, the purification of the entire sea region, and the ongoing large-scale drills, their strength paled in comparison to the other great clans of the primordial realm. They were still far from the results he desired. It would be unjust to dismiss the efforts of recent times as fruitless. Rather, the dragon race had simply started from a woefully inadequate foundation. He had previously focused solely on the number of claws among the mixed dragons, neglecting the purity of their bloodlines. The strength of a dragon is judged by its claw count. The ancestral dragon had 12 claws, a pinnacle among dragons. Yet to increase the claw count, one must first purify the blood. If a dragon is of common mixed lineage, even with utmost effort, it can only aspire to become a 5-clawed dragon. In contrast, a Jinlong with 5 claws would be at the bottom of the hierarchy. This highlights the shackles of bloodline purity. Thus, purifying the bloodline is of utmost importance. The Jinlong cultivation technique he had fortuitously discovered was a significant boon. In addition to guiding the existing dragons and cultivating the Jinlong techniques, there was a pressing need to increase the dragon population. Guanxiang, he called. Yes, proclaim my decree. Henceforth, the dragon race shall receive robust support for reproduction. The more offspring produced, the greater the benefits bestowed upon the dragon race. Draft a plan for dragon reproductive benefits based on my directives. Very well, I shall prepare the necessary materials at once. Before long, the reproductive benefits plan was plastered across the palaces of the dragon clans and on the streets of their communities. In every waterway, groups of dragon beings gathered, fervently discussing the newfound benefits. Good heavens, these incentives are extraordinary. Bear 50 offspring and receive a superior training ground. Not to mention 100 spiritual pearls, unlimited equipment upgrades, and free weapon renewals without restriction. Brothers, with such benefits, what is there to hesitate over? We needn't fear anymore. Let us return and procreate. In an instant, countless dragons joined the ranks of those eager to create new life. Previously, the dragon race had suffered under the constraints of the heavenly path. Too fearful to reproduce, knowing that any offspring would share in their suffering. Consequently, their numbers dwindled each year, leading to a collective aging that posed a dire threat to their existence. Zhou Yuan watched with satisfaction as the dragons rallied to join the procreation initiative. As long as they could restore their numbers, the investments made would be well worth it. It was not only quantity that mattered. Quality must also be addressed. After all, the dragon race possessed ample resources. Just then, a chilling mechanical voice abruptly interrupted Zhou Yuan's thoughts. System alert. Dragon currency is critically low. Please resolve this urgently. Curse it. The 44th chapter. The Wolf King. What does it mean to tier up a ticket? The dragon race's foundation is indeed lacking. Zhou Yuan reflected on how, in bygone days, the dragon race had been among the wealthiest of all clans in the primordial realm. But alas, fate had not favored him. How to swiftly resolve the financial crisis of the dragon race? Zhou Yuan's eyes gleamed with determination as he began to contemplate solutions. That moment, a guard from the dragon palace rushed in, breathless and panicked. Your Majesty, urgent news. On the east seashore, an overwhelming force of over 20 formations of demon soldiers has arrived, demanding vengeance for the lives taken by our dragon race. Among them are members of the Wu and demon clans. What shall we do? The guard trembled in fear, kneeling before Zhou Yuan. Why the panic? Zhou Yuan admonished. Fools, go! Inform the leaders of the dragon clans across other sea regions to convene at the East Sea Dragon Palace. Yes, at once. The guard scrambled to obey, urgency propelling him forward. System detected external invasion. Please choose. 1 to surrender to the clans, offering treasures to appease them and avert disaster. 2 to cede portions of the territory to escape this calamity. 3 to engage in battle against the clans, with the potential to earn primordial currency. Intensified conflict may yield up to 100 million primordial coins. How dare you? System, do you take me for a fool? I do not even regard Hongjun's old self. You think I would surrender to a bunch of insignificant pests? Zhou Yuan surveyed the situation, resolutely selecting the third option, for the sake of that 100 million primordial coins. He would seize this opportunity. Just as he was mired in financial woes, fate had delivered a golden chance to him. As the leaders from various sea regions began to arrive, they bowed and greeted. We pay our respects to the Yuanlong Emperor. Stand down. Assemble your forces immediately and prepare for battle. Yes, not a word of nonsense. Direct and decisive. The leaders of the dragon clan, the mixed blood dragons, were already well aware of the circumstances beyond the sea. Each of them had long since made their preparations, merely awaiting Zhou Yuan's command that, in no time, the entire dragon clan swiftly assembled their forces. The waters surged, creating towering waves. Countless shrimp soldiers and crab generals, along with the red, white, and azure dragons, as well as various other mixed-blood dragon commanders, rushed forth in a frenzy. The scene was utterly breathtaking. Even before the clash, the monstrous waves had already swept some of the enemy commanders on the shore away. As far as the eye could see, the major clans that had come to settle scores with the Dragon Clan included the Violent Wolf Clan, the Serpent Spirit Clan, the Giant Scorpion Clan, and the Black Bull Spirit Clan. These clans were undoubtedly among the most powerful races in the primordial world. They either boasted significant physical advantages or possessed the ability to wield poison. Their prowess was formidable. Soon, facing the Dragon Clan's formidable offensive, each of the major clans swiftly adjusted their battle formations and began their counterattacks. The dragon soldiers had already plunged headlong into the fray with the major clans. The 20 major clans engaged in fierce combat with the dragon warriors. Some small shrimp soldiers were stung to death by giant scorpions, while azure dragons wielding spears pierced through several violent wolf soldiers. The brutality of the battlefield was nothing short of harrowing. Zhou Yuan soared above the sea. Observing the chaos below, his fists clenched as he silently roared. Fight! Strike with all your might. The more intense, the better, perhaps due to the dragon warriors recently mastering the golden dragon cultivation techniques. Each of them fought with exceptional zeal. Before long, the battle reached its zenith. Each valiant dragon soldier executed their techniques with lethal precision, claiming the lives of numerous adversaries. Zhou Yuan's spirits soared in tandem. The melodious sound of coins being deposited echoed in his ears. With practiced ease, he opened the system panel, where the currency column displayed the latest balance. 100 million primordial coins. Excellent! Zhou Yuan broke into a wide grin, exclaiming, the sensation of wealth is simply exhilarating. However, he recognized that the Dragon Clan had numerous policies that necessitated expenditure at this moment. Thus, this 100 million primordial coins, while substantial, was not excessively so. Reflecting on this, Zhou Yuan's gaze shifted to the clans battling his dragon warriors on the shore, and a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes as he murmured, these major clans must possess considerable wealth. He envisioned 2 large ingots of gold. Fixating on the leaders of the clans commanding the battle on the coast, like a tea that moment, they appeared to him as symbols of currency. These leaders were nearly all significant figures within their respective clans, that if he could capture them and confront the kings of the various clans, he would undoubtedly reap a handsome profit. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. His azure dragon form soared freely across the seemingly endless sea. Then, a terrifying dragon roar shattered the skies, sending waves crashing tumultuously in the void. Thunder rumbled. and icy rain fell mercilessly. A faint golden aura reappeared around Zhou Yuan, reminiscent of a golden dragon manifesting in the world. In an instant, he dove rapidly toward the leaders of the various clans commanding the battle on the shore. The overwhelming energy he exuded overturned the formidable leaders of the various clans. Zhou Yuan's dragon claws swiftly pinned them to the ground. The war ended in an instant. This scene left all the combatants, especially the dragon soldiers, utterly dumbfounded, their excitement palpable. The golden dragon, the primordial dragon sovereign, has transformed into a golden dragon again. How magnificent and imposing. The emergence of the golden dragon was a clear indication of the primordial dragon sovereign's unmatched prowess. Zhou Yuan disregarded the clamoring voices, flicking his dragon claws to toss the captured clan leaders to the various dragon generals. Secure these individuals for me. They are all valuable assets. Zhou Yuan descended in his dragon form and approached a leader of the Violent Wolf clan. You dare oppose my Violent Wolf clan? Our Wolf King will not let you off lightly. Thud! Before the Violent Wolf leader could finish a sentence, Zhou Yuan delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of the Wolf King, sending him flying. The remaining clan leaders, witnessing this, no longer dared to make threats. Take them back. Zhou Yuan coldly chuckled, instructing the dragon soldiers guarding the captives. He then vanished in a flash, heading straight back to the East Sea Dragon Palace, issuing orders for the clans to send their kings with ransom to redeem their captives. Yes, Zhou Yuan mused as he regarded the apprehended clan leaders, thinking, this time, I will surely make a fortune. In the Violent Wolf clan's palace, the Wolf King kicked a messenger soldier to the ground in frustration. Gritting his teeth, he exclaimed, how dare the Dragon clan seize one of our top generals? Gather all Violent Wolf warriors. I shall make the Dragon clan pay. Before the Wolf King could finish, the fallen messenger scrambled to his feet, trembling as he reported, Your Majesty, our clan's eldest son has also been captured. What? The messenger continued. They said if they do not see sincerity, they will execute him. Execute him? What do you mean? They said it means to silence him for good. Upon hearing this, the Wolf King was instantly paralyzed with fear. His expression vacant, he slumped onto his throne, panicking, quickly, prepare the ransom. The more the better. Chapter 45. Unyielding? I shall beat you until you yield. While the Wolf King frantically prepared the ransom, the other sovereigns of the primordial clans received news that their prominent members had been captured by the Dragon clan. Many of those captured possessed royal bloodlines. Just this fact alone was enough for each clan's king to take action. Before long, the kings of the clans were hastening towards the East Sea, laden with generous ransoms. Along the way, some clan kings coincidentally encountered each other and traveled together. Silver Python King, are you also going to redeem someone? A giant scorpion demon king gazed at a massive python with disbelief. Redeem someone? Humph, the Dragon clan is truly arrogant. Look at this. As he spoke, the Silver Python King lifted a chest filled with ransom and prodded at the hidden compartments within. Inside lay sharp weapons. Silver Python King, are you not afraid of being executed? The giant scorpion demon king asked, his expression filled with dread. Humph, do they dare? Not only will I take away our clan's people, but I will also make the Dragon clan pay a price. The Silver Python King declared through gritted teeth. Upon hearing this, the giant scorpion demon king discreetly revealed a hidden poison needle from his sleeve. The two exchanged glances and shared a wicked smile. At the East Sea Dragon Palace, the water mothers floated, and the seashells occasionally revealed shimmering pearls. In front of the resplendent entrance of the Dragon Palace, the dignitaries for various clans arrived one after another to redeem their captives. At the entrance of the Dragon Palace, several dragon generals were conducting thorough inspections of each approaching clan king, as it was clearly stated that no weapons were allowed within. The dragon warriors conducted their searches with utmost seriousness. Some clan kings, their eyes gleaming with greed, nervously observed the boxes filled with wealth. However, the searchers merely patted them down, giving the boxes only a cursory glance without any in-depth examination. You may enter. The chief of the searchers granted them passage. Upon entering the East Sea Dragon Palace and seeing Zhou Yuan, the clan king's tempers flared. Just thinking of the humiliation their races had endured under this person's oppression left them greatly displeased. However, they had to endure it for the sake of their princes. Zhou Yuan, we have brought the ransom. Quickly release our hostages. The Wolf King, standing at the forefront, exclaimed, lifting a box he had brought. As he spoke. He was about to open it. What kind of king are you, violent Wolf King? It seems you seek a beating. Do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intentions to use the weapons hidden in that box to assassinate me. Oomph, ridiculous. Zhou Yuan directly unveiled the truth. The Wolf King, caught in an awkward moment, halted his hand as it reached into the box. After a brief pause, he decisively removed the hidden compartment of the box and drew forth the wolf blade. The Wolf King was acutely aware that his strength was not on par with Zhou Yuan's. Thus, he had initially intended to launch a surprise assassination. However, now that his intentions had been unveiled, he resolved to rely on sheer speed. With a fierce expression, he unsheathed his sword, aimed it at Zhou Yuan, and lunged forward, bellowing, "Zhou Yuan, perish!" The other tribal kings were momentarily taken aback. They had not anticipated such reckless behavior from the Wolf King, especially in the territory of the Dragon Clan. Such actions were tantamount to courting death. The Wolf King's audacity could potentially implicate them all. Some tribal leaders, who had no intention of assassination, began to retreat. The Silver Python King and the Giant Scorpion Demon King exchanged glances and swiftly retrieved their concealed weapons. Charging forward, eye in the air, silver poison needles hurtled toward Zhou Yuan, while the Silver Python King brandished a large blade in tandem with the Wolf King, both advancing aggressively. The dragon general stationed at the sides of the Dragon Palace immediately surged forward. However, before the dragon generals could shield Zhou Yuan, he, seated upon the Dragon Emperor's sacred throne, narrowed his eyes and broke into a "Due to your outstanding leadership abilities, the system rewards you with an upgraded version of the Golden Dragon Cultivation Secret Technique. Supreme Edition." Zhou Yuan, filled with exhilaration, leapt up in delight. How splendid! The upgraded version of the Golden Dragon Cultivation Secret Technique, particularly the Supreme Edition. Without even examining its attributes, one can surmise the extraordinary power this technique possesses. The ordinary version has already enabled the Dragon Clan to cultivate the Golden Dragon bloodline. Not to mention, this Supreme Edition is an unparalleled weapon that could revolutionize strength. With the Supreme Edition of the Golden Dragon Cultivation Secret Technique, it won't be long before the entire Dragon Clan witnesses the emergence of more Golden Dragon bloodlines. Zhou Yuan brimmed with anticipation. Without hesitation, he instructed the Minister of Tortoise to distribute the Supreme Edition of the Cultivation Technique to various clans without delay. Following this, Zhou Yuan sat down, resolutely analyzing the current situation of the primordial world. Presently, beyond the entire sea area, the Witch and Demon clans are in a phase of rampant development. Both clans are focused solely on their own advancement, leaving them with little time to meddle in the affairs of the Dragon Clan. Therefore, this presents a golden opportunity. The Dragon Clan has already stealthily claimed one territory after another, obscuring their movements from the sight of the major clans of the primordial world. What purpose does this multitude of territories serve? Certainly, they cannot be left idle. It is time to execute the next plan. Zhou Yuan's gaze was intensely fixed on the horizon. Minister of Tortoise, he called, "I wish to construct a Qian Kun treasure hall in the Eastern Sea." Yes, the old tortoise, having developed an exceptional rapport with Zhou Yuan over time, gazed at him with resolute eyes. Indeed, the next moment, with a wave of Zhou Yuan's hand, a design blueprint for the Qian Kun treasure hall materialized in the air. Marked with various elemental symbols and intricate diagrams of the yin-yang and 8 trigrams, the design of the Qian Kun treasure hall appeared exceptionally meticulous and orderly, clearly crafted by a highly skilled professional. The old tortoise, upon glancing at it, was captivated. His voice rose in admiration. "Oh, the Yuan Long Emperor is truly the foremost sage of the primordial world. To conceive such a complex palace design is no small feat. One would be hard-pressed to find another as wise as the Yuan Long Emperor in the entire realm. Enough flattery. A century from now, I shall requisition this treasure hall," Zhou Yuan retorted. "Additionally, send some miscellaneous dragons to the Dragon Clan's dojo on the primordial continent. I intend to establish weaponry and equipment halls there. Furthermore, within each territory, a currency exchange center must be constructed. Currently, the primordial world operates using primordial coins, while the Dragon Clan utilizes dragon coins that I aim for dragon coins to gradually become the mainstream currency of the primordial realm. As it symbolizes strength, time in the primordial world is fleeting, about a century passes in the blink of an eye. Zhou Yuan comfortably leaned back in his dragon chariot, embracing the stunning dragon maiden beside him. The dragon chariot was flanked by a Qinglong guard, wielding a long spear as they journeyed towards the Dragon Rock Lake in the Eastern Sea. Upon entering Dragon Rock Lake, a pristine treasure hall instantly came into view amidst the gently rippling waters. Prominently adorned with the three radiant characters Qian Kuan Hall, with a swift spin, Zhou Yuan descended gracefully before the Qian Kuan Hall. His fingers delicately traced each intricate groove on its surface. Where lifelike golden dragons seemed to spring to life, the old tortoise's craftsmanship was indeed exquisite. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Subsequently, without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the Qian Kuan cauldron from his waist. The cauldron began to rotate and gradually descended into the Qian Kuan Hall amidst the floating waters. In an instant, the entire hall radiated with blinding brilliance. Countless streams of spiritual light poured through the hall's crevices, illuminating the entire sea area with a resplendent glow. Chapter 47. The Dragon Clan awakens the Golden Dragon bloodline. This Qian Kuan cauldron, a primordial treasure bestowed by Hongjun in days of yore, possesses the ability to refine all things. As the Dragon Clan seeks to develop its stores in the primordial realm, the question arises, where will the weapons and equipment come from? It cannot all be sourced from the Eastern Sea. Although the water quality of the Dragon Clan has been purified to an extraordinary degree, with spiritual treasures manifesting at every moment, these items hold little value in the primordial world. Establishing the Dragon Clan stores in the primordial realm means catering to countless beings across the expanse. Solely relying on the spiritual treasures and equipment produced daily in the Eastern Sea would be utterly insufficient. However, possessing the Qian Kuan cauldron changes everything. There is not a single useless item in Hongjun's possession. Each one is a supreme treasure, particularly this Qian Kuan cauldron, which can transform even refuse into a spiritual treasure. This essentially provides an infinite supply channel. With this thought, Zhou Yuan casually picked up a piece of coral lying at his feet and, without a second thought, tossed it into the cauldron. Almost instantaneously, a milky white stone hammer emerged. Zhou Yuan examined the attributes of the hammer, which boldly declared it to be a postnatal level 1 weapon. With an attack power exceeding 10,000, its defensive attributes may be lacking, yet it is evidently a weapon with formidable offensive capabilities. And this was merely a piece of coral Zhou Yuan had carelessly picked up. Such corals are ubiquitous throughout the Dragon Clan Sea area, as commonplace as a handful of soil in the primordial realm. Yet they can be transmuted by the Qian Kuan cauldron into unparalleled treasures. Is this not the legendary alchemy of turning stone into gold? Zhou Yuan marveled in disbelief, clutching the coral hammer. Next, he tossed an old sword worn by one of his guards into the cauldron. Soon, a brand-new first-grade dragon sword emerged. Following that, he threw in seaweed, decayed seashells, scrap iron, and shattered clam pearls, all of which were effortlessly transformed into spiritual treasures. Despite the deteriorating relationship with Hongjun, Zhou Yuan felt immensely grateful for the gift of this treasure. As it proved to be a tremendous aid, Zhou Yuan's heart swelled with excitement. Leaders of the various Dragon Clan branches, he might command, immediately tally the number of new weapons and equipment needed by your troops and proceed to Dragon Rock Lake's Qian Kuan Treasure Hall. Zhou Yuan's deep voice resonated across the SEI. In no time, leaders from various branches of the clan hurried to comply. Under the orderly arrangements of the Minister of Tortoise, within just a few hours, the weaponry and equipment of the entire Dragon Clan were completely renewed. The old items were discarded, and new ones emerged as if by magic, resulting in significant savings for the Dragon Clan. The possession of such a treasure truly signifies great fortune for the Dragon Clan. Given the current tensions between our Dragon Clan and Hongjun, one can only imagine how regretful he must feel for having bestowed this treasure upon a Yuan-Long emperor. Whenever I think of Hongjun, my heart becomes uneasy. After all, he is backed by the Tao of Heaven, and one can never tell when he might inadvertently unleash devastation upon the sea realm. These matters are beyond our control, But as long as we follow the Yuan Long Emperor's directives, everything shall be well. I trust that every action taken by the Yuan Long Emperor is imbued with profound wisdom. A group of dragon ministers nodded in agreement. In the time that followed, Zhou Yuan directly commanded the dragon ministers to transfer all the treasures from the Qiankun treasure hall to the various shops within the primordial realm. After several centuries, the economy of the entire dragon race surged forth like a fiery dragon, rapidly advancing in the vast wilderness. During this period, many envious races attempted to challenge the dragon race, only to be systematically eliminated by the patrol soldiers dispatched by the dragons. The currency exchange centers gradually became bustling hubs of activity. Anyone wishing to purchase weapons or equipment in the dragon shops was required to first visit the dragon currency exchange center to convert their primordial coins into dragon coins. At a rate of 100, this effectively elevated the dragon coin to become the most valuable currency in the primordial realm, poised to become its mainstream currency. However, the majority of the dragon shops were concentrated in the southwest, while the primary powers were gathering in the eastern continent of the primordial realm, where the witch race resided, remaining oblivious to these developments. By the time the witch race began to take notice, the dragon economy had already evolved into an unstoppable force. Zhou Yuan, whenever he spoke of this plan, could not help but praise himself, akin to a vendor extolling the virtues of his wares. During this time, Zhou Yuan devoted most of his efforts to the Eastern Sea region. Seldom returning to Tianlong Mountain Point one day, he stood upon a translucent, azure cloud, surveying the expanse of the Eastern Sea. Below, the entire eastern continent of the primordial realm, along with the northern territories, was rife with skirmishes between the demon and witch armies, their weapons clashing. Occasionally, a large demon would clash with a large witch, resulting in victories and defeats for both sides. In summary, the friction between the two races was unrelenting, and the fires of war burned continuously across the eastern continent of the primordial realm. Zhou Yuan's gaze was intense, revealing a complex mix of emotions. Although the rivalry between the witch and demon races provided ample opportunities for the dragon race's ascendance, once the witch and demon races solidified their positions, establishing a future hierarchy where demons govern the heavens and witches govern the earth, the dragon race would find it impossible to develop as freely as they currently did. Moreover, at that time, the 2 quasi-saints of the demon race, along with the 12 quasi-saints of the witch race, would not afford the dragon race any opportunity to rise, as for the 2 sages of the west and the 3 pure ones of Kunlun. While they may eventually attain the status of saints, they would likely not pose a significant threat to the dragon race, as they would harbor some caution and refrain from direct confrontation. In contrast, the witch and demon races could wage war at will, unconstrained by the titles of saints or the limitations that accompanied them. Even though Zhou Yuan had married Nuwa, being a saint, she could not risk stepping forward to bear the burdens of the dragon race unless absolutely necessary, as it could jeopardize her own status as a saint, resulting in a greater loss than gain. During this time, Zhou Yuan had been preoccupied with enhancing the dragon race's strength, neglecting to solidify his own cultivation and techniques. Now, the dragon race's golden dragon bloodline had begun to manifest, and their economy was gradually taking shape. The next step was to consolidate their power. Zhou Yuan gazed out over the primordial continent, observing countless beings densely clustered like a mass of ants, their numbers immense, compared to these beings beyond the seas. The dragon race was still insufficient in numbers, indicating ample room for growth. Presently, the dragon race still lacked pure-blooded dragons, with a majority being mixed-blood dragons. This could not suffice. Zhou Yuan's eyes sparkled with determination. After a moment of contemplation, he closed his eyes, lightly tapping his temples, and directed a strand of divine thought towards the direction of the Hua Huang Palace. In a brief moment, Nuwa, who was meditating in the Hua Huang Palace, received Zhou Yuan's summons and stepped out of her sanctuary. Draped in a resplendent mantle of colorful light, she ascended gracefully upon a cloud, her ethereal presence captivating. As Nuwa approached Zhou Yuan, he continued to observe the movements of the primordial realm, his gaze fixed intently on the direction of Kunlun Mountain. Only upon Nuwa's arrival did he gradually come back to his senses, feeling the noble and pure aura emanating from her. Niwa appeared even more mature and transcendent than before, suggesting her recent cultivation had yielded significant results. Niwa, it seems your efforts in cultivation have been fruitful, Zhou Yuan remarked. With a gentle smile, Niwa intertwined her arm with his, responding, "It is all thanks to you. My husband, your previous acquisition of that precious rock has considerably slowed the speed at which the three pure ones and others could enhance their understanding and cultivation, allowing the fortune of the Tai Su heaven to flourish day by day." Zhou Yuan chuckled, realizing that his initial desire for the treasures had inadvertently aided Niwa in her own growth. "As your husband, it is my pleasure to support you in this way," he said unabashedly. Niwa was deeply moved by his words, immediately nestling into his embrace, her heart melting in warmth in that moment. Her feelings for him solidified into an unbreakable bond. That instance, she would willingly sacrifice her saintly status or even her life for Zhou Yuan. Content: Zhou Yuan patted Niwa's back. After returning to the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Niwa picked a large grape and joyfully fed it to Zhou Yuan. Niwa, there will be significant changes in the primordial powers ahead. While the dragon race has subdued many major clans, those are not the focal points. A saint, you must understand that the witch and demon races will become the backbone of the primordial realm. Hearing this, Niwa's expression turned serious. Zhou Yuan was correct. The primordial realm was on the brink of monumental upheaval. Once the other saints took their positions, the calamity between the witches and demons would soon ensue. During this time, it was highly likely that the heavenly Tao would intervene, using underhanded means to undermine the dragon race's power. Realizing this, Niwa's expression grew grave as she nodded. "Husband, do you have any plans or arrangement for the dragon race going forward?" Zhou Yuan, sitting upright, cleared his throat and detailed the current state of the dragon race's development and the challenges they faced. He outlined which issues required immediate attention and which could be deferred. Niwa listened attentively, offering numerous suggestions. Thus, the dragon race is still lacking descendants of pure bloodlines. Zhou Yuan concluded that I will retreat to Tianlong Mountain for further cultivation, where the sacred dragon guardian array will ensure my safety even from the heavenly Tao's machinations. However, I need you to remain in charge here. Niwa nodded firmly, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Present, a small number of individuals with the golden dragon bloodline had emerged within the dragon race, but they were still few. Thus, Zhou Yuan instructed Niwa to assign mates to those possessing the golden dragon bloodline to enhance the genetic pool of the next generation. As soon as he finished giving his instructions, Niwa immediately grasped his intent. Her tone resolute, she vowed, "Rest assured, husband, Niwa will fulfill this task." She understood the importance of this endeavor. If those with the golden dragon bloodline could produce more offspring, their descendants could further propagate, significantly increasing the number of golden dragon bloodline heirs. Once the golden dragon bloodline flourished, the dragon race's power would inevitably surpass that of the witch and demon races, perhaps even restoring them to the glorious pinnacle of the ancestral dragon era. Niwa recognized Zhou Yuan's deep concern for this matter, and in the time that followed, she resolved to devote herself entirely to this undertaking. "With you in the Eastern Sea, I can confidently retreat from my cultivation," Zhou Yuan assured. Zhou Yuan, having entrusted all matters, flickered and vanished into the sea, making his way to the heart of the East Sea, to the Dragon Clan's ancestral shrine at Tianlong Mountain. During this period, the Dragon Clan experienced rapid development, their fortunes coalescing atop Tianlong Mountain. Before Zhou Yuan could draw closer, he was enveloped by a profound aura of destiny, invigorating him immensely. As soon as Zhou Yuan set foot on Tianlong Mountain, he was immediately surrounded by 7 little ones. After some time apart, the 7 had undergone significant changes. The most noticeable was their considerable height increase, each appearing more robust than before. Zhou Yuan feigned a stern expression and chided. "During my absence, you rascals must have indulged in my spirit root fruits." "No, we didn't tea." Fire Baby hastily concealed a half-eaten spirit fruit behind his back. Water Baby, brimming with excitement, leaped forward to showcase his progress during Zhou Yuan's absence. The other Halua, upon witnessing this, eagerly began demonstrating their respective spells. Before Zhou Yuan could regain his composure, chaos erupted throughout the dojo. Water and fire clashed, thunder rumbled, and a massive wooden pillar was snapped in two by Strength Baby. "Enough! Stop! This is too much ruckus!" Zhou Yuan exclaimed, realizing the commotion stemmed from his prolonged absence, which had stirred the Halua into a frenzy. With a serious demeanor, he commanded, "Listen up, my children. Your father has returned to seclude himself for cultivation and requires tranquility." "Understood?" The Halua nodded obediently. Only then did Zhou Yuan turn towards the sacred dragon shrine. However, scarcely had he taken 2 steps when a cacophony erupted behind him. "Let go. That's mine." "No, it's mine." Zhou Yuan felt a headache coming on. How am I supposed to cultivate in such a tumult? Ignoring the commotion, he swished his dragon robe and strode towards the mountainside where the 10 spirit roots resided. Upon entering the hillside, he was immediately enveloped by the rich aura of spirit fruit energy. Zhou Yuan gazed upward to see the spirit roots flourishing even more, their tips seemingly piercing the clouds. Shrouded in mist, each large fruit dangled from the branches, as if yearning to be picked, swaying gently in the breeze. Zhou Yuan extended his fingers to count. None were missing. Excellent, it seems during my absence. The Halua have done a commendable job guarding the spirit roots, ensuring none were plucked or pilfered. That he knew these roots were among the 10 innate spirit roots, yielding remarkably rare fruits, no more than 50 per tree. Zhou Yuan called out loudly, "Children!" Chapter 49. The frenzied catalysis of Hongjun Li. The Halua swiftly rushed towards him. Zhou Yuan pointed at the Hongjun Li and commanded, "Pick 3 yellow fruits for your father." No sooner had he spoken than they scrambled to gather the fruits, each little one eager to claim their share. Previously, Zhou Yuan had tasted Hongjun Li, nearly being torn apart by the immense energy of the fruit. He recalled that during his first consumption, he had still been at the Xianxian level. Time had flown by. In the period since leaving the Sacred Dragon Shrine, he had experienced countless trials, becoming the Dragon Clan sovereign, marrying Yuhua, and antagonizing various forces of the Hongwang, even offending Hongjun and the Heavenly Tao. Upon reflection, the benefits outweighed the drawbacks. After all, in the world of Hongwang, one must conquer all to remain unassailable. Standing atop Tianlong Mountain, Zhou Yuan gazed into the vast expanse and could not help but reflect. The world remains unchanged. It is merely a question of who shall emerge victorious in the end. Suddenly, a tumultuous noise approached, and before Zhou Yuan stood the 7 Halua, racing towards him with fervor. No, they were flying, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhou Yuan focused his gaze and saw that each Halua clutched 3 spirit fruits. "Is that Hongjun Li?" he exclaimed, exasperated. "I said 3 in total, not 3 each." Hongjun Li was an exceedingly rare and precious innate spirit fruit, blooming once every several thousand years, bearing fruit once every few millennia, and maturing in yet another few thousand years. And they had the audacity to pick them all at once? Such scarcity was typically too precious to consume casually. However, Zhou Yuan was relieved to possess Sanguang water. He poured it directly onto the roots of the Hongjun Li, and instantly, the picked yellow fruits returned to their branches. That he retained 3 for himself and seated himself at the peak with the best view. "Go, prepare the sacred dragon shrine. Your father shall enter seclusion for a while." The 7 Halua, realizing their mischief, complied without further antics, promptly tending to the shrine as instructed. Once they departed, Zhou Yuan sighed, embodying the role of a weary father. Murmuring, "It seems I have discerned that these Halua possess an obstinate nature. They will never truly mature. Nevertheless, their strength is commendable. Given the vastness of Tianlong Mountain, I might as well let them run wild." Seizing a spirit fruit laden with celestial energy, Zhou Yuan harbored no reservations this time. He consumed one in just a few bites. Hongjun Li, one of the 10 innate spirit roots, would allow the consumer's cultivation to instantly surpass the great Luo Jingxian realm. He pondered what effects it would have on his already formidable cultivation at the great Luo Jingxian's 10th level. As the first fruit slid down his throat, an explosion of energy surged within him. Without hesitation, he swallowed another. Accompanied by this surge, Zhou Yuan distinctly felt his blood coursing through his veins as if propelled by a powerful pump. Soon, A golden halo began to manifest around him. Zhou Yuan sensed that a golden dragon was striving to break free from within his azure dragon lineage. Embracing this monumental transformation, he unhesitatingly consumed the third Hongjun Li. Boom! Energy erupted continuously. Ultimately, under the impetus of this immense power, Zhou Yuan spread his arms wide, allowing the energy to burst forth. Gradually, the bloodline of the golden dragon completely transformed the azure dragon bloodline within him. Once the third Hongjun Li was fully digested, a colossal golden dragon, stretching thousands of feet long, SP Zhou Yuan sat majestically atop the summit of Tianlong Mountain, engulfed by an overwhelming surge of energy that left him in discomfort. In the next instant, he soared into the air, suspended in the void, unleashing a series of powerful strikes with his palms towards the distant emptiness, as if this act could alleviate the immense energy coursing within him. Concurrently, a golden dragon in the void mirrored Zhou Yuan's movements, clearly indicating that it had been thoroughly refined by him. Gazing into the distance, Zhou Yuan observed the aftermath of his strikes. Mountains lay shattered, rivers severed, and even the crust of the primordial continent trembled, fissures appearing in its surface. At that moment, Zhou Yuan felt as though the entirety of the landscape was under his dominion. This sensation, this level of power, was an experience he had never encountered before. As he released energy, he sensed an unceasing reservoir of power within him, as if this energy was inexhaustible, endless and boundless. Was this truly the might of the golden dragon? In disbelief, Zhou Yuan beheld the world he had just shaped. The primordial continent had been effortlessly cleaved by a mere few strikes of his palm. Such energy was far beyond that of a great Luo golden immortal at the 10th level. And it certainly was not something a Qin Long could possess. The only explanation that came to mind was the shocking realization. Chapter 50. Explosive Revelation. Quasi-Saint. 8-clawed Golden Dragon. Just as Zhou Yuan pondered these bewildering thoughts, a long-forgotten system notification echoed through the air. Congratulations, host. Your cultivation has successfully broken through, reaching the quasi-saint realm. Congratulations, host. You have completely evolved into the form of a golden dragon, possessing the might of an 8-clawed golden dragon. Zhou Yuan was utterly flabbergasted, overwhelmed by astonishment. Quasi-saint. Golden dragon. 8 claws? Surely the system had not made an error. He could hardly suppress the urge to weep with joy, but as a proud man, he restrained himself. It was not that Zhou Yuan lacked ambition, but rather that the magnitude of his gains was simply staggering, far beyond his expectations. Initially, he had only hoped to return to the sacred dragon shrine to engage in focused cultivation to enhance his combat prowess. The thought of attaining the quasi-saint level had never crossed his mind, let alone evolving into a golden dragon, an 8-clawed golden dragon. No less. Reflecting on the past, he recalled that even the candle dragon of yore was merely a quasi-saint existence. The implications were astounding. Who would dare to bully the dragon clan now? Zhou Yuan gradually regained his composure, striving to temper his exhilaration. Now that he possessed formidable power, the next step was to integrate, digest, and absorb it, aligning his true qi and combat strength with the quasi-saint level. After all, the leap from the 10th level of Great Luo Golden Immortal to Quasi-Saint necessitated a corresponding enhancement in physical constitution. Otherwise, possessing Quasi-Saint strength would be of little use if not mastered effectively. Moreover, he needed to familiarize himself with the might of the 8-clawed Golden Dragon, Qin Long. He was not entirely well acquainted with the powers of a Golden Dragon. There were numerous Golden Dragon techniques and the deep-seated bloodline heritage that required his attention. With this in mind, Zhou Yuan retracted his true qi, and the colossal golden dragon, stretching thousands of zhang, seamlessly merged into his being. It felt so natural, as if Zhou Yuan and the golden dragon were soulmates bound through countless epochs. Reclaiming his power and true qi, Zhou Yuan extended his palm towards the mountain range he had previously fractured, gently sweeping it. Instantly, the shattered mountains began to restore themselves, including the rivers and fissured earth, all returning to their original state. After completing this, Zhou Yuan descended from the mountaintop back to the sacred dragon shrine. To avoid disturbances and to cultivate in peace, the sacred dragon shrine was the ideal sanctuary. Unbeknownst to him, although he had restored the fractured mountains and rivers to their former glory, the events that had transpired had already stirred a tremendous uproar throughout the primordial world. Countless primordial beings and cultivators were left astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief at the sight of the soaring golden dragon, especially the elder beings who, upon witnessing the golden dragon in the void, were overwhelmed with excitement. It had been so many years since they had seen a golden dragon, and this was not just an illusion. It was a living, breathing golden dragon. They reminisced about the glorious times when the ancestral dragon walked the earth, and they had thought the golden dragon clan's illustrious history was lost forever. I am utterly thrilled. The power of the golden dragon. From this day forth, the primordial world shall undergo a monumental transformation. Tianlong Mountain, the ancestral home of the Dragon Clan, had given rise to Zhou Yuan, the Qinglong prince, whose strength was beyond imagination. Indeed, the golden dragon had emerged as an 8-clawed entity, a feat that even the ancestral dragon, a mere 12-clawed golden dragon, had not achieved. Countless primordial beings marveled in awe at the spectacle, their astonishment lingering long after the golden dragon had vanished into the void. The shock was not confined to the primordial beings alone. As the golden dragon appeared, many powerful figures in the primordial realm lost their composure. Petit Kunlun Mountain, within the Jade Void Palace, the 3 pure ones were in the midst of dividing their spoils. Since obtaining treasures from the fragmented treasure rock at Zhou Yuan's hands, they had begun to allocate the artifacts. Excluding certain treasures predetermined by Hongjun, the remaining artifacts were divided into 3 major portions. Laozi, Yuan Shi, and Tong Tian gazed intently at the treasures before them, each pondering how to secure a greater share. However, just then, the void unexpectedly erupted with thunderous roars. Instantly, the 3 pure ones were captivated, their attention drawn to the source of the thunder, which originated from above Tianlong Mountain. Upon witnessing the colossal golden dragon coiling high in the sky, each of their hearts raced with trepidation. Only after the atmosphere around Tianlong Mountain returned to normal did the 3 pure ones descend from Kunlun Mountain back to the Jade Void Palace, collapsing onto the sacred cushions in a state of shock. Their expressions were vacant, as if they had lost their very essence. Laozi sighed deeply, murmuring, "That Zhou Yuan fellow has evolved into a golden dragon so swiftly. This dragon clan poses a significant threat." Yuan Shi Tianyan, upon hearing this, was also taken aback, clenching his fists with a fierce glint in his eyes. Humph! Merely a leeching scoundrel. This fellow has sweet-talked Sister Nuwa into the Dragon Clan, bestowing upon them considerable merit and fortune. If it weren't for that, could Zhou Yuan have so swiftly broken through to the quasi-saint realm and gained the chance to evolve into a golden dragon? Whenever Zhou Yuan was mentioned, Yuan Shi Tianyan could not help but think of Nuwa. The mere thought of her made his heart feel as though it were being crushed by a stone, and he longed to shred Zhou Yuan into oblivion. Memories of Nuwa's every smile and frown flooded his mind, as if she had been with him just yesterday. Now, the woman he cherished had fallen into the clutches of that lowly Qinglong, leaving Yuan Shi Tianyan in a state of utter bewilderment. In his heart, he believed that Nuwa was destined to be with him, the rightful heir of Pangu. What was Zhou Yuan but a mere trifle? Tonton, on the other hand, appeared unfazed, asking, "Brothers, are we not to divide these treasures after all? Those who feel threatened are not limited to the 3 purities." In the direction of the western Sumer Mountain, both Jin and Junti gaze into the vast void before them, shrouded in a veil of white mist. Nothing is discernible. Everything remains elusive, yet both are acutely aware of tremendous upheaval. Just moments ago, the faint tremors of the earth led them to believe they were experiencing an earthquake. It was not until Junti unfolded a mirror resembling rippling water that the breathtaking sight of Tianlong Mountain emerged within it, including the astonishing golden dragon that had recently left the world in shock, along with its unparalleled combat prowess, an echo of the scenes when the ancestral dragon once roamed the earth. Both individuals are drenched in cold sweat. With a flick of Junti's hand, the vast secret realm of the void instantaneously closed. They exchanged knowing glances, an unspoken understanding of the unknown threat posed by the Dragon Clan lingering in their minds. Within the Zhixiao Palace, The precious vase in Hongjun's hand unexpectedly fell to the ground with a resounding crash. Shattering into countless fragments, a sense of unease gripped Hongjun's heart. He hurriedly seated himself and began to calculate. After a thorough analysis, his expression grew increasingly grim. Zhou Yuan. Chapter 51. The Separation of the Three Purities. Even Hongjun could not suppress a hint of regret. Why, during the time at Tianlong Mountain, had he not managed to bring Zhou Yuan under his wing? Alas, it was all due to his singular focus on dealing with Luo, who, leaving little room in his mind for other matters back then, he had recognized Zhou Yuan's exceptional nature, but it was now too late. Regardless, he had made every effort. If the other party chose not to cooperate, there was little he could do. The crux of the matter was that Zhou Yuan was a descendant of the Dragon Clan. This revelation left Hongjun with a splitting headache. Now, Zhou Yuan had even evolved into a formidable golden dragon physique. Should the Dragon Clan defy the will of heaven, Zhou Yuan would inevitably become one of his most formidable adversaries. He pondered how the Three Purities and Jane Junti were faring in their cultivation towards the Sage Realm. They were originally supposed to be on par with Nuwa in achieving sanctification. Yet unexpectedly, with Zhou Yuan's assistance, Nuwa had attained her saintly position much earlier. The Three Purities, on the other hand, had yet to make any progress. This simply would not do. The Three Purities must ascend to sainthood swiftly. Otherwise, if Zhou Yuan's Dragon Clan were to overpower them in the future, the consequences would be far more troublesome. Contemplating this, Hongjun brought his fingers together and lightly pointed towards Kunlun Mountain, casting his essence into the domain of the Three Purities. Kunlun Mountain. The eldest brother and second brother exchanged farewells with Tong Tian, who was burdened with a substantial load, one large bundle in each hand, resembling a refugee fleeing with their belongings. Laozi and Yuanshi nodded slightly. After Tong Tian departed, Yuanshi produced a cloth bag from behind him. Grinning at Laozi, "Eldest brother, these magical treasures are those I secretly concealed for Tong Tian. Let us divide them here." Laozi's expression hardened, and he responded with displeasure. "Yuanshi, how can you plot against your own brother?" Yuanshi was taken aback, momentarily at a loss for words. Moments later, Laozi stepped forward and slowly opened the bag. With a rustle, the treasures within cascaded forth. This small bag possessed the ability to compress, appearing diminutive yet containing an ample space. "You must not do this again." Laozi's eyes were fixed on the treasures that had spilled onto the ground. He stepped forward and deftly gathered a significant portion for himself. After dividing the treasures, he seemed reluctant to leave, shouldering his own burden before vanishing from the entrance of the Yushu Palace. Yuanshi, after a moment of shock, cursed under his breath and returned to the Yushu Palace, plopping down onto a large cushion. If it were not for their master favoring Tong Tian and allocating the majority of the treasures from the treasure distribution rock to him, would he have had to secretly hoard these treasures? Over the years, Kunlun Mountain had accumulated a fair amount of wealth. Tong Tian, who seemed indifferent to everything, was akin to a careless manager. It was only reasonable for him to claim a bit more. In truth, compared to Tong Tian, the eldest brother was the real schemer. Tong Tian was simply naive. Laozi, on the other hand, was undoubtedly cunning, appearing amiable in public while calculating in his heart, never willing to incur a loss. Thankfully, he still had some tricks up his sleeve. With this thought, Yuanshi waved his hand, revealing a plethora of spiritual treasures that had spontaneously emerged in the Taoist grounds of Kunlun Mountain due to the abundance of spiritual energy over the years. In the void, Taiji Laozi, enveloped in boundless celestial energy, made his way towards the Shuyang Mountain's 8th Scenery Palace. Along the way, he couldn't help but curse as he clutched the treasures that Yuanshi had just divided. Who knows how many treasures Yuanshi is still hiding? Fortunately, I managed to snatch away a considerable portion. Roughly estimating, he believed he had acquired about 2/3. One could not deny the harmonious relationship among the Three Purities. In the ensuing time, the Three Purities officially divvied up their inheritance, each returning to the destined domains already ordained by the heavenly will. Just as Laozi touched down on Shuyang Mountain, he discovered a Dragon Clan marketplace nearby, bustling with primordial beings continually entering and exiting. This lively scene starkly contrasted with the desolate atmosphere of his own Shuyang Mountain domain, which appeared devoid of vitality. In fact, even some of the spiritual energy for Shoyang Mountain had been drawn away towards the marketplace. Though merely a border crossing, the distortion of spiritual energy left Taiji Laozi feeling quite displeased. The Dragon Clan had gone too far, establishing their influence right next to a Shoyang Mountain. However, what was this marketplace? Such a thing had never been seen in the Primordial Age. Driven by curiosity, Laozi could not resist the urge to venture towards the bustling Dragon Clan establishment. Riding on a green bull, he approached slowly. Upon landing, two cultivators hurriedly passed by him. I heard there's a new batch of spiritual treasures in the marketplace. We must hurry, or they might be sold out. What you say is quite reasonable. Let us hasten. Laozi attempted to stop the two cultivators to inquire further, but in the blink of an eye, they vanished into the distance, leaving behind a cloud of dust. Alas, golden-horned bull Taoist, why are you so late today? Indeed, I intended to exchange for a few suitable weapons, but it seems that will not be possible now. The marketplace has just opened. It should have only been a short while since then, so we might still make it. Have you forgotten? The last time a marketplace opened, it sold out in less than half a stick of incense. If we dawdle, I heard they have increased the quantity this time. So there is hope to snag something from a distance. Laozi observed the golden-horned bull cultivator and a few companions hastily moving along, preparing to inquire further. Yet before he could speak, they sped past him once more. Laozi rubbed his eyes, which had been clouded by dust, appearing utterly bewildered. With no other choice, he guided his green bull in the direction the cultivators had taken. Shortly after, Laozi found himself at the entrance of the marketplace. Gazing up at the imposing structure that soared over 100 meters tall, his heart skipped a beat. The grandeur of this building was remarkable. Let us go. Laozi urged his green bull, ready to enter. Suddenly, at the entrance of the marketplace, two azure dragons wielding steel forks crossed them in shape, blocking Laozi and his green bull from entering. With expressionless faces, they stated, "The Dragon Clan marketplace has a rule. Pets and mounts are not allowed inside." Chapter 52, Dragon Clan Marketplace. Pets and mounts are not allowed. Laozi's heart ignited with fury. How dare you? Do you know who I am? How can you obstruct me like this? The Dragon Clan marketplace has a rule. Pets and mounts are not allowed inside. I am indeed the first disciple of the esteemed Hongjun sage, known as Ta Ching Laozi. You all should swiftly make way. The Dragon Clan's marketplace has regulations. Pets and mounts are not permitted within. The two azure dragon guards, standing resolutely before me with their tridents, remained utterly unmoved, expressionlessly repeating their mantra. My eyes darted around, and perceiving the lack of subtlety in these wooden-headed guardians, I resolved not to engage in further debate. Besides, the throng of people passing by rendered this an unsuitable locale for a dispute. With a huff, I dismounted from my azure bull, stowing it away, and with a stern visage, I strode into the marketplace. However, upon stepping inside, the spectacle before me left an indelible impression. The expanse of the marketplace was vast, with rows upon rows of dazzling jewels and celestial artifacts meticulously arranged along either side. These treasures, all cloaked beneath transparent coverings, shimmered with a radiant brilliance. Yet, this was merely the tip of the iceberg. Following the line of gems deeper into the marketplace, I encountered an endless array of display stands. Each distinctly categorized point one side showcased weapons, while the opposite flaunted equipment, and yet another section was dedicated to spiritual treasures, categorized into superior, intermediate, and inferior grades, with each tier further divided into varying qualities. How could the Dragon Clan possess such an abundance of exquisite items? I marveled aloud. Having merely traversed a peripheral corridor, I was already overwhelmed by the sheer opulence. The once prosperous eastern sea of the Dragon Clan had long been plundered by various races, leaving scant resources. How could so many spiritual treasures, let alone weapons and gear, materialize? If the Dragon Clan had once been this affluent, I would not have doubted it, but the current state of affairs suggested they had been thoroughly stripped bare. Even if the current Yuan Shi were to revitalize the Dragon Clan, such a rapid restoration seemed implausible. The acquisition of this many spiritual treasures would require time, even if they were to raid other races in the primordial wilderness. As I wandered past the display stands, I found it impossible to avert my gaze from the enchanting treasures. Each spiritual artifact was sufficient to rival those I had received from Kunlun Mountain. I shook my heavy waist, the treasures within my satchel clinking noisily. Yet, my spirits were far from buoyant. I felt as though I'd been left with a mere collection of trinkets, in stark contrast to the magnificent spiritual treasures showcased by the Dragon Clan. My own seemed utterly lackluster. Excitedly, I continued my exploration. Suddenly, a massive luminous pearl, emanating a soft green halo through its transparent protective cover, caught my gaze widened in disbelief as I murmured, "This luminous pearl, taken by the tyrants of the primordial wilderness after the dragon and phoenix calamity, had been lost to the ages. How could it possibly have returned to the Dragon Clan?" This was inconceivable. I recalled how, in those days, my 3 brothers and I had aspired to join the contest for this very pearl, only to ultimately fall short against our adversaries and miss our chance at this spiritual jewel. Thus, the memory of this luminous pearl was particularly vivid to me. While luminous pearls were not particularly rare within the Dragon Clan, a specimen with a diameter of 3 meters was indeed unique. Otherwise, it would not have incited such fervor among the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness, even prompting envy among my 3 brothers. Unable to resist, I reached out with my finger, and instantly, a transparent display panel materialized in the air, providing a detailed account of the pearl's attributes and its corresponding price. Upon gazing at the price tag, I was struck with astonishment. 1 million primordial coins, a staggering 1 million primordial coins. Why would the Dragon Clan not seize such an opportunity? Despite the unparalleled nature of this luminous pearl, could it truly warrant such a price? My heart sank at the realization. If only my brothers and I had managed to acquire this pearl back in the day, we would now be sitting on a fortune of 1 million primordial coins. Yet, just as I was marveling at the price of the luminous pearl, it vanished in an instant. Not just the pearl, but all the surrounding spiritual treasures disappeared as well, leaving the entire display corridor utterly bare. All products in this store have been sold out. Tomorrow, the Dragon Clan headquarters will promptly restock, and we welcome everyone to visit," echoed the voice of the marketplace manager. Following this announcement, a chorus of disappointed exclamations erupted. Alas, I was a step too late. Everything has been snatched away. What a pity. I was so close to acquiring that Qinglong Moon Banquet sword. Friend, why didn't you seize that Qinglong Liang sword when you had the chance? I would have loved to, but alas, my pockets are too shallow to afford it. Have you heard? Several major clans have dispatched professionals to snatch up the treasures. Most of the spiritual artifacts were purchased by them. There's nothing we can do. They possess deep pockets, far exceeding our humble means. Sigh. Let us return and try again tomorrow. Return. I'll be right here, waiting for the moment the marketplace opens. I shall be the first to rush in. Brother, don't dream. Look outside. The queue is already stretched back to the foot of the mountain. Hearing this, I couldn't help but feel a pang of embarrassment. My heart racing that in such a brief moment, everything had sold out. Even at 1 million primordial coins, luminous pearl vanished in an instant. How much profit had the Dragon Clan made? The crucial point was that above the display cabinets, the exchange rate between primordial coins and dragon coins was clearly marked. 10 primordial coins equated to 1 dragon coin. This meant that a purchase here, one must first exchange their primordial coins for dragon coins at the adjacent currency exchange center. Although I was not well versed in economics, it was abundantly clear that such a system vastly inflated the value of dragon coins. In the future, dragon coins could very well become the premier currency in the primordial realm. At that time, the Dragon Clan's strength would undoubtedly secure its position among the top 10 in the primordial wilderness. That I glanced at my meager possessions and my own capabilities, feeling increasingly anxious. I must devote myself to cultivation, hastening the renowned status of Shoyang Mountain. Otherwise, capable cultivators from nearby will inevitably be lured away by the Dragon Clan, leaving me with nothing. Yuan sure was right. We, the 3 pure ones, are the legitimate descendants of Pangu. How could we be overshadowed by a mere Dragon Clan? With this thought, I swiftly vanished from sight, making my way to the 8 Scenery Palace Dojo. Meanwhile, Tong Tian was approaching the dojo on Jinao Island, situated amidst the ocean. Chapter 53. 100 million dragon coins? Tong Tian is deceived. Ahead lay Jinao Island. Finally within reach, Tong Tian was brimming with excitement. This island floated majestically above the sea. Shrouded in auspicious clouds, rays of light streamed through the clouds, illuminating Jinao Island in a resplendent glow. Most importantly, Jinao Island was situated above the Dragon Clan's territory, where nearly all the seas had been claimed by them as their dojo. Presently, the Dragon Clan was continuously producing descendants with the bloodline of golden dragons, leading to a fervent proliferation of the next generation of Goldens. Consequently, the Dragon Clan's lineage of golden dragons had multiplied significantly, enhancing their fortune and elevating the spiritual energy of the surrounding seas daily. As Jinao Island hovered above the Dragon Clan's domain, it naturally benefited from their fortune, transforming it into an even more favorable training ground. Tong Tian, carefree and unconcerned, simply gazed at Jinao Island, enchanted by its ethereal energy, and drove his Kuei Yo steed toward the dojo. However, just as Tong Tian was about to enter the Jinao Island dojo, a radiant barrier suddenly illuminated the perimeter, sending both him and his steed flying. Tong Tian crashed to the ground, a large bump forming on his forehead. Furious, he exclaimed, "What is the meaning of this? That is my dojo. Am I not permitted entry?" as Tong Tian himself. At the moment when Tong Tian was furiously cursing, two azure dragons gradually emerged from the void and approached him. The young dragon acknowledged Tong Tian Daozuan, stating that the Taoist temple on Jinao Island, located within the territory of the Dragon Clan, had been set with a formation by their kind. "I it your intention to cultivate here, Tong Tian Daozuan." Tong Tian was utterly bewildered. When did this temple become the domain of the Dragon Clan? Jinao Island had been personally designated as his temple by Hongjun Daozuan many years ago. Nonsense! Jinao Island is inherently my temple. What right does your Dragon Clan have to claim it for yourselves? Tong Tian, being rather stubborn, directly confronted them. In the face of such an irate Tong Tian, the two azure dragons seemed to have anticipated his reaction. They remained calm and even greeted him with smiles. Tong Tian Daozuan, you must have noticed the geographical significance of Jinao Island. It hovers above the territory of the Dragon Clan. Furthermore, it has thrived under our Dragon Clan's fortuitous blessings, becoming an exceptional place for cultivation over the years. If you insist on claiming it solely as your own, would it not be inappropriate for your temple to have benefited from our Dragon Clan's fortune all this time? Tilting his head. Though Tong Tian did not fully comprehend, he sensed some validity in their argument. After a moment of contemplation, he gazed at the two simple-eyed dragons and inquired, "What you say seems reasonable. The temple is indeed mine. Yet it has also drawn upon the Dragon Clan's fortune over these years. How should we proceed?" Tong Tian, not particularly astute, found himself further perplexed by the two azure dragons' persuasion. Not waiting for Tong Tian to speak, they immediately added, "Your Jinao Island temple not only occupies the Dragon Clan's fortune, but has also been meticulously maintained by our clan over the years. How about this? We will now open the formation of this temple and take you, Tong Tian Daozuan, inside to observe the environment, which is truly unparalleled across the entire sea." The two azure dragons continued to entice him. Hearing that the environment of Jinao Island was unique throughout the sea invigorated Tong Tian. He nodded vigorously and promptly followed the two azure dragons to the temple. Arriving at the void in front of Jinao Island, the two azure dragons produced a shell from their waists. They vigorously waved the shell towards Jinao Island, and moments later, gestured to Tong Tian to enter. Tong Tian, still somewhat dazed, hesitated to step forward, having just been repelled by the formation, and the large bump on his forehead had yet to subside. However, he was not foolish and followed closely behind the two azure dragons, reluctantly entering the Jinao Island temple. As soon as he stepped into the temple, Tong Tian was immediately captivated by the meticulously arranged trees and flowers before him. Some trees had even been shaped into the graceful forms of celestial maidens scattering flowers that Tong Tian's eyes widened in amazement. Venturing further inside, he beheld vibrant flowers carefully cultivated in various flower beds. Following the two azure dragons, he continued towards the back mountain of Jinao Island. He gazed upon a vast expanse of purple and pink gardens. He was deeply struck by the sight. Tong Tian's mouth gaped open, overwhelmed with excitement. unable to find words. This Jinao island was far more beautiful than the Kunlun mountain he had previously inhabited. In the primordial chaos, such an enchanting sacred place existed. Tong Tian was entranced, his soul captivated by the breathtaking scenery before him. It was only when he heard the voice of the Azure Dragon that he snapped back to reality. Tong Tian Daozuan, what do you think? Are you satisfied? Looking at the endless array of celestial flowers. Tong Tian's eyes reflected a kaleidoscope of colors. He nodded enthusiastically. Observing this, the two Azure Dragons exchanged a satisfied glance and then produced a pre-prepared agreement, laying it before Tong Tian. Tong Tian Daozuan, this is a proposal drafted by our dragon clan, deemed entirely fair and just, detailing the matters regarding the land and temple between you and our clan. Regaining his composure, Tong Tian picked it up and gave it a cursory glance before bluntly asking, what does all this dense writing mean? Just tell me directly. I cannot comprehend it. Well, it goes like this. From a certain perspective, your temple occupies the waters of the Dragon Clan and inevitably absorbs our clan's fortune. Additionally, as you have seen, it has been our clan that has been maintaining the Jinao Island Temple all these years. Thus, the essence of this agreement is that the ownership of Jinao Island belongs to the Dragon Clan, but we can lease it to you. This way, all issues will be effectively resolved. Furthermore, by leasing this temple, you may enjoy the fortune of our Dragon Clan free of charge. Just tell me how I can reside in this temple. Tong Tian interrupted. You simply need to pay the Dragon Clan 100 million dragon coins to move in. Tong Tian scratched his head. 100 million dragon coins? What is that? But I do not have so much money. Oh, come now, do not hide it. With all the treasures you possess, it is evident you are quite affluent. Surely, 100 million dragon coins is but a trifling sum for you? Realization struck Tong Tian, and he excitedly tore off a bag filled with spiritual treasures from the back of his Kuang Nio and shook it vigorously, causing countless treasures to clatter to the ground. The sight of the gleaming treasures scattered across the floor left the two Azure Dragons wide-eyed, mentally calculating how to swindle a few more items for themselves to present to the Yuan Long Emperor upon their return. However, in the next moment, Tong Tian innocently asked, is this enough? The two Azure Dragons stumbled, nearly toppling over in shock at Tong Tian's words. In their minds, only one thought prevailed. I am defeated by your naivety. Ultimately, Tong Tian joyfully handed over the treasures in his hands to the two Azure Dragons. With a copy of the so-called agreement in hand, he rode his Kuang Nio to settle in Jinao Island. When he arrived, he was laden with countless treasures, but now he possessed only a thin sheet of agreement paper. Yet Tong Tian was overjoyed, gazing at the resplendent palace and murmuring, I have struck quite a bargain. After a series of twists and turns, Taiching Laozu and Tong Tian finally took residence in their respective temples. The three pure ones began their individual cultivations. After a few days of revelry within the temple, Tong Tian also began to take out his spiritual treasures and earnestly delve into his cultivation. Though Tong Tian appeared foolish and simple-minded, he understood that this division meant that the three brothers would each forge their own paths henceforth. If he did not put in the effort, he would surely be looked down upon by his two elder brothers, particularly Taiching Laozu. Having experienced the thrill of the Dragon Clan's marketplace, he felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down on him, compelling him to hasten his cultivation to the level of a Saint T. Kunlun mountain within the Yushu Palace. Yuan Shi Tianzun had long since entered a state of closed-door cultivation, surrounded by countless treasures, absorbing the profound mysteries of all laws and the path of creation. Meanwhile, in the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, amidst the treasures and jewels, several elder Azure Dragons were respectfully reporting the completion of their respective tasks. We report to Yuan Long Emperor that the mission regarding Jinao Island has been executed very smoothly, even exceeding expectations. All these treasures were obtained from Tong Tian Daozuan. Here is the agreement signed by him for your review. Zhou Yuan sat upon a dragon, throne intricately carved with golden dragons and jade phoenixes, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. After listening to the Azure Dragon's recounting, Zhou Yuan nearly burst into laughter, thinking to himself, Tong Tian is indeed quite the simpleton. Very well. Minister Gay, place these items in the Dragon Clan's treasury. Yes, the old turtle cheerfully strode toward the collection of spiritual treasures. Zhou Yuan's actions were not merely a scheme against Tong Tian and these treasures. If his intentions were solely to calculate the wealth and magical artifacts, it would reflect a rather myopic perspective. Zhou Yuan's true objective was to establish a connection between Golden Ao Island and the Dragon Clan. In due time, all of Tongtian's achievements on Golden Ao Island would be shared with the Dragon Clan, including future endeavors of establishing sects and teachings. The fortunes of the wood also be partially allocated to the Dragon Clan, although in the later stages, the would undergo the calamity of the canonization. Zhou Yuan had already devised a plan to sever ties with Golden Ao Island when the time came. It would be astonishingly simple. Among the three purities, the easiest to deceive was undoubtedly the Taoist Tongta. Employing similar tactics to dupe the other two purities would not yield such smooth results. Laozi, despite appearing magnanimous and yielding, exuding an air of indifference and dignity, was, in fact, the most calculating of the three. As for Yuanshi Tianzuan, there was no need to elaborate. Having married Niuhua and seized Yuanshi's cherished possession, he would never engage in any dealings with the Dragon Clan. The Dragon Emperor had already selected several strategic locations for the Dragon Clan's market on the Hongjun continent, near Shuyang Mountain, with one marketplace already operational and thriving. The other markets were under construction and would soon be completed and put into use at that time. The spiritual energy of Shuyang Mountain would gradually seep into their territory. With these arrangements in place, Zhou Yuan stood up with a gleam of determination in his eyes. With these plans laid out, even as the three purities achieved sanctification, he would harbor fewer concerns. As for future matters, Zhou Yuan could not predict them so far ahead, but he was determined to establish everything he could before their sanctification. He walked directly out of the Dragon Palace and into the waters of the East Sea. Countless dragon descendants were seen, brimming with vigor, wielding their weapons, energetically sparring with one another in earnest practice. These dragon descendants possessed physiques that fell between the Azure Dragon and the Golden Dragon. They had all ascended from the South Sea and bore the bloodline of the Golden Dragon. Within a mere few thousand years, the number of those with the Golden Dragon bloodline in the East Sea had surpassed 1 million. Among the practicing dragons, a brilliant streak of light suddenly darted forth. Moments later, a graceful figure appeared by Zhou Yuan's side, twisting her slender waist. Husband, recently, the Golden Dragon cultivation secret technique has weakened, resulting in a diminishing number of Golden Dragon bloodlines. However, the existing Golden Dragon bloodlines are proliferating extensively, and their offspring all inherit the Golden Dragon lineage. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly. The Golden Dragon cultivation secret technique had already served its purpose well. The recent decline in the birth of Golden Dragon bloodlines was due to the limited number of those with strong foundational physiques among the dragon descendants produce more Golden Dragons. A significant enhancement of the overall quality of the entire Dragon Clan was required, but that was not an undertaking that could be accomplished overnight. The current level was already commendable, especially considering the miraculous feat of increasing the Golden Dragon population from 0 to 1 million in such a short span of time. The subsequent arrangements would need to align with the evolving situation of the Hongjun world. With this in mind, Zhou Yuan embraced Niuhua's waist. You have worked hard during this time. One must adapt to their circumstances. Who asked this palace to be a member of the Dragon Clan now? Niuhua replied, her heart sweet as if smeared with honey, leaning against Zhou Yuan's embrace and laughing joyously. Observing this, Zhou Yuan effortlessly hoisted Niuhua onto his shoulder and made his way towards the Dragon Emperor's palace. Unbeknownst to them, time flew swiftly. One day, in the Hongjun world, golden lotuses erupted from the earth, and auspicious omens descended from the heavens. Countless saintly resonances permeated the boundless sky, as celestial cranes circled and sang in unison above the Kunlun Mountains, Golden Ao Island, and Shuyang Mountain, 3 sacred grounds. Following this, 3 resonant voices of saints pierced through the void and echoed across the vast expanse of the Hongjun land. I am Yuanshi Daozuan of Kunlun. I have attained sanctification and hereby establish the Chan teaching. Those with affinity may come to the Yushu Palace beyond the 33 heavens to join my Chan teaching and study my doctrines. The authoritative voice of the saint reverberated throughout the universe. As this voice faded, another pure voice emanated from Shuyang Mountain. I am Laozi of Shuyang Mountain. I have attained sanctification and in accordance with the heavenly Tao, established the Run teaching. Those with affinity may come to the Baiying Palace of Shouyang Mountain to join the Ren teaching. And I shall devote myself to their instruction, just as Yuanshi, Tianzuan, and Laozi achieved sanctification in succession. From the direction of Golden Ao Island, the single-minded Tong Tian also proclaimed the voice of the Tao. I am Tong Tian, the master of Golden Ao Island. I have attained sanctification and hereby established the Jie teaching. Jie teaching adheres to the principle of teaching without discrimination. All who are interested may join the Jie teaching. Chapter 55. The Heavenly Tao Pressured by the Dragon Clan. As the three purities successively achieved sanctification, the direction of Shumi Mountain in the west was also enveloped in sacred light and flowing clouds. With the sounds of Buddhist chants resonating, the two, Jin and Judy, also ascended to the saintly realm. However, the three consecutive transmissions of the three purities' saintly voices left the two astonished. These two were Zhou Yuan and Hongjun. Hongjun, relying on the heavenly Tao, naturally knew everything, while Zhou Yuan, as a product of a modern civilization, was also well-versed in the history of the Honghuang. The three purities achieving sanctification occurred before the establishment of their teachings. And in the interval between their sanctification and the founding of their teachings lay a tremendous calamity. The calamity of the wizards and demons. In the chaos, at the vast futon, Hongjun suddenly sprang to his feet. His expression unusually frantic. What? They are already establishing their teachings? This is bad. This is bad. The calamity has been triggered, and this will directly lead to massive upheaval in the Honghuang. Hongjun swiftly flicked his Taoist robe, and an extremely secretive passage appeared in the void. This passage was adorned with countless great formations of the heavenly Tao. However, Hongjun effortlessly traversed through the numerous murderous formations. The world within appeared as another chaotic realm hidden within the chaos itself. Here existed the greatest and most enigmatic deity of the Honghuang world, the heavenly servant of the heavenly Tao. Hongjun was supposed to meet the heavenly Tao every Yuan meeting. Normally, any necessary reports would be communicated via divine consciousness. However, now, barely half a Yuan meeting had passed since his last audience with the heavenly Tao. Breathless and pale, Hongjun was in a state of panic. The progress of the Honghuang had deviated so severely, and he could not bear the responsibility. This time, regardless of the potential repercussions of heavenly Tao's punishment, he had to personally meet the heavenly Tao. In the hidden passage of the chaotic world, Hongjun hurriedly advanced, yet before he could reach the depths, a voice of Tao, powerful enough to shake heaven and earth, resounded like thunder. Waste. The voice was cold and piercing, as if countless icy spikes had invaded his very marrow. Under the heavy reprimand of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun trembled, his knees buckling involuntarily as he knelt in the boundless chaos. His body quaked uncontrollably as an overwhelming sense of pressure threatened to rend him apart. Such was the terror of the heavenly Tao. The oppressive force of the heavenly Tao rendered the esteemed Hongjun speechless. The once dignified and revered Hongjun, in the presence of the heavenly Tao, found himself utterly humble and degraded. Hongjun was drenched in cold sweat. The affairs of the Dragon Clan remained unresolved, and now the calamity was also facing unforeseen changes. Did he no longer wish to hold the position of the heavenly Tao saint? The voice remained chillingly cold, causing Hongjun to tremble uncontrollably. The surrounding echoes reverberated incessantly. That voice appeared at times behind him, at times above him, and at times in front of him. In short, the sound of the heavenly Tao was omnipresent. Throughout this ordeal, Hongjun buried his head deeply between his knees like an ostrich. After an indeterminate amount of time, having been thoroughly frightened, Hongjun slowly lifted his head. Trembling, he spoke. It is my incompetence, and I humbly beseech the heavenly Tao for guidance. If it were merely the Dragon Clan defying the heavenly Tao and rising aggressively, Hongjun would not have felt such trepidation. The crux of the matter lay in the fact that this incident directly pertained to whether the great calamity could be successfully set into motion. A matter of profound significance that Hongjun dared not underestimate. Across the vastness of the primordial world, there were indeed many calamities, but only a few were of true magnitude. Among them, the witch and demon calamity was one of the most pivotal. This was precisely why Hongjun hurried to consult the heavenly Tao at the first opportunity. That it seemed that the heavenly Tao had dispelled much of its anger. After a pause, the voice spoke in a calm tone. The witch and demon calamity, which has been overlooked, is likely still related to the Dragon Clan. Had it not been for the treasures taken away by Zhou Yuan from the treasure rock, which delayed the time of the saint's ascension, the likes of the three pure ones would have long since achieved sanctification. It is only now that we find ourselves in this situation that in fact, the time has indeed come for the establishment of sects and teachings. However, the friction that should exist between the witch and demon clans is alarmingly scarce. The heavenly Tao has already perceived the root cause of this reduction in conflict. The reason for the diminished friction between the witch and demon clans is surprisingly linked to the enterprises of the Dragon Clan. Due to Zhou Yuan's continuous establishment of markets across the Primordial continent, the majority of the witch and demon clans have devoted themselves wholeheartedly to acquiring Dragon Clan products. Upon hearing this, Hongjun's eyes brightened. He was aware of these developments, but had not anticipated that this was the primary reason for the decrease in conflict between the witch and demon clans. Dare I ask the heavenly Tao, what is the true origin of Zhou Yuan, the Dragon Clan's figure? The identity of Zhou Yuan had long troubled Hongjun. He could not bring himself to believe or accept that Zhou Yuan was merely the prince of the Azure Dragon. The heavenly Tao let out a faint sigh, expressing uncertainty. Hongjun's heart felt as though it had been struck heavily. Could it be that even the heavenly Tao could not discern Zhou Yuan's true identity? The heavenly Tao had previously calculated everything about Zhou Yuan, and all indications pointed to him being merely a being of Azure Dragon bloodline, with no further revelations. Hongjun was immediately engulfed in an overwhelming sense of pressure. Dare I inquire of the heavenly Tao, is Zhou Yuan perhaps a being of the great Tao? Hongjun cautiously asked. Yes, soon as the words left his mouth, the heavenly Tao erupted in fury, exclaiming, Impossible! The great Tao shall not meddle in my realm of the primordial world. Very well, regarding Zhou Yuan, now a golden dragon, regardless of his true lineage, he cannot escape my control. Indeed, the primordial world is your domain. Heavenly Tao, who would dare defy your rules, except to meet their doom? Hongjun immediately flattered. However, the heavenly Tao had no interest in such flattery. Within the chaotic void, a beam of dark light suddenly entered through the top of Hongjun's head, merging into his consciousness. Subsequently, a final reverberation of the heavenly Tao echoed before gradually dissipating. This small chaotic world also began to fade away. Hongjun's will surged, and within his consciousness lay a scheme concerning the design of the witch and demon clans, as well as the Dragon Clan. Hongjun was elated. This was a directive from the heavenly Tao. He dared not delay for a moment and began to earnestly comprehend the intricacies of the plan amidst the void. After a brief moment, Hongjun smacked his lips and gave a thumbs up to the boundless emptiness around him. The heavenly Tao's intervention was indeed. Zhou Yuan was left speechless. In light of this situation, he decided to opt for the second choice. As for the establishment of the Sanqing sect, he would let nature take its course. Moreover, in this matter, it was the individual from the Zixiao Palace who should be the most anxious. Nonetheless, caution was paramount. One could never be too sure of the schemes that Hongjun, that old fellow, might concoct against the Dragon Clan. With this thought in mind, Zhou Yuan promptly issued a directive, advising the managers of the shops across the Hongjun continent to remain vigilant against the demon and witch clans. Although Zhou Yuan was uncertain of the exact machinations Hongjun might employ against the Dragon Clan, it was prudent to be cautious. Even if they could not prevent it, they must fulfill their responsibilities. Niwa, during the upcoming days, you shall return to the Huahuang Palace to cultivate, while keeping a watchful eye on the movements of various forces in Hongjun. Should there be any disturbances, relay the information to the Dragon Clan at once. Rest assured, my husband, Niwa understands. With that, Niwa wasted no time and transformed into a radiant stream of multicolored light, vanishing within the Dragon Emperor Palace. Meanwhile, across the vast expanse of Hongjun, as the Sanqing announced the establishment of their sect, countless cultivators hurried to the various sanctuaries of the Sanqing. With saints imparting their teachings, this was undeniably a momentous occasion. who would not be thrilled at the prospect of listening to a saint's discourse and possibly joining their sect. However, amidst their journey, they suddenly felt an overwhelming wave of reverse wind, obstructing their progress, and to the zenith of the Zhixiao Palace. A pair of eyes, hidden in the shadows, glimmered with keen intelligence. Having dealt with these beings, it was time to employ a certain individual. After speaking, Hongjun directed a spell towards a distant red cloud, his expression betraying a sense of satisfaction as he discreetly withdrew. Above the Hongjun mountain of Hongjun, a remarkably auspicious red cloud floated leisurely. Suddenly, upon witnessing countless beings rushing towards three distinct directions, it flipped over and sat upright. Indeed, the presence of a saint commanded authority. A single call to impart teachings stirred the entirety of Hongjun. Alas, the red cloud could not help but feel a pang of sorrow, if it had not been for Zhou Yuan of the Dragon Clan, who had cunningly appropriated the primordial purple energy that rightfully belonged to it from Hongjun. It too could have been a saint, akin to the Sanqing, with the authority to establish a sect and gather disciples, paving the way for a bright future. It is all Zhou Yuan's fault. He has brought such misfortune upon me, while the Dragon Clan flourishes like never before, with a disdainful spit directed at several Dragon Clan markets below the Hongjun mountain. The red cloud secretly cursed. I, Hongjun, shall not allow the Dragon Clan to have it easy. With that thought, a scheme suddenly flashed through Hongyun's mind that a sly smile crept onto its lips, and seizing a gust of wind blowing westward, it began to drift toward the western Mount Shumi. Chapter 57. A red cloud drifts from the west. At this moment, the western world basked in a radiant, sacred light. Jin and Zhuanti, after attaining sainthood, were filled with immense excitement. Immersed in the profound aura of sanctity, celestial cranes occasionally soared overhead, while golden lotuses erupted from the earth. Amidst this endless atmosphere of auspiciousness, Zhuanti unceremoniously remarked, "Fortunately, during our time at the Zhixiao Palace, I managed to seize 2 meditation cushions. Although those cushions were later snatched by the Dragon Clan, they caught Master Hongjun's attention, leading to the distribution of 2 strands of primordial purple energy to us. Otherwise, we would not have attained sainthood." Jin, brimming with enthusiasm, traced arcs in the air with his fingertips, creating ripples of light. Hearing Zhuanti's words, Jane frowned. "Zhuanti, your statement is flawed. That primordial purple energy was not a mere result of our schemes. It was something that rightfully belonged to us." "Indeed, you are correct, Jin. Now that we are both saints, we must conduct ourselves accordingly. Just look at your attire. It is utterly shabby," Zhuanti remarked disdainfully, scrutinizing Jane from head to toe, noting that not a single part of him was clean, intact, or new. Jane frowned and retorted, "How dare you criticize me when you are hardly in a better state yourself?" After a shared glance, both let out a sigh and plopped down upon the summit of Mount Shumi. Alas, there is little we can do. Our Western world is impoverished, just as Jane and Zhuanti began to revel in their newfound status as saints. They found themselves enveloped in the sorrow of their meager circumstances. Both sighed softly, their gazes filled with melancholy as they stared into the distant void. Suddenly, amidst the nebulous chaos, a mass of red clouds began to drift toward them. As the red clouds drew closer, they could see that it was shrouded in an endless layer of dust, transforming what should have been a pristine omen into a sight most unclean. It was far from the radiant brilliance it had appeared to be from a distance. "What is this?" Zhuanti rose, perplexed. Jin, equally bewildered, stood up, staring at the approaching red clouds as the clouds hovered above their heads. A familiar voice resonated. "What? It has only been a few years since our parting at the Zhixiao Palace, and you no longer recognize me?" Upon hearing this, Zhuanti instantly recalled, laughing heartily, "Hongjun, what wind has blown you here?" Jin, catching on belatedly, exclaimed, "Ah, I thought that cloud looked familiar. It is indeed an old friend." As the red cloud descended, the crimson mist gradually dissipated, revealing a figure transformed from the red cloud, standing face to face with Jane and Zhuanti. Gazing at the 2 saints before him, Hongjun felt a twinge of bitterness. If it had not been for his relinquishing the meditation cushion at Zhixiao Palace, how could these 2 have achieved their current saintly status? Good deeds, it seemed, were not worth the effort. IT had only been a short while, and they had completely forgotten the past. Nevertheless, recalling the purpose of his visit, Hongjun quickly masked his discontent, donning a benign smile as he clasped his hands together and said, "Congratulations, congratulations, on your attainment of sainthood." Hongyun's well wishes made Jane feel somewhat awkward, his eyes darting around, unable to meet Hongyun's gaze directly. Junyi also bore an expression of embarrassment, wondering if Hongyun had come seeking some favor. Junti certainly remembered the events at the Zhixiao Palace. Had Hongyun not surrendered a meditation cushion, how could Kunping have yielded the other one? Their achievement of sainthood was indeed indebted to Hongyun. Yet, why had he come at this particular moment? Was it not to seek some benefit? However, as Junti glanced down his tattered garments, he realized he was so destitute that he was barely clothed. Even if Hongyun attempted to morally coerce them, he would not have anything to offer in return. With this in mind, Junti spoke candidly. "Hongyun, my friend, it is true that your relinquishment of the meditation cushion allowed us to achieve our current status. However, you must see how impoverished our Western realm is. Although we have attained sainthood, our finances are in dire straits. If you're seeking some form of compensation," Junti continued, tugging at his tattered clothes, subtly signaling to Hongyun that they had nothing to give. Hongyun was left bewildered by Junti's words. He had merely come to offer congratulations and had not requested anything else. How had he become perceived as someone seeking benefits? Jane and Junyi were indeed quite shrewd, always calculating and scheming, to be honest. Hongyun looked down upon their petty concerns at awe, but who could blame them? They had such good fortune. Now they were saints, disciples of the great Hongjun, with limitless potential. With this thought, Hongyun swiftly returned to the matter at hand. The two saints had misunderstood him. He had come to guide them toward their future. Future? Junti was puzzled. We have already attained sainthood. Possessing the cultivation of saints, that we shall undoubtedly gather disciples, impart the teachings of the saints, and enjoy the continuous incense offerings from countless beings. Is this not a bright future? Jin, while stroking his chin, looked at Hongyun with a puzzled expression. What Junti, his fellow Taoist, spoke of naturally pertained to the future. However, the two of you reside in the wild western lands, and your connection to the Zhixiao Palace is undoubtedly overshadowed by the three purities and Yuhua. Otherwise, Hongjun Saint would not summon the likes of the three purities on every occasion. Although Hongyun does not hold a position among the few saints recognized by Hongjun, his thoughts are still quite intricate. It must be said that Hongyun's observations are indeed quite accurate. Junti and Jin appear to be struck by an unspoken truth, remaining silent. Indeed, among the disciples of these saints, Hongjun places the greatest emphasis on the three purities. Treating the two of you from the Western two sages as if you were mere outer disciples on ordinary days, they hardly pay any attention to you, as if you are not saints emerging from the Zhixiao Palace. Fortunately, the two of you have managed to assert yourselves, utilizing Master Hongjun's gifts of treasures, which are far inferior to those of the three purities, to attain enlightenment and become saints, seeing Junti and Jane lost in thought. Hongyun lowered his head in contemplation. Then, in a voice imbued with a profound and mysterious gravity, he slowly spoke, "T present, there exists a remarkable opportunity." Chapter 58. Hongyun. What? It still has a flavor. Junti and Jane were immediately captivated by Hongyun's words. In unison, they cautiously inquired, "What opportunity? Do you two still remember that person, Zhou Yuan?" Hongyun's expression was enigmatic. "Of course we remember. He is a good friend of our master," Junti promptly replied. Hongyun nodded. "Indeed, but that was in the past. This individual has repeatedly defied the heavenly Tao, and now Master Hongjun has set his mind on eliminating him." Eliminating? Has it come to that? Junti's expression shifted momentarily, but he quickly regained his composure. Zhou Yuan, as a descendant of the Dragon Clan, does possess certain talents, yet his refusal to submit to the heavenly Tao will inevitably render him a thorn in its side. This was a conclusion Junti and Jin could naturally comprehend. None of them were fools. The closeness Hongjun displays toward others is merely surface level. Once anyone dares to contravene the heavenly Tao, they cannot escape its retribution. Yet, what does this signify as an opportunity? Or rather, what relevance does it hold for the two of you in the West? Hongyun, spare us the roundabout talk. What is your true purpose in coming here? What do you wish us to do? Speak plainly. Jane and Juan are not Na'vi. What good fortune could compel Hongjun to travel such a distance to share this with them? Why does he not seize this opportunity for himself? Juan, with a shrewd expression, fixed his gaze on Hongjun, and why consciousness has sensed that the heavenly Tao intends to annihilate the dragon clan. Moreover, after the three purities attained sainthood, they chose in an opportune moment to establish a sect, resulting in a crucial calamity in the wilderness being entirely overlooked, much to the heavenly Tao's vexation. You two need only journey to the Tang Pool of the wilderness, find the golden crow atop the Fusong tree, and incite the 10 golden crows to traverse the wilderness, guiding them to the skies above the east S. In no time, the East Sea will evaporate entirely, and countless beings of the Dragon Clan will be consumed by the primal flames of the Golden Crows, leaving not even bones behind. Additionally, you may take a trip through the wilderness, subtly exacerbating the conflict between the Wu clan and the Yao clan. Why then will you still fret over your prospects in this barren west? From henceforth, the heavenly Tao shall regard you two as the true dragons and phoenixes among all disciples. Hongyun's impassioned speech stirred both Juan and Jane, igniting their fervor that Jane's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he were already among the favored disciples of Hongjun. However, after the initial surge of emotions, Juan quickly regained his composure, assessing Hongjun with a calm gaze, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Speak plainly. Why are you divulging this information to us? I, Juan, do not believe you possess such altruistic inclinations as to travel such a distance solely to inform us. What is your true intent? As Juan finished speaking, Jane too awakened from his self-induced reverie. Indeed, nothing in this world comes without a price. Facing their scrutiny, Hongjun turned to gaze at the distant heavens from the mountaintop. Letting out a soft sigh, he slowly spoke. I, Hongjun, recognize my own insignificance, lacking the opportunity to attain sainthood, but you two are different. Now that you have achieved enlightenment, all that remains is to take one more step, and you will attract the attention of the heavenly Tao. Such words were naturally met with skepticism from the ever-cunning Juan, just as he was about to voice his doubts regarding Hongyun's motivations. Hongyun's eyes suddenly turned icy, and with a scoff he declared, of course Hongyun, and not a benevolent soul that I in this world, it is always the kind-hearted who suffer the most. The fate of the kind-hearted is to ultimately lose even their own prospects. Zhou Yuan has schemed to seize the primordial purple energy from my hands, and I shall not allow him to have an easy path. As Hongjun uttered these words, his teeth were clenched tightly, revealing the depth of his resentment toward Zhou Yuan. However, this revelation brought a sense of relief to Juan. He had indeed heard whispers regarding Hongyun's primordial purple energy being schemed away by Zhou Yuan. Thus, it made sense that Hongjun had traversed such a distance to share this with them. After all, how many in this world truly do not care about their own future? Anyone who had their primordial purple energy schemed away would undoubtedly seek revenge. This demonstrated Hongyun's remarkable restraint. Yet, what could one do when faced with such circumstances? The Dragon Clan's current might was unrivaled, and their economic power swept across the wilderness, in terms of combat strength and resources. They ranked second in the wilderness, with no one daring to claim the first position. It was said that even the Yao clan and Wu clan scrambled to snatch treasures from the Dragon Clan's markets. What could a lone Hongjun do? Nevertheless, Hongyun's intellect remained sharp. His earlier analysis of utilizing the Golden Crows to evaporate the sea and obliterate the Dragon Clan, while simultaneously exacerbating the conflict between the Wu clan and the Yao clan, was indeed a clever strategy that could achieve two objectives with one action. Contemplating this, Juan Ti's eyes gleamed with insight. He then turned to Hongjun and said, Hongjun, my friend, temper your indignation. The Dragon Clan's defiance of the heavenly Tao cannot endure indefinitely. You, Hongjun, are astute and resourceful. If you do not mind, you may consider joining our Western sect in the future. Both Juan and Jane hold you in high regard. Juan, ever the cunning opportunist, seized the moment to draw Hongjun closer. Truly, he exemplified the shrewd and calculating nature of those who know how to navigate life in this world. Those who live uniquely and opportunistically will always strive for their own benefit, even if it means sacrificing their dignity. However, such individuals possess an advantage, for they will not suffer losses regardless of the time or place. I thank both Xuan and Jane for your kindness and consideration. And rest assured, should fate allow, I shall certainly contemplate joining the Western sect, Hongjun replied, though internally he held a different sentiment. Join your Western sect? In this barren land, Hongjun, would rather die than do so. Hongjun had always held a low opinion of Jane and Xuan. Back when he was listening to Dao teachings in the Zixiao Palace, the two had bickered over a mat, creating a racket that was more grating than the braying of donkeys. The memory remained fresh in Hongjun's mind. Were it not for the desire to scheme against the Dragon Clan and Zhou Yuan, Hongjun would never have ventured into this Western realm, let alone exchanged a single word with either of them. Even now, despite their attainment of sainthood, the indelible first impression they left on him back in the Zixiao Palace could not be erased. After revealing his entire plan to Jane and Xuan, Hongjun had no desire to linger, but he transformed into a resplendent cloud, exuding an aura of auspiciousness, and soared into the distance toward the wilderness. No, it was more accurate to say he flew away. Hongjun could hardly tolerate the foul odor emanating from Jane and Xuan for even a moment longer. Amidst the countless layers of clouds, a brilliant red cloud streaked past, quickly covering a distance of hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from the western Shumi Mountain. After a brief moment, Hongjun pinched his nose, wrinkling his brow. What? It still has a flavor. Chapter 59. Xuan and Jane deceiving the Golden Crows. After Hongyun's departure atop Shumi Mountain, Xuan and Jane exchanged knowing glances, a silent understanding passing between them. Jane, I have just attained sainthood, and the Western sect has only recently been established. It is the perfect time to expand our recruitment of disciples. However, given our current state, it seems challenging to attract capable disciples. Hongyun's analysis holds merit. The Dragon Clan's defiance of the heavenly Tao means that Master Hongjun will not spare them. I fear that the Three Purities and others are also plotting to eliminate the Dragon Clan. Perhaps we should venture to the Tang Pool in the wilderness and stir the pot using the Golden Crows. Upon hearing Xuan words, Jane immediately nodded in agreement, even without Xuan prompting. Jane had already harbored this intention. There was no alternative. The poverty of the Western realm was undeniable. If they could alleviate the concerns of Hongjun Shirzun, perhaps they could also improve the desolate visage of the West. Without further ado, the two decided to set off immediately to the Primordial hot springs in search of the Fusang tree. In the void, two halos of saints flashed by, from west to east across the primordial landscape. A cluster of hidden rosy clouds lay concealed within thick layers of cloud cover, floating in a corner of the void. Suddenly, the two halos surged forward, dispersing the clouds. The red clouds, taken aback, were about to express their anger when, all at once, they covered their noses in excitement, exclaiming, "That familiar foul stench! Could it be they have arrived?" Splendid! It seems that journey to the west was not in vain. Jane and Xuan have indeed gone to the primordial hot springs as they claimed. The red clouds glanced towards the direction the two had vanished, the corners of their mouths curving upward, in the void. Jane and Xuan were hurrying towards the primordial hot springs. Before long, they felt a wave of scorching heat approaching them. Such intense heat indicated that they were nearing the domain of the Golden Crows. Jane wiped his brow, his rosy face still glistening with beads of sweat. Fortunately, both had attained the status of saints, enabling them to withstand the fiery aura of the Golden Crows. Otherwise, they would not have even had the chance to search for the Golden Crows. They would have likely been evaporated by the heat before they could draw near. Xuan face was alight with excitement. Indeed, being of the innate fire element, all they needed to do was entice these Golden Crows to venture to the Eastern Sea, and the dragon descendants would surely meet their demise. Jane mirrored this enthusiasm. Indeed, who would have thought that toppling the Dragon Clan could be so straightforward? Once we eliminate the Dragon Clan, our master will undoubtedly reward us greatly. Both were filled with exhilaration. "Look, Jane, the Fusang tree," Xuan exclaimed, pointing ahead. Before them stood a towering golden tree, its trunk reaching skyward, its dense golden leaves ablaze with fierce flames. Perched upon several stout branches of the Fusang were 10 golden fireballs. From a distance, the 10 golden crows appeared languid and utterly relaxed, illustrating just how monotonous their existence truly was, due to their unique nature. They were confined to this land, unable to venture elsewhere. Zhuan scanned the golden crows and noted that they were all sleeping with their eyes closed. Have we come in an opportune time? Is it their rest period? If we awaken them now, will we provoke their morning temper and be scorched in the process? Although we are saints and unafraid of the innate fire, the experience would be quite unpleasant. Zhuan found himself in a quandary that moment. The smallest of the golden crows, Luya, suddenly rolled over, his eyes fluttering open. Golden Crow! Hey, look here! Zhuan called softly. Luya soon realized that 2 outsiders had entered their domain and immediately stood alert. The very act of standing caused the entire Fusang tree to tremble violently, waking the other golden crows. The 10 golden crows, upon noticing Zhuan and Jiayin, immediately leaped down from the Fusang tree, surrounding the two like a massive, fiery circle, with waves of flames swirling around them. Zhuan was momentarily taken aback, but soon donned a warm and friendly smile. After a moment, the golden crows realized that these two were unperturbed by their innate fire. Surviving amidst such intense flames, these individuals were undoubtedly extraordinary. The eldest among the golden crows stepped forward and inquired, "Who are you two? What brings you here?" "Oh, golden crows, do you not grow weary of languishing in this small plot of land day in and day out? Are you aware that there are many delightful places in the primordial realm? With your golden crow constitution, you would thrive in the Eastern Sea." Zhuan wasted no time, launching into his persuasion. Luya stepped forward, blocking his elder brother's path. "And no need for that. My brothers have been bathing in this hot spring since childhood and have no interest in the outside world." Luya was cautious, unwilling to trust anyone until he understood their intentions. Upon observing this, Ji Yin's eyes darted, and after a brief moment of contemplation, he slowly added, "We just passed over the Eastern Sea, where the spiritual energy is abundant, and the aura of merit surrounds it. If you could take a bath there, it would surely be a delightful experience, not to mention a boost to your strength. The Eastern Sea, is it truly that wonderful? Abundant spiritual energy and an aura of merit." Several of the golden crows exchanged glances, their curiosity piqued. Zhuan continued, "Indeed, do not take my word for it. You may verify this for yourselves. It is common knowledge that the dragon descendants have birthed several with the bloodline of the golden dragon. A phenomenon unprecedented throughout history. Utter nonsense. The golden dragon clan has long been extinguished. How could there be dragon descendants with the bloodline of the golden dragon?" Luya's fury erupted. These two were clearly deceitful, harboring ill intentions. Zhuan, undeterred, declared, "Whether we speak the truth or not, you are free to verify for yourselves. This matter is well known and no secret. We have merely come to inform you, seeing as you 10 brothers spend your days idly perched upon this tree. And we thought it kind to share this with you. As for your decision, that is entirely up to you. Nonetheless, we can no longer wait. We shall head to the Eastern Sea for a refreshing bath and to enhance our cultivation." Upon finishing, Zhuan discreetly signaled to Jin. The two pretended to depart, heading in the direction of the Eastern Sea. Behind them, the golden crows began to murmur among themselves. "Eldest brother, can we trust what those two said?" "Trust or not, we must verify it ourselves." The eldest golden crow, despite being the leader, felt his resolve wavering. After all, they had lingered in this dreary place for far too long. "Shall we go confirm it now?" Several of the golden crows exchanged knowing glances, each pair of eyes revealing their yearning for freedom. After a shared look, they enthusiastically stepped out of the hot spring. Chapter 60. The Golden Crows Seek Freedom. The Wu clan remains vigilant. The golden crows immediately followed their adventurous eldest brother out of the hot spring. However, the smallest golden crow, Luya, swiftly positioned himself in front of his elder brothers with a serious expression. "The 10 golden crows must not leave the hot springs without permission. That is our father's decree. Are you all willing to defy our father's orders?" Though Luya was the youngest of the golden crows, he was the most mature among them. "Luya, are you still not tired of being in this wretched place?" "Indeed, Luya, do you not wish to see what the outside world has to offer? From the moment they were born, the golden crows had been confined to this Fusong tree for all their needs. Such a life had grown unbearable. If you do not want to go out, then return to the Fusong tree and continue your slumber without hindering us. The other golden crows wore impatient expressions. What of Father S' orders? What of the Fusong tree? At this moment, all they desired was freedom. Seeing their determination, Luya fell silent. It was true. As golden crows, they were unjustly deprived of the right to enjoy freedom, which was fundamentally unfair to them. Noticing Luya's silence, the eldest golden crow gently patted Luya's shoulder, reassuringly saying, "Luya, it's all right. We will only be out briefly. We will return quickly, and nothing will go awry." As the eldest golden crow, he understood Luya's concerns. After a long pause, Luya finally nodded in reluctant agreement. The eldest golden crow excitedly called out to the others, "Brothers, once we step out, let us all temper our auras and avoid drawing too much attention. Fear not, that is only natural. Haha, let us go." A multitude of golden crows playfully departed from their valley of soup. The moment these golden crows stepped into the vast void of the primordial world, the temperature of the entire realm surged dramatically, ascending to an entirely new dimension. Even the most frigid regions instantaneously transformed into much milder climates. As the relentless chill was dispelled, those areas that were already sweltering became even more torrid. The 10 colossal golden crows, with their enormous, rotund bodies, rolled through the skies of the primordial world, heading resolutely towards the eastern sea. Everywhere they passed, waves of scorching air surged forth. Although the golden crows had managed to greatly regulate their own heat, their relatively low cultivation level, only that of the great Luo golden immortal, hindered their ability to effectively control the true fire of the sun. Consequently, the demon race's Hongjun issued a decree forbidding the golden crows from leaving the Fusong tree or departing from their valley unaccompanied. In a small human tribe within the primordial continent, one of the humans had just stacked a bundle of dry twigs, preparing to spread them out as a soft resting place for slumber. To their astonishment, the dry twigs spontaneously ignited, emitting wisps of blue smoke. As the smoke wafted upwards, bright sparks followed, leading to a conflagration that blazed fiercely. This sudden turn of events startled the nearby tribesfolk greatly. Chief, this is terrible. The dry twigs have caught fire on their own." The chief hurried to the scene, but by this time the temperature within the tribe had escalated to a terrifying degree. Multiple locations within the tribe had inexplicably ignited. Soon, the entire tribe was engulfed by relentless waves of flames, as the tribe's people screamed in panic, seeking refuge and suffering heavy casualties. This phenomenon unfolded in various races throughout the primordial realm. Even certain small, which tribes experienced the repercussions. Since the golden crows were deliberately heading towards the eastern sea, they did not linger excessively in any one location, thus not causing significant disruption to the primordial continent. However, the most vulnerable among the human race endured the most severe damage. The witch tribes, on the whole, fared relatively better, with minimal impact. Yet this incident had already alarmed the ancestral witch hall atop Mount Buzhou. Within the ancestral hall, the 12 ancestral witches convened. Jiang, calm and collected, turned to the fire god Gong Gong and inquired, "Gong Gong, what is happening outside? Did I not instruct you to extinguish the fires in our various small witch tribes?" Gong Gong, the water god and master of the essence of water, appeared quite agitated. "Brother, the fire is the true fire of the sun brought by the golden crows. As the water god, I am powerless." Golden crows. Di Zhang's expression shifted to one of alarm. He slammed his palm against the table beside him. What do the demon race intend? Instead of confronting us directly, they send out a few golden crows to inflict this feeble damage. Upon hearing Di Zhang's words, the other ancestral witches began to grasp the seriousness of the situation. Initially, they had dismissed reports from the smaller witch tribes regarding the influence of the golden crow sunfire. However, if it was indeed a deliberate act by the demon race, the implications were far more complex. "Brother, the demon race is utterly despicable. Allow me, Zhu Rong, to lead the charge against their demon court and personally take the head of that Eastern Emperor Tai Dijun." Zhu Rong's fiery temperament flared up immediately. However, Gong Gong interjected. From my perspective, this matter does not seem to be a straightforward provocation by the demon race against our witch tribes. The golden crows merely passed overhead before swiftly heading towards the eastern sea. If they truly sought to target our witch tribes, they would have hovered above Mount Buzhou until the flames became uncontrollable. Indeed, Gong Gong makes a valid point. Otherwise, our witch tribes would not have sustained merely a few losses among the smaller tribes. Xianming observed Gong Gong and spoke slowly. Zhu Rong cast a glance filled with resentment at Gong Gong. Though his anger remained unabated, Di Jiang took a moment to compose himself before sitting down slowly. After a brief silence, he spoke coldly. Go. Send someone to continue tracking the whereabouts of the Golden Crows and report immediately if there are any developments. Yes, as the eldest of the 12 ancestral witches and the overseer of the ancestral hall. Di Jiang had led the witch tribes to unprecedented heights since their ascendance over the primordial continent. He regarded the demon race with little concern, should the demon race truly intend to target the witch tribes. Di Jiang would not let them off lightly. The witch tribes grew restless at that very moment. In the eastern sea, a blue dragon guard stationed at the gates of the dragon palace stood expressionless at his post. Suddenly, a belly-up dead fish descended before the guard's eyes. How could a dead fish appear here? Chapter 61. Golden Crows. We are here to bathe. The guard immediately sensed something amiss. Ever since the eastern sea came under the management of Zhou Yuan, the water quality had become remarkably clear, allowing even the briefest of breaths to significantly enhance the strength of the beings within the It was unheard of for a dead fish to appear, and even sickly creatures were nearly non-existent. The sudden appearance of a dead fish was indeed puzzling. Just as the blue dragon guard was in a daze, a giant crab came soaring down from above the sea. Shouting loudly, "This is bad! Quickly, I must see the Dragon Emperor." In the Dragon Emperor's hall, the giant crab, exhausted from its frantic journey, collapsed inside but still maintained a respectful demeanor. Is it true? Did you see the 10 golden crows with your own eyes? Zhou Yuan inquired sternly, observing the crab's reddened body. Absolutely. I was playing in the sea with a few female crabs when suddenly a massive fireball appeared in the void without warning that I dared not delay and rushed back to report. Excellent work. Your timely report has saved countless lives in the sea. Zhou Yuan, ever generous in matters of reward, quickly commanded, bring forth a substantial reward for this honorable crab. After bestowing the reward, Zhou Yuan dashed out of the sea. The golden crows would not approach the eastern sea without reason. There must be some underlying scheme at play. Upon reaching the eastern sea's edge, Zhou Yuan found the water temperature already rising. Particularly for those creatures dwelling in shallower waters, the sudden increase in temperature rendered them weak and disoriented. Some weaker beings were even unable to withstand the heat and perished. A surge of anxiety coursed through Zhou Yuan's heart. Thankfully, the earlier crab's timely warning had averted a catastrophe. It was clear that this was yet another scheme by the heavenly Tao. Zhou Yuan's chest burned with indignation. Damn it! Is the heavenly Tao never satisfied? Have we taken your territory or consumed your resources? Just as Zhou Yuan seethed with frustration, the mechanical voice of the system resonated at a most opportune moment. Danger! The system detects the arrival of the golden crows. Host, please choose. 1. Take your belongings and flee to the Nuwa Palace, seeking the protection of the Holy Mother Nuwa. 2. Confront the golden crows and defend the eastern sea, with a reward of a gourd of Pangu's essence blood. Seek refuge with Nuwa. Damn, am I truly that weak? A mere few golden crows prompt me to seek shelter with a woman, and to take my belongings with me. This system has truly gone too far. However, the second option is rather intriguing, that a direct reward of a gourd of Pangu's essence blood. System, are you certain you aren't mistaken? That essence blood is immensely precious. Even a tiny drop contains enough energy to shatter the heavens and earth. A gourd's worth is simply outrageous. Nevertheless, this is undoubtedly a good fortune. Zhou Yuan, filled with excitement, cleared his throat and replied in impeccably pure Mandarin. System, I choose the second option. Internally, he added, please reward me with a gourd of Pangu's essence blood. Congratulations, host. Your Pangu essence blood has been successfully distributed. Please check your inventory. Zhou Yuan's heart soared with joy. With the essence of Pangu, one can directly refine their cultivation at that time, with the aid of the primordial purple energy derived from the schemed red cloud. It is possible to attain the status of a saint. In ancient times, the great Panga deity walked the path of proving his way through sheer strength. However, it matters not, as long as one can become a saint and possess the realm of a saint. The method is of little consequence. Zhou Yuan gazed at the resplendent golden gourd in his hand, its transparent body swaying gently, much like the tumultuous waves in his heart. After a while, Zhou Yuan slowly tucked away the gourd containing Pangu's essence. It was not yet the time to study the essence of Pangu. Beyond the sea, the 10 golden crows continued to scorch the eastern SE. It was likely that many primordial beings had already met with misfortune. Zhou Yuan's concern was not born from a maternal instinct. Rather, he understood that if the eastern sea was engulfed in tragedy, it would directly impact its fortune. With this thought, Zhou Yuan's figure flickered and he rushed towards the sea. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Yuan appeared above the SAT that moment. The 10 golden crows hung ominously in the sky above the eastern sea. What was even more terrifying was that several crows wore expressions of excitement, even preparing to leap into the sea. What on earth are they doing? Zhou Yuan was taken aback. 3 of the golden crows had already begun to shed their garments, their so-called clothing being the thin golden membrane that enveloped their bodies. This membrane was the protective layer that had formed at their birth that, in addition to shielding the golden crows, it effectively insulated the heat they emitted. Thus, when venturing out, the crows had all wrapped themselves in this membrane. "Big brother, you jump first," the eager second and third crows urged their elder brother. Having never experienced a bath outside the Tang Valley, the crows were utterly exhilarated. "Ready? 1, 2, 3. The elder brother even began to whistle in preparation. Just as they were about to leap, Zhou Yuan rushed out, much like a referee, urgently calling for a halt at the last moment. Zhou Yuan suppressed the sweat beating on his forehead, striving to maintain a facade of calm while his heart raced in turmoil. "What are you doing? Who are you? Why do you stop us from bathing here?" The elder golden crow's expression turned sour. Zhou Yuan was so enraged he nearly spat blood. "What? Bathing? So these golden crows have come to bathe at my place?" Zhou Yuan's face darkened, demanding, "Who permitted you to come here for a bath? You unruly little brats, speak up." "Humph." Zhou Yuan flicked the green willow branch in his hand, casting a fierce glare at the golden crows. Threatening, "Otherwise I shall make your little behinds bloom." The elder golden crow erupted in fury. Zhou Yuan's intimidation clearly incited the crow's wrath. The surrounding air instantly grew scorching. An overwhelming heat, accompanied by rolling waves of energy, surged forth. Across the boundless sea, the fish and shrimp that had been floundering were instantly stunned to death by the heat wave. A quasi-saint golden dragon. Zhou Yuan could withstand this onslaught for a time. However, if the golden crows remained silent and did not disclose who had incited them to come here, it could lead to catastrophic consequences for the eastern sea. If it were merely a small pool of water, Zhou Yuan could summon quasi-saint energy to protect it. But this was the eastern sea, spanning millions of miles. Safeguarding it was an impossible task. "Speak up." Zhou Yuan's patience was wearing thin. Just then, a small golden crow, positioned at the back of the group, leaped forward. "I will speak. If I tell you, will you let my brothers go?" Luya spoke slowly and deliberately. Zhou Yuan regarded the youngest golden crow, pursing his lips. His gaze intense, he pondered. "So, this is Luya?" No wonder he was the only one among the crows to survive. He was evidently much more astute than the others, at least knowing that one should recognize the times and act accordingly. "Naturally." Zhou Yuan nodded, the willow branch in his hand, fidgeting with anticipation. Luya steeled himself and took a step forward. That moment, concealed in a corner of the void, 2 pairs of shifty eyes widened in alarm. Jean and Junti exchanged tense glances, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Meanwhile, from behind an unknown mountain peak, amidst the layered clouds, a faintly red auspicious cloud also observed the unfolding scene over the eastern sea. "It's over. The golden crows are going to expose us." Hongjun could not help but mutter a curse under his breath. The critical point was that Zhou Yuan seemed resolute in his quest to unearth the mastermind behind this. Thankfully, he had enlisted the help of those 2 fools, Jean and Juan, this moment. Luya truly lived up to expectations, gradually describing the figures under the collective gaze of everyone. His depiction was vivid, capturing every detail from their appearance to their odor with exceptional accuracy. I don't know who they are, only that they are two scruffy old men, dressed in tatters, dirty all over, with grime on their faces and hands. Scruffy old men. Zhou Yuan tilted his head, pressing for more. Anything else? Yes, yes. Oh, they also had a strange smell about them. That is all I know. Please let us go. Upon hearing this description, the faces of Jean and Junti turned ashen. How dare you, Golden Crow, speak of us in such a manner? We are in our prime, not old. It's just that our clothes are a bit worn, not to the extent of being scruffy. Junti raised his arm and sniffed, looking at Jean. There's no smell. Soon, countless golden dragon warriors of the Eastern Sea surged from the depths. Armed with razor-sharp weapons, they lined up behind Zhou Yuan. What are you all doing? They are merely unruly little brats. Return and continue your cultivation. A golden dragon captain, looking embarrassed, approached Zhou Yuan. Your Majesty, the temperature of the sea has suddenly changed, making it impossible for the dragon warriors to concentrate on their training. Useless lot, can't you handle such a minor temperature fluctuation? With that physique, you still aspire to evolve into a six-clawed golden dragon. This sudden environmental shift is an opportunity for you, do you understand? Yes, the golden dragon captain could only reluctantly lead his troops back into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, as Zhou Yuan and the 10 golden crows remained locked in a stalemate above the sea, the water level of the entire sea began to recede. Compared to before, the sea level had dropped by approximately 3 meters. Moreover, with the emergence of the 10 golden crows, countless primordial beings from nearby rushed out of their sanctuaries. The oppressive heat tormented them relentlessly. When they saw a round, fiery orb hovering above the eastern sea, they felt an immediate sense of dread. That orb was undoubtedly the offspring of the demon clan's sovereign. Dijun, the 10 golden crows would not appear in the eastern sea without reason. They must have been directed by the demon clan. Indeed, previously, Dragon Sovereign Zhou Yuan had seized a chaotic bell from the demon clan's Emperor Tai and had even instigated others to beat up the demon master Kunpeng in the chaos. It seemed that this was the demon clan's retaliation against the dragon clan. Alas, what does this have to do with us? Why must we also suffer misfortune? I feel as though I am about to be vaporized. What are we waiting for? We must flee from the eastern sea. Otherwise, we will truly be roasted to death by the golden crows. As they spoke, several primordial cultivators collapsed to the ground, with the prolonged presence of the golden crows. Flames began to erupt in various locations around the eastern sea. The fire of the golden crows began to spread around the sea. The situation was most dire around the eastern sea, where countless primordial beings fled in panic. Above the sea, Zhou Yuan gripped the spiritually potent willow branch, casting a cold gaze at the golden crows that in his mind, the faces of Jean and Junti loomed large. He spat contemptuously towards the west, cursing inwardly. You two treacherous tigers, wait for me. After cursing, Zhou Yuan raised the willow branch in his hand without hesitation, aiming it at the side of the golden crows. And with a swift motion, he struck. The willows lashed out fiercely. Suddenly, beside the golden crows, a vast rift in space materialized. Zhou Yuan retracted his cold expression and turned to smile amiably at the golden crows. This place is not suitable for bathing, but I happen to know of a place that is 1,000 times more entertaining than here. Would you care to explore it? A place 1,000 times more enjoyable? The golden crows, still a bunch of rather immature children, lit up with excitement at the mention of FUN.B. Why passing through here, you will reach a land of vast expanse where you can frolic freely without fear of your father discovering and punishing you. How exhilarating! The eldest golden crow immediately turned to his fellow brothers, whispering conspiratorially. Brothers, we came out secretly. If our father remains unaware, we could enjoy ourselves and then return discreetly as if nothing happened. Wouldn't that be splendid? After the eldest spoke, Luya scanned the chaotic wilderness below, observing the myriad of flames and the countless beings fleeing in panic. Such a grand spectacle. How could our father not notice? Alas, the minority must bow to the majority. Luya's solitary descent proved futile. He had no choice but to follow his brothers into the rift in space. Yes, soon as the golden crows departed. The entire sea area instantly returned to a refreshing coolness. The frantic beings below felt the heat diminish in an instant. Looking up, they beheld the 10 golden crows obediently heeding Zhou Yuan's words. Departing through the rift, countless cultivators were left bewildered. However, upon witnessing their sanctuaries return to their normal temperatures, a newfound respect for Zhou Yuan blossomed within them. It seems Zhou Yuan possesses quite the skill. Managing to usher the golden crows back so peacefully, his methods are quite remarkable. Regardless, the heat warning has been lifted, all thanks to Zhou Yuan, the dragon's sovereign. Zhou Yuan disregarded the murmurs of the crowd below, furrowing his brow as he surveyed the devastation wrought by the true fire of the sun in the East Sea, noting the water level had dropped by a full 5 meters. He produced the treasure gourd containing Pangu's essence and addressed the void solemnly. 1 drop of Pangu's essence. Host, you are about to summon 1 drop of Pangu's essence. Would you like to proceed? Yes. Zhou Yuan felt a twinge of pain. Chapter 63. Zhuanti's miscalculation. The West suffered at the hands of the golden crows. There was no other means to extinguish the true fire of the sun except for this drop of Pangu's essence. Fortunately, only 1 drop was needed. Although numerous sources of fire surrounded him, their intensity was manageable. Just as Zhou Yuan eliminated the destruction nearby, the fortune of the East Sea indeed surged with vitality, returning to its former state. After accomplishing all this, Zhou Yuan swiftly flickered back to the underwater dragon palace. Eye in the void, 2 shadows sighed deeply. Their taut nerves finally relaxing, it appears that Zhou Yuan is not as clever as we thought. He did not discern our presence. We anticipated him charging in, weapon in hand, to confront us in the West. Alas, it is quite the embarrassment for us esteemed saints to be so frightened by a mere quasi-saint. Jane wiped the sweat from his brow. Yet Zhuanti's anxious demeanor remained unchanged. Zhou Yuan is no ordinary quasi-saint. Even our master Hongjun treats him with utmost caution. This individual is not simple. Otherwise, how could it fall to us to scheme against the dragon tribe today? Enough. Let us return to the West swiftly. Lingering near the East Sea leaves us with an uneasy heart. If Zhou Yuan detects our presence nearby, it will surely arouse suspicion. Jin and Zhuanti hurriedly retreated toward the west. Their failure to ensnare Zhou Yuan left them feeling profoundly unsettled. Should Zhou Yuan discover their machinations against the golden crows leading to the devastation of the East Sea, who knows how he might retaliate? While it is true that beneath the saints, all are but ants, Jin and Zhuanti realized that they could regard any being as mere ants, save for Zhou Yuan. Zhuanti, have we taken a wrong turn? Jin looked bewildered. Before them lay an expanse engulfed in flames. Their eyes were filled with the vivid red of the flames that soared and crashed around them, casting an eerie glow. Their entire beings were suffused with the relentless heat. Zhuanti's temples throbbed with tension, his lips quivering. How could this be a mistake on their part? Clearly, they had been ensnared by the dragon's sovereign. Alas, in a fit of rage and helplessness, Zhuanti struck his legs in despair. Kneeling upon the ground, his eyes brimming with profound hopelessness. What? It's over, utterly over. Jin felt a wave of weakness wash over him, collapsing onto the ground. Truly, this is a case of losing the chicken while trying to steal rice. It seems we must seek assistance from Master Hongjun. Zhuanti was filled with grief, even tears glistening in his eyes. The West was already barren. How could it withstand the turmoil wrought by the golden crows? Observing the flames, it was clear that the golden crows had been wreaking havoc in the West for some time, as the vast expanse lay submerged in flames. Jin trembled as he stepped into the inferno. Surrounding him was an endless crackling of flames consuming all in their path. Saints are not afraid of primal fire. Zhuanti followed suit. However, the further they ventured, the more their hearts ached that a colossal palace loomed. Dimly outlined against the raging flames, that a plaque adorned with the words "Great Heroic Hall" had fallen from the doorframe. As soon as they entered the palace, they were immediately choked by the thick smoke, causing them to retreat. This it has all been destroyed. Zhuanti and Jane were engulfed in despair. Suddenly, Jane remembered something and hurried toward a corner shrouded in smoke. Treasures! Where are the treasures? Jane's heart raced with dread. The artifacts bestowed upon them by their master could not have met a tragic fate. If it were merely the artifacts, it would be one thing. After all, the treasures from Hongjun's treasure mountain should be impervious to primal fire. However, there were also precious jewels, invaluable spiritual pearls that they had intended to use to bolster the Western teachings. Suddenly, Jane stumbled upon something hard beneath his feet. Nearly losing his balance, he looked down to find a pitch-black pearl, radiating intense heat, lying on the ground. Trembling, Jane picked up the pearl, nearly breaking into tears. Spiritual pearl, treasures, it's over, truly over. At that moment, a small head emerged from the flames. Ah, it's you too. What brings you here? Come, let us play together. The golden crow's excited face came uncomfortably close to Jane. Scram! Get lost! The voice erupted from the great heroic hall, echoing throughout the western realm that I in the chaos purple cloud palace. Two figures, charred black by the flames, appeared even more tattered and worn. Their bodies were so scorched that only their eyeballs and the teeth revealed when they spoke remained white, resembling figures of famine-stricken refugees. Creak! The palace door swung open and a young acolyte stepped out. How dare you? The purple cloud palace is a sacred ground of the saints. How dare you filthy rabble trample upon it? Depart at once. The acolyte's voice was sharp and commanding. Oh, dear, junior brother, how can you speak so? Do you not recognize us? Jane replied, displeased. Away with you. Return whence you came. Who recognizes you wretched, lowly creatures? The young acolyte waved his sleeves, beginning to shoo them away. Amidst the sorrow, Juenti, who had remained silent, took a step forward, casting a cold, indifferent glance at Jean, thinking to himself, who would recognize you in such a state? He spoke humbly. Junior brother, we are your elder brother Jean and elder brother Junie. We have come on urgent business to meet Master Hongjun. What? You are elder brother Junie? Aha! The young acolyte burst into laughter, unabashedly mocking them. Juenti stood there, mortified at that moment. The palace doors slowly opened wider, and a powerful, authoritative voice resounded. Enter at once. Do you not feel ashamed? As Juenti and Jia-in heard the words, their countenances quivered, and they hastily slipped inside. The two stood at the foot of the grand hall with utmost reverence, not daring to raise their heads, let alone meet Hongjun's gaze, observing their pitiful state. Hongjun felt an urge to unleash his anger, but ultimately refrained from doing so. The flames of the western sun have been extinguished by your master, and this is the elixir of resurrection. Take it and restore the vitality of all things that I in the future. Do not act impulsively unless you possess absolute certainty. Do you understand? We understand. We thank you, master. Juenti took the elixir and prepared to depart. At that moment, Jie-yin's eyes darted about, and after a prolonged struggle, he could no longer contain himself and spoke. Master, the West is already impoverished, and this fire has rendered it utterly desolate. Might you, master, consider providing us with some assistance? Hongjun, immediately vexed, thought to himself that such audacity was truly shameless. It was precisely because of the West's destitution that they needed to strive for development. That was their path to success, and how could they expect their master to manage everything for them? Find your own solutions. Yes, having received no favorable response and enduring a scolding from Hongjun, Jie-in left the Purple Cloud Palace with a sense of shame. Once the two had departed, a wave of frustration surged within Hongjun, gazing at their retreating figures. He couldn't help but mutter, "What useless beings! The Dragon Clan remains unscathed while I must still clean up your mess." Chapter 64. The Dragon Clan and the Witch Clan stand among the three great powers of Hongjun. Upon returning to the West, the two sages began to diligently restore their domain, resolutely avoiding any further provocation of the Dragon Clan. They understood that their master might assist them once, but such a favor would not be repeated. After all, they had contributed little to Hongjun's achievements. In the ensuing time, the Dragon Clan continued to flourish. The chaos caused by the Golden Crows had only a negligible impact on them, akin to a mere tickle. Meanwhile, Hongjun secretly instructed the disciples of the Purple Cloud Palace to coax all the Golden Crows back into the Tang Valley, under the guise of the Western sages. He warned the Demon Emperor Dijun, reluctant to impose severe punishment on the Golden Crows. Dijun merely confined them once more within the Sun Star. Of course, the recent turmoil primarily affected the West. Elsewhere, things were relatively stable. Being contained in the Sun Star was, after all, A reasonable outcome. In the Eastern Sea Dragon Palace, Zhou Yuan sat in the highest seat of the Dragon Emperor's hall, his gaze profound as he stared into the distance. Reflecting on the Golden Crow incident, his mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. According to the course of history, the Golden Crow's nemesis lay in the vast land of Hongjun, not in the oceanic realms. Undoubtedly, Hongjun had become desperate, resorting to using the Western sages to further the annihilation of the Dragon Clan's central foundation in the Eastern Sea. Hongjun, you, a dignified saint of the heavenly Tao, have also been driven to desperation at times. Zhou Yuan couldn't help but chuckle coldly. Flanking the Dragon Emperor's hall stood numerous Dragon Clan officials, all having evolved into pure-blooded golden dragons. However, the expressions on their faces were far from relaxed. The memory of the previous Golden Crow incident weighed heavily on them, for they realized it was a scheme orchestrated by the Heavenly Tao against the Dragon Clan. Your Majesty, I propose we tighten our policies and adopt a low-profile approach. Suggested an elder statesman that we must not act ostentatiously anymore. Our Dragon Clan has narrowly escaped the Heavenly Tao's machinations this time, but we may not be so fortunate in the future. As soon as he finished speaking, another Dragon Clan official stepped forward in agreement, saying, "Indeed, I believe we should eliminate 2/3 of the businesses our Dragon Clan has established on the Hongjun continent. Our clan is already the wealthiest in all of Hongjun. We have earned enough and need not continue expanding. Moreover, having these stores scattered across Hongjun is inherently too ostentatious. Additionally, we should temper the fortune of our oceanic domain. Our clan's fortune is currently too prosperous and has already attracted envy from the world. This is not a good thing." A chorus of Dragon Clan officials stepped forward to voice their opinions in their minds. Everything the Dragon Clan had achieved was merely a stroke of luck, and they had not anticipated the clan reaching such heights. Zhou Yuan listened to their words. Merely smiling quietly, he sipped his tea, then raised his gaze to the assembly of dragon officials, gently stating, "Are you aware that there is a saying circulating in Hongjun? In today's Hongjun, the Dragon Clan, the Demon Clan, and the Witch Clan stand together, comparable to the ancient Dragon, Phoenix, and Shilin clans. Do you comprehend the profound implications behind this statement?" Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, the officials below began to murmur amongst themselves. They were well aware of this matter, and the current status of the Dragon, Demon, and Witch clans being likened to the ancient three great clans had spread throughout Hongjun. There is no need to elaborate on the Dragon Clan, as it remained one of the original three clans. The Demon Clan was akin to the former Phoenix Clan, governing the heavenly realm, while the Witch Clan was comparable to the ancient Qilin Clan, overseeing the vast land of Hongjun. This indicated that the Dragon Clan was progressing towards a bygone era of prosperity, instilling confidence in countless dragon beings as they traversed Hongjun. Yet this very fact was what concerned the Dragon Clan officials. It was well known that despite the former grandeur of the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans, they ultimately met with ruin. Thus, these officials felt apprehensive and wished to avoid seeing the Dragon Clan tread the same path. They were especially wary of Zhou Yuan becoming the ancestral dragon of the past, ultimately merging with the Earth's veins and relying solely on a meager amount of divine essence to safeguard the last remnants of the Dragon Clan's life force. Your Majesty, does this profound meaning not suggest that the three clans may be destined to follow the same path of destruction as the ancient Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans? Therefore, we must develop cautiously. "Enough, we've gone in circles," Zhou Yuan remarked, tapping his fingers rhythmically on the table before him. He smiled slowly, acknowledging, "Your concerns are valid. However, the coexistence of the three clans indicates that our Dragon Clan holds a significant position in Hongjun. Very well, I shall consider your suggestions. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. That I wish for the leaders of each sea domain to remain." With a rustling sound, the officials respectfully withdrew, leaving only a dozen or so of the strongest dragon beings in the Grand Hall, all of whom were golden dragons. These descendants had been diligently nurtured by Zhou Yuan. He scanned each one of them with his gaze. "Now, let us discuss how the Dragon Clan should proceed amidst the current circumstances. Sometimes, pooling our wisdom can be a remarkably effective approach." Point 1. Golden Dragon stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I have made a significant discovery regarding the recent developments in Hongjun." "Oh, pray tell." In the past century, There's been a continuous emergence of demon beings across various peaks in Hongjun, claiming dominion over the mountains. As their numbers grow, some of these demon beings have begun to encroach upon the territory of the Witch Clan, even invading their mountain ranges, leading to increasingly evident friction between the Witch and Demon clans. The analysis presented by this dragon commander prompted nods of agreement from the other leaders, as they were also aware of this phenomenon. It was not just the numerous demon cultivators claiming their territories. Under Hongjun's governance, many demon cultivators had descended to the lower realms to establish kingdoms, with Hongjun bestowing titles of kingship upon those with strength and appointing numerous powerful figures as mountain gods and water gods. The influence of the demon clan had recently reached new heights. As for the heavenly Dao schemes against the dragon clan, we merely need to keep a close watch on the demon and witch clans. We should avoid any missteps. After all, if the heavenly Dao wishes to take action, it can only target those stronger than the dragon clan, and currently, the only entities more formidable than the dragon clan are the demon and witch clans. That makes sense. Hongjun's words were indeed sound. The other leaders all praised the golden dragon named Hongjun. Zhou Yuan looked at him with a slight smile and rose from his seat, pacing back and forth within the hall. Hongjun's insights are astute. Zhou Yuan regarded the dozen or so leaders with satisfaction, nodding in approval. These leaders were all relatively intelligent, possessing far more wit than the previous officials. Their words were insightful and to the point. With his hands clasped behind him, Zhou Yuan continued to pace within the hall, his mind racing with thoughts. After a moment, he turned to the attending leaders and said, "In the coming period, we must remain vigilant against the demon and witch clans to prevent any underhanded tactics directed at the dragon clan." Understood. Chapter 65. I wish to remain low-key, but my strength does not allow it. Zhou Yuan dismissed the various leaders and began to ponder alone. According to the natural course of history, the previous incident of the Golden Crow wreaking havoc in the Eastern Sea should have been a spectacle of the Golden Crow emerging fiercely and rampaging across the vast wilderness. Following that, it would be the Kwa Fu chasing the sun, and then Ho Yi shooting down the suns. It seems that the unexpected rise of the Dragon Clan has directly caused a twist in the historical narrative of the wilderness. Given this, it is highly probable that the Heavenly Dao will utilize the demon and witch clans to contend against the Dragon Clan. The friction between the witch and demon clans might merely be a fade, for the Heavenly Dao would not allow them to clash before subduing the Dragon Clan. After the last failure with the Golden Crow, the Heavenly Dao would certainly not relent. Over time, the relationship between the Dragon Clan and the Heavenly Dao has grown increasingly tense. While Zhou Yuan's own strength remains at the quasi-saint level, perhaps it is due to the fact that the quasi-saint stands as the highest existence beneath the saints, making further breakthroughs exceedingly challenging. However, remaining stagnant at his current level is not an option. Presently, there are 6 saints in the wilderness, not to mention the Heavenly Dao above them, and the Grand Dao beyond that. A mere quasi-saint like himself is utterly inadequate to safeguard the Dragon Clan. If he wishes to ascend to greater heights and venture further, he must enhance his strength. As he contemplated the enhancement of his power, Zhou Yuan suddenly recalled the golden gourd Pangu's essence blood. How could he have forgotten about it? In an instant, Zhou Yuan summoned the gourd containing Pangu's essence blood. In the void, the gourd remained filled to the brim. The single drop of essence blood consumed earlier did not diminish its overall quantity in the slightest. To refine it all, Zhou Yuan pondered. If he were to refine it all at once, he would feel a twinge of reluctance. Nevertheless, this essence blood is exceedingly precious. If left unused, it could lead to unforeseen troubles. Should the demon and witch clans discover it, countless eyes would surely be fixated on him, and it could vanish without a trace at any moment. After all, the wilderness is in utter chaos. Zhou Yuan found himself constructing numerous justifications for directly refining all of Pangu's essence blood. Ultimately, he made up his mind. With a forceful swipe of his palm, the golden gourd hovering before him let out a resounding bang as its lid was opened. The aura of the great Emperor Pangu erupted forth. This was a full gourd of the great Emperor Pangu's essence blood. In no time, the essence of the great Pangu had spread throughout the entire sea region. Should he refine all of Pangu's essence blood? The system inquired amiably. Zhou Yuan steadied his racing thoughts and replied solemnly, "Yes, Either he would not refine it at all, or he would refine it entirely. Subsequently, Zhou Yuan gently closed his eyes, seated within the sacred dragon hall, palms together, and began to slowly summon the spiritual power within him. With concentrated intent, the bloodline of the golden dragon within him surged with fervor. Drops of deep reddish-brown blood slowly ascended from the open mouth of the floating golden gourd, each taking on a droplet form. Hovering beside Zhou Yuan at that moment, the essence blood of the great Pangu revolved around Zhou Yuan, who felt as though he was enveloped in a deep brown void. As he absorbed the potent aura of the great Emperor Pangu, along with the tremendous power capable of splitting heaven and earth. Zhou Yuan even felt as if he were the embodiment of the great Emperor Pangu himself, possessing the energy to cleave the very cosmos. Continuing to circulate his true energy, the blood of the golden dragon within him seemed to respond to the surrounding Pangu essence blood, becoming even more exhilarated and restless, coursing rapidly through his veins. This was the mutual attraction and summoning between the two bloodlines. Soon after, a cataclysmic energy surged violently within Zhou Yuan's body. He felt as though his very form were on the brink of being torn asunder. As the energy continued to pour in, Zhou Yuan was drenched in sweat, his brow furrowed, nearly collapsing under the weight of the great Pangu's energy. Suddenly, the essence blood swirling around him zipped into his body. Then came the fusion of the two bloodlines. The blood racing through him felt as if it were set ablaze, scorching every joint in his being. Zhou Yuan closed his eyes, striving to acclimate to this excruciating sensation of being torn apart. There was no alternative. After all, this blood was that of the great Emperor Ping, a mere descendant of dragons. Had he not awakened the golden dragon bloodline, he likely would never have reached his current realm. He feared that before he could even incorporate Pangu's essence blood into his body, he would have been utterly obliterated by the overwhelming energy. Finally, after an indeterminate period, Zhou Yuan unexpectedly discovered that the pain had entirely dissipated. As the energy within him reached its zenith, he spread his arms wide and let out a furious roar, a dark golden dragon erupting forth. With a thunderous boom, a colossal golden dragon surged into the sky above the eastern sea, traversing the boundless firmament with an unstoppable momentum. The dragon's head seemed to pierce from the west to the east. More terrifyingly, the dragon's claws revealed a full 10 claws. This was a 10-clawed golden dragon. From above, one could see the surface of the sea erupting in towering waves. The fierce waves splashed over the wilderness, causing some demon generals stationed at the outskirts to be knocked to the ground. Utterly bewildered, what is happening? Is someone attempting to invade our demon clan? Some demon generals scrambled to their feet, warily scanning their surroundings. What followed was an overwhelming presence and aura of the great Emperor Pangu that enveloped the entire wilderness. In an instant, all beings, the swimming creatures in the sea, the flying beings in the sky, and those scurrying on the ground, were drawn to this formidable aura. The 10-clawed golden dragon in the void was observed by countless beings, their eyes wide with astonishment, pupils dilating to an astonishing degree. A 10-clawed golden dragon, merely 2 claws shy of the ancestral dragon, was already considered exceedingly rare and precious among golden dragons. But a 10-clawed golden dragon? Good heavens, the dragon clan has actually given birth to a 10-clawed golden dragon. Who could it possibly be? Need one even ask? It is, of course, Zhou Yuan. Who else could possess such extraordinary capabilities within the dragon clan? If not the current dragon emperor, Zhou Yuan. It is truly astonishing that within just a few millennia, the dragon clan has birthed a 10-clawed golden dragon. Their dragon emperor has once again created a miracle. It is well known that the dragon clan is not favored by the heavenly Tao. Yet despite this, they have risen with remarkable strength, truly remarkable. In that instant, countless beings of the wilderness engaged in fervent discussions about the colossal golden dragon soaring in the void. Once more, the dragon clan found themselves thrust into the limelight. Zhou Yuan gazed down at the myriad beings below, a slight smile gracing his lips. Low profile. That is simply not an option. With this level of power, maintaining a low profile is nearly impossible. Chapter 66. The 10-clawed golden dragon. The ascent to the semi-saint realm. Transitioning from an 8-clawed golden dragon to a 10-clawed golden dragon represents a profound transformation that only Zhou Yuan himself could truly appreciate. As he felt the energy within him continue to boil over, Zhou Yuan could hardly contain his exhilaration. Congratulations, host! You have successfully transitioned to a 10-clawed golden dragon, possessing a combat power of 90 akin to that of the ancestral dragon. Congratulations, host! Your cultivation has once again advanced, breaking through the quasi-saint realm to reach the pinnacle of the semi-saint stage. The system's congratulatory messages left the immensely excited Zhou Yuan overwhelmed, uncertain how to express his elation. In the void, Zhou Yuan swung his massive, elongated dragon tail, spiraling upwards, as if this was the only way to fully unleash the excitement within him. The more exhilarated he became, the more pronounced the aura of Pangu emanating from him, inciting envy and admiration in the eyes of countless onlookers. After a few more maneuvers, Zhou Yuan gradually settled down, reflecting inwardly. Despite knowing the power of Pangu's essence blood, this level of achievement still exceeded his expectations. Transitioning from an 8-clawed golden dragon to a 10-clawed golden dragon may seem like a mere 2 claws, but once one surpasses the 5-claw threshold, further evolution becomes exceedingly difficult. As for the strength of a 10-clawed golden dragon. The fact that it possesses 90 of the ancestral dragon's combat power speaks volumes. A 10-clawed golden dragon, embodying 90 of the ancestral dragon's strength, is nearly equivalent to the ancestral dragon manifesting in the world. This alone is enough to invigorate the spirit. The cultivation has directly shattered boundaries, and this is without the use of the Hongjun purple qi, although not yet reaching the realm of a sage. The title of Subsaint signifies that one is already half a sage. Attaining the Subsaint realm paves an exceedingly straightforward path to achieving the status of a sage in the future. This is truly marvelous. Zhou Yuan spirals through the void, his elongated form sweeping across the vast expanse of the primordial heavens. The majestic presence of the golden dragon, coupled with the overwhelming pressure of the Pangu Emperor, causes countless formidable figures lurking in the shadows to tremble within their hearts. Kunlun Mountain. Yuanshi Tianzun awaits outside the gates of his Taoist temple, anticipating the arrival of disciples wishing to join the Chan teaching. Yet not a single figure appears, for they are all captivated by the golden dragon's silhouette in the sky. To his surprise, Zhou Yuan has transformed into a 10-clawed golden dragon, a revelation that leaves him momentarily astounded. However, even as a golden dragon, it represents a lesser lineage compared to his own authentic Pangu bloodline. Yuanshi Tianzun stubbornly refuses to acknowledge Zhou Yuan's formidable prowess, a reflection of his innate superiority and pride that disregards the achievements of others. Nonetheless, this time he can no longer afford to overlook Zhou Yuan. After all, the Pangu pressure emanating from that golden dragon compels him to take notice. The 8 Sceneries Palace of Shouyang Mountain. Laozi is equally shaken by the profound Pangu pressure. It is unexpected that they have only just attained sagehood, and now the Dragon Clan has closely followed suit, presenting a sub-saint of the 10-clawed golden dragon. A formidable presence indeed. Laozi cannot help but feel a sense of inexplicable pressure, silently wishing that this Dragon Clan will not hinder the future development of his teachings. On Jineo Island, a different scene unfolds. Tong Tian stand to the coastal edge, holding a jade rui, surrounded by numerous descendants of the Dragon Clan. Beneath him, countless dragon soldiers and generals emerge. Tong Tian, alongside these dragon descendants, excitedly points towards the golden dragon in the void as they collectively shout, "The Dragon Clan is mighty." The scene appears harmonious. However, should Laozi and Yuanshi witness this moment, they would likely unleash their wrath upon Tong Tian in the face of Zhou Yuan's breakthrough. It could be said that the 3 pure ones each harbor their own thoughts. At this moment, the Western 2 Buddhas were the most troubled expressions. Despite the vast distances separating them, the formidable Pangu pressure and the combat prowess of the ancestral dragon intimidate Zhuanti and Jin atop Mount Shumi. Jin clutches the dwindling rebirth water, murmuring, with Zhou Yuan's breakthrough, will there still be good days ahead for us in the West? Zhuanti also wears a worried countenance at this moment. Both are filled with regret for their earlier reckless provocation of the Jinwu to trouble the Eastern Sea Dragon Clan, A grave miscalculation indeed. Initially, Zhuanti harbored a glimmer of hope, believing that his sage-level cultivation would suffice to contend with a mere quasi-saint like Zhou Yuan. Little did he anticipate that, in such a short span, Zhou Yuan would ascend past the quasi-saint stage to reach the sub-saint realm. The significance of being a sub-saint is well understood by the sage-level Zhuanti and Jin. Had it not been for the treasures distributed by Hongjun from the Rock of Distribution, they too would have undergone trials in the sub-saint realm before attaining sagehood. However, to break through to the sub-saint realm is tantamount to possessing the strength of a sage. Thus, even though Zhou Yuan currently stands at the sub-saint realm, when bolstered by the Panga pressure, his combat strength undoubtedly rivals that of the two great sages. The more Jin he ponders, the deeper his regret for antagonizing the Dragon Clan grows. The discontent stemming from Zhou Yuan's breakthrough extends beyond the Western two Buddhas and the three Pure Ones. In the Primordial continent, within the realm of the Yuming clan, a blood pool bubbles with deep brown essence, while the air is thick with a suffocating aura of blood. As a race born from the naval blood of the Pangu Emperor. The ancestor of the Mingi is perhaps the most familiar with Panga's essence. Strange, how can there be such a dense presence of Panga's blood so long after his fall? The ancestor of Mingi muses. Perplexed, were it not for the catalyzing effect of Pangu's essence, such a potent pressure could not possibly manifest in the primordial realm. However, during this period of vigorous development among various factions, the Yuming clan has maintained minimal interactions with the Dragon Clan. The ancestor of Mingi has been quietly advancing, ranking among the top 10 in strength despite being somewhat weaker than the Witch and Yao clans. The upcoming events in the primordial realm promise to grow increasingly intriguing. A sly smile crosses the ancestor of Mingi's face. Indeed, by remaining uninvolved, one can observe the struggles of others, ultimately benefiting oneself. Regardless of the cataclysmic transformations occurring in the primordial realm, the Yuming clan remains detached. Adopting a spectator's mindset, T. Mount Buzhou, within the Hall of the 12 Ancestors, the atmosphere is heavy with tension. The pressure emanating from Pangu is undeniably that of a golden dragon's eruption. Di Zhang's expression reveals his shock. Zhou Yuan has now become a 10-clawed golden dragon, and his cultivation has shattered the quasi-saint barrier to reach the sub-saint realm. Xianming responds from the side. A 10-clawed golden dragon is enough to instill immense pressure upon the ancestors. With his sub-saint's prowess, does that not place all 12 ancestors beneath his feet? It is crucial to note that the 12 ancestors themselves only possess quasi-saint cultivation. Previously, during this period, the Dragon Clan and the Witch Clan had been developing independently within the primordial continent, with both factions' leaders standing equally as quasi-saints. Zhou Yuan's emergence has brutally disrupted this tacit balance. Zhou Yuan. So it is the Dragon Clan? Di Zhang's eyes narrow as he contemplates whether Zhou Yuan can evade the grasp of the heavenly Tao. Chapter 67. The Eastern Emperor's Fury. The immortal slaying gourd. Although the 12 ancestors boast formidable physical strength, it does not imply that they lack intellect. The Dragon Clan's ostentation will inevitably draw the attention of the heavenly Tao. Unbeknownst to Di Zhang, the heavenly Tao has not only been observing the Dragon Clan, but has already taken action against them at the Yao court, within the sacred hall of the Yao Emperor. The unexpected surge of water sources outside raises eyebrows. Above the hall, two dark clouds loom ominously as the two Yao Emperors sit with grave expressions, reporting to the Yao Emperors. Just now, a golden giant dragon emerged from the eastern sea, unleashing colossal waves. The water sources are indeed from the eastern sea. Nonsense! How could a minor dragon clan possess such a powerful golden dragon? The Eastern Emperor Tai's anger flares, according to the latest intelligence. The most significant entity within the Dragon Clan is merely Zhou Yuan, the 8-clawed golden dragon. How could the sudden emergence of Panga's pressure be explained? Di Jun presses further. What of that golden dragon? The trembling soldier kneeling before them, overwhelmed by anxiety, fears that his response may further incite the wrath of the two Yao Emperors. Furthermore, that golden dragon. What? Di Jun suddenly stands, his gaze piercing as he fixes it upon the kneeling soldier. Is the information reliable? During this time, the Yao clan has been diligently developing their kingdoms across the primordial continent, establishing order for Yao beings within their realm. Consequently, they have paid little heed to the Dragon Clan's affairs. Moreover, their Golden Crow offspring have been exploited by others, accumulating karmic burdens within the primordial realm that Dijun has had to periodically visit the Sun Star to fulfill his paternal duties, educating the Golden Crows, leaving him inadequate time to concern himself with the Dragon Clan's matters. Reporting to the Yao Emperors, the Golden Dragon has unleashed Panga's might, and the news has already spread throughout the primordial realm. If nothing unexpected occurs, the Golden Dragon is still soaring above the sea. Before Dijun and the others could react, suddenly, at the periphery of the Demon Emperor's sacred hall, a golden dragon flashed and vanished, leaving behind the lingering pressure of Pangu that had yet to dissipate. The two Demon Emperors widened their eyes in shock and exchanged a glance before hastily pursuing it. Upon reaching the cloud heights of the Demon Court, they did not need to search. A mere glance revealed the golden dragon soaring freely in the void. Both of them were momentarily taken aback, their pupils contracting in an instant. Unbeknownst to them, a fine sheen of sweat had begun to form in the palm of Dong Huang Tai Yi. This golden dragon was none other than a 10-clawed golden dragon, and it was at the quasi-saint level. In the void, Zhou Yuan reveled in his flight. Upon spotting the two demonically charged figures on the cloud heights, he swung his massive tail and charged forward as the enormous golden dragon barreled toward them. The two demon emperors were thrown into disarray, instantly concealing themselves in the ethereal clouds. Meanwhile, Dong Huang Tai Yi reached for his waist only to grasp at emptiness, suddenly recalling that the chaos clock had already been snatched away by Zhou Yuan. Then a familiar voice erupted in laughter. Zhou Yuan's unrestrained guffaws mocking the two demon emperors without a hint of restraint. "Haha, how dare you toy with this demon emperor?" Dong Huang Tai Yi was instantly enraged. Despite his fury, reason prevailed, reminding him not to act impulsively. The golden dragon before him was a quasi-saint. Dong Huang clenched his fists in silent anger, glaring at the golden dragon. That familiar laughter could only belong to Zhou Yuan. Dijun, hidden in the ethereal clouds, maintained a stern expression throughout, his demeanor grave. What opportunity had Zhou Yuan discovered that allowed him to evolve from a mere azure dragon to a golden one in such a short span? It was one thing to evolve into a golden dragon, but now he had achieved the status of a 10-clawed golden dragon. Was he not on the brink of rivaling the ancestral dragon? Dijun felt an unsettling dread stirring within him. Just as Dijun's unease was mounting, the golden dragon charged directly toward Dong Huang Tai Yi, partially materializing to reveal Zhou Yuan's visage. Playfully making a face at Dong Huang Tai Yi, this provocation ignited Dong Huang's fury that a gentleman can be slain but cannot be humiliated. "I cannot endure this any longer. I shall confront Zhou Yuan in a decisive battle." "Do not. Without the chaos clock, charging out is tantamount to seeking death," Dijun admonished coldly. Yet Dong Huang Tai Yi could not swallow his pride that he rummaged at his waist and produced a gourd. "This gourd is a mere facade." He sighed quietly after a few moments of contemplation. "Tai Yi, do you not know that this gourd meant to slay immortals is futile? The Dragon Clan's Tianlong Mountain has long seen Zhou Yuan as the father of the gourd children. The gourd you hold possesses no sentience. It may only recognize Zhou Yuan and not you. What prowess does Zhou Yuan possess to command such infinite treasures? I care not. Today I shall slay him." Dong Huang Tai Yi's mind was consumed by Zhou Yuan's mocking laughter. With a swift motion, Dong Huang Tai Yi vanished into the clouds that Dijun's outstretched hand was a moment too late. At this moment, Dong Huang Tai Yi had already charged forth, a being steeped in demonic energy confronting the massive golden dragon. Zhou Yuan, seeing Dong Huang Tai Yi finally emerge, felt a surge of delight. Internally praising himself, once again, I, Zhou Yuan, have outwitted him. A mere grimace has compelled the temperamental Dong Huang to reveal himself. Zhou Yuan's motives were to seize a prime example to showcase the consequences of offending the Dragon Clan. Even the demon race would not be spared. Additionally, he was keen to ascertain whether Hongjun would intervene. If he did, it would signify that the heavenly Tao had been watching them all along. "Brother Dong Huang, today this Dragon Emperor achieves quasi-saint status. Have you come to present your congratulations?" Zhou Yuan jested. Dong Huang Taiyi's fury only intensified at those words. Indeed, today, this demon emperor shall bestow upon you a grand gift. With that declaration, he summoned the gourd meant to slay immortals. The gourd sword from Dong Huang Taiyi's palm, hovering above Zhou Yuan's head. I do not believe this gourd, which has accompanied me for countless ages, would fail to recognize me, he muttered, then unleashed his spiritual power, channeling demonic energy into the gourd's interior. Seize, he commanded with confidence. Yet, the gourd remained suspended above Zhou Yuan's head, unmoving. Gagaga! In an instant, Dong Huang Tai felt an overwhelming embarrassment as countless ominous lines appeared on his forehead. As if crows were flying overhead in mockery. What is happening? Am I using it incorrectly? Let me try again. He pointed directly at the gourd, unleashing demonic energy that pierced through into the gourd's interior. Seize! Gagaga! Still, the gourd remained motionless at Dijun, standing not far away in the clouds, sighed heavily, covering his face with his hand. Chapter 68. Dijun takes action. Hichu and Luo Shu, Dong Huang Tai, coughed awkwardly a few times, inwardly lamenting the humiliation. The crucial point was that countless eyes were fixated on them, not merely upon Dong Huang Tai, but primarily upon Zhou Yuan, the 10-clawed golden dragon at the quasi-saint level. Among the onlookers were numerous cultivators from the wilderness, alongside many hidden masters lurking in the shadows. The commotion Zhou Yuan had stirred would undoubtedly attract the attention of the saints. It was only after Dong Huang Tai emerged that he realized the multitude of beings observing them. Had he known so many were watching, he would never have recklessly exposed himself to such embarrassment. However, it was too late for regrets. If it had been the previous Zhou Yuan, merely a golden dragon of quasi-saint cultivation, Dong Huang Tai would not have hesitated. But now, this individual had broken through to the quasi-saint level, his strength akin to that of a half-saint. Despite his notoriously fiery temper, Dong Huang Tai dared not act recklessly. He turned, discreetly beckoning Dijun with a finger, silently urging him to join forces against Zhou Yuan. Dijun understood Dong Huang Taiyi's intent, but knew that stepping forward now would only exacerbate the embarrassment. Yet, remaining passive was equally unthinkable. They both represented the honor of the demon race. If one was disgraced, it meant dishonor for them both. With this thought, Dijun felt a twinge of resentment towards Dong Huang for his lack of discretion. Insisting on stepping forward at such a critical moment, in the blink of an eye, a figure suffused with demonic energy emerged from the distant clouds in the void, far beyond the 33 heavens. Yusu Palace, Yuan Shirtian Zun stroked his chin, watching the unfolding scene with great interest. Are the two of these demon lords prepared to take action? How intriguing. Laozi and Tong Tian stood atop their respective peaks. Observing, Tong Tian appeared to relish the spectacle, while Laozi bore a more contemplative expression. Would the fate entwined between the demon and dragon clans reach a conclusion today? Saint, who do you think will prevail between the two demon emperors and that golden dragon? A disciple of Laozi could not help but inquire. Even I am uncertain. With a dry chuckle, I fix my piercing gaze upon the distant firmament. Though I feign ignorance, my heart is resolutely confident in the prowess of the two members of the demon clan. While Zhou Yuan is indeed a 10-clawed golden dragon, as a newly ascended quasi-saint, he has yet to fully assimilate and refine the transformations and combat abilities that accompany such a form. In contrast, Dong Huang Tai and Dijun, both of whom have long since attained quasi-saint status, stand on a different pedestal, particularly Dong Huang Tai, whose strength is merely a breath away from the saints themselves. The alliance of these two quasi-saints poses a genuine threat to Zhou Yuan, who may not find himself a match for their combined might. Jun steps forth. Dong Huang Taiyi's confidence swells. Buoyed by the arrival of his ally, across the vast expanse of the Honghuang continent, countless beings, both seen and unseen, pause to observe. In the boundless sky, three formidable powers engage in a fierce confrontation. Capturing the attention of innumerable entities, Zhou Yuan gazes unflinchingly at the two quasi-saints, whose combined aura of demonic energy surges dramatically as they stand side by side. Dijun and Dong Huang Tai, hailing from the Sun Star, possess an innate superiority that sets them apart from others. Furthermore, Dong Huangtai Yi is hailed as the foremost being beneath the saints. Zhou Yuan is acutely aware of this. Yet he cannot comprehend how these lesser demons dare to mock the Dragon Clan. After all, the dragon race is a legitimate lineage, revered in contemporary society as a symbol of divinity, while demons are often regarded as malevolent entities, prompting humanity to seek out various demon hunters to combat their sinister manifestations. Lost in contemplation, Zhou Yuan is abruptly jolted from his reverie as Dijun and Tai Yi launch a surprise attack. Their lethal energies surge toward him, and in a moment of dire urgency, Zhou Yuan transforms into a golden silhouette, narrowly evading the onslaught. Instantly, three figures clash amidst the void, engaging in a fierce struggle. Zhou Yuan, relying on his formidable physique, stands undaunted against his adversaries. Even the swiftest of strikes can be deftly countered as he brushes past Dong Huangtai. Zhou Yuan darkly taunts, without the chaos bell. What will you wield with such arrogance? This provocation infuriates Dong Huangtai Yi, nearly causing him to spew blood. Ever since Zhou Yuan seized the chaos bell, it has weighed heavily upon Tai Yi's heart. Unable to withstand Zhou Yuan's smug display of triumph, he turns to Dijun, whose eyes convey a wealth of unspoken understanding that Dijun, instantly grasping the implication, does not hesitate to act. With a flick of his wrist, the He Tu and Luo Shu manifest before them. He Tu and Luo Shu. Zhou Yuan cannot help but be momentarily taken aback. These treasures of innate origin possess the capacity to deduce all things and boast formidable defensive capabilities, capable of ensnaring their opponents within their intricate designs. Upon witnessing Zhou Yuan's astonishment, Dong Huangtai misinterprets it as fear, puffing out his chest in triumph. Soon, you shall experience the true might of the He Tu and Luo Shu. With a cold smirk, Zhou Yuan inhales deeply and unleashes a thunderous roar that shatters the heavens. This bellowing cry is infused with the full might of the ancestral dragon's power, but be why the heavens. I have never exerted myself so fervently. Even during KTV performances, the explosive resonance of the Nine Heavens dragon's roar reverberates throughout the Hongjun, causing the very earth to tremble. In the aftermath, several rifts in the void collapse around Zhou Yuan and Dijun. The two quasi-saints stand frozen, as though stunned by Zhou Yuan's overwhelming display. Moments later, they both cough up blood, their expressions a mix of shock and disbelief. Poor Dijun, clutching the He Tu and Luo Shu, find himself unable to deploy the artifact before being thoroughly shaken by Zhou Yuan's overwhelming force. Dong Huangtai Yi, struggling to support Dijun, stumbles, his vision clouded by gold. Look, Dijun and Dong Huangtai Yi are both spitting blood. My heavens, witnessing the two quasi-saints in such disarray is an extraordinary sight. I sent Dong Huangtai Yi the foremost being beneath the saints. Logically speaking, how can such a figure be subdued by a mere quasi-saint? Yet here they are, unable to inflict a scratch on Zhou Yuan, even with their combined might. One can only surmise that Zhou Yuan is simply too formidable. To be honest, gazing upon Zhou Yuan, I feel as though I am witnessing the ancestral dragon's legacy, his aura undeniably reminiscent of that ancient power. What are you babbling about? It's as if you've seen the ancestral dragon with your own eyes. I haven't tea, but I have heard tales from my great-grandfather. Chapter 69. Dong Huangtai Yi is nailed beyond the 33 heavens. In the Hongjun continent, countless beings erupt into fervent discussions. Their astonishment is palpable upon witnessing Dijun and Dong Huangtai Yi cough up blood without even engaging in combat. In their eyes, these two demon monarchs are figures of immense power. Be struck down by Zhou Yuan's roar before a single blow is exchanged. Such absurdity is hard to fathom. The three titans in the void pay no mind to the chatter below. Dijun quickly regains his composure, shaking off the daze. After a moment of reflection, both figures magnify their forms until they match Zhou Yuan's colossal stature. With their newfound size, their power surges significantly. Exchanging a determined glance, they leap into action, their hands striking toward Zhou Yuan's dragon head. In response, Zhou Yuan releases a torrent of energy, clashing against the forces unleashed by his adversaries. The collision produces a cacophony of explosions. sending sparks flying and reverberating through the heavens. The sheer magnitude of the energies causes Zhou Yuan's massive form to stagger back several steps. In stark contrast, Dijun and Tai Yi are thrown to the ground, their bodies sprawled in disarray. Already weakened, they find themselves utterly incapacitated by the overwhelming force. Dijun feels as though his very being is unraveling. Yet survival takes precedence. Dong Huang, come quickly, in a flurry. Dijun shakes the He Tu and Luo Shu in his hands, realizing that a wise warrior does not suffer unnecessary losses. They must first set their defenses in an instant. The He Tu and Luo Shu emits a brilliant golden light, and from its center, countless golden lines of energy radiate outward, forming an impenetrable defensive formation in the void. Swift to react, Zhou Yuan sneers. He assesses his chest and head, finding himself unscathed. This is the first time he has faced off against two quasi-saints head-on. He must concede that their power is indeed formidable, as this strike has pushed him back several paces. However, the reason for Dijun and Tai Yi's downfall lies in the fact that they were already injured by their own Nine Heavens Dragon's roar, leaving them unable to withstand the subsequent force. Otherwise, they would not have been so easily toppled. Thinking to evade? Not a chance. As Zhou Yuan notices the defensive formation materializing and sees Dong Huang Tai Yi enduring excruciating pain while rushing toward Dijun, he swiftly shifts his focus to Tai Yi. Alas, Zhou Yuan is quicker on the draw. Seizing the initiative, beneath his dragon claws, a sharp artifact materializes, a common long spear from the Dragon Clan's treasury, adorned with intricate dragon motifs. Zhou Yuan is not impoverished nor stingy. It is simply that in this moment of urgency, he could only procure this spear. Without hesitation, Zhou Yuan hurls the long spear toward Dong Huang Tai Yi. The sharp projectile streaks through the void, trailing a luminous arc. Tai Yi, watch out! Dijun shouts in alarm as he notices the spear hurtling toward his ally. In that instant, all hold their breath. Dong Huang Tai Yi, caught off guard, fails to react in time. In the next moment, whoosh! The spear pierces through the air, nailing Dong Huang Tai Yi beyond the 33 heavens. Cursed be it! Release this demon monarch at once. In the realm of Dong Huang Tai Yi, blood flowed incessantly from the wound. Yet, in this moment, the Dong Huang was far too preoccupied to concern himself with his injuries. How many eyes were upon him, witnessing this humiliation? To be pinned here for the world to gaze upon. A dignified monarch of the demon clan, Tai Yi had never before endured such indignity. Zhou Yuan observed coldly, his voice dripping with indifference. Dong Huang Tai Yi, you and Dijun have truly overstepped your bounds. Today, this dragon monarch has transcended to the realm of the semi-saints and evolved into a 10-clawed golden dragon. Not only do you fail to offer your blessings, but you also seek my life. Zhou Yuan, act only for self-preservation. Your dire fate is of your own making. Blame not this monarch. The countless beings of the primordial world are all witnesses to this. They can testify on my behalf. Zhou Yuan's reasoning was clear and precise, evidently having crafted a strategy well in advance. After all, how else could he have incited Dong Huang Tai from the very start? Provoking him into action, the intent was to incite his fury, compelling him to strike first. Across the vast expanse of the primordial continent, innumerable beings watched as Zhou Yuan pinned Dong Huang Tai in the heavens beyond the 33 layers. They immediately activated their innate gossiping tendencies, pointing fingers at Tai Yi, declaring, indeed, it was Dong Huang Tai Yi who instigated the first strike. However, it must be noted that Zhou Yuan was undeniably cunning. It was common knowledge that Tai Yi had acted out of rage over the previous theft of the Chaos Bell by Zhou Yuan. Who could have anticipated that he would fall into Zhou Yuan's trap? Such harsh words. Zhou Yuan's actions were but manifestations of his intelligence. How could one label him as cunning? It merely illustrated his thorough consideration. This man possesses considerable skill. Henceforth, one must be cautious not to provoke the Dragon Clan, for their strength has evolved beyond compare. This Zhou Yuan, now a 10-clawed golden dragon, is on par with the ancestral dragon of yore. Will Dong Huang Tai Yi perish? His blood still flows. Who can say? That is beyond our purview to determine. Whether it be fortune or calamity, it rests upon his own destiny. Alas, why offend anyone at all, particularly the Dragon clan? In times past, the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans coexisted, with the Dragon clan reigning supreme. Yet it appears that the hierarchy among the Dragon, Demon, and which clans remains unchanged, one of the onlookers opined, raising a thumb in approval. Amidst the clamor of discussion, the three Pure Ones, Nuwa, and the figures of Jin and Zhuanti from the West bore expressions of disbelief. After all, within their understanding, Dijuan and Dongwang Tai should at least be evenly matched with Zhou Yuan. They certainly should not be reduced to such a pitiful state, resembling mere lambs for slaughter. Now, they found themselves impaled in the 33 heavens by a spear that could only be deemed a postnatal spiritual treasure. This was a tremendous affront. Is this truly the Demon clan? Is it that the Demon clan is feeble, or the Dragon clan overwhelmingly powerful? The three Pure Ones found it difficult to discern. Nevertheless, regardless of the outcome between Zhou Yuan and the two demon monarchs, they knew all too well that their master, Hongjun, would never turn a blind eye to the matter. According to their sages' calculations, the Demon clan was entangled in a significant calamity. Should the Demon clan encounter misfortune, would it not jeopardize the impending tribulation? As anticipated, just as the thoughts of the several sages suggested, in the void, a figure clad in white robes began to materialize, stepping upon a grand colored lotus, exuding an endless aura of the heavenly Tao. The radiance of the sage illuminated the surroundings for hundreds of miles. Hongjun Daozu, Chapter 70. The arrival of Hongjun. The appearance of Hongjun instantly ignited a sensation. Ordinarily, this heavenly Tao figure would not easily manifest in the primordial world. Sages merely observe the unfolding of events from the shadows. Especially for someone of Hongjun's stature, the master of sages, it was unlikely he would reveal himself casually. Yet of late, the presence of the heavenly Tao had been frequently felt throughout the primordial realm. Ordinary beings may remain oblivious to the precise reasons, but those knowledgeable sages and powerful figures within the primordial world were well aware that Hongjun's recurring appearances were all due to the actions of Zhou Yuan, this dragon monarch. What a stroke of fortune it was to witness the arrival of the venerable Hongjun. Truly, the essence of the Tao shines brightly. Indeed, it is unexpected that the revered Hongjun would descend. The awe-inspiring Hongjun is indeed the progenitor of the heavenly Tao. Merely gazing upon him evokes profound insights into the Tao. Countless primordial cultivators gazed upward, filled with excitement and exhilaration, their eyes brimming with fervor. As ordinary cultivators, it was virtually impossible for them to encounter such illustrious figures on a regular basis, let alone a figure of Hongjun's caliber. The beings of the primordial world erupted into joyous celebration, dancing and cheering. However, a portion of the elder cultivators, seasoned and experienced, including those who had once visited the Zixiao Palace to listen to teachings, were more concerned with the three figures in the sky. Hongjun, as the heavenly Tao sage, would not easily reveal himself. The fact that he chose to manifest in the primordial world for Zhou Yuan and the two demon monarchs indicated that the underlying reasons were likely intricate. As the sage of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun's involvement with those three must pertain to the stability and development of the primordial beings. Could it be that the influence between the dragon and demon clans is so significant? Regardless, with the heavenly Tao intervening, those three have certainly stirred up trouble today. Let us observe how the venerable Hongjun will enact his judgment. Yet, who do you think Hongjun will punish? Zhou Yuan, or the two demon monarchs? Need to be said, it must undoubtedly be Zhou Yuan, a wretched dragon who, despite his current achievements, remains unduly arrogant, daring to strike against the two powerful demon monarchs and pinning Dongwang Tai in the 33 heavens. Truly brazen. Indeed, those two demon monarchs, at least, hail from the incarnation of Pangu, originating from the solar star, with backgrounds that are indisputable. Meanwhile, Zhou Yuan is but a remnant of an ancient clan, daring to provoke any and all. Such sheer folly. This time, the venerable Hongjun will surely not let Zhou Yuan off lightly. Though they may have appeared amicable before, it was merely a facade. Hongjun, as the esteemed sage of the heavenly Tao, would not deign to associate with Zhou Yuan. Ridiculous, truly ridiculous. Zhou Yuan's theft of the Chaos Bell from Dongwang Tai is common knowledge among the inhabitants of the primordial world. Let us see how the venerable Hongjun will rectify this injustice for Dongwang Tai. In a fleeting moment, countless ancient cultivators and venerable figures from the primordial realm began to voice their opinions, in their eyes. It was undeniable that with Hongjun's intervention, Zhou Yuan was destined for misfortune. The saint was acting on behalf of the two demon emperors. Not only were the prominent figures hidden in the various corners of the primordial world concerned, but even the few saints within the realm wore expressions that suggested Zhou Yuan was in for a calamity. After all, these saints had once been under Zhou Yuan's influence. Had it not been for Zhou Yuan relocating the treasured rock of Hongjun back in the day, those who had listened to the teachings in the Zixiao Palace would have shared in some fortune. Ultimately, they left with nothing to show for it. Consequently, they had long viewed Zhou Yuan, a member of the Dragon Clan, with disdain. Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, the primordial beginning saint was initially relishing the unfolding drama. To his astonishment, he witnessed the two demon emperors, Dijuan and Tai, being mercilessly beaten by Zhou Yuan, the audacious dragon. Even more shocking was that the Eastern Emperor was pinned to the 33 heavens by Zhou Yuan wielding a seemingly ordinary spear. The primordial beginning saint could hardly believe his eyes. Zhou Yuan, despite being a mere dragon of impure lineage and a newly ascended quasi-saint, was nothing more than a lowly prince of the Azure Dragon, who had fortuitously achieved his current status. While the Eastern Emperor Tai may not have had the opportunity to become a saint, he was nonetheless the strongest beneath that rank, having been transformed from the Pangu Emperor's sun star. Though the demon race was also looked down upon by the primordial beginning saint, they were still regarded as superior to the Dragon Clan. His disbelief, even with the combined strength of the two demon emperors. They could not overpower a freshly ascended quasi-saint like Zhou Yuan. The mere thought of Zhou Yuan deceiving his beloved Nuwa into becoming the mother of the Dragon Clan filled the primordial beginning saint with unease. He had contemplated intervening several times. Yet as a saint, it was an unwritten rule to refrain from interfering in the conflicts of the primordial realm. Today, countless beings were fixated on this confrontation. If he were to act recklessly, even discreetly, and be discovered by the other saints, he would undoubtedly find himself in a precarious position. The primordial beginning saint was no fool. He understood the gravity of the situation. However, he was taken aback when his master, Hongjun, proved to be even more restless than himself. Upon witnessing Hongjun's appearance, the primordial beginning saint was struck with astonishment. The Lantern Master gradually stood beside him, gazing curiously. "Master, has the venerable Hongjun also appeared? Should we not reveal ourselves and offer assistance?" The Lantern Master was practically bursting with eagerness, especially after spotting Hongjun's arrival. It is worth noting that the Lantern Master was among the 3,000 guests who once attended the teachings at the Zixiao Palace. His prowess undisputed. Though the primordial beginning saint and others had established their sects, Hongjun had consistently intervened during the Wu Yao calamity, preventing disciples from the three pure ones from joining various factions. Yet, the Lantern Master was an exception, being the highest-ranking and most senior disciple of the Chan teaching, and later the acting master among the 12 Golden Immortals. He held a position akin to that of a vice master within the Chan sect. Thus Hongjun turned a blind eye. After all, a single Lantern Master could not alter the course of the calamity. Upon hearing the Lantern Master's words, the primordial beginning saint immediately extended a finger and tapped it on the Lantern Master's head. "Your master, the Taiji Laozu, refrains from involvement, which signifies that this matter is ill-advised and should not be pursued." He continued, "Indeed, if this were an opportunity for glory, the ever-cunning Laozu would have been the first to seize it." The primordial beginning saint was no fool. With Hongjun present, success would be well regarded. However, should it all fall apart? Nearby the Demon Court's temple, Hongjun gradually descended amidst the watchful eyes of many. Chapter 71. The Chaos Bell. "You dare to devour your master." A glint of coldness flashed in Hongjun's eyes. How could he not feel such chill as he beheld the Eastern Emperor Tai pinned in the 33rd heavens? A sense of unease gripped his heart. If this demon emperor were to perish at Zhou Yuan's hands, Hongjun could hardly fathom how to navigate the ensuing calamity. What on earth was Zhou Yuan plotting? Time and again, He challenged the limits of this saint. Was it all deliberate? Hongjun felt like a parent arriving to clean up a mess, observing the three unruly children with a cold gaze. What is happening? His voice was as frigid as 1,000 degrees below zero, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. The Eastern Emperor Tai, pinned to the 33rd heavens, was bleeding profusely, gritting his teeth in pain, unable to utter a word. Upon seeing Hongjun's arrival, Dijun finally felt a surge of confidence. With a wave of his arm, he summoned the He Tu and Luo Shu. A flash of light passing as he recalled them. Dijun knelt before Hongjun, resembling a wronged child, his voice trembling as he recounted their plight. Venerable Hongjun, you have finally arrived. You must take a stand for our demon race. That Zhou Yuan, relying on his quasi-saint status, has mercilessly beaten my brother and me. Had you not come, we would surely have perished at his hands. We, the demon race, have done him no wrong. Yet he, a member of the Dragon Clan, behaves so tyrannically. He even has Tai pinned in the 33rd heavens. This matter has been witnessed by all beings in the primordial realm. Venerable Hongjun, you must seek justice for us. Dijun knelt, his voice ringing out in lamentation 3,000 miles away, beyond the 33rd heavens. The Eastern Emperor Tai suddenly grew agitated. He moved his lips repeatedly towards Dijun, though no words emerged. Dijun raised an eyebrow, inquiring with his gaze. Seeing this, Tai struggled to form the words, the Chaos Bell. It was taken by Zhou Yuan. Due to severe blood loss, Tai's lips were chapped, and his face lacked color. Such a critical moment. Tai used to hold back. Dijun exclaimed, Speak to Venerable Hongjun. He will surely render you justice. Dijun called out, repeatedly signaling to Tai. Tai felt a sense of frustration, thinking, I wish to speak, but I lack the strength to do so. The Chaos Bell. Dijun grasped Tai's meaning. Yet for now, it was imperative to first liberate him. Venerable Hongjun, should we not release Tai first? Hongjun, upon hearing this, snapped back to reality. Were these two fools? Had Dijun's mind become muddled? At such a critical juncture, they were still focused on grievances. His own brother was on the brink of death from blood loss. How could they bemoan their misfortunes? Truly, they were two imbeciles lacking in discernment. Hongjun shot Dijun a disdainful glare. Then with a flick of his finger, a beam of golden light shot forth, precisely landing upon the Eastern Emperor Tai. With a whoosh, Tai descended in tandem. Thud! His body collapsed beside Dijun. At this moment, Tai was drenched in cold sweat. Observing this, Dijun thought, Zhou Yuan's strike was indeed potent. Had he not been the Eastern Emperor Tai, any ordinary person would have been shattered to pieces by such force. A look of concern filled Dijun's face. He instinctively moved to assist Tai, who repeatedly jabbed him with his elbow. Dijun understood. Tai wanted him to inform Hongjun about Zhou Yuan seizing the Chaos Bell. Venerable Hongjun, there is yet another matter I must report. Dijun spoke urgently. Speak. Hongjun stood before the two, his face cold. Zhou Yuan previously seized Tai's companion treasure, the Chaos Bell, and I hope Venerable Hongjun will intervene and restore justice for our demon race. As Hongjun approached, Zhou Yuan transformed into a golden dragon, soaring through the void before slowly descending. Once in human form, Zhou Yuan wore a nonchalant expression as he approached Hongjun. With a playful grin, he clasped his hands in greeting, as if meeting an old friend after a long separation. Venerable Hongjun, it has been quite some time. Hongjun nodded slightly before turning to the two kneeling demon emperors. Zhou Yuan, is this your doing? Hongjun wore a stern expression, casting a cold gaze towards Zhou Yuan. Despite their previous encounters, including the time Zhou Yuan saved his life from Lu, those were mere remnants of the past. Prior to Hongjun's ascension to sanctity, now he found himself unwilling to revisit those memories. Representing the Tao of Heaven, he could not condone Zhou Yuan's actions, which were all in defiance of this celestial order. When Hongjun had previously proposed to accept Zhou Yuan into the Zixiao Palace, it had been his final concession. With Zhou Yuan's rejection, they were now even, and the grievances of the past had become just that, past. From this moment forth, anyone who defied the Tao of Heaven would face his unyielding resolve, Zhou Yuan included. Zhou Yuan retorted with a smile. It was the Eastern Emperor Tai who struck first. If you doubt me, Hongjun, feel free to recalculate. I was merely acting in self-defense. And what the Chaos Bell? Ah, the Chaos Bell, Zhou Yuan replied, reaching to his waist, and in an instant, the bell materialized before everyone. This bell was perhaps the result of a misalignment of fate. Misalignment of fate. Upon seeing the Chaos Bell, Eastern Emperor Tai became visibly agitated, struggling to rise, blood still staining his lips, his disheveled appearance revealing his distress. Chaos Bell, return, he shouted, advancing towards the bell, while Zhou Yuan stood calmly still. Emperor Jun, observing this, mistakenly assumed Zhou Yuan was hesitant to act in the presence of Hongjun. Little did he know, the connection between the Chaos Bell and Eastern Emperor Tai had already been severed by Zhou Yuan. Even their inherent bond had been obliterated at that moment. As Eastern Emperor Tai lunged for the bell, time seemed to slow to a crawl. All the great figures and saints of the Hongjun world fixated on this pivotal scene. Within the 8 Scenery Palace, Laozi's eyes reflected a complex array of emotions. Though he could not discern the full nature of the relationship between Hongjun and Zhou Yuan, he sensed that Zhou Yuan was far from ordinary. Despite Hongjun's apparent support for the demon race, Laozi could perceive a certain trepidation in Hongjun's demeanor towards Zhou Yuan. Had Zhou Yuan been a lesser being, Hongjun would likely have already acted against him. Rather than merely nodding in acknowledgement moments, Laozi focused intently on the void. Suddenly, just as Eastern Emperor Tai was about to touch the Chaos Bell, it erupted with energy as if sensing hostility. A burst of golden particles emanated from the bell, representing the immense power contained within. In the next instant, Eastern Emperor Tai was knocked to the ground, feeling as though his heart were being slowly torn apart. Chaos Bell, you dare to devour your master? Chapter 72. The Golden Dragon's Acrobatic Display. Hongjun storms off, the birth treasure, actually devouring its master. Absurd. This was utterly ludicrous. This moment, Zhou Yuan bypassed Eastern Emperor Tai and approached the Chaos Bell directly. With a mere gesture, he effortlessly grasped it, without any resistance. Witnessing this, Hongjun's expression soured considerably, while the other hidden figures looked on in shock. In the Hongjun world, everyone knew that the Chaos Bell was the birth treasure of the Eastern Emperor. Now it dared to unleash a backlash against its master. More terrifying was its apparent submission to Zhou Yuan, the Golden Dragon. In Kunlun Mountain, Yushu Palace, Yuan Shitian Zun awaited Zhou Yuan's next moves. Never expecting him to so easily sever the bond between the bell and its original master. This was truly alarming. What other capabilities did Zhou Yuan possess that remained unknown to them? Within the 8 Scenery Palace, Laozi also bore an expression of astonishment. The Chaos Bell was no ordinary treasure. It was among the finest of the finest, containing immense energy and intelligence, ranking among the top 10 treasures of the Hongjun. How could it be so easily severed? My husband possesses such formidable powers. Enhua, hidden within the Huahuang Palace, felt a surge of anxiety. Initially, she had been pleased to see Zhou Yuan's breakthrough to the sub-saint realm, evolving into a 10-clawed golden dragon. But soon he found himself embroiled in conflict with the 2 demon emperors, even drawing the attention of Hongjun. How could this be resolved? Enhua's heart raced as she observed Hongjun's icy demeanor. Fully aware that his appearance was to protect the 2 demon emperors, making her deeply anxious for Zhou Yuan, saint. Enhua could perceive certain fateful connections involving the demon race, which was tied to a future calamity. Hence, Hongjun's concern for the demon race was evident. She thought to herself, my husband is far too audacious. It would have sufficed to teach those 2 demons a lesson. Yet he has pinned them in the 33 heavens. While a quasi-saint possesses an immortal body, Zhou Yuan, now a sub-saint, could risk causing their cultivation to dissipate entirely. Of course, it would not threaten their lives. But Enhua felt that this situation was overly excessive. Though she wished to intervene and assist Zhou Yuan, Enhua understood that her presence could do more harm than good. Moreover, many other forces were watching them. If they were to retaliate, her status as a saint could very well be jeopardized. Countless beings in the Hongjun aspired to attain sanctity, yet were hindered by the absence of primordial purple qi. Should she be dragged into the fray and lose her saintly position, The primordial purple chi within her would be reclaimed by the Tao of Heaven, thereby granting others the chance to ascend. Thus, despite their elevated status, the saints were acutely aware that any misstep or defiance against the Tao of Heaven could lead to dire consequences if she were to lose her saintly fruit. The Dragon Clan would suffer a significant loss of merit and fortune, severely impacting their combat capabilities. The existence of those who had evolved into golden dragons, including Zhou Yuan, could also be adversely affected, potentially regressing from the golden dragon back to the azure dragon. While had to consider the greater picture. This was a sentiment Zhou Yuan often reminded her of. However, when Inhua witnessed Zhou Yuan handling the Chaos Bell as if it were his own birth treasure, her expression mirrored that of shock. She never expected her husband to possess such a multitude of skills, seamlessly transferring such a treasure to his control while severing all ties with its original master. This was an unparalleled feat in the Hongjun. While saints could achieve this, they would never dare to do so due to the immense risk involved. The stakes were simply too high for a single treasure, especially since saints did not lack for treasures. Let us observe, Inhua murmured. Since I cannot intervene, I shall continue to watch from the shadows. After all, this matter does not seem severe enough for Hongjun to take action against Zhou Yuan. If the situation escalated to a critical point, she would not hesitate to forsake her saintly position. Should Zhou Yuan find himself in peril, Inhua would be the first to charge forth, ready to stand by his side in life or death. At this moment, near the realm of the demons, Zhou Yuan, wielding the Chaos Bell, began to perform acrobatics before the faces of Hongjun and Dong Huangtai. He made the Chaos Bell hover above his head, then spun it rapidly, and even balanced on one leg while manipulating the bell. This infuriated Dong Huangtai to the point of wanting to burst into tears. Hongjun's expression was equally grim. Initially, he had intended to use this conflict as an opportunity to suppress Zhou Yuan and his Dragon Clan, but it seemed he had overestimated his own influence. In this brief span of time, all he heard were the useless laments of Dong Huangtai and Di Jun. Conversely, Zhou Yuan's arguments were sound and devoid of any flaws. Even the Chaos Bell, which Hongjun wished to reclaim for Dong Huang, had its connection severed by the cunning Zhou Yuan before he could act. Hongjun, you must take a stand for the Demon Clan. Di Jun lamented once more. Hongjun shot a glare at him, clearly displeased. In this incident, Zhou Yuan was merely defending himself. All consequences must be borne by the Demon Clan. With those words, Hongjun flicked his robe and, stepping onto a celestial lotus, transformed into a streak of light and departed. Di Jun and Tai could only kneel in gratitude, exclaiming, "We humbly bid farewell to the Holy One." Zhou Yuan coldly glared at the two demons before departing with the Chaos Bell, returning to Tianlong Mountain. Currently, both the Dragon Palace of the EC and the Dragon Clan's dojo at Tianlong Mountain were under watch. Zhou Yuan could traverse either location freely, unperturbed by the threat of internal sabotage. Over time, the Holy Dragon Formation at Tianlong Mountain had evolved to its pinnacle. Under the formation, Tianlong Mountain was undoubtedly the safest place in the primordial world, and it remained a domain where he was the sovereign. Anyone entering this realm would have to acknowledge his supremacy. Zhou Yuan plucked a spiritual fruit, munching on it while pondering. If the way of heaven were to be cast into this realm, would it also transform into a docile lamb, much like those previous beings? Following the recent events, Dong Huangtai had abandoned any thoughts of reclaiming the Chaos Bell and was now diligently managing the affairs of the Demon Clan. Dong Huangtai no longer fixated on Zhou Yuan, and both demon emperors had redirected their focus to their own endeavors. In a short time, the Demon Clan flourished, their presence becoming ubiquitous throughout the primordial world. The number of mountain and water deities appointed by Di Jun surged dramatically, and the power of the Demon Clan threatened to rival that of the Witch Clan. One day, in the verdant peaks of the primordial world, a young witch happened to pass by. Suddenly, an enigmatic demon wind swept through, and the young witch vanished without a trace. Shortly thereafter, the sound of raucous laughter from small demons echoed in the air. 100 miles behind the verdant peaks lay the dojo of the great witch Ho-E, surrounded by towering mountains. The Ho-E dojo was one of many peaks, majestic and imposing, with an extraordinary presence that seemed to pierce the clouds. The entire mountain appeared, from a distance, as a colossal bow, Lush greenery and the melodious calls of emerald birds made it a perfect sanctuary for cultivation. S1 ventured toward the rear of the verdant peaks. They would arrive directly at the dwelling of the great Witch Ho-E. Along the way, many small witches could be seen coming and going, with occasional sightings of larger witches beneath the dojo of the great Witch Ho-E. Numerous small witch tribes thrived under the protection of the Ho-E clan, gradually forming a cohesive community. Should any small witch tribe face oppression or invasion from outside forces, the great witch clan of Ho-E would swiftly intervene to eradicate the threat. The other ancestral witches did the same, using their tribes to maintain peace in the surrounding areas while continuously thriving and expanding in the grand hall of the ancestral Witch Ho-E. The decor appeared somewhat rustic compared to the Demon Emperor's palace, but retained an exquisite charm. Each decorative item was intricately carved with images of Ho-Ye's divine bow that shot down suns. The entire clan prioritized archery as their primary combat technique. Here, one would seldom witness swordplay. Nearly everyone wielded a bow, an arrow. Ho-E sat at the highest seat, his expression impassive yet exuding a commanding presence as he gazed at the mountain of bows and arrows piled in the center of the hall. The quantity was so vast that it resembled a small hill, and on either side stood several leaders of small and large witch clans, all of whom were affiliated with the Ho-E tribe. Clatter! A large witch tossed a bow on a mound of arrows and stepped forward to kneel before the great Witch Ho-E. Great Witch Ho-E, this marks the 79th golden immortal witch soldier that our tribe has lost. The witch general implored Ho-E to give the order to lead troops in a battle against the nearby demons. His fists clenched tightly, his eyes gleaming with fierce determination, eager to crush the demons one by one. How infuriating! Is it truly the demons' doing? The great Witch Ho-E slammed his hand on the table, demanding an answer. Indeed, it is the demons. They have grown increasingly brazen, oppressing our witch clan's beings. Not only have these small witches suffered, but a significant witch from our Ho-E tribe has also vanished for an entire day and night. That it is said that the area where he disappeared was previously occupied by demons. The modus operandi is identical to before. Demon wind passes by, and then our people simply vanish. Upon hearing this, the great witch Kwa Fu stood abruptly, his towering figure casting a shadow over the surroundings. Kwa Fu was ablaze with fury. He could hardly believe that the demons were so audacious as to target even his clan's great witches. Such a grudge must be avenged a millennium ago. During the first war between witches and demons, the demons suffered a crushing defeat. Since then, they have kept a low profile, refraining from openly provoking our witch clan and other primordial clans. Yet now they have become brazen once more, even quietly appointing numerous mountain and water deities. That would be acceptable if we were to coexist peacefully, but recently, some audacious demons have dared to abduct our witch clan's beings. This cannot be tolerated. Ho-Ye's voice thundered. What capabilities do Dijun and Donghuang Tai possess? Just recently, they were soundly beaten by the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor. Have they forgotten so soon? Or is it that, having been oppressed by the Dragon Clan, they are now venting their frustrations on our witch clan's beings? Come here, Ho-E bellowed. Your servant is here. A minister of the Ho-E tribe promptly stepped forward. Responding to the call, bring the demon captives to the hall. Yes, these demon captives have been detained by the Ho-E tribe for quite some time. Today, Ho-E intended to use their blood to honor those witch beings captured by the demons. Ha ha! What? Are you afraid, Ho-E? Have you finally realized you should release us? It would have been better had you done so earlier. Then your witch clan wouldn't have needlessly lost so many beings. However, they continued, as long as you release us now, we will ensure that upon our return, we will inform our lord to spare your Ho-E tribe. Several demon cultivators of considerable strength were brought into the grand hall of the Ho-E tribe. Bound securely, each of them bore expressions of excitement. During their time in the witch clan's prison, they had overheard the witch generals discussing the recent mysterious disappearances of many witch soldiers, believing that their lord was finally taking action to rescue them. Their arrogance was palpable. Yet, they remained oblivious to the murderous intent radiating from Ho-Ye's face. With a swift motion, Ho-E unleashed his divine power, extending an arm the size of a meter into a length of several dozen meters. and grasped the arrogant demons, crushing them to death in an instant. With a twist of his hand, he unleashed a devastating force that reduced the bound demon generals to mere ashes, utterly annihilated. Demons, you deserve nothing less than death. Ho-E gritted his teeth, realizing that he must formulate a clear objective. All which generals, heed my command. From this day forth, train relentlessly. Within the next millennium, I shall eradicate over 100 demon tribes entrenched in the primordial land. Yes, the demon clan shall surely fall. The witch clan shall prevail. A throng of sorcerers erupted into exuberant shouts. They had long endured the tyranny of the demon clan, and despite the witch clan's indifference towards them, they were astonished to find their adversaries growing increasingly audacious. At last, a genuine confrontation with the demon clan was imminent. He observed the sorcerers marching off to practice, his gaze radiant with determination. In an instant, he pivoted, a streak of light flashing as he vanished from the Ho-E tribe, heading directly towards the ancestral hall of the witch clan atop Mount Bujo. Upon his arrival at the witch clan hall, he found the other ancestral witches already gathered. Di-jiang bore a grave expression, and the remaining ancestral witches turned their attention to Ho-E as he entered. "What is amiss?" Ho-E inquired. Xianming sighed deeply. "Today, many young witches from our tribe have been captured by the demon clan and taken as prisoners. Among them are several powerful witches." Ho-E was instantly taken aback. "What? Such occurrences have transpired in your domain as well?" He could not conceal his shock. The demon clan was evidently intent on provoking the witch clan. It seemed that a fierce battle between the two factions was unavoidable. Di-jiang's voice resonated ominously. Di-jun and Dong Huang, those two inept fools, were ruthlessly beaten by the Dragon Clan's Dragon Emperor, Zhou Yuan. Yet they still dare to provoke us? Do they hold the witch clan in contempt? Chapter 74. The Dragon Emperor appears at the Ancestral Hall, offering strategies. In the vicinity of the Demon Court's territory, news of Di-jun and Dong Huang Tai being mercilessly thrashed by Zhou Yuan had spread like wildfire among the major clans of the Hongjun. As a formidable faction within the Hongjun continent, the witch clan was certainly aware of this. "Elder brother, we must deliberate this matter concerning the demon clan with caution." The prudent Ho-Tu stepped forward. As soon as Ho-Tu finished speaking, Zhu Rong immediately retorted, "Humph. The demon clan has been excessively insolent towards the witches. What is there to deliberate? You are being overly cautious. Ho-Tu." Zhu Rong speaks wisely. Whether it be the demon clan or the dragon clan, should they dare to infringe upon us, we will retaliate in kind. Indeed, the might of our witch clan is well known across the Hongjun. The ancestral witches began to boast of the developments within their respective tribes. Each face radiated an air of unassailable confidence. They were all exceedingly self-assured. Not only were they unafraid of confronting the demon clan, but they would also gladly take on the dragon clan if called upon. Di-jiang's eyes flickered as he began to contemplate in the current state of the Hongjun. Although his witch clan was formidable, Di-jiang was not primarily concerned with the demon clan, but rather with the dragon clan lurking in the seas. While attacking the demon clan posed little issue, he pondered whether other factions might seize the opportunity to intervene during a conflict. And what if the dragon clan took advantage as well? Though Di-jiang was not intimidated by the dragon clan's power, he recognized the necessity of remaining vigilant. After all, it was unlikely that anyone else in the Hongjun could so brazenly strike down two demon emperors in the presence of Hongjun. As the elder brother of the witch clan, Di-jiang had to weigh his options carefully. A single misstep in his commands could jeopardize the entire future of the witch clan. Furthermore, the Hongjun was not solely comprised of the witch and demon clans. The dragon clan represented an enigmatic and substantial threat, particularly with their dragon emperor, Zhou Yuan. Di-jiang was uncertain of the extent of Zhou Yuan's capabilities. The transformation of a blue dragon into a 10-clawed golden dragon was no trivial feat, especially when considering that he had cultivated many of his dragon descendants into beings of golden dragon bloodline. The dragon clan was no longer the mere mounts and playthings they once were. Di-jiang saw this with remarkable clarity. In truth, as the elder brother of the witch clan, Di-jiang was not inclined to seek conflict. The present Hongjun was characterized by the presence of 3 clans rather than just 2. Should any 2 factions engage in battle, it would inevitably disrupt the existing balance. The key was that the first to strike would suffer the consequences. If two clans went to war, the third would undoubtedly reap the benefits. However, the demon clan seemed unrelenting in their provocations, compelling the witch clan to respond. Report. Just as Di Jiang was deep in thought, a soldier rushed in urgently. Speak. Di Jiang furrowed his brow and commanded. It is dire news. Reports indicate that over 30 powerful witches have been captured by the demon clan. What? Is the demon clan insane? Blast it! Di Jiang fumed. Send word. Assemble 100,000 soldiers from the witch clan. We shall march against the demon clan and confront them at their court. With Di Jiang's command, the other ancestral witches were instantly invigorated, particularly Zhu Rong, who had long yearned for a direct confrontation with the demon clan. His wish was finally about to be fulfilled. This time, he was determined to capture Di Jun and Dong Huang. However, just then, an enigmatic aura of the golden dragon enveloped the hall, swiftly spreading throughout the ancestral hall. The might of the 10-clawed golden dragon was unmistakable, the witch energy was instantly repelled, clearing a path that, in the blink of an eye, a poised and handsome man strode in. Ah, it is Zhou Yuan. Ho Yi exclaimed. Have you lost your composure? Rushing to assault the demon court is unwise. Zhou Yuan's voice was calm, yet it carried an undeniable draconic authority. What do you mean by that? Zhou Yuan, are you belittling our witch clan? Since when did our clan's affairs require the intervention of your dragon clan? Zhu Rong, with his fiery temper, shot back, but was silenced by a cold glare from Di Jiang. Guests are to be treated as such. Bring forth a seat for the Dragon Emperor. Di Jiang displayed his composure. Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction, taking a seat with an air of nonchalance, casually crossing his legs. Dragon Emperor, have you come to our witch clan merely to express such sentiments? Di Jiang inquired. With 3 clans coexisting, it is known that one mountain cannot accommodate 2 tigers, let alone 3 great clans standing together. Di Jiang harbored doubts about the Dragon Clan's altruism in offering strategies to the Witch Clan. He suspected ulterior motives. Zhou Yuan cast a glance at Di Jiang and smiled lightly. Indeed, the elder brother Di Jiang is astute. You are correct. I, the Dragon Emperor, have my own interests at heart. Regarding the recent events beyond the Demon Clan's domain, I trust your witch clan is well aware of the Demon Clan's insults toward my Dragon Clan. There can be no reconciliation between the Dragon and Demon clans. Upon hearing this, Di Jiang couldn't help but smile inwardly, thinking reconciliation. Is that even possible? Zhou Yuan disregarded such nuances and continued, to be candid. If your witch clan were to lead 100,000 soldiers against the demon court due to the disappearance of a few powerful witches, you would lose without even engaging in battle. The first loss would stem from instigating a war without solid evidence. The second would arise from the calamity that would befall the beings of Hongjun due to war, leading to chaos across the land. Di Jiang felt a tightening in his chest upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words. Indeed, they had almost instigated a disaster. But the demon clan has gone too far. How can such grievances go unresolved? Dragon Emperor, is there a path towards reconciliation? Zhou Yuan replied. This matter is both simple and complex. The key lies in forcing the demon clan to strike first, observing the contemplative expression on Di Jiang's face. Zhou Yuan thought to himself, this child can be taught. There was no other choice for Zhou Yuan. Moments ago, the system had presented him with a dilemma. One option was to instigate a war between the witches and demons to obtain greater opportunities in the future. The second was to join the Heavenly Tao and collectively control the Hongjun. Upon reflection, he realized that joining the Heavenly Tao would merely render him a puppet like Hongjun, which was far from his desire. As for the first option, while the prospect of gaining greater opportunities was enticing, Zhou Yuan could only smile wryly, for the system seemed to have learned to paint grandiose pictures. However, the war between the witches and demons was a natural occurrence dictated by the Heavenly Tao, and his intervention would align with that flow. Yet, the witches and demons had largely maintained a lack of friction due to the Dragon Clan's endeavors in the Hongjun, continuously acquiring techniques and weapons to elevate themselves. Additionally, having just clashed with Di Jun and Dong Huang, it would be inappropriate for him to confront the Demon Clan. Thus, he had arrived at the ancestral hall atop Mount Buzhou. unexpectedly upon his arrival. He overheard the 12 ancestral witches discussing plans to mobilize against the demon court, which astonished even Zhou Yuan. After contemplating for a moment, Zhou Yuan resolved to escalate the conflict between the witches and demons. He decided to bypass the Second War entirely and leap straight into a cataclysmic event, and no need for further complications. Meanwhile, as Di Jiang and Zhou Yuan engaged in their dialogue, the surrounding ancestral witches were left utterly perplexed. Was there truly so much at stake? Was it merely a matter of warfare? Why all the fuss? The dialogue between Zhou Yuan and Di Jiang resonated with them, as if they were listening to the sacred scriptures of Buddhism. Observing the scene, Zhou Yuan could not help but exclaim that Di Jiang, the leader of the witch tribe, was indeed the most suitable candidate for the role, that a group of brutes who only knew how to throw punches could not compare to Di Jiang's intellect. At this moment, with a serious expression, Di Jiang leaned forward, asserting that it was essential for the witch tribe to strike first, for that would provoke a counterattack from the monster tribe. After stating this, Di Jiang smiled contentedly to himself. Zhou Yuan, however, nearly spat out a mouthful of blood in disbelief. Unable to contain himself, Zhou Yuan let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens. The witch tribe was truly a family of talents. In Chapter 75, the dragon tribe devised a scheme against the ancestral witch spells. Zhou Yuan gazed at Di Jiang, momentarily a loss for words. After pondering briefly, he replied with a faint smile, "Let this matter be entrusted to me." The Dragon Emperor, "But I have one condition." A glint of brilliance flashed in Zhou Yuan's eyes that he proposed that the dragon tribe soldiers learn the spells of the witch tribe. What? The other ancestral witches were taken aback. Each one stunned to have the dragon descendants practice their witch spells. Zhou Yuan was indeed playing a clever game, attempting to outmaneuver the witch tribe's techniques. This was unacceptable. Zhu Meng, one of the witches, immediately stood up to voice his strong opposition. The other ancestral witches were also prepared to refuse. However, before Zhu Meng could finish his sentence, their elder brother Di Jiang interrupted him directly, exclaiming, "But," Di Jiang readily agreed. If it meant bringing down the monster tribe, collaborating with the dragon tribe could indeed be a sound strategy. With countless witch techniques at their disposal, it would be a simple task to fool those dragon descendants. Although Di Jiang appeared to acquiesce readily, his heart was already filled with a sinister glee. Zhou Yuan also harbored a wicked smile within. He had long discerned Di Jiang's intentions, but felt that Di Jiang was underestimating the dragon tribe. Did he truly believe they could be easily deceived? Time would tell. After the agreement was reached, Zhou Yuan swiftly returned to the Dragon Palace in the East Sea. The dazzling and resplendent Dragon Palace was already bustling with the leaders of various dragon factions. "Your Majesty, we pay our respects to the Dragon Emperor." The clamor of respect echoed as the dragon ministers all bowed deeply to Zhou Yuan. Recently, their dragon emperor had engaged in a fierce battle with two monster emperors in the void, an event that had shocked the entire dragon tribe. This was no ordinary skirmish. It had even caught the attention of the heavenly Dao Hongjun, spreading throughout the vast wilderness. Reports circulated that the two monster emperors were left bloodied by the dragon emperor's might, and some claimed that Dong Huang Tai had lost a tooth, causing him to speak with a lisp, making it difficult for him to complain upon Hongjun's arrival. In short, the myriad of legends became a hot topic of discussion among countless beings of the wilderness. The leaders of the dragon tribes grew increasingly respectful and reverent toward Zhou Yuan. Their dragon emperor had truly brought great honor to the dragon tribe. Present, the dragon tribe's status in the wilderness was soaring. Apart from the monster and witch tribes, the other major factions dared not provoke the dragons, and no need for formalities. The ministers rose and respectfully stood on either side of the palace. "We report to the Dragon Emperor that the Qianquan Treasure Hall has already produced over 100 million weapons and equipment for the dragon tribe. We report to the Dragon Emperor that our dragon tribe's enterprises have netted over 10 billion. We report to the Dragon Emperor that we have recently formed a team of great Luo golden immortals who have studied hundreds of dragon techniques." Excitedly, each dragon leader came forth to report on the latest developments within the dragon tribe. "Excellent." Zhou Yuan nodded in satisfaction that it seemed that during his absence, the dragon tribe had not faltered in its progress. "Convey my decree. Command Ao Jin to lead the great Luo golden immortal team to the witch tribe to study their spells." "Yes, The officer stationed at Zhou Yuan's lower right, though unsure why they should study the witch techniques, dared not defy the Dragon Emperor's wishes and promptly responded. Then, a commotion erupted within the hall. The ministers were all filled with confusion. Why would the Dragon Emperor issue such a command? The witch tribe, adhering to the tenets of the Pangu great deity, practiced the path of physical cultivation, and their spells encompassed the mastery of water, fire, wind, thunder, and more, renowned as the foremost among the great tribes of the wilderness. How could the ancestral witches possibly agree to allow the dragon tribe to learn their techniques? Yet, the dragon tribe had already mastered hundreds of their own spells. If they could learn techniques from different tribes, it might lead to further advancement. However, the witch tribe would never permit the dragon tribe to learn their spells. Did the Dragon Emperor intend to provoke war with the witch tribe? A conflict between the dragon and witch tribes could not guarantee a victor, especially with 12 quasi-saints among the witches. This was a precarious situation. Zhou Yuan ignored these murmurs, maintaining a calm demeanor that commanded respect. In a deep, authoritative voice, he called out, Hongjun, step forward. Among the agitated ministers, a golden dragon clad in battle attire emerged. I heed the Dragon Emperor's command. Hongjun knelt on one knee, hands cupped, respectfully addressing Zhou Yuan, his gaze filled with admiration. I command you to lead the great Luo Golden Immortal team to the witch tribe to study their spells seriously and diligently. The ancestral witches are transformed from the 12 impurities of the Pangu Emperor. Each of these quasi-saints possesses their own mastery of witch techniques, covering a vast array of elements, including metal, wood, water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, time, space, and weather. I order you to grasp these techniques thoroughly. This is an opportunity. Understood. Hongjun accepted the order and immediately set about gathering the great Luo Golden Immortal Dragon warriors, marching forth towards the witch tribe. This formidable team consisted of over 10,000 golden dragons, the strongest fighting force of the dragon tribe. Departing from the EC, they journeyed towards the unyielding mountains of the wilderness, traversing through waters, beaches, plains, and over mountains. However, with the strength of the great Luo Golden Immortals, Hongjun led his team to reach the unyielding mountains in just 3 hours, to the forefront of the ancestral witch's dojo. A vast expanse of land was filled with a sea of golden dragons. Clad in battle armor and wielding weapons, these golden dragons appeared ready for war. Onlookers might mistake them for a prelude to a conflict between the dragon and witch tribes. The Golden Dragon Battalion instantly became a striking sight near the unyielding mountains. Surrounding wilderness cultivators gathered atop their respective peaks, peering down at the base of the unyielding mountains, their chatter erupting into a frenzy. What is happening? Why are there suddenly so many golden dragon warriors? I thought the witch tribe was about to engage the monster tribe. Turns out it's a dragon tribe. I heard the witch tribe has been training their soldiers, seemingly preparing for war. But against the monster tribe, who do you think would win? It's hard to say. The witch tribe has been rigorously training at the unyielding mountains, and with the 12 ancestral witches frequently appearing, they are clearly preparing for the impending conflict. I believe the witch tribe has the upper hand, especially with 12 quasi-saints backing them. I, however, believe the dragon tribe stand a good chance, ever since Zhou Yuan ascended to the throne as the new dragon emperor. The dragon tribe has undergone a tremendous transformation as for their current combat capabilities. It is evident from this great Luo Golden Immortal team. At that moment, all the cultivators within the vicinity of the unyielding mountains, spanning hundreds, even thousands of miles, were stirred. Each one peered towards the direction of the unyielding mountains, hoping for a swift conclusion to the conflict, regardless of whether it was between the witch and monster tribes or the witch and dragon tribes. As the only ones who would suffer the consequences were the weaker cultivators like themselves. Since ancient times, amidst the chaos of war, it is always the weak and the unconnected who bear the brunt of suffering. As for the warring factions, they either live or perish. Surrounding Mount Buzhou, countless cultivators were engaged in hushed whispers. Some bored cultivators even began to wager on the outcome of the impending conflict between the dragon and witch clans. Offering up Hongjun coins as stakes, that a young tiger demon boldly presented 100 Hongjun coins to a fellow clansman, confidently declaring, "I bet the dragon clan will lose." At that moment, within the confines of the Buzhou Mountain Dojo, A towering figure of a primordial witch strode forth, accompanied by several other equally imposing primordial witches. At the forefront was the great witch Kwafu, followed closely by the mighty Hui, the formidable Zhuojin. Zhurong and Gonggong, they're coming out. Look, it's Kwafu. The great witch Kwafu, shouted a small golden immortal hidden 300 meters away on the mountainside. Instantly, all eyes turned in that direction. Every creature of Hongjun felt a wave of tension wash over them. It's happening. The great witch Kwafu is making a move. Oh my, this is so nerve-wracking. Is he about to draw his sword? It's over. Kwafu ranks among the top of the primordial witches. If he strikes, that golden dragon is doomed. Look, the golden dragon is flinching, so frightened that it forgot to draw its weapon. At that moment, if Hongjun had heard these words, he would surely have been enraged to the point of spitting blood. Damn it! I came here to cultivate. Who is being cowardly? You're the one who's cowardly. The surrounding cultivators, oblivious to his thoughts, were on edge, their nerves taut as they fixated on Kwafu and the golden dragon before him. However, to the astonishment of all beings and cultivators, just when they believed Kwafu was about to strike the golden dragon, he merely extended his hand in a natural gesture, inviting the dragon in. What? This left everyone dumbfounded, searching for their jaws. What is Kwafu doing? Is he actually inviting the golden dragon? Can someone explain what is happening? They haven't even commenced battle. Has the witch clan truly surrendered? How can Kwafu be so humble? Why is he being so courteous to the golden dragon? What does this mean? I'm increasingly confused. Wow, the witch clan is this cowardly, bowing down before the dragon clan. They haven't even started fighting yet, and they're already conceding? My 100 Hongjun coins. In that moment, countless Hongjun cultivators wore expressions of shock. They had anticipated a fierce battle, and some had even prepared defenses to avoid collateral damage should a conflict arise. Yet, after waiting for what felt like an eternity, this was the outcome. Meanwhile, on the other side, tens of thousands of golden dragon warriors, under the welcome of the 5 great witches, were making their way towards the witch clan's dojo within Mount Bujo. Hongjun followed Kwafu into the depths of Mount Bujo. Initially, Hongjun was somewhat apprehensive. Could the vastness of Mount Bujo accommodate their army of over 10,000 golden dragon warriors? However, upon entering, he soon realized his concerns were unfounded. The interior of Mount Bujo stretched for thousands of kilometers, filled with countless palaces exuding a strong aura of the witch clan. Even Hongjun couldn't help but feel a jolt of admiration within. The witch clan truly was a dominant force on the Hongjun continent. And oh wonder the Yuanlong Emperor had summoned him to study the witch clan's techniques. It seemed this was indeed a tremendous opportunity. If he could master the witch clan's arts, the dragon clan would possess not only dominion over the seas, but also the might to command the Hongjun continent. The Yuanlong Emperor was undoubtedly the rightful ruler of the dragon clan, and this foresight was beyond what these soldiers could fathom. Not only them, but even the dragon clan's ministers likely could not have envisioned such a prospect. To have the primordial witches personally greet them and impart their techniques was not something just anyone could achieve. Thus, when the Yuanlong Emperor proposed this plan, they were all taken aback, some even thinking the Dragon Emperor intended to wage war against the witch clan Hongjun mused. If the Dragon clan had possessed such ideas years ago, they would not have become the target of bullying by the various clans of Hongjun, nor would they have fallen to the point of being the despised cheap dragons that everyone sought to attack. Unbeknownst to Hongjun, at that moment, Kwafu and the other great witches were equally astonished by the might of this battalion of golden dragons. The several primordial witches had not anticipated that the Dragon clan could produce such a formidable contingent of Deluo golden immortal warriors. The great witches exchanged glances, communicating silently. When did the Dragon clan spawn so many Deluo golden immortals? I have no idea. I just caught a glimpse. There must be over 10,000. Damn, our witch clan's Deluo golden immortals don't even exceed 5,000. That Zhou Yuan is impressive. Before long, Hongjun and the golden dragons, under the guidance of the great witches, arrived at the prearranged dojo. Passing through a deep azure stone wall, they entered a vast expanse measuring at least 100 kilometers. Hongjun thought, it seems this is the space the witch clan has specifically prepared for the golden dragon. Surrounding this area were small structures resembling bookshelves, filled with various witch clan techniques. Jean approached them. Noticing this, Kwafu quickly followed, saying, "These are the witch clan's techniques prepared for our golden dragon friends that, in the time to come, we will send our strongest Aluo golden immortals to take turns instructing the golden dragon friends. Should you have any questions, feel free to ask." Jean remained silent, his gaze fixed on the techniques. After surveying the area, he found that they were indeed as Zhou Yuan had described. The witch clan was being rather cunning, merely presenting these inconsequential minor techniques. With a faint smile, Jean replied, "Great witch Kwafu. To be frank, I have come at the behest of the Dragon Emperor to study the techniques, and the Dragon Emperor has already provided instructions. However, none of the techniques you have prepared cover any of the fundamental elements such as metal, wood, water, fire, wind, rain, thunder, lightning, time, space, or weather. Great witch Kwafu, let's not make things difficult for each other. Please return and inform Ancestor Dijiang. If the witch clan continues to display such a lack of sincerity, I, Jean, shall have no choice but to lead my troops back and report truthfully to the Dragon Emperor." Upon hearing this, Kwafu's expression changed drastically, realizing, this golden dragon is indeed not easily deceived. "Dao friend Jean, please wait here. I will go and report to my elder brother." Kwafu and the other great witches departed in succession. Jean watched their retreating figures, a wicked smile creeping onto his face. "Humph. You think you can fool my dragon clan? Not a chance." In the Ancestor Witch Hall, Dijiang rhythmically tapped his fingers on the table, deep in thought for a moment before instructing Kwafu. "First, let Zhurong and Gonggong prepare some intermediate water and fire techniques for the golden dragons to study today. As for the rest, we shall see if Zhou Yuan makes any further gestures." Dijiang was not foolish. If Zhou Yuan dared to deceive him, the golden dragons would not be permitted to leave. However, doing nothing would be akin to empty-handedly snatching a wolf. That was simply impossible. The witch clan had achieved their current status through careful caution. "Understood," Kwafu acknowledged before departing. Zhurong and Gonggong, however, were not satisfied. Upon hearing that the golden dragons were to study Zhurong's fire techniques, Zhurong objected. "My elder brother, my fire techniques are among the most significant of the witch clan's arts. I es it appropriate to so easily grant them to the dragon warriors." Zhurong's words prompted Gonggong's ire. Water laws surged around him, conjuring up violent waves as he shouted at Zhurong. "Zhurong, what do you mean by that? Are you implying your fire techniques surpass my water techniques? Why should the golden dragons practice my water arts?" "I know you, Zhurong, have always looked down on me." As Zhurong was accused, flames erupted in fury above his head. "Exactly. What? If you're not satisfied, let us settle this with a duel right now. A challenge is a challenge." "Are you afraid of me?" The two of them, right before Dijiang, began to quarrel fiercely. Water and fire are irreconcilable. The ancestor of fire and the ancestor of water have always held disdain for one another. If it weren't for Dijiang's usual mediation, they would have fought countless times by now. "Silence," Dijiang bellowed, and only then did they cease their bickering. Rubbing his throbbing temples, Dijiang felt a wave of headache wash over him. Among the 12 ancestors, the most troublesome for Dijiang were undoubtedly Zhurong and Gonggong. Water and fire are inherently at odds. Dijiang can only exert a limited suppressive effect. But achieving genuine reconciliation between these two is utterly impossible. The other ancestors present, witnessing their elder brother's anger, dared not speak further. They quietly whispered encouragements to Zhurong and Gonggong, urging, "Stop your quarrel. Can't you see that elder brother is displeased?" At this moment, Zhu Meng quietly interjected, "Indeed, if you must fight, do so away from elder brother." Ho Tu cast a disapproving glance at Zhu Meng. "You shall not fight even when you return. The 12 ancestors must unite and wield our strength in unison." Ho Tu spoke with fervor. Alas, the eventual downfall of the witch clan stemmed precisely from their disunity. "Ancestor, the slaughterhouse is ready. You may proceed." Just as Gonggong and Zhurong were entangled in their conflict, a minor soldier of the witch clan rushed in to report to Dijiang. "Damn it, I'm utterly stifled. At last, I can vent my frustrations." Dijiang rose and headed towards the so-called slaughterhouse prepared by his subordinates. This slaughterhouse was specifically established for the execution of captured demon soldiers. Many of the powerful witches and countless lesser witches who had disappeared were likely to have met with misfortune. The relationship between the witch and demon clans was at its most tense. If captured by the enemy, the most probable outcome would be merciless slaughter. But Di Jiang, already vexed by Zhu Rong and Gong Gong, saw an opportunity to channel his frustrations through the captured demon warriors. Meanwhile, in his dragon palace, Zhou Yuan was leisurely enjoying fresh fruit. Like a tea that moment, a golden dragon spy rushed in from outside. "Reporting to your majesty, the Dragon Emperor, a new discovery. Under Commander A.O. Jin's leadership, our golden dragon warriors entered Mount Buzhou not long ago. And for some unknown reason, the great witches Zhu Rong and Gong Gong came out in a fit of rage. Confronting each other with blades drawn, Zhou Yuan was initially taken aback, but soon a smile blossomed on his lips. Ha ha! He burst into hearty laughter. The golden dragon spy, however, wore a perplexed expression. Zhou Yuan waved his hand dismissively. Excellent! Investigate further! Yes, the golden dragon spy darted out. Zhou Yuan sat down, plucking a glistening grape and popping it into his mouth. Previously, he had been contemplating how to stoke the flames of discord between the witch and demon clans. But unexpectedly, A.O. Jin, whom he had sent to study witchcraft, had inadvertently facilitated this. Zhou Yuan understood that Gong Gong and Zhu Rong had always been at odds, and it was their violent clash that ultimately led to the shattering of Mount Buzhou. The Heavenly Pillar. With the Heavenly Pillar broken, a massive gap opened in the sky, causing damage to the demon court situated in the void above. However, it seemed something was amiss. Where were the golden crows? Could it be that the 10 golden crows had merely circled around the eastern sea and ended their mission? They had yet to wreak havoc upon the primordial world. If this were overlooked, it would deprive the great witches Kuafu and Ho-E of their stage to display their prowess. If one is to instigate the calamity between the witch and demon clans, it must be done thoroughly. With this thought, Zhou Yuan's figure flickered as he made his way to Mount Tianlong. Just as he landed, 7 little ones rushed toward him, each brandishing various small magical artifacts, all of which were imbued with considerable merit and fortune. Where did these come from? Zhou Yuan's face darkened. Did I not tell you not to casually take others' belongings? What if they have hidden traps? What if someone with ill intentions uses them against me? Zhou Yuan began to intimidate them. The eldest of the Gore children was the first to bounce forward, holding up a small gadget. Father, you misunderstand. This was brought to us by Mother. She brought us many toys. And they are all amazing. As he spoke, the eldest Gore child activated a mini spinning top, which created a 3-meter-wide vortex in the void. After the eldest demonstration, the other little ones eagerly raised their own toys to showcase to their father. Each child wished to impress their father. All right, Zhou Yuan hurriedly interjected, thinking to himself, these are not toys. If you were to be thrown into my past world, you would cause a great deal of trouble with these so-called toys. Mother, it goes without saying that it must be Niuhua who visited. When did your mother leave? It's been a while, they replied. Zhou Yuan nodded slightly, sighing, Mother is indeed more meticulous than father, since ancient times. Fathers have been the epitome of carelessness. Niuhua even thought to bring these little ones toys, and those toys are clearly extraordinary. Behind several of the Gore children was a massive bag. Zhou Yuan approached and was nearly struck speechless. Chapter 78. Are the heaven-mending stones mere toys? Niuhua, you spendthrift. Within that enormous golden bag were countless treasures. It was evident that these were postnatal spiritual treasures born in Niuhua's palace. However, the playful nature of these treasures suggested that Niuhua intended for the Gore children to enjoy them. What astonished Zhou Yuan, however, was that he discovered a substantial clump of earth-colored soil within this toy bag. As Zhou Yuan's gaze fell upon these soil clumps, 5 prominent characters flashed in his mind. Materials for mending the sky. Zhou Yuan's face turned pale, and the veins on his forehead throbbed that he thought to himself, how can Niuhua be so careless? She actually took materials for mending the sky to let these little rascals play with. Just then a chubby little hand darted inside with lightning speed, snatching up a piece of the mending stone material and began to play with it, squeezing and throwing it on the ground, attempting to fashion a brand new clay figurine. Seeing this, the other Gore children, finding it amusing, reached out to snatch it away. This is material for mending the sky. Ancestors, stop! Zhou Yuan shouted urgently, with a surge of true energy. He directly secured the mending stone into his possession. The Gore children were startled into a shiver. If your mother is a spendthrift, that's one thing, but you little rascals are joining in the chaos too. Realizing his reaction had been excessive, Zhou Yuan awkwardly cleared his throat. Considering that he still needed these little rascals' assistance during this trip to Mount Tianlong, he adopted a gentle paternal expression and slowly said to the Gore children, "Father will find you an exciting companion. How does that sound?" Returning to the main point, Zhou Yuan's purpose in coming to Mount Tianlong was to incite the Golden Crows to emerge from the Sun Star and roam the primordial world. After all, they were all children, and rallying them would be more effective. Upon hearing they would have a new companion, the Gore children became instantly excited, chattering animatedly. Zhou Yuan, feeling overwhelmed, pointed toward the Sun Star in the distance. Without a second thought, the Gore children bolted off, kicking up clouds of dust in their wake. After they left, Zhou Yuan quickly crouched down, continuing to rummage through the golden bag filled with toys, muttering complaints. Niwa is far too carefree. With so many treasures, she gives them all to these little rascals to squander. She truly does not know how to live wisely. He mused to himself. Have I married a spendthrift? Of course. The Eastern Sea is filled with countless treasures. Are these all there is? Zhou Yuan harbored a profound disdain. Primarily, he was apprehensive that some object akin to them might fall into the hands of Niwa. Furthermore, Zhou Yuan's disregard for these postnatal spiritual treasures stemmed from the existence of the Qian Ding in the East Sea, a paramount artifact capable of refining endless magical treasures and transforming postnatal spiritual treasures into innate ones. However, this did not imply that Niwa's treasures were inferior. On the contrary, these artifacts, having originated from Saint's dojo and imbued with the boundless merit and fortune of the Huahuang Palace, were inherently suffused with immense merit. Any one of them, if cast into the wilderness, would be a coveted prize. That's simply excessive, Zhou Yuan muttered, shouldering the bag and heading toward the sacred dragon altar. I should stow these items away first. Allowing those little rascals to play with them would be an egregious waste, he chuckled to himself, thinking he ought to wait until he had refined the merit and fortune from these treasures before letting them have their fun. Just as Zhou Yuan meticulously arranged these magical treasures, which were also toys, he noticed 7 little figures, completely covered in soot, appearing at the entrance of the sacred dragon altar. Their faces and bodies were charred black from the fire. When they spoke, a row of pearly white teeth gleamed in stark contrast. Had it not been for their familiar shapes and the gourds atop their heads, Zhou Yuan might not have recognized them at all. Zhou Yuan struggled to suppress his laughter, but failed miserably, bursting into hearty guffaws. I could see that moment. The Gore children, seemingly overwhelmed by grievances, could no longer hold back and began to weep uncontrollably. Father's bad. We must tell Mother to punish him. They sobbed, their bodies trembling with indignation, as if they had suffered the gravest injustices. Nonetheless, the Gore children, born in the Tianlong Mountains, had seldom ventured outside. This first excursion had led them directly into Zhou Yuan's arrangement for them to visit the Sun Star, where the innate fire of the Golden Crows was far beyond their capacity to withstand. Being naive, the Gore children had been lured by Zhou Yuan's words and had rushed out without contemplating the consequences. Do not speak ill of me. I ask you, is there a little companion on the Sun Star? Zhou Yuan queried. The Gore children nodded. Then how does that differ from what I told you? They shook their heads at, Oh, you still wish to find companions to play with. They nodded again, only to immediately shake their heads in fear. My goodness, we almost became roasted piglets just now. And you want to go again? This time, I absolutely refuse. However, the allure of new friends remained. Zhou Yuan, keenly perceptive, discerned the children's thoughts. He feigned nonchalance, glancing aside, and suggested, if you wish to play, devise your own means. Is there not someone who dotes on you greatly? Perhaps they have fireproof artifacts. The Gore children, transformed from their innate roots, immediately grasped Zhou Yuan's implication. In the blink of an eye, the 7 little figures vanished without a trace. In the Taisu heaven. Within the Huahuang Palace, Niwa felt a pang of maternal concern as she crouched down to inspect each little one, ensuring they were unscathed before she finally relaxed, sitting upon the lotus throne. Her expression turned serious and outgoing. Her tone was firm and brooked no objection. The 7 little ones instantly surrounded her, pleading and coaxing, "No, please, mother, you are the best." Niwa couldn't help but chuckle, her heart warming. Yet, she worried whether the golden crows, who were usually under strict supervision by Emperor June and seldom played with others, would be able to get along with the gourd children. Suddenly, one little one, sensing Niwa's hesitation, boldly approached and planted a kiss on her cheek. Niwa felt her heart melt. This was not her biological child, yet the affection felt even more profound. "Very well. You may play for a little while, but you must return to Tianlong Mountain when the time comes. Do you understand?" The gourd children nodded vigorously. Niwa waved her hand, and from the void descended 7 gossamer veils, each as thin as a cicada's wing, gently cloaking the children. "This is the fire-resistant veil I prepared for you, which can ignore the innate fire of the golden crows, but is time-limited. Therefore, you must remain distant from the golden crows within the allotted time. Do you comprehend?" Upon hearing this, the gourd children nodded fervently once more. At last, their wishes were granted. The 7 little ones laughed and skipped joyfully as they set off with the sun star once again down on the sun star. The 10 golden crows had been eagerly awaiting their arrival, peering through the cracks of the door, longing for the gourd children to come and play. "Brother, do you think the gourd brothers will return?" one asked. "It's hard to say, after being scorched by our fire. They might not come back," another replied. Just then, an excited voice rang out. "Brother, look, it's the gourd brothers." Chapter 79. The gourd children released the 10 golden crows. "Shh! Keep your voice down. Do you want to alert the guards sent by father to watch us? If that happens, we won't be able to leave." The golden crows were exceedingly cautious, since the last time they'd been tricked by Jean and Juanti into taking a bath in the EC, resulting in their failure to cleanse themselves and being ordered by the demon emperor never to leave the sun star. The vigilance had increased significantly. The appearance of the gourd brothers was a glimmer of hope for the golden crow's freedom. The mighty gourd child stepped forward and struck down, shattering the massive lock that bound the golden crows. Shui Hua and Hua, under the cover of Shenhua, had already incapacitated the guards watching over the golden crows. With the 10 golden crows liberated, they surged forth towards the wilderness, exhilarated. After so many years, I, the golden crow, have truly felt stifled. This time, we shall play to our heart's content and will not return until we are exhausted. Luya trailed behind, his expression complex. He thought to himself, "This feels wonderful out here, but I can't shake the feeling that sneaking out against father's wishes is wrong." Yet there was no other choice. The older golden crows would not listen to him. After all, he was the youngest, and his words carried little weight. The eldest golden crow, adopting a serious demeanor, instructed his brothers, "Let us act as we did last time, keeping our innate solar fire contained and maintaining a low profile." Low profile? Can the golden crows even exist without drawing attention? Meanwhile, the 7 gourd children had already been left behind by the excited golden crows. Now hundreds of kilometers away from the sun star. "Brother Hua, how can those golden crows run so fast?" One asked. "They're worse off than us. They've been trapped by their father in the sun star for countless years. They're now racing towards freedom," the gourd child reflected. Looking at the golden crows, they realized that at least their father did not imprison them in such a manner. Thus, the 10 golden crows once again emerged into the world. Although they had restrained their innate fire, they still could not fully control the true fire of the sun. Consequently, the wilderness could only accommodate 1 golden crow at a time. It was impossible for all 10 to be active simultaneously. As the golden crows frolicked freely, the wilderness began to blaze with flames. Countless dry grasses ignited, and fires began to flicker atop some mountains. The signs of calamity in the wilderness gradually emerged. As the golden crows soared over Kunlun Mountain, Yuan Shi Tianzun was in the Yusu Palace, imparting teachings to the disciples of the Chan sect. "What is happening outside?" Guang Changzi stood up, peering out with curiosity. "Master, it feels as though it is the fire of the golden crows," he replied. Before Guang Chengzi could finish speaking, a hurried disciple from the outer sect of the Chan sect rushed in. "Master, 10 massive fireballs have suddenly appeared above Kunlun Mountain. Wherever they pass, it is a sea of flames. Yuan Shi appeared somewhat surprised, but quickly regained his composure. He cast down a ray of golden light, instructing all disciples of the Chan sect, return to your respective dojos at once. Each of you shall receive a strand of this golden light to ensure your dojos remain unharmed for the time being. The disciples expressed their gratitude to Yuan Shi. Guang Chengzi, Ci, Hang Dao Run, and Ling Baota Fa Shi, after thanking Yuan Shi, promptly departed without a moment's delay, hastening back to their respective dojos. Yuan Shi Tianzun twirled the Hongyuan pearl in his hand, his brow slightly furrowed. The golden crows had only appeared once. They should not have returned so swiftly. There must be someone covertly manipulating events behind the scenes. The Primordial Supreme, one originally intended to diligently advance the cultivation of the disciples of the Chan sect before the calamity brought forth by the golden crows descended upon the wasteland. The aspiration was to surpass several other sections unexpectedly. The golden crows mobilized with remarkable swiftness. The devastation they wrought upon the primordial realm was certainly palpable to the saints. However, this occurrence was peculiar, as the rapidity of the events diverged significantly from their predictions. Nonetheless, the utmost priority at present is to safeguard their own sect with all their might. The Chan sect currently possesses strength that eclipses that of the other sections. Yet, while some rejoice, others are engulfed in despair. Once matters were settled on the side of the Primordial Supreme One, Shouyang Mountain, the birthplace of humanity, faced dire calamity. The human race, which had no foundational cultivation, found themselves utterly helpless in the face of such divine disasters. Furthermore, the human sect had yet to fully develop. Now, the entirety of humanity was plunged into a state of sheer panic, given the vast population of humanity. The catastrophic damage inflicted would severely hinder the development of the human sect to this very moment. The Supreme Lord of Taiji, holding a whisk, continuously waved it around Shouyang Mountain. With each sweep of the whisk, droplets of divine water cascaded upon humanity. As the luminous waters fell, at this moment, the great shaman he stepped forward respectfully and said, "Your Majesty Yuan Long, the primordial chaos is suffering under the tyranny of the 10 golden crows. If this matter remains unaddressed, the witch clan may face near extinction." And so, Zhou Yuan squinted, still enveloped in drowsiness. Zhu Meng and He exchanged glances and then nodded in unison, promptly kneeling before him. "We beseech your Majesty Yuan Long to assist the witch clan in overcoming this calamity. We have come at the behest of our elder brother, Emperor Jiang. Please do not decline." Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan leaned back, yawning repeatedly, his voice languid as he replied, "This matter concerns both the witch and demon clans. The dragon clan cannot act recklessly." Zhou Yuan outright rejected their plea. However, at that very moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his mind, indicating that the system had detected a new opportunity. The choices presented were: 1. Reject the witch clan. The system will confiscate 10 innate spiritual treasures, and the sacred Dragon Guardian array will be downgraded by 3 levels. 2. Agree to the witch clan's request. The system will reward 10 innate spiritual treasures, and the sacred Dragon Guardian array will continue to upgrade. Damn it, does the system take pleasure in my rest? It seems that every time I lie down, it insists on stirring up trouble. Zhou Yuan mused. I, Zhou Yuan, am not in need of innate spiritual treasures. The Dragon Clan has the Qian Kuan Ding. So why would we lack such treasures? Yet, tampering with the sacred Dragon Guardian array is a bit excessive. Targeting my vulnerabilities, are we? System, you are quite ruthless. Very well, you have won. Zhou Yuan sat up slowly. I shall lend my hand, but after this matter, I demand access to the witch clan's spell tomes in the Dragon Clan's marketplace. Agreed. Zhu Meng and He responded promptly. Zhou Yuan cast a sidelong glance at the two. Zhu Meng quickly replied, "My elder brother said that as long as your Majesty Yuan Long consents, the witch clan will accept any condition." Any condition? Zhou Yuan thought to himself, realizing that he might be at a disadvantage if he proposed his own conditions. His spirits lifted at once. Before he could finish, Zhu Meng interrupted. "Elder brother said we can only propose one condition." Zhou Yuan shot them a disdainful glance. thinking Emperor Jiang is exceedingly cunning. However, if it weren't for the system, even if they offered the ancestral witch hall to the dragon clan, he wouldn't care. Zhou Yuan lay back down again. Your Majesty Yuan Long, please, come with us quickly. If we delay any longer, the flames will reach our brows. Zhu Mang urged, but Zhou Yuan merely lay quietly and softly commanded, Ho Yi, fetch your divine bow. To deal with the golden crows, a single arrow will suffice. Unfortunately, at that moment, the great shaman Ho Yi had yet to attain enlightenment. This was likely due to the timing of the golden crows released by the gourd children, which had not yet aligned with Ho Yi's moment of realization. Furrowing his brow, Ho Yi questioned, what does this have to do with my divine bow? Nonetheless, he retrieved the bow from his waist. Your Majesty Yuan Long, this is Ho Yi's divine bow. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan swiftly sat up and accepted the sun-shooting bow from Ho Yi's hands. Truly a remarkable piece. Zhou Yuan marveled at its craftsmanship, quality, and intricate carvings, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Let us go. We shall shoot the sun. Chapter 81. Shooting the sun? There's no rush. The auspicious moment has not yet arrived. Meanwhile, on the side of the golden crows, Luya, trailing behind his brothers, felt an unsettling anxiety gnawing at him. He sensed that something terrible was about to unfold. Luya sprinted a few steps forward, positioning himself in front of his golden crow brothers. Brothers, I feel restless. We should hasten our return. Humph. Luya, must you always be the one to dampen our spirits? If you wish to return, then do so yourself. We have finally captured such an opportunity. Upon our return, our father will undoubtedly impose even stricter measures to confine us, and then we shall never escape. Brother, you speak as if our father does this for our own good. Luya retorted, displeased, step aside. Regardless, we will not return. As they spoke, the golden crows brushed Luya aside and strode away. Luya, feeling anxious yet powerless, resolved to head to the demon court alone, realizing that it was up to him to report the truth to their father. With that, Luya broke away from the ranks of the 10 golden crows and turned back toward the demon territory, Long Mountain. Zhou Yuan stood atop the peak, gripping the sun-shooting bow. Flanked by Zhu Mang, Ho Yi, and Aoj, I end at AT that moment. Zhou Yuan gazed into the distance at the enormous, round fireballs, seemingly recalling something. Where is Kwa Fu? Ho Yi paused, thinking to himself, this Yuan Long is rather tedious. Why has he suddenly inquired about Kwa Fu? What does that have to do with him? Kwa Fu, along with several other great shamans, was at the ancestral witch hall discussing how to confront the demon clan. However, he had likely returned to the Kwa Fu tribe by now. Indeed, when we set out for Tianlong Mountain, Kwa Fu was indeed at the ancestral witch hall. Ho Yi replied accurately. Now, the other ancestral shamans should have returned to their respective sanctuaries to tend to the witch spirits within their tribes. Zhou Yuan, upon hearing this, lowered the sun-shooting bow slowly. It seemed Kwa Fu had yet to initiate his pursuit of the Hongjun, set up the rocking chair. Hongjun promptly placed the rocking chair atop the peak. Zhou Yuan reclined back, leisurely swaying in the chair. Ho Yi and Zhu Mang exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of how to proceed. In a rush, the auspicious moment has not yet arrived, Zhou Yuan said languidly. The so-called auspicious moment was precisely when Kwa Fu would perish at the hands of the Golden Crows. Unfortunately, neither Ho Yi nor Zhu Mang were aware of this. Meanwhile, at the Kwa Fu tribe, just moments ago, when Luya had intercepted his Golden Crow brothers, the very position he stood in was directly above the Kwa Fu tribe. This led to catastrophic losses for the Kwa Fu tribe. Within the tribe, countless great and minor shamans were grievously injured, and numerous smaller tribes were reduced to ashes in the raging flames. Kwa Fu had just returned from the ancestral witch hall and was stunned by the sight before him. Regaining his composure, he charged out of the tribe in a fury, heading toward the direction of the Golden Crows. He traversed rivers and mountains, quenching his thirst by drinking from the rivers and resting against the mountains when weary, with the sky as his blanket and the earth as his bed. He pursued relentlessly, cursing in rage, Golden Crows, I shall personally rip you apart for the brothers of my Kwa Fu tribe who perished. Kwa Fu was truly enraged. His kin had either died or been grievously wounded. As a dignified quasi-saint, How could he fail to protect his own tribe? What would he have left if word of this got out? However, as Kwa Fu continued his pursuit, his thirst and hunger became unbearable. The critical moment came when he sought to drink from a nearby river, only to find it completely dried up, devoid of a single drop of water. Cursed golden crows, you have evaporated all the river water. Kwa Fu grew more exhausted with each step, until he became dizzy and, ultimately, his last vestiges of spiritual energy dissipated. His massive form collapsed with a thunderous crash. This scene was observed by countless hidden powerhouses in the shadows. Hongjun, while cultivating, casually glanced over. Not bad. Kwa Fu has met his demise as per the Celestial Order's design. Next, it will be time for Ho-I to shoot the sun. Hongjun thought to himself. Satisfied, and returned to his focused cultivation, this moment. The primordial chaos was engulfed in desolation. The cries of anguish echoed throughout, as the entire realm was ablaze. The lands and skies were shrouded in a fierce inferno. The sages had all shut their doors, remaining aloof from the calamity. Aside from discreetly arranging matters within their own sects, they took no further action. Even the Holy Mother Nuwa adopted a detached stance. There was no alternative. This was a tribulation decreed by the Celestial Order. The sages were powerless to intervene unless it involved a transcendent calamity that surpassed the Celestial Order, which might prompt their involvement. At Tianlong Mountain, upon witnessing the giant's body collapse, Zhou Yuan's lips curled into a slight smile as he inwardly declared, "The auspicious moment has arrived." The scene of Kwa Fu's demise filled Zhu Meng and Ho-I with profound sorrow and indignation. Especially Ho-I, who shared the closest bond with Kwa Fu among the 12 ancestral shamans. Zhou Yuan gently patted Ho-Yi's shoulder, proclaiming, "I shall avenge Kwa Fu on your behalf." Upon finishing his words, Zhou Yuan swiftly lifted the sun-shooting bow. Drawing back the bowstring and retracting his leg, he squinted slightly. Meanwhile, in the depths of the primordial demon court, within the holy hall of the demon emperor, the two great demon sovereigns, Dongwang Tai and Dijuan, sat cross-legged amidst swirling black clouds of demonic energy. Within the grand hall, demon officials stood in throngs to either side, while in the center of the hall, the golden crow Luya knelt. "Father, uncle, this is all that Luya wishes to report to you." The golden crow recounted in detail to the two demon sovereigns the events involving his brothers. From the unlocking of the gourd to the series of incidents that followed, the officials below murmured amongst themselves, expressing their concerns. Akati had not been long since the last escapade of the golden crow. Yet they had ventured out again, causing such a significant upheaval. What would become of them? The expressions of the literate demon officials were filled with worry. However, the demon general's position on the opposite side remained unfazed. One fierce tiger demon general stepped forward, clasping his hands respectfully before the two sovereigns, stating, "Your Majesties, the war between our demon clan and the witch clan is inevitable. Why not take advantage of this incident to declare war outright? Our demon soldiers are itching for a fight, eager to rend those barbarous witches into pieces. Indeed, I say the Golden Crows have done splendidly. Haha. This should surely inflict heavy losses upon the witch clan." The generals were invigorated, their spirits soaring. For many years, these demon generals had engaged in endless provocations against the witch clan, yet had never experienced a proper battle. Now, they finally glimpsed the hope of war. The two demon sovereigns remained silent, evidently deep in thought. Suddenly, the oppressive heat outside dissipated in an instant. The emergence of the golden crows meant that unless they returned to the sun star, their warmth would not simply vanish, unless they encountered misfortune. The entire holy hall of the demon emperor fell into a profound silence. Like a tea that moment, a demon soldier rushed in, panic-stricken, nearly stumbling as he ran. His face was filled with dread as he shouted, "This is terrible. The Golden Crows, the Golden Crows." Chapter 82. The Fall of the Nine Sons. Who did this? The demon soldier, in a state of panic, exclaimed, "The Golden Crows have been struck by the sun-shooting bow. All of them." As he spoke, the soldier's body turned limp, collapsing to the ground in terror, unable to utter another word. Dijuan sprang to his feet, a sense of foreboding crashing over him. Beside him, Dongwang Tai also stood abruptly. Outside, the naked heat had vanished, indicating that the Golden Crows had indeed met with disaster. Quick, dispatch someone to search for them. I must see them alive or dead. Dijun could hardly believe it. The Golden Crows were his own flesh and blood. If anything would happen, how would he face Shihi? The Golden Crows were the offspring of Dijun and Shihi. Due to their unique innate constitution, they had been under Dijun's strict guardianship since birth, with Shihi visiting occasionally. Furthermore, following the incident where the Golden Crows had gone to the East Sea for a bath, the Heavenly Tao had mandated that Dijun impose punishment upon them, leading to considerable discord between him and Shihi. At this moment, Dijun was torn between worrying for the Golden Crows and fretting over how to explain the situation to Shihi. The demon officials in the Holy Hall dared not utter a word, the atmosphere heavy with silence as they awaited the sovereign's orders. Dong Wang Tai, furious, paced back and forth within the hall. He bellowed at the demon officials. Search, bring back every last one of the Golden Crows to the demon court. With a resounding declaration, the officials vanished without a trace. The moment they exited the Holy Hall, discussions erupted among them. Inside the hall, everyone had suppressed their voices. The sun-shooting bow wielded by Ho-E was immensely powerful, the mightiest treasure in his possession. The Golden Crows being struck by it did not bode well. Indeed, Ho-E is truly arrogant. Regardless of the disputes between the two clans, he should not have targeted the Golden Crows. The elders are mistaken. Not long ago, one of my subordinates reported that the Golden Crows had emerged and directly incinerated the great witch Kwafu. Thus, the witch clan relinquished their final line of defense. However, it was said that the sun-shooting bow was fired from the Dragon Clan sovereign, Zhou Yuan, indicating that this matter might also involve the Dragon Clan. What? Such a significant event, and you did not report it to the two sovereigns earlier? The matter arose suddenly. It was merely the words of a minor soldier who had heard from a mountain deity of our demon clan, and the veracity remained questionable. So how could I easily report it? Moreover, did you not see the expression on Sovereign Dijun's face? How could I dare to speak out further? It appears that our demon clan and the witch clan are on the verge of a fierce confrontation. Indeed, it might even escalate to a three-clan war. After a brief deliberation, the demon officials began to take action, dispatching scouts to the Primordial continent to confirm the information with the beings of the Primordial demon clan. Simultaneously, the demon generals hurriedly returned to their respective camps to rally their troops in preparation for the imminent conflict. The entire demon clan was enveloped in a somber atmosphere. Within the holy hall of the demon emperor, 9 lifeless Golden Crow bodies lay covered by white cloth, neatly arranged in the center of the hall. Dijun's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Elu knelt beside the bodies of his brothers, weeping inconsolably. Dijun could not bear to approach, while Dong Wang Tai, filled with sorrow, stepped forward, trembling hands lifting the covering cloth. Beneath it, the Golden Crows had lost their Golden Crow essence and divine power. It was evident that they had been struck by the sun-shooting bow. Their spiritual essence extinguished, their bodies transformed into ordinary birds, plummeting from the cliffs of the Primordial Mountains to their deaths. Some of the Golden Crows were so mangled that their original forms were unrecognizable. Dong Wang Tai shook his head at Dijun. A profound sadness etched upon his face. As the uncle of the Golden Crows, he had always regarded them as his own. Witnessing this scene shattered him. Due to the gruesome nature of the scene, all the female members of the demon court were barred from entering. After a moment of silence, the entire demon court erupted into a chorus of wailing and lamentation. Dijun roared, "Which clan and Dragon Clan? I, Dijun, shall never coexist with you." In the ensuing hours, the demon clan organized funerary rites for the Golden Crows while clandestinely training their soldiers. Simultaneously, they discreetly transported demon soldiers to the Primordial continent, preparing for the impending conflict. During this period, the Witch Clan was also making preparations, eagerly awaiting the Demon Clan to initiate the assault, at which point they would rise in rebellion. Let it not be forgotten that instigating the Demon Clan to take the offensive was precisely the Witch Clan strategy. Of course, the death of the great witch Kwafu was an unforeseen incident. Meanwhile, at Tianlong Mountain, Zhou Yuan's act of shooting down the Golden Crows was indisputable at this moment, the great witch Ho-E and Jumeng, having expressed their gratitude to Zhou Yuan, had already returned to the ancestral witch hall of Buzhou Mountain with the sun-shooting bow. Zhou Yuan reclined comfortably in his rocking chair, eyes half closed, reveling in the abundant aura of merit enveloping him. To his surprise, being compelled to act had yielded a windfall of merit. Indeed, this was what one might call unexpected fortune. Ha ha! Poor Ho-Yi, while thanking Zhou Yuan with the sun-shooting bow in hand, remained oblivious to the fact that his merit had already been seized by Zhou Yuan. Ho-Yi, dear Ho-Yi, do not blame me. I simply wish to enjoy a peaceful slumber, yet you insisted on delivering this merit right to my doorstep. Alas, what more could I wish for? Zhou Yuan fanned himself, wearing an expression of self-satisfaction. However, unbeknownst to Zhou Yuan, as he basked in the comfort of his fortuitous victory, the great sages of the primordial realm were already engulfed in astonishment at his actions. At Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, the primordial heavenly venerable gazed contemplatively into the distance, lost in thought. Beside him sat Laozi and Tong Tian, two other sages, following the incident of the golden crows being struck down by Zhou Yuan. The sages were all taken aback. The event of Ho-Yi shooting down the sun was something that we sages could only predict within a century prior. How could the golden crows possibly have foreseen it? Tong Tian Daoist wore an expression of disbelief. Zhou Yuan was truly a formidable figure. According to my calculations, Zhou Yuan had already possessed the sun-shooting bow at that time, yet he did not shoot immediately. It was only after Quafu's demise that he drew back the bowstring and unleashed 9 arrows in rapid succession. Laozi spoke slowly. If that is the case, could it be that Zhou Yuan has even calculated the demise of Quafu under the sun? Upon hearing this, the primordial lord immediately retorted, "Impossible! Zhou Yuan, being merely a sub-saint, how could he possess such knowledge? It is nothing more than coincidence." The primordial lord remained unconvinced, scoffing, "In my eyes, Zhou Yuan is nothing but a fortunate wretch. A dragon of luck. His evolution into a golden dragon is solely due to his thick skin, relying on the merits and fortunes bestowed by Sister Enhua," as the primordial lord mentioned Enhua. His irritation grew. Laozi interjected, "Regardless of the circumstances, this time, the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans is inevitable." With that, Laozi flicked his hand, shaking the dust whisk he held. Although the impending war between the Wu and Yao did not concern us sages directly, it would be prudent to prepare for the worst. Laozi's words carried a deeper meaning. After finishing, he mounted his azure ox and vanished into Kunlun Mountain. Chapter 83. Dongwang mobilizes troops to Tianlong Mountain. Enhua takes action. Tong Tian and Yuanshi instantly comprehended their elder brother's implication. Laozi was subtly suggesting they safeguard their respective sects to avoid being caught off guard, as had happened when a golden crow previously emerged. Although this would not affect them as sages in the slightest, their concern lay with the newly established sections. The foundations were already shaky. Should anything untoward occur, it would spell trouble. Let us not forget that the Western sect eagerly awaited any misfortunes that might befall the 3 purities, hoping to capitalize on their losses and surpass them. Every sect aspires to be the foremost among all. Laozi naturally wished to prevent the 3 purities from being overshadowed by the Western sect. After Laozi departed, Tong Tian also bid farewell to the primordial lord and hurried back to Golden Ao Island. The 3 brothers discreetly devised measures to shield their respective sects from the impending calamity. At Zixiao Palace, Hongjun, who had been deeply engrossed in his cultivation, sensed an unusual disturbance following the fall of the 9 golden crows. What has transpired? Hongjun felt a twinge of unease. He promptly ceased his current practice and began to deduce the situation. Moments later, within his consciousness, he witnessed the scene of the golden crow being shot down by the sun shooting bow. To his astonishment, he discovered that it was Zhou Yuan wielding the bow. What is happening? How could Ho-Yi's sun shooting bow end up in Zhou Yuan's hands? At this moment, Hongjun's brow furrowed deeply. Determined to unravel the sequence of events, Hongjun began to push his deductions further. The revelations that followed startled him. Golden dragons. How could thousands of golden dragons appear in the ancestral Wu Hall? As he beheld the throng of golden dragons congregating within the confines of Buzhou Mountain, Hongjun's mind buzzed with confusion. What is the meaning of this? Why does my true self increasingly fail to comprehend the situation? Has the Wu clan allied with the Dragon clan? This was indeed a possibility. Observing the golden dragons, he realized they were all practicing the techniques of the Wu clan. Clearly, it was not the dragon clan that sought to attack the Wu clan. Rather, it appeared these two clans had formed an alliance to confront the Yao clan together. Thus, Zhou Yuan using Hou Yi's son's shooting bow to bring down the Yao clan's golden crow no longer seemed so peculiar. However, the unexpected collaboration between the dragon and Wu clans caught Hongjun by surprise. A sense of apprehension gripped him that if the calamity between the Wu and Yao involved the dragon clan as well, what repercussions might arise? Zhou Yuan had existed since ancient times, possessing the ability to predict the outcomes of events even between himself and Luo Ho back then, let alone in the current chaotic world. Many matters would undoubtedly escape no one's notice. Thus, it was not surprising that Zhou Yuan could discern that the bane of the golden crow was the sun's shooting bow. Hongjun's doubts gradually began to resolve, yet his concerns only intensified at Tianlong Mountain. Zhou Yuan had been enjoying a period of tranquility within the confines of the Tianlong Mountain Temple. The rocking chair he lounged in was continuously upgraded, becoming increasingly comfortable, now enhanced with various massage features. Once he reclined, he found it difficult to rise. Lying back, gazing at the distant shimmering light, he couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of the primordial world. He recalled how, upon his arrival, he had found himself in Tianlong Mountain, amidst a group of beleaguered dragon elders. At that time, he was merely a lowly Xianxian azure dragon, devoid of any substantial power. Yet now, he had transformed into a 10-clawed golden dragon, his cultivation surpassing that of a quasi-saint. Reaching the sub-saint realm, he had unified the dragon clan, elevating the golden dragon bloodline to a formidable legion of over 10,000. However, in the primordial world, achieving success is simple, but destruction is also not a difficult feat. As events unfolded, Zhou Yuan resolved to refrain from returning to the East Sea Dragon Palace for the time being. The order within the dragon clan had already been established. Many elders and ministers were well acquainted with their respective duties. On the surface, there were the Prime Minister Gai and Ao Jin managing affairs, while Anhua was overseeing matters behind the scenes. Zhou Yuan could confidently devote himself to his own cultivation. Most importantly, this was a critical juncture in the conflict between the Wu and Yao clans. The calamity of the Wu and Yao clans was no small matter, and Zhou Yuan wished to avoid further involvement. From his understanding of the primordial world, he knew that ultimately, both the Yao and Wu clans would fade from the annals of history. Having painstakingly elevated the dragon clan to its current standing and power, Zhou Yuan would not allow them to take any risks whatsoever. He had come to a realization. As long as they steered clear of the calamity of the Wu and Yao, and subsequently avoided the calamities of the Fengshen and Xiao, in short, if they could survive until the end, ensuring the demise of all others, the dragon clan would emerge as the ultimate victor. As long as the system did not present obstacles, he would refrain from meddling. Yet, fate had other plans. Just as Zhou Yuan closed his eyes, preparing for a restful slumber, a sudden commotion erupted outside the Tianlong Mountain Temple. A horde of demonic soldiers surged down from the Yao clan's heavenly realm, heading straight for the Tianlong Mountain Temple. Damn it! Zhou Yuan cursed under his breath. It seemed even the simplest desire for a peaceful sleep was beyond his reach. The Tianlong Mountain Temple had been fortified with the strongest defensive measures, rendering it impervious to the invading demonic soldiers. Nonetheless, the sheer number of them was bothersome. The entire Tianlong Mountain, once suffused with spiritual energy, was now shrouded in a thick miasma of demonic aura, darkening the atmosphere and dampening his spirits. Initially, Zhou Yuan wished to ignore the ruckus. However, after tossing and turning in vain, he could no longer endure it. Frustrated, he sat up, grabbed a nearby wooden stick, and prepared to confront the disturbance. At that moment, from the direction of the Anhua Palace, a radiant multicolored light descended. As the light faded, Anhua appeared, her ethereal form gliding gracefully down. With a slight furrow of her brow, she displayed her displeasure. Before her graceful figure could fully settle, she swiftly struck, sending a small group of demonic soldiers flying with a single slap. Not far away, amidst a throng of demon generals, the Eastern Emperor Tai, seated in a grand demon chariot, immediately scowled. His face darkened as he addressed Anhua with displeasure. Anhua, What do you mean by this? In this primordial realm, I believe it should still belong to the way of heaven, correct? How is it that sages have begun to meddle in worldly affairs? Inwa replied coldly, her expression unyielding. What I, as the mother of dragons, choose to do is not for a mere quasi-saint like you to interfere. Eastern Emperor Tai was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Inwa, as a revered sage, would speak so boldly. The memory of their time together in Zixiao Palace, where she had been far more reserved, loomed in his mind, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, the Eastern Emperor continued. Inwa, this matter pertains to me and Zhou Yuan. It does not concern you sages. He will not stir up unnecessary trouble here. How laughable! Inwa replied, as the mother of dragons, I'm already Zhou Yuan's lawful wife. How could this matter possibly be unrelated to me? Inwa, if you persist in this manner, do you not fear the wrath of the way of heaven? Eastern Emperor Tai exclaimed, enough of your prattling. Inwa had no intention of engaging in further banter with Tai. In the next instant, she harnessed her spiritual power deftly,